Salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. I'm going to drop the link pretty early. But if I may, I'm just going to ask if I can get individuals who believe that the United States government should pay Black Americans reparations to call in first. I mean, I don't mind anybody can call in, but I want specifically to speak to people who believe that the U.S. government should pay reparations to Negroes. I'm the Negro Whisperer. Salute to you all. What's up, everybody in the chat? Positivity is coming your way. What's up? What's up? Salute to you all. Salute. Now, hear me out for a minute. Hear me out. Just hear me out. And guys, by the way, I caved. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Starbucks makes good coffee. I'm sorry. It does. I caved. Sorry. Salute to you. Our positivity is definitely coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. I'm sending our positivity at the speed of light to you all. Hopefully you received it, guys. Hit the like button on your way in. Positivity is coming your way. Hope all is well with you and yours. Salute to you guys for coming through. I know it's the holiday season, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys are tuning in and listening to me during this specific season. Other than that, guys, I just request that you share this video. I request that you send it out to at least 10 people in your contact list. Guys, if you're wondering what this dot on my forehead is, I hit my head earlier this morning, but I am okay. I'm okay. Had a little bit of an accident, but I'm okay. I'm okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm going to talk about a lot of things today. I'm going to talk about why I believe the United States government should never give Black Americans reparations. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am in support of reparations, but the United States government owes Black Americans nothing, to be honest with you. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. I'm also going to talk about Colorado Supreme Court, how they disqualified our dear and beloved president, former President Donald Trump, 45, from the state's 2024 ballot. I don't even know if that's legal. I'm going to talk about that, and I'm also going to talk about this Mexican, kind of little fruitcake, little Mexican who confronted this postal worker requesting that she speaks Spanish or some nonsense. Just nonsense. Like I always say about a particular group of people who want to impose their language and their culture on Americans when they are indeed illegal. But I'm going to talk about that in a minute as well. Salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. V-Dub Boogie, salute to you, man. V-Dub Boogie says you don't come from Black American heritage. Your opinion is actually void. Well, whatever you say, sir. But I'm gonna go into it real quick. I'm gonna go into why I believe that the United States government owes you Negroes nothing. And I mean absolutely nothing. V-Dub, call in. I want you fake American Indians, you people who claim, you people who look literally like you're from the Congo, who pretend that you're American Indian. I want you to call in specifically. I want people to call in who believe that the United States government owes you something. Here goes the reason why I believe that the United States government owes you nothing, just briefly. First of all, the United States government was founded in 1776. And truth be told, you could even argue that 1789 was the actual founding date or the actual beginning of America, because in 1799, that's when we fell under the Constitution. So slavery had been going on under the British Empire. It had been going on under the French. It had been going on other, who else came over to this country and occupied territory here? It was the French, it was the British, and it was the Spanish. You Black Americans, hear me out for a minute. Now, listen, I have been an advocate of reparations, but the more I think about it, the more I get pissed off. I'm about to get chaotic today, God damn it. I'm about to get real chaotic today. See, I'm going to talk about this idiot, this stupid woman, this governor of New York. She's pushing for a bill to activate a reparations commission, even though New York wasn't a major slaveholding state, but she wants to push towards this idiotic bill for a commission for slave reparations, or a commission, so that they can start the process. Who's going to foot the bill? New York had already had slavery under the British. Just like the other original colonies, they were under British rule. In the South, most of those southern states were under Spanish or French rule. See, you Black Americans are punking out. See, you're not gonna go over to Spain and say, well, this government or this society existed for hundreds, if not 1,000 years, and so you're not gonna go over there and ask the Spanish to give you nothing. You're not gonna go across the seas and ask the British to give you nothing. I'm gonna call you out on it. I'm gonna call you out. I want people who believe that they deserve reparations to call in. I want people who believe that the United States government owes you reparations to call in, because I'm going to give you facts today. See, I haven't been dishing out facts lately. I haven't been dishing out data lately, but I'm going to do it today. My ancestors were in slavery in a plantation. Blah, blah, blah. Well, why don't you just sue? Why don't you sue the family that enslaved your family? Why do you believe that the United States government owes you reparations? The United States government had only existed. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you really sit back and think about it, the United States government did a good goddamn job at ending slavery. First of all, in 1810, they, if I'm not mistaken, it was 1810 or 1809. Guys, help me out here. The United States government banned the importation of Africans. And in 1865, which was under 100 years, 1776, 1865, you do the math. 90 years, 92 years? They had ended slavery completely. Slavery had been going on for hundreds of years under different governments in America. But nobody wants to confront those people. You're punking out. And to this governor of New York, I hope you're listening, because I'm probably going to call today, and I'm going to try to ask her, why all of a sudden now? What is the motive here? What is the agenda here? Give me a second here. Good morning, Blue Jay. Salute to you. Positivity is coming your way. I see you in the back, Linwood. This is a perfect conversation for you. This is a perfect one for you. Let me read this article real quick, okay, Linwood, and I'll bring you up real quick, okay, buddy? Kathy Hochul. Let's see. Kathy Hochul. Stupid Democrat woman. She's the governor of New York, and we know New York is in a state of chaos. I mean, let's be completely honest. The city of, I'm talking about New York City. You got this immigration crisis in New York. Violence is surging in New York. People are moving out of New York. And here goes this idiot, this stupid woman. Instead of concerning herself with the overall state of her state, she's concerned about creating an idiotic and stupid bill that makes absolutely no sense on a historical level. The citizens of New York should protest in full. I'm sorry. The black ones, the white, the black ones ain't going to protest. I'm going to get my reparations. You don't deserve it. Most of the people in New York, believe it or not, came there on Ellis Island. They weren't even they're a lot, I would say 90%, and I don't even have the data on this, but I would say 90% of people in New York, literally their ancestors came in the 1910s, 1920s. Let's be completely honest. I mean, I could see the argument for the southern states, but for New York, stop it. New York was under the British crown. It was under the king. But you won't go over to the UK. King, King Charles, I believe that your government owes my ancestors money. You won't go over there because you're punks. And Kathy Hochul, Governor Hochul, however you want me to pronounce your damn name, you should be ashamed of yourself. But see, you're race hustling. See, you want to keep that. You want to keep on getting elected because you know the liberals are going to keep putting you in there. Let me read this article real quick. American First Rifleman, salute to you, man. I'm going chaotic today. Political CT over the weird sex topics. CT. No, that was a good conversation yesterday. Hit that like button, guys. The likes are entirely too low, guys. To be honest with you, man, I've been very disappointed in the likes lately. It's too many people in here for the likes to be this low. Listen, I know it's the holiday season, but get the likes up. Where else can you go on YouTube where the content creator speaks to the audience, allows the audience to call in, allows the audience to insult him, allows trolls to roam free? Where else can you get this kind of content? Get the likes up. I would do it for you. Get the goddamn likes up. Let me read this article, then I'm going to bring up Linwood. Thank you so patiently. Thank you so much for waiting, Linwood, man. You know I rock with you, man. Even though you are a liberal, man, I still rock with you. Okay, let me see here. Let me read this article from this stupid woman. New York Governor Kathy Hochul signs bill creating reparations commission despite concerns of racial divisions. Yeah, you're gonna keep on adding to the fire of you're gonna keep on adding to the fire of the racial divide by doing stupid and idiotic things like this. Imagine I'm a white guy in New York. Hey, honey, my taxes, the taxes went up because of this. We got to pay reparations to the Negroes, and I don't know why my ancestors came to America in 1934. Why should I have to pay any goddamn thing? If you know what, give me a second here. Give me a second. I'm gonna let Linwood up in a minute. White people, why do I have to constantly speak for you? Why do I have to speak for white people? Oh, I don't want any trouble. No, you should want some trouble. You should. You're pucking out. No white person will call in and say and get on camera and say, well, other than be brave, this is outrageous. Because you're scared. And then most Negroes, and I could even argue that a lot of Negroes, their ancestors weren't even slaves. A lot of Negroes had freed men and women in their family. That's something that nobody wants to talk about either. They're gonna benefit off of it, and to a degree, I can understand. Hey, they're gonna give you some free money. Hey, look, But the fact of the matter is that this is wrong on all levels. It's wrong. California is doing it. New York is doing it. And you already know, man. I mean, how many other liberal states are going to start with this idiotic? Let's start a commission to review how this will work, and then let's create bills to finally give out the money to the niggers. It's wrong, man. It's wrong. Why should the United States government have to foot the bill for slavery? The United States government, let's be honest. Let's be completely honest. A lot of the states that exist now didn't even come into existence until 1830. When did Texas, right? Texas wasn't a state until 1845. But you will hear people say, Texas should they had slaves there, and a year later they didn't even release them, and blah blah blah. And Texas owes people money. No, Texas doesn't owe you nothing. Texas was under the Spanish. Go to them for reparations. See, you people didn't know that, did you? You got to read some books. Look in your book. Look in your book. Get the likes up, guys, before I end the goddamn live stream. I'm going in today. Get the likes up. Kathy Hochul, stupid, idiotic, dumb governor of New York, signs bill creating reparations commission despite concerns of racial divisions. Hochul, who was joined by, guess who she's joined by? Reverend Al Sharpton, this race grifting, race baiting Negro whose ancestors probably weren't even damn slaves anyway. Of course, he's going to join her because he's a begging race hustler. He always has his foot in the door for anything dealing with racism, but he lives in a Upper East Manhattan, whatever, in a $4 million condo around white folk. But of course, his race grifting ass will be there. The United States government owes us money. The United States government did a good, I mean, literally, what other government on the planet made an effort to end slavery the way that the United States government did? From 1776, and let's just say 1789, up until 1865, the United States government made one of the greatest efforts to end one of the worst human atrocities ever. Human beings had been, listen, hear me out. Human beings had enslaved each other since the dawn of goddamn time. Think about this for a minute. Now, I know if Jenny's in the chat, she'll say 6,000 years ago, but human beings have been around for at least 100,000 years the way that we are now, right? We have been enslaving each other for 100,000 years. And one government, a newly minted government, with the support of human rights, freedoms of speech, freedoms that we had never really had before as a human species, made an effort 20 years after its birth. Hey, let's end the importation of Africans because this shit is wrong. And then what? Was it 76? Help me out here, guys. What's that? 91 years later, ended slavery. My math is off. 80, whatever. My math is off. You black asses, you liberals should be. It amazes me how we openly disrespect this goddamn country. You sick, sorry bastards. Mr. Speak on it with $2 super chat says us paying small hats for something Germany did. What's up, Gway? Salute to you. I'm going off today. Mr. Speak on it with the $5 super chat. America's crying about reparations while your government gives billions to neo-Nazis in small hats. Y'all do jack-ish, all selective outrage. Black Thought says, Black is getting restless. Offer them a commission. Kathy Health. Oh, yeah, let me read this. I'm going to bring up Linwood. Hochul was joined by Reverend Al Sharpton, who thanked the governor for signing the bill. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, massa. Yeah, sir. New York State has established a commission to explore the best methods of providing reparations to descendants of slaves. No. Most Black Americans are not descendants of slaves in this country. You blacks kill me, man. You're gonna forever be enshrined as slaves. Yeah, my ancestors were picking cotton in the fields of Alabama. You downtrodden ass Negroes are gonna let these evil liberals permanently categorize you as slaves. Because if the United States government has to pay reparations, that is a permanent or a codification of your history as just being some damn slaves. Governor Kathy Hochul signed a bill Tuesday for a community commission to study the history of slavery in New York State to examine various forms of reparations. Here in New York, there was a slave market where people bought and sold other human beings with a callous regard, Hochul said. It happened right on Wall Street for more than a century. And even though it officially closed when slavery was abolished in New York in 1827, our state still remained a dominant player in the illegal slave trade. The practice continued and our financial and business institutions prospered. The commission was given the task of examining the impact of slavery on Black people throughout New York state history and producing suggested remedies to its negative effects in the Black communities. I don't even want to read the rest of this. I'm really pissed off at this. I'm really pissed off. Guys, get the likes up, guys. Get the likes up. Get the likes up, guys. I'll wait until you get the likes up. I'll wait. I'll wait. You blacks need to be very careful here. The United States government has been the biggest blessing for the Negro. The Arabs had Africans in slavery and treated Africans like dogs. There was no civil liberties there. They didn't end the slave trade, but that's never talked about. Other governments had slavery. The government that literally started out of thin air in 20 years. And truth be told, the founders had even argued to end slavery upon the founding of, you guys can look this up. This is true. They even wanted to end it during the founding, but they knew that it probably will destabilize the economy if we ended this damn early. The southern states, if you look at the history of those states, the French, again, the Spanish, those were Spanish territories. Those were French territory. Louisiana was a French, it was literally a French colony. You can look this up. This is their history. This is the history of Louisiana. How do you think there's so much of a French influence in Louisiana? Because that was French rule. But you won't take your black asses over to France. They'll laugh you right out the damn Eiffel Tower. I don't even know if the Eiffel Tower has an enclosure on the inside. I don't know. Never been there. You guys are scared, but not me. I'm the Negro Whisperer. I call out everybody. I don't care. I didn't know that, chaotic. I always thought America, the United States government existed. No, it didn't. America was a mixture of different European countries over here. So it can be argued. It can be argued that the blame of slavery falls on the individuals who originally enslaved your ancestors, which were the British, the French, and the Spanish. That's the guy's truth. In terms of the government, America was just a new kid on the block. Oh man, we got to fix all this stuff, and we just started. You guys should be thanking your lucky goddamn stars. Linwood, what's going on, man? I know you can come up here and what is that? Jesus Christ, what is that? Come on, man. What is this?
Well,
what is this?
Dr. Carol Anderson in her book said it best. White rage. The brother Tim Wise said it best. The dispatch of the race war.
What does this have to do with what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna get there. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, the late great psychiatrist. Look at that pretty lady.
Stop it.
We already know this already. The white supremacists.
Not a lot of people. A lot of people don't know it though. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
The white supremacists are angry today, and their Negro sympathizers are pissed that the state. I mean, let's keep it real. About this whole reparations thing, this has been an undercurrent going on since 2017. It's been there. I mean, even Gus T. Renegade of the Cows, if you don't know what that stands for, it says context of white supremacy. He said it, and even Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said it. The reason why they oppose reparations, because the white supremacists are the ones that are going to be given that reparations. And, you know, Jewish people and so-called non-whites who are natives didn't get reparations until they were damn near nearly exterminated. So as much as I am for racial subjugation compensation and study how white people have historically and still do to this day um, mistreat non-white people based on color. We just had the article that came out about the Navy Federal Credit Union denying non-white people, black and brown people, of getting a mortgage, even though those people had made more money and had a higher credit score. 77% of white people who made less than 60 something thousand dollars a year were given a mortgage, even though they made less money and they had a lesser credit score. So you tell me there's no white supremacy racism going on here? Now the truth comes out. The truth is out. And I think nobody can really stomach it that yes, non-white people in general and black people in particular have been fundamentally mistreated in this country based on the color of their skin. Now, Kathy Hochul putting this whole reparations committee together, okay, do what you do. But that's been well documented that the Wall Street was built on the slave auctioning of human beings. This has been well documented. So if they want to go ahead and do that, more power to them. More power to them. But the reparations movement, it started out on social media. Twitter, Instagram, you name it. But mostly Twitter. And now it's coming up to the surface. So now what they want to do is, if they can't get it on the federal level, get it on the state level. That's where everybody's going to now, because the federal government really is dysfunctional. You have the Senate, who has a 60 vote threshold to avoid a filibuster. So regardless if the Republicans have a trifecta or the Democrats have a trifecta, what are they going to fundamentally get done? Nothing. So it's now, okay, we're tired of going to the federal government for everything. We're now going to go to the states. And so they're going to California. They're going to New York, next is Connecticut. I doubt it, but next is Connecticut. Anybody that had anything to do with slavery in the North, that's where they're going. Or the mistreatment of non-white people in the North, even after Reconstruction. Boston, 1970, busing kids, race riots popping off, white people threatening to kill black children. I mean, listen, man, white people are going to have to pay that debt. They have caused harm to non-white people. They have caused harm. And they're going to pay their debt. If they don't want to pay their debt, then we will take everything from them until that debt is paid. Your debt is going to get paid. Plain and simple.
Okay. May I ask now, I'm all for equal opportunity speaking, different perspectives, whether you're right, whether I'm wrong, whatever, right? You know that large groups of Europeans arrived in the 1920s to America. Yes. Yes.
We're familiar.
So what do Italians, what do Hungarians, what do Bulgarians, what do Polacks, what do they have to do? Like, for example, a guy who is an Italian, a guy who's a Greek, who's been living in America, his grandmother came over here, his grandparents came over here in 1930. What do they have to do with slavery? And if they are a resident of New York, why should they have to pay eventually? Because this is going to happen. But why should they have to pay into a reparations tax? Go ahead, sir.
Well, let's keep it honest.
Okay.
If you're white, you pay. Because you benefited off a system culture. The only reason why you have what you have is because other people are down. It's the zero-sum politics we still have to this very day. Somebody has to go down for somebody that has to come up. And that has kind of been how we've been structured into believing the zero-sum politics. And so white people benefited from that zero-sum gameism. So regardless if they're Italians or whatever the case may be, when they came over here, they became white. They were no longer Italian.
Okay.
And, Greek, they became white. Slavic, you're white. When you came off the boat, you were automatically classified as white. So that means you benefited off a white supremacist system, which kept non-white people and denied those people their constitutional rights of the Fifth Amendment, the 4th, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments. You benefited from that system culture of white people who put that together.
Okay. America came into existence
By stealing the land from the Native Americans?
No, I wasn't done. Hold on. I'm listening
Okay.
to you. We're having a good conversation. You're not being vulgar. Hear me out. The United States government came into existence 1776, right? 1789, we're under the Constitution fully, right? Prior to that, the British, the Spanish, the French, they had territory all throughout the country. Could it be argued, my good sir, that the French government, the British government, the Spanish government are the actual perpetrators and should be paying the actual reparations to Black Americans? Yes.
No.
Okay.
No.
And why? Okay. And why is that?
Because when they became white, they became responsible. See, the French and all them people, they're gone. We ain't going to Ireland. And
so you're telling me France is gone? The French government is gone?
We live in this right here.
Okay.
This right here is where we're operating at. And yes, somebody that said conquered, not stolen. When you steal something, you conquered those people. You stole from those people. Okay? The expropriation of land from a people who actually were sovereign in that land. You stole that land from them. That's not conquering. That's stealing.
Okay.
Yes, because white people fundamentally benefited from it. And yes, you're going to have your non-white people here who are going to sit here and say, they don't owe us nothing. No, they don't owe you nothing. They owe us everything. See, y'all don't want reparations, just only us.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Linwood, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm here. The United States of white supremacy. The white supremacists owe non-white people racial subjugation compensation because, as one Native American told a white person, yes, we are inferior. Yes, we are downtrodden. But you put us in a downtrodden position. You put us in a niggerized condition. So now you're going to take care of us. You're going to pull us out of this condition. So we don't need to no longer need you once that is done. We want our sovereignty. We want our independence. We want our ability to be able to be of constructive value. Collectively, not individually. So you're going to take care of us. You're going to put us on a trajectory in which we're able to function correctly. And we're able to be self-sufficient. Because right now, we can work 9 to 5 jobs all day long. We just saw the Navy Federal Credit Union study. They discriminated against brown people like Angel here. 48% of them were approved for a loan. The mass of them who had credit scores 700 and 800 were denied a loan. With 77% of white people who actually had credit scores lower and made lesser than a black or brown person got a loan for a mortgage.
I get that, but we're going too far off the topic. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I would like to just keep it to. Trust me, I get what you're saying.
This is why we're at. This is you're.
You might have to restart your stream. It's breaking up. Like I don't know why it's breaking up.
This is why we're asking for reparations.
Okay, go ahead.
This is why reparations is being asked on the table because
you're going to be
from. Hey, Linwood, you got to restart your StreamYard or something. I don't know why it's like messing up. It's weird. Can you go on your computer or something? I can barely hear you. So what? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna wait till Linwood calls back. Listen, he's offering some good argument, I guess. But I guess my biggest question is the United States of America truly responsible? The British, check this out. Let me read something to you real quick. New York was a proprietary colony. A proprietary colony was a type of colonial administration in English America during the 17th century. That's the 1600s, guys. And in the East Indies up until the 1850s, the English oversaw overseas possessions. All land belonged to the crown, and we know who the crown is, right? The crown is in the state in all its aspects within the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth realms and their subdivisions, such as the crown dependents, overseas territories, provinces, and states. The concept of the crown as a corporation soul developed first in the Kingdom of England. I think me and Linwood may have two different arguments here. My argument is, who exactly is responsible for the payment of reparations? England, I'm sorry, England. I'm going to bring you guys up in a minute, because this is really interesting. You can look this up. The crown had controlled what we call New York from 1664 until 1776. So the question is, why would the United States government, and including, if we go state by state, New York, be responsible for slavery when slavery had already been an institution in what is now now what we call North America? It doesn't make any sense to me. I get what Linwood is saying, but these are some questions that need to be answered. Wale, can you get back on camera? Oh, okay, Wale's gone. Let me see if Linwood is in the back. Guys, thank you so much, guys. Get the likes up. Salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. I'm going to bring you guys up in a minute. I don't think people have ever really looked at history. When the English arrived, the Dutch colony somewhat vaguely included claims to all of the present U.S. states of New York. Just hear me out. This is their history. This is their history. In 1664, the Dutch province of New Netherland in America was awarded by Charles II of England to his brother James, Duke of New York. Duke of York, not New York, Duke of York. James raised a fleet to take it from the Dutch, and the governor surrendered to the English fleet without recognition from the Dutch West Indies Company that had authority over it. England seized de facto control of the colony from the Dutch in 1664. So my argument is, why not go after the Dutch? Why not go after the British? Why does the United States government owe blacks any goddamn thing? The United States government it didn't even exist. That's the whole argument here. All right, let me see what go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Of course, Solomon had to come up because he continues throwing the white supremacy stuff that he thinks.
Who's responsible? Angel, who's responsible for paying reparations, man? Who should pay it?
No one in here, America. People want to claim that I get reparations. It's called per capita, for God's sakes. Yeah, I'm a Native American, but it's not classified as reparations, black supremacist. I don't get any type of thing, nor does my native get any type of thing that is connected to the government. Our government is solely by its own, and our tribe is solely by itself. Yeah, there are services that I do get, like I'm getting a social worker here soon, but that's not from the government of Arizona. That's from the tribal reservation there that I'm a part of. And the casinos that are on the reservation is how natives get their per cap, but it's not classified as reparation because it's not part of no goddamn government. Look up what is a per cap that is part of Arizona.
Angel, I'm gonna put you in the back real quick. Thank you so much for letting me know. Just stay in the back for me. Just hang tight, okay? Hang tight, hang tight. Wale, what's going on, man? Does the United States government, which
I'm loving this, man. I like you from the day I met you, man.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you, sir. Does the United States government owe Black Americans reparations?
Okay, I'm lagging. I might go out. I have to change my.
All right, just restart your computer. Just restart it, okay? Just restart. Black Thoughts. Does the United States government owe Black Americans reparations?
I would say yes, because I wouldn't mind accepting the check. Damn right, I'm gonna take the check.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, of course. Come on now. But here's the thing, right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
How many times are these people gonna fall for the old banana in the tailpipe?
Yeah.
How many commissions has we had? Remember, Joe Biden got voted in on commission. Remember, they did it under him. What's that guy in California? The governor up there, he did a commission too and turned around and told him, yeah, it's not happening. Get up out of here. Like the blacks are getting restless because the immigrants are moving in. And so they start with the reparations. Talk, I'm going to start a commission. How many commissions are you going to start? They all come to the same conclusion, but you always get the same answer when it's concluded. No, you're not getting it. How many times are you going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe? I mean, this is just another keep the blacks voting in 2024. That's all it is. Keep them voting on a plantation. That's all this is.
We get the agenda here. I mean, that's clearly what it is. Kathy wants to keep her governorship. We all know that, but let's have an honest conversation. Which government actually owes Black Americans reparations?
Africans.
The Africans. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
And why do the Africans owe Black Americans reparations?
Did they not used to enslave other tribes and then went and sold them off? Like this narrative that they just flew up on, that they just rolled their boats up on Africa and just started taking everybody. That's not true. Like they were sold for trinkets because they were enslaving other tribes. So if we're really going to blame someone, then we need to start with Africa and then work our way down, if that's going to be the case. But I'm not really a proponent for all of that. I'm not concerned with that because I know that it's just, bull crap.
Why do a lot of people do not understand the history of America, right? A lot of people don't understand that America wasn't a nation until 1776. We're talking about the United States of America. A lot of people don't understand that certain states didn't even become states or didn't gain statehood until Texas didn't become a state until 1845. It was its own country within itself, right? A lot of people don't understand this, right? And in Black, I don't know if you knew this, but going by that logic, you would think, okay, before, let's use Texas. Before Texas became a state, before 1845, couldn't it be argued that the government that controlled Texas is held liable because they had already had slavery there?
I mean, I guess.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I guess they could be held liable, but for me, right? I guess this is not really my thing because I mean, it's not going to happen. So to have a conversation about it to me is kind of ridiculous. It's just not going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not going to happen. Like, so the reality of it is, it's just another bullshit game to play on the black man's mind.
Yeah.
The mammy's gonna come flailing. We need our reparations. Her son husband gonna come behind her, zesty like her. Yeah, we need our reparations.
Do you know who were the first occupiers of what we refer to as Texas?
No, sir. Enlighten me.
It was the French. New France was the territory colonized by France in North America, beginning with the exploration of the Gulf of St. Lawrence by Jacques Cartier in 1534, and ending with the cession of New France to Great Britain and Spain in 1763. It's fascinating how these things are never discussed at high levels, right? And this is why I say they need Negro whisperers like myself to be a part of these, to get invited to these commissions on reparations. They need both. They need to hear both sides. Listen, I agree with reparations. Trust me, I agree. But to spit in the face of this government, which I can't stand, the same government that has educated you, civilized you, etc., to spit in this government's face, but not give any smoke to the French, not give any smoke to the British, not give any smoke to the Spanish, who actually enslaved your ancestors and had them in slavery longer than America had been in existence. Because America, I gotta give it to America. 1776, Constitution ratified 1789, slavery ended in 1865. By the way, the United States government made the importation of slavery illegal just 20 years after its ratification. I mean, these things, you have to give credit to this great country. But go ahead, Black Thoughts. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I say you start with Africa and work your way down if we're really going to get into it. But it's not really about being productive.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Well, let me ask you this before you leave. So Linwood came up on the panel. Hopefully he comes back. And he was talking about white supremacy, yada, yada, yada. But is Linwood not aware that slavery had existed as a human institution in all ethnic groups since the dawn of time? Is he not familiar with that?
I can't speak to what Linwood may or may not know. Okay. The only thing I know is that he's a radical and he has grievance. He lives in grievance culture. So he's only going to go with the grievance that he's been told to go with by white people, might I add, by white Democrats. Linwood doesn't have a thought that he came up with on his own, or everything he says comes from white Democrats. So I don't take Linwood seriously.
Somebody in the chat said, let me see real quick. Let me see. Where is it at?
Anyway, I'm going to drop down, CT. I'll be watching from the shadows.
So now, Zyrex, and this is what I'm saying. Thank you so much, Black Thoughts. You're misinformed. No, not Zyrex. I'm sorry. Not Zyrex. It wasn't Zyrex. My apologies. Somebody in the chat wrote, America was the last country to end slavery. That's not true. That's definitely not true. Mauritania was the last country to end slavery. I'm telling you, man. Slavery still goes on in parts in Asia. God forbid you bring this topic up, but in Congo right now, you can argue that those cobalt mines are a form of slavery and violations on human rights. I mean, I've showed plenty of videos of the children that are working as artisan miners in the mines in Congo. They're not even trained miners. These are 6 or 7-year-old kids. You can argue that that's a form of slavery. That's going on in Congo right now. And we are all participants in the slave trade right now. We all have phones. Our phones cannot operate without cobalt. So I don't know, man. Linwood, you got to call back in, man. Linwood is here. Okay, go ahead, Linwood. What's up, man?
All right, here's the thing.
New France, 1500s.
What Black Thought said actually is there's some merit to it, because like I said, the reparations thing started from Yvette Carnell and Anthony and Tone Talks. That's where it started, and it started with the ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. That's where it all started. It started from a small thing. The reparations people were just trying to get the art conversation into the lexicon, the political lexicon. That's what they were trying to do. That's what they were trying to accomplish. Now, he says, well, the blacks are getting restless. No. The majority of black people who are 9-to-5 workers, many of them ain't really giving a flying flute about this at all. They're like, look, we're gonna vote next. We're gonna vote next year. We're gonna put Biden back in office. Yeah, things are getting high and things like that. But hey, we're gonna keep our faith in God. We're gonna do X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
These persons that are like mainly not even in the room, they're like online. They're not even showing up to committees. They're mainly trying to get politicians to set these committees up. Now, as far as the reparations thing in San Francisco, yes, it was set up, but there was people who had suspicions about, wait a minute here. Now, we're talking about reparations, but San Francisco had a deficit. How are y'all going to pay this how are y'all going to pay these reparations out if you have a deficit? See, I listened to Roland Martin. These conversations were happening. So yeah, they said falling for the banana in the tailpipe. Actually, let's keep it honest, chaotic. Do you watch The Hill sometimes? The Hill Rising?
No, go ahead.
With Brianna Lovejoy and Robbie Rose, Robbie Slow, I think his name is.
That's a right-leaning news outlet, right?
No, I think they're in the center.
Well, yeah, I'm fair. Yeah, I've seen a few episodes. Yeah, briefly. Yeah. I thought they were right. But go ahead.
They were having a conversation today about Biden's low approval ratings. And they went to a black barbershop in Atlanta to have these conversations. And they said when Trump was in office, he had the stimulus checks rolling. So that's when it kind of dawned on me, maybe voters want money. And the way you get people to vote is giving them something tangible. Today, you got to buy votes. And so I doubt Biden is going to give out reparations for votes. I think the people want Trump back in office is they believe that Trump is going to give them money to alleviate some of the inflation costs. And that's the only reason he'll get back in office is he's got to offer people checks.
Let's talk about this real quick.
Even with reparations.
Again, I don't necessarily think you're wrong in what you were saying right now. But let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. The French occupied an enormous amount of North America at one point. People tend to forget this, right?
Parts of it, yes.
Part of it, right? Let's just go back in time. Could it be argued from the perspective of a just a legal perspective? I get what you're saying about the white supremacy, right? But could it be argued that France is solely responsible for slavery in particular land masses that we now refer to as Texas, et cetera? Because actually, they were
the people who are responsible, chaotic, is actually Great Britain. Great Britain. And
the 13 original colonies
are responsible for the importation of slavery. But it was mainly the people that came from that concept that came to the United States and stole the land from the Native Americans and formed 13 colonies and did everything in between and worked the land with slavery, racial slavery. So that's the reason why the United States is paying for its so-called founders. Reparate. Now, I don't believe black people are going to get reparations, but I do believe if voting starts to become, if people start getting lethargic with the two-party system, and these white boys they want to stay in office by any means necessary, you damn skip it. They're gonna start paying some money out to people to get votes.
Do you? Okay, all right. Let's talk business, right? Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, so in California, there was a slavery commission or a slavery reparations commission.
That was in San Francisco, not in the state didn't do it.
Not the state, but San Francisco.
Yeah.
Could it be argued that was invalid because California was not a slave state? It didn't even exist.
California didn't exist.
Yeah. Could that be argued?
They're talking about reparations for, because I've been following the situation. What they're calling for reparations for is the mistreatment of black people going into the 20th century, like in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. They're talking about reparations for the systematic mistreatment of black people by white people in the economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, and war. Well, typically it's economics, education, and labor in those three areas. They're talking about reparations for those things. See, that's what that is coming in. That's what that is. That's not coming from slavery. That's coming from mistreatment after slavery.
So the San Francisco, okay. I'm listening to you. Jerice with the $2 super chat. Linwood is the Usain Bolt of Victim Olympics. Okay, no, this here, I want to hear Linwood out on this one because this is, he has a differing view. So, are you saying that San Francisco, the local government, practiced systemic oppression and subjugation of Black residents there? They had policies.
It's been a historic. It's definitely been a historic things that have occurred in San Francisco.
Like what?
Like what? Black citizens or Black residents.
Like what?
Like they didn't get the same. They didn't get the opportunity. Their privileges and immunities were subverted.
Hold on for a second. Chris with the $5 super chat. Trump never gave out any stimulus until COVID. He wasn't ever just giving out money willy-nilly. Land is not stolen, it's paid for and conquered. Okay, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it real quick.
All right.
Let's talk about it. San Francisco. You're saying that the reparations are for the mistreatment of Blacks post-slavery.
Yes, so that's post-slavery.
Can you give examples for people who are unaware of this mistreatment that the government participated in? The San Francisco government,
the creation of Valencia Gardens, Bayview, the concentration of Black people within that geographical area of Valencia Gardens, Fillmore, Eddy Street, things of that nature. Where they were making.
I'm not. Now you are the listen. You have all the knowledge on this one. Can you explain to me what happened on Eddy Street?
Eddy Street is a part of that Bayview.
Okay.
That district, where Black people were heavily concentrated in, and Black people, when they tried to move out of the Bayview area, they were being assaulted. They were being
by the government. Now, was that by the government or by residents? Was that by the?
It was government. It was the residents that did it, but the government did not prohibit the residents from doing it. The government allowed it to continue. I mean, there was a similar. I mean, not to come off subject. There was a similar one that happened in Michigan back in the 1920s, where a Black man bought a house in a part of Detroit, and he had to go to court for murder. He was acquitted of the charges.
Let's just keep it on San Francisco. I mean, I don't mind. Listen, you have a lot of.
This is the reason why they're going.
You said Detroit.
They're going for reparations.
Right, but we were specifically talking about San Francisco. I don't mind. We can go into other, but I want to talk about. You're saying that San Francisco, the government, is responsible for the mistreatment of Blacks there, and I just would like to know, what did the government or what policies were created? Zoning laws.
Okay. Zoning laws were actually a part of it as well.
Okay.
Zoning laws, intimidation, enforcement brutality towards non-Black residents, the redlining them out of areas and concentrating them in a handful of areas where banks would not give money to. Now, this is a national thing, but in San Francisco, the zoning was the major factor in keeping Black people in concentrated poverty. So this is the reason why that we're going for reparations on these things. They're not going for reparations on slavery. I want to clarify that. In New York, I think it's going to be similar. We got plethoras of that from Howard Beach, Yusuf Hawkins, the slummings that happened prior. Most of it chaotic is federal government responsibility. But the small minority of reparations pushers are saying we're not going to get this done on the federal level, so we must go to the state level. But to keep this in court, so the courts do not subvert this, we have to have a reason to call for reparations. We just can't go in and say we want reparations. This has to be in legal standing to get reparations. So something legal had to have happened. a constitutional right had been violated by the government to say, okay, this government did this. This is how much this government owes these people for systematically subjecting them to abuse, domination, and mistreatment. So, I mean, they're being very careful with it because, yes, this can go to court and can get overturned. But I think the main goal is federal. The main goal is federal, but if they can't get anything done on a federal level, go to the states.
Okay. Guys, get the likes up. It's almost 200 people in here, and the likes are at 80. I will end the live stream. I'm not lying to you. I will do it now. Risky, what say you, sir? Should Kathy Hochul, New York governor, she wants to start a reparations commission to eventually dish out reparations upon, I guess, the findings on this commission. What say you, sir? Does the United States government owe Black Americans reparations? The United States government. You're on mute, sir. Super chat. Yeah, if not reparations, we should at least be tax exempt. America gives Israel millions every year. Ham, what's up, my boy? Linwood. Okay, go ahead.
I've heard that too. I've heard that's another proposal. Okay.
So there's a sensationalized depiction of what Linwood was talking about in California. It's actually a horror movie. It's based on what was happening in California. It's called Them. It's actually a series on Amazon.
Yeah, I remember that movie too. That was really.
That's the stuff that Linwood is painting while they're asking in Cali.
Yeah.
Now that was horror, right? But you understand the point.
Yeah.
So CT, you're saying like 1776, etc., right?
Yeah.
But if slavery was officially ended here in 1865, right? When those territories were acquired, and then what was happening in those territories was still being perpetuated. Like, are you saying? Yeah. So grandfathered in, but now you can when you get Louisiana, you can stop doing what they were doing, right? But if you continue to perpetuate it, are you then implicated? So if I go rob a bank, right, and I say, CT, this is bank robbery money, you take it, what happens then?
I am a what do they call it?
Accomplice. You complicit, right? Yeah. And so you can be charged. So what say you about that thought?
Well, I mean, it in terms of logic and reasoning, you would think that, that is true. Yeah, you are complicit. If you are outside waiting and you go in there, and I know you went in there to rob a bank, absolutely, you're complicit. Okay.
Yeah,
but I don't want to say but the argument. Okay. But the argument can be made that the brunt of reparations should. I drive the getaway car, right? Should I get 20 years like you? You put the gun in the teller's face. I just drive the getaway car. Should we both get the same amount of? Should the sentence be the same?
Well, this is more like this, CT. Okay. We both robbed the bank, but you take all the money. this would be, you know what I'm saying? Because you got the territory now. So now they say, all right, we out. And we say, okay, we're going to continue on what was happening in this territory for these many years. So that's the difference there. Just bringing up the argument.
It's a good argument. I'm telling you. Listen, I'm for reparations. I ain't going to lie to you. Hey, I'm
now.
Let me ask. Go ahead, Linwood. Go ahead.
Let me ask Risky something here.
Yes, sir.
You said I was like dramatizing.
No. I said that movie was sensationalized because it was a horror movie.
Okay, John brought up a good point here.
Not you.
John brings up a good point. Go to the root. Who sold the people in the first place?
Well, that's what Black Thought said, right? Yeah. But we just talk, like you said, we talking about America, right? So I'm just talking about what's now, but not Linwood. I wasn't saying you. I was saying the movie sensationalized everything.
But you. I was going to ask you about the subject because I've been following it with Tariq Nasheed and all those guys, and with Tariq was just a bandwagon jumper, but now they can't go to the government, so they have to go to the cities, the states. So my question to you is this really strategic in going to the pretty much the areas where they vote Democrat mostly? strategic to go there instead of going to actually where the slave took the South.
Yeah, I think the place is of least resistance, right? Which makes it kind of superficial in a way. I don't think if you really mean it, you go to where the heart is, you know. But I got a couple more just questions for C. Oh, go ahead, CD.
I was going to ask you, and I was going to ask you.
That's a good point.
So your bank robbery example is a good example, right?
Yeah.
It obviously doesn't. It's not as complex as the institution of slavery and colonization. Sure. But here goes the thing, right? America, or the United States of America, was a newly minted government. It is you can argue and say that the newly minted government was heavily dependent on what was grandfathered in the slave institution, and immediately eliminating slavery would have caused a catastrophic economic collapse in this country. Supply chains would have been crushed. It is plausible to assume that this was probably discussed at high levels in the Continental Congress and in the early stages of America.
Gotcha.
Slavery is wrong morally. To me, it's wrong morally. The idea of
all right. So CT. So I see what you're saying.
Okay.
But think about the picture that you just painted. So it's morally wrong, but it's beneficial. However, it's off the backs of people that aren't benefiting. Right? Think about that though. Right? So you're saying they could not end it because it would have been catastrophic, right, for the country. So you needed it, but then you also said it's morally wrong. And so the people that are being enslaved aren't necessarily benefiting, but they're doing the work. Right? So if you consider all of that, right? And now also one question, is nepotism real to you?
Of course.
So think about that then, right? People benefit, right, from family, from people before them, right? So now if these people did this work without just compensation, what do you say now?
So you're saying if people do the work without just compensation, what am I saying? It's wrong regardless.
But CT, just you said it's morally wrong. We agree there. And then you're saying they couldn't end it because of how beneficial it was, right? And I'm not saying it's directly like nepotism, but you see the conclusion. I'm just kind of drawing like people who did the work didn't get compensated, so now we here for all intents and purposes.
Right.
What you think?
I listen. I'm not gonna lie to you. You and Linwood are offering great arguments, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. However, I believe that it's easy to blame the United States, and to me that's my problem. Here goes the United States, and I said it about 50 times already. The United States, an act of Congress passed in 1800 made it illegal for Americans to engage in the slave trade between nations and gave U.S. authorities the right to seize slave ships which were caught transporting slaves and confiscate their cargo. Then the act of prohibiting the importation of slaves took effect. I was wrong. It was 1808, not 1809. So here goes a country that is complex, right? But here goes a country that literally is new. Major debt to other countries, a country that literally did not have a let's be honest, a strong army. It wasn't the America that we know of today, right? We can argue that, right? Slavery was a major part of the economy.
Yeah,
man, you gotta admit the little things like abolishing the importation of slavery, just 20 years after ratification of the Constitution, just little things like that. It allows me to believe that there was some really good people back then, because they knew that, hey, look, if we immediately end this, everything collapses. You can argue this, and I could be wrong, but how bad was slavery in terms of, as an institution, we have heard that people bought themselves out of slavery. So I can logically assume that some people probably were getting paid, but obviously not a lot, right? You can argue this, and I'm not trying to be funny.
Okay.
And I think I can't remember who brought this up the other day on the show, but they were living better than most people on the planet at the time. I mean, let's use African people. You talk about mud huts versus, a shack. I know it sounds really weird, but to a degree, that's the living condition was a little bit better. The accommodation. Now, in terms of the institution was horrible. Yeah, I can, it's slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here goes a country that literally 11 years after the ratification of the Constitution passed all types of laws ending the transportation of slavery or the
import.
Importing it in 1808. It's just that you couldn't do any more business, I guess, in 1800, right? Then the importation in 1808. Do you give the United States government some credit there? Because they were doing something that most nation states had not done. And they have been in existence for hundreds, if not 1,000 years. But I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
So let me ask you, right? Us two grown men talking. Would you rather you heard of Nathan Hale?
Yeah, actually, they've named schools after him. Yeah,
right. When his famous quote is, "I regret that I only have like one life to live for my country."
Okay, I'm not familiar with those quotes, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's like just a big quote. But what I'm painting, and that was probably a poor example. But would you rather live great as a slave or live a little bit less, like live more poorly as a free man? Like, would you rather be in a mud hut or you wouldn't mind being a slave?
I would choose freedom every day.
So even if it was better, right? You probably prefer, I'll live in a mud hut as opposed to be under your will. And then I know this is morally wrong. So I understand what you're saying. But if us two men are saying we wouldn't deal with that, then is it a good argument per se?
Yeah, that's an excellent argument. It's an excellent argument. I mean, most men would choose freedom. Now,
give me liberty again. Who said that?
Give me liberty to give me death. I can't remember.
But you know it, right? And then New Hampshire, their license plate: live free or die. Yeah. So I mean, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying that though.
Okay, so do you hold France accountable for slavery?
I think
most of America was. I mean, the French came over here.
Was putting that pain in.
They had colonies here.
So yes.
Do you hold the Spanish accountable for slavery? Okay.
Yes.
So my argument is, and it still stands, why not go after the people who first brought it over here?
Okay, let me ask you this. You're a businessman. When you acquire a business, what do you have to weigh?
So there's a cost benefit analysis, right?
Profit and loss.
Yep. Debt. Yep. So
right.
So everything is inherited. Yeah.
Right.
Lien,
So now, and I'm just saying, just walk with me, right? So
no, I'm following you.
Yeah. So you got the so-called commanders, right, or Redskins, right, whatever the name is. Nobody's going to get Rob Schneider for those injuries, right? So when you get injured to a certain degree in the NFL, you get life pensions, you get life medical, right? The lawsuits come. All of that is Magic Johnson's now. I know it's a pool of people, but all of that is his now. They're not saying, "Hey, Dan Schneider, you left these debts and these liens."
Yeah.
Right. So again, I'm just using these logic because this is a business, right? We're talking about the U.S. government.
Yeah.
So all of that is yours now.
Yeah.
So you take the good and the bad. We can't just say we only want the good.
Yeah, I agree. I listen, you guys, normally I think Linwood is a crackpot, but he's making sense, and you're definitely making sense with your analogies and questions. What's going on, Wale, man? What say you, sir? Who's responsible for paying our reparations? Is New York's governor, New York's governor Hochul, is she out of line, or is there reason to believe that the U.S. government owes you Black American slavery. I mean reparations. Keep it real. Sir, with the $5 super chat, what happened here in America was far beyond
I
chattel
don't want to
slavery. It
confuse
was
you
damn
too
near
much,
genocide.
but
Feeding
I
babies
never
to alligators
consider
and making
myself a
fur.
Black American.
You got a lag or delay. Sir, I don't know whether that's true or not. I don't know if that was at a large scale, but please call in. Let's talk about it, man. Wale, what's up, man?
While they're having some issues, I think.
Yeah, Wale having some. You got to come back, Wale. V-Dub Boogie, man, what's going on?
What's good, my dear brothers? Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yep, the 13 original colonies were under British rule. Most southern states were either Spanish or under Spanish rule or French rule, but somehow the United States government owes reparations to Black Americans. How is that possible when most of those states or most of those governments clearly had slavery longer under their reigns in this new frontier? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let me say it like this. You ever buy a used car?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. And say that car had tickets, tolls, or whatever on it. You have to pay that before you can even register that car. You basically assume the responsibility of said car, right?
If a car had tickets on it, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So in New York City, if you buy a building, say you purchase property.
I'm gonna take your word. I'm gonna take your word for it.
If it has permits or violations on it, you have to clear those violations up before you can really start, using the building for business. You have to repair whatever, right? America took on that responsibility. Once they declared themselves independent but maintained the slavery, they decided to take on that bill. Now, are they fully responsible? No. But when they took on that bill, they became responsible because now they're taking in the taxes from the banks. They're taking it in from the slave owners. They're taking the taxes from the profits that are being made to help make this country as great as it was. So, yeah, they slightly owe. Now, if the federal government does feel a kind of way about paying, maybe they should petition England, France, and Spain to help them compensate the money that they owe. Don't you think that would be a reasonable?
Listen, you guys, I'll admit, man, when it comes to the reparations topic, Black people turn into Einstein. I really believe it's because, you Negroes want that Skrilla, and I ain't gonna lie to you, but because you guys are making good arguments, man. Normally, I would try my best to, counter an argument. I agree with you to a degree. The profits made from slavery, the whole supply chain did benefit America for at least 80 or 90 years when, while it was a newborn nation state. You're right. Taxes from the slaves, from slave labor. Yeah, you're right. Ignorant TV with the $2 super chat. I know you love Hampy, but do your job and read the suit. But yeah, you're right. So yeah, and I agree with you. Maybe the United States government should request that France, Spain, and what's the other?
England.
England help with this tab. Now we know Spain is one of the poorest European countries now. I don't know if they could foot the bill, but we know England can. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Another thing, when the Europeans started coming over here and going to Ellis Island, didn't America grant them land and start helping them?
I'm agreeing with the. Okay, I'll be back.
But listen, you stupid. Gave you 5 minutes. That's crazy. But when the immigrants came over, didn't they, give them land grants and other items to help form the Midwest and give them property all over while you still had an indigenous population, because that's what I'm going to call the African Americans who were here, because unlike other slavery areas, we were actually bred in here. There's buck breaking and the bed bucks and things like that. We were actually a bred people in this country. When these migrants came over from Europe, they were given whiteness and then given land and then given prosperity, given loans, given things that the natives, African-American natives who were born here, weren't allowed to receive. We had Jim Crow, redlining, convict leasing, things of that nature that still kept us down and underneath a migrant population. So even with that, there's a debt owed.
Wale, are you back now? Can you hear us okay? I think he's still having issues. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me? That's the thing.
I can hear you. It was probably a 7-second delay between you talking and I on my question. Yeah. Tom Likens with the $10 says, my granddaddy was in the Klan and his granddaddy was in a Confederate soldier who owned over 47 slaves in South Carolina. Y'all ain't getting a cent out of me. Good God Almighty.
But you'll gladly give Israel, Ukraine, and Indians money from your tax dollars. That's
Particle, like how's it going? Oh shit. Particle was popping. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. What do you want to comment on? Have you been listening to the conversation? CT will be back in like 4 minutes.
I just joined. I just hopped on.
You just joined?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so CT
but we
was
were talking about the black history. So,
well, what he was talking about was reparations. Should the U.S. be specifically responsible for paying reparations, or should France and Spain, who started or who own some of the territories here on the U.S. ground, be also implicated in paying reparations?
They're not waging a war right now, so I think we should be grateful for that. And reparations can be decided by you guys. I don't have many comments on that.
So what did you join to say?
Oh, I thought CT would be on.
What did you want to ask him? Or is it about the topic, or you just want to ask some random shit?
No, I can leave. It's fine. Maybe I can come back later.
Yeah, you got to know what the fuck we talking about. You just join just to join? You're just wasting time. He says, "Where's the Turk?" Portia, chill out, Portia.
But see, that's the thing. CT doesn't make us feel like that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying so there's a topic at hand that we're having a discussion about. For you to just join for the sake of joining doesn't add to the topic. You see what I'm saying?
Did that say white people deserve reparations for dealing with black shenanigans?
Yeah.
Y'all burn churches and crosses. You killed 4 little girls in the South. You hung thousands of people. You hung soldiers who defended themselves. Our shenanigans, or is it taught behavior?
Now, V-Dub, did you hear when CT said, should we give the U.S. some credit for ending the importation of slavery in 1808 before other countries?
No, we should not. They mainly did it out of fear of rebellion because of what happened in Haiti and started to happen in other places, including here. So they didn't need to import any more slaves because they were creating them through their little bed bucking process. So it was no need for them to import slaves anymore while they were breeding and creating them.
All right, let's talk real quick. Let's talk. In 43 AD, the Roman Emperor Claudius, I'm pretty sure we've heard this name before in school history class, he launched an invasion of Britain. And over the next 45 years, the Roman army gradually extended its control over much of present-day England and Wales and ventured into territory now referred to as Scotland. Should the Italians have to pay the British?
I don't give a fuck. CT.
Oh, we gotta watch it. I don't want to curse today.
We can't curse today.
You don't give an F today.
No. I'm just saying I don't care. I mean, and also we didn't learn that from school. We learned that from Spartacus.
I'm just asking as trying to parallel, like because the Romans went through all out the Mediterranean to the point where they even got up into Britain, etc. They did some damage. Should Italians, should Al Pacino be liable for what his ancestors did?
CT, the reason why I said I don't give it, and I'm not trying to dismiss the question, but we are talking about nuances about the U.S. and who should pay what, right? So you have to really dig in and dive in it, like you've been on this topic, right?
Okay.
And so, and also, we do a better job when you talk about black people. We talk about black people, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then when we get on white people, nobody joins, right? And then people start deflecting, right? So now, if we talking about the U.S., let's talk about the U.S. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, sounds good. Tom Likens with the $5 super chat. Africans and the people who own slave ships should pay reparations. Tom, V-Dub, what do you think about this one?
That's a white supremacist deflection because we know who own the slave ships, and you guys are still paying them to destroy Palestinians right now. So, no, America owes. We pay our tax dollars. We paid them to Japan, paid them to Ukraine. We paid them to the Germans who were afflicted and gave them a country. So no, you pay the dollars to where it's owed.
Okay, so let's say reparations are approved in the state of New York. Obviously, I'm pretty sure there would be some sort of, you had to have been a resident here. I'm pretty sure they'd make something. You can't, you just can't move there. And oh man, you got to give me. I'm pretty sure you have to have been a resident there. How much money should you? VW, you're from New York, correct?
Yeah.
How much money should you get, sir?
I'm not sure about the compensation value of it right now, but what I'm saying is Governor Hochul is doing this, and with the knowledge of that most of Black Americans have started to migrate out of New York City, and it's genuinely filled with nothing but immigrants. So she's not paying out anything.
Dolomite with the $5 super chat. I'm pretty sure reparations will come with strings attached. If an offer of $5 million to leave the U.S., would you take it? Would you guys take it? Would you take $5 million to leave the States?
And go where?
Anywhere. Singapore, Japan.
That makes absolutely no sense. That is the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life. Why would we leave a country we're calling for reparations for because we helped build the country? Why would we then leave it? See, they're forgetting the fact that if we did get reparations, the money is going to stay in America. All it's going to do is boost the economy.
Male Monkey with the $5 super chat says, were Africans free in Africa or were they ruled by tribal kings? Guys.
They were colonized by Europe. For a great amount of time.
And I guess my question is he's asking this to then further what point? So he's saying
just wants the Negro to leave.
What is he saying is for what reason though, CT? Is this aligned with the topic? If it is, then we can try to answer.
Well, I mean, if somebody's paying, obviously, if somebody pays $50 to talk about dinosaurs, hell, shoot, let's talk about dinosaurs. But let me see. Bale says, West Africans free in Africa, or were they ruled by tribal kings? There's large numbers of evidence, historical accounts of tribal groups such as the Dahomey, who were insanely vicious slavers. So. I tend to believe that a lot of Africans also lived in very remote villages too. So I don't think that there were any nation states, etc. But what I'm saying is a nation of laws and rules, courts. Yeah. Who's responsible? And that's what I'm saying, Male Monkey. Some village, some remote village in Africa. Hell, if they had slaves, or that's at a small scale. Go ahead, guys. Oh, wait a minute, I got another super chat. Give me a second. Particle with the 899 something. What is this particle? Particle, what currency is this?
Rupees.
Rupee? Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, man.
It's like $12.
Oh, about $12. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, though. Anyway, man. Well, not anyway, but thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I hope this might be risky. Doesn't have a problem with me being on now.
He doesn't have a problem with you being on, man.
Yeah, he was trying to dominate me when you were not there, so I just kind of made it fair.
Well, pause. One, I did dominate you. Pause. But the reason why I did that is because you didn't have anything to add to the conversation. So I want to make sure I keep everything copacetic until CT gets back. You see what I'm saying?
Thank you so much. Gary with the 5 Canadian. In the history of men, there has never been reparations to anyone that has been enslaved. It is time for Black people to give up on that stupid thought of getting money. Oh, Gary brings up a good point here. But Gary, if somebody's gonna give you some money, man, Gary, let me ask you this, Gary, and you can call in, Gary. But let's be honest: if the king told all Jamaicans, "Hey, we're gonna give you Jamaicans, $100,000," would you have that same statement though, Gary? Call in. Would you think Gary would turn down money from the king?
No.
The saxophone with the $5 super chat. I want fried chicken and white women for my reparation. Jesus Christ. Vita, what's up, man? Hey, I gotta admit, man, you guys are giving some good arguments here, man. I don't even know what to say. I kind of want to troll and just
Can I respond to Gary real quick though? I want to respond to Gary's little comment. How come the Jamaicans in England are requesting reparations, or the Africans in Ghana and other countries are requesting reparations? You telling me those people ain't gonna take that check?
That's what CP just said.
Blue Jay, what say you? Are you for Governor Hochul's reparations commission that will probably lead to New York or blacks in New York getting reparations?
Yeah, I mean, if it's owed to like people that suffered, I feel. I don't know if you guys saw my chat. Like a couple days ago, I found out my family party that my family on my mom's side was like slave owners, and they had like over 100 slaves, and it's like been like really messing with me because I didn't know that, and like I don't know really how.
No, Blue Jay.
I'm being dead
Hang on,
serious.
Blue
I'm
Jay.
being
Wait
dead
a minute
serious.
now.
I feel weird. Like I
Blue
don't know
Jay.
if you hate me now, but
Blue
like,
Jay. Blue Jay, you there?
can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You got to be very careful now.
Well, I didn't have
Conversation
any.
of reparations and you admitting that your family had over 100
Well,
slaves.
here's
Hey,
why.
Negroes might
Here's
be.
why I'm saying this, because I can't be fake, and I've always been like, hardly anybody that's white has any
Garnish.
ties to it, and like I'm just not going to be fake about it. Like what I found out, it doesn't change like who I am or how I feel about it.
Well,
But
Blue Jay,
I only had
question.
one survivor that came to Utah, and that was like a 2-year-old great grandma.
So Blue Jay, would you be open to a garnishment of some sort?
I mean, I don't. Yeah, if I had like money from that, I think I could find out who they are. Maybe you guys could like get money from them. But so they came as the Mormons, and like my great grandma was the only survivor, and so like my family, as like as it's progressed to where I'm at now, didn't have any like benefit. But I'm sure those people that are still there probably have benefit. I don't know, honestly. I just found out it was 2 days ago because the Mormons, like my sister married a guy that's like his family's like really Mormon. They're really into genealogy, so she did all my sister's genealogy when they got married. So I had
J-Hub with the $5 super chat. See this? I knew this would happen, Blue Jay.
I just had to be honest. I'm just not. I'm not gonna come up here and be nervous face and be like, oh yeah, because I have told the story about my family coming here in the Mormons and like getting killed by the Utes Indians, and all that is true. But like I didn't know before that, and so anyway, I just don't want to be fake, and like if that means people don't like me because of where I came from and stuff, like.
J-Hub with the $5 super chat. Blue Jay, what's your real name? I need to send you a bill. Oh yeah. 100 slaves.
To be honest, my mom said like we don't have any like money from that, but not saying that it's not deserved though. Like I said, I'm sure I still have ancestors back there that do. I mean, but anyway, the point is that my sister said there's like this book that she has that's like real thick, and it's got all kinds of like details of history. So I'm just saying like maybe if there's any way like I get a copy of that and could help anyway. Like maybe I could. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I think people should get what they're deserved, So
Risky. I don't know. I don't know if she answered your question, but would you be willing to have your wages garnished to?
Oh,
like, for example,
I mean, you could try. I mean, I don't have that much money, but I'm self-employed, so it's not that
that was a legitimate question.
Like, I'm single. I mean, I don't have that much money.
So Blue Jay, question: would you be open to have your wages garnished to some percentage?
Well, I mean, yeah, depending on what I'm self-employed, like, so I don't know. I wouldn't.
So what it would be is at the end of the year, they would take. What would it be? They would take 10% of your wages. At the end of the year.
10%.
To be honest, no, because I don't have any like. I didn't benefit from the like financially from those people.
Well, it was 100 of them though.
Right. I know. That's why I feel so guilty. I feel horrible about it. My sister's like, she told me because she's like, wait, it got brought up. She's like, it's funny how Dad's family was like so poor from Ireland. They were like bartenders. And
well, okay. What if we said, can you cash app V-Doug Boogie $10 a month?
I think I can handle $10 a month.
Would you do that?
I don't agree with nothing like that, right?
I know.
Hold on.
To say, like,
there's a reason I say that, Blue Jay. I'm not gonna hold you responsible for something that your family did. I'm gonna hold the American government responsible for acquiring the taxes from the profits that your family made. Hence why I keep saying, or I keep issuing, the feds need to pay, because your family paid the federal government, which helped build and establish this country to make it as great as it is today from slavery. Should I hold you responsible? I doubt it. You're not balling out of control. Elon Musk ain't even from America, but he lives here. He benefits from being white. His taxes are paid. So guess what? You gotta You gotta
Yeah,
break
as a
them
whole,
taxes
I
off.
understand what you're saying as a whole. Sure, like I said, I mean, I had one surviving family member. It was like she was 2 years old. The rest got killed by the Native Americans in Utah. So like she was adopted. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying like that family that's still maybe in the South because my family migrated west, but like, or she, her family did. But like, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't see
Blue
why not.
Jay,
I don't know much about it, but she said there's a lot of
Let me read
information.
the
My
super
sister
chat.
was like, well, back then everybody like had slaves, and I was like, no,
Blue
they
Jay, give me a second. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much for coming up on the panel too. Tom Likers with the $5 super chat. My family owned several slaves in 1850 South Carolina, and I'm not apologizing to no one. Woo! That's what starts racist. Sir says 100 slaves and y'all broke now. Where's the M's, Jay?
I'm not saying they're broke.
Something ain't
They
right.
might still have a lot of money. I don't know who they are. I found this out 2 days ago because my great grandmother, who was still alive when I was born, by that
Blue
time
Jay,
they were killed they went west and they were all killed by the Native Americans.
Blue Jay, question. When you found that out, and I'm being serious now. Not the other shit. I was just joking. Do you feel a sense of like guilt? Like, do you feel?
Really sad. Like, I don't want to cry, but like it's weird, Like, and I don't want to be a hypocrite because I'm always out there saying, like, oh well, not most white people didn't benefit. Like we weren't even like part of that, and then I find out like in a way like I was, and it just makes me feel like it's heavy.
Before Gary gets in on the conversation, because I know V-Dub and I know you want to address Gary in the super chat he sent over. I have another question, and this is something that I disagree with Linwood. Linwood believes that all whites are accountable. I don't agree with that, right? The majority of whites that are in New York right now are descendants of people who came after slavery and way after slavery. And truth be told, New York wasn't even a slave state on the level of the South, right?
Right.
Should somebody who's Italian, Hungarian, Greek, Bosnian, should they have to be taxed under the that's the question I have for this possible reparations bill that may come after this commission. Should they be responsible? Hamp, should they be responsible?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a clarifying question, if you don't mind.
Wow.
Do you think at some point in time there was a benefit to being white in this country?
Oh, there's a benefit now to being white in this country. There's a benefit of course. Of course.
So I don't need. I mean, you can nuance it to death, right? But I seen Gangs in New York. Did you?
I watched a little bit of it. I thought it was I gotta watch the whole thing, but yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, one thing we do well at in your channel is using movies because art imitates life, right? And I remember in the movie, the black guy who was with Leonardo DiCaprio, they niggered him to death and made sure to delete him, right? And hung him and everything else, right? So that was up there based on the movie. So I would say yes. Everybody pay a little bit.
Wow. What about you, V-Dub? Would you walk up to Danny DeVito, whose grandparents came in 1930 to Ellis Island? Would you walk up to Danny DeVito Joe Pesci, not Danny DeVito, Joe Pesci, and say, "Hey, look, man, you little Italian, you gotta pay up to Skrilla"?
Yeah, I would.
Wow. He cut you out.
He came over. Initially, you were not considered white whatsoever, but eventually you were considered white, and you benefited off of that clear whiteness.
Really?
Usually people will tell you, "Hey, I'm Italian," but they're registered on the census as white.
Yeah, that's white. Yeah.
And CT. Oh, my bad, Vito.
But what about Vito? Oh, let me read the super chat real quick because I think this is an interesting conversation, right? Flex with the $10 super chat. If American taxpayers could fund Israeli wars or Israel wars, Ukraine wars, also distribute funds to assist illegals, then surely those taxes can be used to help American descendants of slavery. Man, this is a good conversation. Thank you so much. Juan with the $2 super chat says, "Hell no, don't let white guilt you." Okay, so wait a minute, I think it's another super chat.
I don't know, and I don't know anything about like
If slavery was legal again, I would definitely own King Shinar and Linwood, even the Italian WAP 777. Okay, V-Dub.
Without papers. Wow.
So Eastern Europeans, right, who are even looked down upon by Western Europeans, let's be honest, a Bosnian. Are you telling me a man who lives in New York, he's Bosnian, his family, should they be taxed too?
Bosnians actually should want to help contribute to the slavery because I know it was black soldiers that helped bring them over to this country. I know a few Bosnians. They were refugees to this nation. They all live up in Connecticut and other places in the Northeast, and they benefit now that they're here off of whiteness. So yeah, I'm sorry. If you're gonna come here and benefit off of being white, then you should contribute to the benefits that you receive for coming to a nation that was solely built off the backs of slaves.
Simple.
Okay. Gary, you had an interesting, and salute to you, Gary. You had an interesting super chat. Let me go back to it real quick. You say, in the history of men, there has never been reparations to anyone that has been enslaved. It is time for black people to give up on the stupid thought of getting money. Now, Gary, I do have to ask you, sir, if the King of England were to give a $100,000 to every Jamaican, because you guys are still under the crown, technically, would you accept it, or would you say, no, I don't need your money?
I'd say, no, I don't need your money because I'm smart enough to know that you get nothing for nothing. So if all these people are looking for reparations and get something, remember, they give you a little bit, and guess what they do after? They take a lot. So all these modern day people who are talking about reparations, to me, is ridiculous. None of you in your life, not even your grandparents, experienced slavery. Slavery back in the day was a part of life. I don't know how people want to revisionary thinking of, oh, they brought us here to do that. Most slaves, like, I don't know if people knew about the slaves in the Middle East. Do you know what happened to the slaves there?
I do not.
There's no more.
You mean the eunuchs? They cut off the
That's right. They called all of the men so they could not reproduce. Understand? The chattel slavery was probably the best slavery in the history of men because it ended.
Hey, but slavery. Gary,
let me finish, please. Let me finish. Try to listen. Try to listen. Don't get triggered, my little brother. First of all the Africans that were brought from Africa to America are in a better position than 99% of Africans that were left there. I don't want people to think that they went and got free people and brought them to America. Let us do real history. 98% of the people that came from Africa were already enslaved. That was a part of living. White people, as you guys call them now, because back in my day, everybody was a nationalist. There was no white people. Because Italian would never call himself white, neither would a Polak or a Russian. But us, being a little bit undereducated, we put them all in a group. In America right now, you have more white people in poverty than black people. What should they get?
Nothing.
They also, their people also built America. So should they get something that you guys are getting? First of all, no. None of us. You think of all the benefits. The poorest street person in America is still better off than middle class in most third world countries. So people living in America looking for a handout, I don't understand it all, because the biggest handout you have here in America is called opportunity, which 90% of the world doesn't. Come to me, Risky.
Before
your face.
The saxophone says, why are they going after Italian and Irish up north? They should be going after the rich families in the South for reparations. And Jay Rillo with the $5 super chat. So people who came from an Eastern European hellscape have no historical ties to American slavery should pay a debt because of their skin. Hypocrisy. I agree with you, Jay Rillo, on that one as well. That's why I say specifically nation states like French or the Spanish or the United Kingdom should pay. That's what I stay 10 toes strong on that one. Go ahead, Rich. I'm sorry, Blue Jay, you about to say something?
Yeah, I just have one question. So I was kind of doing stuff while you were talking about like the Dutch in New York, but my family that was I say in the South, they were Dutch, from the Netherlands. So I don't think you can really categorize per nationality because people can be there can be people on different levels in.
Tell them, Blue Jay. Tell them, bring it out, Blue Jay.
There can be Italian. From whiteness. That'll kill our country is to do it by like where it should be more tied directly, right? Like for instance, if we find out like obviously, and now I can probably find out who those people are. Not that I'm going to go track and knock on their door, but like say for instance, you figure out who still has their money. Most of the plantations did go bankrupt, which is why they fought so hard for slavery because they knew that was going to happen. They were only functioning on free labor. If they had to pay, they knew it wasn't sustainable. But also, so those people might not have money anymore. But even so, if they do or they have to pay, should you also have to figure out whose ancestors were from slavery? Because a lot of Black people were not, or does it just go across the board? Because if you go across the board for all African Americans, then you have to go across the board for everybody else, or what? That's
Let me end your little argument. Hold on there, Blue Jay. Let me end your argument. Your grandfather's a murderer. Are you responsible?
No.
That's not that's a tear. No.
Okay, so why would? So let me finish.
No. That was disingenuous to answer that question. Let's ask her a better question. Blue Jay, if your grandfather goes into someone's house, murders everybody in there, and then moves you in there, are you responsible?
No. I mean, I probably need to get the house back.
That's a good question.
So are you responsible then? If you feel the need to get the house back, do you feel some sense of responsibility?
I guess there's a difference. You're responsible for the crime of doing the act at first.
I'm just. Do you feel responsible? I'm just asking. There you go.
Then I would benefit. Yeah,
that's the difference, Mr. Grant. See, you said a murder. No, if he kills everybody, moves them out, moves you in, and then you benefit. That's a totally different ball game. That's a better analogy to what we discussed. Sorry.
So I'm responsible because my grandfather killed people, and then my parents were born, and then I'm born, and because I lived in that house, I'm responsible for that. Is that what you're telling me?
See,
if I may, with your brother.
Go ahead.
It's more like it's not your house rather than you're responsible for doing something wrong, right? Because you didn't technically.
Exactly. Let her talk. Exactly. She understands what it is that what we drawing. Because and Mr. Grant, the only reason I use that is because you used one that was definitely unfair. That's why.
No, but I'm just using one that is like talking about your guy. Because if my great grandfather owned slaves, what does that got to do with me? It's got nothing to do with me.
5 generations removed from slavery.
Okay,
Literally
and then we're 10 generations removed from Africa. We were slaves there. If you're not going to the source, if you're not going to the source, you can't go to the next person.
Let me read the super chat real quick. Ryan with the $5 super chat. Would the Black third largest slaveholder in South Carolina, William Ellison's descendants, get reparations too? Interesting question. I don't know. That's a good question. Go ahead, guys.
Well, why I find it ridiculous that people are asking for reparations because only 5% of white people own slaves. Most of those 5% of people right now, they're all bankrupt. They got nothing. So you're looking for the government.
Thank you, Thrifty. No, go ahead, Gary.
What working people put their money in to give you money? I work. You work. You pay. We all pay taxes.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
From what?
Well, isn't there a stat?
Taxes.
Particle, give me 1 second. Okay. So Risky, you and V-Dub have presented, I would even say, sound arguments.
Sure.
But going by your logic, aren't you culpable for the genocide of the Native American then? Because you're on their land then. Your home is on their land. Your $1 million home you're in right now. Let's be honest.
And that's another thing I don't like when they talk about Native Americans, about how you stole their land. People.
Well, that same line of my family were killed when they traveled west. They were scalped and they cut the dad's head off and put it at the Mormon village and everything. I mean,
I know we're in
things are so complicated.
I know we're in modern day society today, and we can think of things a little different. I don't know who's got the background sound, but understand what times were back in the 1600s and the 1700s. It was kill or be killed, people. Understand? Those people that came here, and thank God they came here, and that we can live like how we're living today. Do you know the Indian Wars killed 100 times more people than the white man? Mm-hmm. Do you know how many Indian tribes that the white man saved? Like people are going on like the white man is the worst thing in the world.
Mr. Grant, you filibuster,
can I say one thing?
Improper information. Hell fucking. Oh, sorry, CT. Yeah. Hell no. I can't agree with you there. If you look at the main tribes who were decimated and killed off, the Trail of Tears and things of that nature, don't say that shit.
Well,
come on.
I have I'm a little older than you. I have 2 Indian friends. One guy met his grandfather. He was Iraqian. He was an Iraqi.
Yeah.
He says when the Indian Wars were going on, it's not even close to when the white man came here. Understand? There was thousands of tribes. Do you know how many of those tribes went extinct because of the Indian?
Yeah, but Mr. Grant, see, now don't use your 2 Indian friends on me. I DJ'd a party on a reservation and went to all of the festivities, et cetera. So if we use that argument, they told me the opposite. So now what? It was 4 Indians as opposed to your 2. So do I win?
Okay. How old were they?
Old and young. There was an old ass lady. There was an old man. He was the chief. And then there was a couple young people about my age.
Okay. What tribe were they from?
The hell is that tribe called? It's in Idaho. I gotta look it up. It's in Idaho.
All right.
It's like Blackfoot in Idaho. And there's
no. It wasn't one of the popular ones.
No.
Okay.
There's so many. To Mr. Grant's point.
There were so many tribes.
Anecdotal, Mr. Grant, is my point. It's anecdotal conversation.
What I'm trying to say there, Risky, is we're trying to make modern times like ancient times. 300 years ago, do you think life was like how we're looking at it today?
No.
All right. So we can't expect today to take care of what happened 300 years ago because it already happened. We can't have this revision history. Okay? Who ended slavery? Most people don't even know.
What do you mean? You saying like
the English people ended slavery, who were patrolling and fighting to stop slavery. But we say now they owe us reparations, and if it wasn't for them, slavery would still be going on today.
Juan says, let me get an acre back, CT. Oh.
That was a good question, though, CT. So technically, I would be culpable, right?
Yeah, going by the very same logic you just gave, Blue Jay. Tom Likas with the $5 super chat. The Native American Indian were just as bad as also they were just as bad. They also own African slaves.
That's a fact.
Yeah, no.
And you know another fact that they don't put out? When slavery ended in America back in 1865, the Indians were still allowed to own slaves.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Japrice? Particle, go ahead, sir. I'm gonna let Calvin up in a minute. Go ahead, Particle.
I had 2 points.
Go ahead.
The first one was, I think there is a study that says 60% of the slaves went back to their slave masters after they were made free.
Yeah, I mean it's logical, and they were so heavily dependent on the system that, I mean, hey, look, room and board, food, land. I can understand the slaves going back. That makes sense to me. But Risky, it does make sense, right? Let's say I don't know if you're shaking your head, but you've grown up on this plantation. You're 34 years old, 1865, hey, you blacks are free to go now. And then it's like, yeah, where are we gonna go?
Yeah.
And then the master says, okay, I'll lease out the land to you, room and board. I don't know. Yeah, but Particle, what's your second point? You're right, Particle. Go ahead.
And the second point was to Gary. He's forgetting the scale part of it. He's claiming that there were lots of tribes, but the scale of the landmass was so huge and the tribes were so small that their impact was very localized. So yeah, you're forgetting that scale part. So it makes sense to have too many tribes.
Hold on there. Let me answer you, young fella. Oh, go ahead. Read your super chat, brother.
Ron with the $20 super chat must be the money. Yeah. Ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed the dotted line, it was strange. Most things changed for the better and the worse. So I called my mom and she said, must be the money. Juan with the $20 super chat. And Juan, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm a Tepahan. Is it Tepahan? Okay, Tepahan. Juan, I'm not trying to be funny. Juan. I'm actually trying to be. I think this is a good show. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. A Tepahan descendant of Aztecs, an African from dad's side, and Comanche from my mom's side. We enslaved our own as well, but the way we were taught to view life now is that our pain doesn't outweigh numbers. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, and thank you so much. That was insightful. Juan said, "Go ahead." Yep, I tried to. Hopefully, I got it right. Particle, stand it back for me, okay? Particle, just stand it back for me, real quick, okay? Go ahead, guys.
Okay, I'll pick up the ball. Today's society, brothers, I don't know, I just think that only lazy people want other people's money in today's society. Risky. I see my brother worked hard and achieved what he achieved. Chaotic. Another little brother that worked hard and achieved what he achieved. What makes you better than all the rest of the people that didn't work hard and achieve what you guys achieved?
Nothing.
You're wrong. You know what makes you better? You decided to work hard and achieve what you achieved.
Oh, I see.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
In first world countries, all you have to do is put in the effort and you achieve. I don't understand why people of today, with all the advantages we have, you're looking for money from something that the ancestors that you want reparations for, you know nothing about. To me, that is crazy.
I got a super chat real quick. Let me read it. Francisco, thank you so much for always supporting. Thank you guys so much once again for all the super chats and cash apps and support. Francisco with the $5 super chat says, today, 1 in 150 people are in a form of slavery or indentured servitude. Slavery today is stronger than ever. And I talked about that earlier in my monologue as well, that slavery still is taking place in many parts of the planet right now. Calvin, before you broach the current discussion, the original question was, is the United States government, should the United States government pay reparations to African Americans?
Yes, 100%.
And the second question to you is, even though the United States government was founded and formed in 1776, Constitution ratified in 1789, the United States government was instrumental in ending the importation of Africans in 1808, then abolishing slavery in 1865. Is it plausible to assume that reparations should be also paid to Black Americans from the British, the French, and the Spanish who occupied and ruled over territory in America?
That I wouldn't necessarily agree with. The way I look at this issue was a promise made to from America towards the descendants of slaves. So they were the one that put themselves on the hook, not France, not anyone else. We're talking about America in terms of their relationship to descendants of slaves. That's them putting themselves on the hook for the debt. As far as I see, there's no legal thing that absolves them of that debt. Now that they put that on us, we should not look to Indian Americans, France, or whomever that possibly contribute to the slave, it was America that put themselves on the hook for that, and they should be, I guess, responsible for paying that back. And to the young ladies, to Miss Blue, I don't see it as an individual thing. It's the government that is supposed to pay reparation, not per se her, because it's the government that put themselves on the hook for paying, acknowledging a wrong and payment. And to Mr. I don't know his name, but I guess I disagree with the assertion that that we're looking for a handout or whatever. I think it's just about receiving what we were owed and never paid for, and looking at how America is able to fund or pay for other things, yet they can't pay for this one thing that's been on the tab. So I haven't heard a legal argument that absolved the United States from paying reparation as of now. Yes, it would be something ultimately that we as Black people would pay back because we pay taxes, but that's just how it goes or whatever. It's a national debt.
Mr. Grant. Oh, well, he was Mr. Grant. Did you hear him?
I heard him very well.
Okay.
Can you show me anywhere in the United States Constitution that it's written that they're going to give you 40 acres and a mule?
I don't think, was it in the Constitution?
No, it wasn't in the Constitution. It was declared by one of the generals who we helped win the Civil War, and it was reneged by the government. So that's where the 40 acres and the mule idea comes from.
I know where it comes from, but I'm saying, was it ever a government? Hold on, you're missing my question.
No. In the 1960s,
go ahead, brother. Sorry, my bad.
In the 1960s, Black Americans stood and fought for immigration from not only Caribbean but African nations. So I keep
hearing this argument that Black people fought for immigration.
Whoa! Let me finish. Let me land my plane. In the 1960s, you actually benefited from what we did. You guys came over here, hands
Can
out.
I ask you a question there, V-Dub? Don't go into a long story. What did you all do?
What do we do?
That's a good question.
I keep hearing this. Understand?
Are you saying we contributed?
Calvin, let me interject.
Okay.
Calvin, Gary is not being facetious. He's legitimately asking a question. As a Jamaican American, I live in Canada. What did you do? What are the facts? He's not being facetious. Trust me. I've known Gary for a long time now. Go ahead.
Wasn't we enslaved, free labor?
No, slavery was a law back in the day, not free labor.
Irregardless.
No. That you can't go irregardless. The law of the land is the law of the land.
Any answer?
You still can't answer me what you all did.
To be clear, right? To be clear, I guess Calvin and V-Dub, he's asking what policies, what institutions, what did I guess Gary is asking. I don't want to speak for Gary, but I guess he's asking what institutions were created for immigrants to come over here that were created by Black Americans of slave descent. That's a good question.
Go ahead. Hold on, Calvin. Hold on. CT, can you answer that? When we were having our first back and forth, you answered that question when you said the reason why they couldn't just dissolve slavery as soon as they acquired those territories. So can you answer? Because maybe Mr. Grant wasn't here. Because Mr. Grant is a man full of integrity. However, he has the answer to his own question. So Calvin answering it means nothing to Mr. Grant. So
no. Don't say that, Risky. It means something to me because I'm coming to a big point here. That's why I want to hear from your guys' answer.
Hold on, Mr. Grant. Did you hear what you just said, though? You're coming to a point. So you're asking him a question so he can answer incorrectly based on what you think, and then you're gonna go on to make your point. So I'm saying what CT and I were talking about, well, is probably a very concise point, what I'm saying.
Okay, give me your guys' point then.
Okay. This has been a great conversation. For the age, I'll admit that all day.
Mr. Grant, yeah.
And I'll admit something too. As much as I would like to counteract Linwood and Risky, I really can't. You guys brought up some good points. But Gary, he is asking a great question, right? And I have to side with Gary to a degree on this one. The institutions in America that were created under like Black institutions, the Divine Nine, HBCUs, we can even say the Nation of Islam, they really have benefited mainly the Black Americans. So I guess Gary is asking, what when foreign Blacks come over here, can they go to the Black community and get jobs? Get, you know, Black Americans have, Calvin, you're smart. You're smarter than me. Black Americans created banks. They created all types of stuff in this country. And when the foreign African comes over, or the foreign island Black, who do they really go to? Can they come to you for something versus going to the traditional dominant society? Gary, hopefully that's what you're asking. I'm hoping that's I'm in the ballpark.
You're caught on.
Okay, so
you're caught on. No, I'm going to tell you why I made this point. I'm tired of hearing Black Americans say, "Without us, you wouldn't be here." First of all, I'm Jamaican. We fought for our freedom. Unlike you guys are given an amendment to give you your freedom. We had to fight blood, sweat, and tears and get a treaty for our freedom. You guys say, we did this for you all so you guys can come here. Black Americans has done nothing for Africans or islanders to come to America. Because before we can come to these countries, we have to prove that we can come here and make it on our own.
Let me read these super chats. Breezy with the $5 super chat. Reparations, keep dreaming, Blacks. Come on. Let me see. American Millennial with the $5 super chat. So if we resolve the trauma with money, can the citizenry demand that the slavery white supremacy topic be put to rest? That's a good question. Juan with the $10 super chat. There is a huge amount of Southern Black Americans that own or are tied to huge amounts of wealth because of slave owners sexing up that chocolate, but taken away legally. One of them is my doctor. Okay, this might be risky. Says keep grinding, CT. Good silent salute. Excuse me, CT. Please say the point you made about not being able to dissolve slavery upon acquiring new territories. Yes, I'll go back to that. You couldn't just dissolve slavery. Yep, thanks so much. You couldn't just dissolve slavery because it was a major part of the economy.
Most of what you just heard is really white supremacist talking points from people. They really don't care about the history. I think they really enjoy the fact that Black people were brutalized.
Hold on for a second, Linwood. Breezy with the $5 super chat says, to the beautiful white angel on the panel. Okay, Blue Jay. Go ahead, Linwood.
Wow.
Let's go back to Gary, right? In his question, what did the Black American do for the foreign Black, right? And I brought up institutions, etc. Like who?
I mean, well, hell, Oprah Winfrey put a school in South Africa. But
how does that question?
But wait a minute.
That's a good point. But in America, though,
well, she ain't put no school in Southside Chicago, but she put one over there. So
yeah, where they rape little girls.
You see what's going on. You see what's going on. You see what's going on. So here's what I'm gonna say right here.
Linwood, before you go into your long soliloquy, hold on. Answer my questions. What did Black Americans do for immigrating Blacks from around the world in America? What did they ever do for them?
Black Caucus right was that for hate to get in here because Black Africans were being denied access to this country even to this very day. The Congressional Black Caucus has been fighting against that for I don't know how long.
What's the law? Where's the law that the Congressional Black Caucus? I love how you guys talk about these institutional things. What have they ever done for Black people, even Black Americans, except for get rich?
I mean, I can sit here all day long and get in the mud with you about that part. I mean,
no, don't get in the mud. Just answer the question, man.
But here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say they've done right now just lip service. It's lip service.
So they've done nothing. So back to my original questions. What has American Blacks ever done in immigration to help Blacks from around the world come to America?
So that question right there is, I don't see how that relates to reparation. That sounds like a personal beef that you have with.
I don't have any beef with anybody, brother.
I mean,
I'm just asking a question.
I say, if you're a citizen of this country, who's your representative?
Me.
I have to, man, damn. I'm trying to be as neutral as possible, but I have to side with Gary because I think this is a good question. When just give me a second. When island blacks, when Africans come over to this country, are there nonprofits that are created by Black Americans that assist them in the immigration process?
No.
Are there? Okay, so that's what I think. That's what Gary is mainly asking. Like, because to me, I think that's a great question. To be honest with you.
But does that relate to reparation? How does that relate to reparation?
But Gary's a paying customer, so if he wants to ask about how tall is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'm gonna talk about it. Gary's a good one.
All money don't make sense. Some dollars don't.
That's how you know he ain't got no money.
All money don't make sense.
The only people that says these things is people without money.
If I'm gonna come up here and pay to talk about something, I'm going to pay to talk about the subject matter at hand, not to get a personal gripe out about what have they done for Black people globally to come to the United States.
Well, Linwood,
it's about reparations.
Linwood, but you got to realize this too. Technically, you're still banned. The only reason why you're back is because of a grace period with me, because I like your talking points. I like the fact that you are totally in opposition of me, but again, we're not going to do this again. Gary is a paying customer. Gary is a day one, and if he wants to talk about the Australopithecus, he could talk about it right now. I'm sorry, yeah. So I gotta, yeah. Come on, man. What is that? Okay, you show the book. What does this book have to do? Linwood, can we just ask?
This is about Carol. This is about Carol Anderson. If you want to understand the reason why we're having the reparations conversation, read this book by Carol Anderson called White Rage.
You need
the unspoken truth of racial divide.
You need to get out more and actually hang with people. Don't sit in your room and keep reading books, young fella. It's not a good thing. You got to socialize, and socializing is not the internet. Okay. I'm telling you, this white rage thing. Stop listening to a crazy woman writing books. Understand? Any book that a woman writes, don't read it.
Wait a minute, hold on. The only reason why we are having these conversations about reparations is because of this right here.
I know, because white people get dumb people like you all up in the arms talking about something that you have no clue of what happened. Just stories that they told you. Most slavery stories, you know where they know it from? White people telling them.
These ain't stories, sir. These are actual court cases. These are actual government policies. These are.
I have one question.
That were put on
hold on for a second. Okay. Let's get back to the main topic. This is getting out of hand here. King Shanard, I see you in the back.
While we're talking about reparations.
Okay, let's get back to the whole reparations.
I got one question.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, bro? How y'all doing?
Big respect.
You guys mentioned just now about blacks didn't help, and my people come from the Bahamas.
Hold on for a second. 651. Hold on for a second. Okay, hurry up and say what you're gonna say real quick, and let's get back to the topic. Go
this is related to the topic. Yeah. Okay. So basically, you guys were just talking about that Black Americans didn't help, Africans or Caribbean people when they come over here.
Generally at a large scale, no.
Yeah. But is it the Black American responsibility? No. And like somebody said, what does this have to do with restoration to the African American?
Okay, I can answer that.
Yeah, okay, I'm listening.
The reason why I brought that up is I said Black Americans are always talking about how they help other Black people. Because without them, there'd be no immigration coming to America. And I'm trying to correct that and say Black Americans had nothing to do with blacks from the islands or the continent coming to America. They have no organizations, no money they put into anything for when you came here that they would help you.
Hold on, okay, I got another question. Oh, go ahead.
I got a bit of a situation here. Hold on for a second.
Where do you think the money came from?
Hold on a
second. I got a big Cash App from, I'm not going to say the person's name, but now I'm not going to say your name, but you're requesting a refund. I don't know if this is by accident or not, but I can. I mean, if you write something in the chat to confirm that you
just
want
send the money back.
Quiet, man. Just let me know, because I don't know if I don't know if that's an accident or not, but just put something in the chat or email me at chaotictruthpodcast@gmail.com, because you have a message with the original Cash App, but now it's saying that you requested a refund. So I don't know. So just email me real quick. I don't mind. I mean, obviously, I don't mind sending it back to you. Okay. Tom Likas with the $5 super chat. Linwood needs a snow bunny in his life. His stress levels will go down. Yeah, I can agree with that. I dated white girls back in the day. It was pretty peaceful. Okay, guys, go ahead.
And I can argue. Hold on, King Shinar. I can argue, Gary. Me being raised in South Florida, I can promise you that when the Caribbean people come over here, the first neighborhood they go to where they can be accepted is typically the African American neighborhood.
Really?
And
Yeah.
when they
the city.
Hold on. I got family in Florida, and you know what they faced when they went to these black neighborhoods? Go back to where you come from. What are you doing here?
Yeah, and that's anecdotal.
That is what they. No, I'm talking about.
That's not the
life
majority.
Experience. No.
But
I'm
Gary,
talking. Remember,
Gary, that's not
I immigrated probably before most of you guys were born. I come to
go ahead.
in the 70s. Were you born in the 70s, my young brother?
No, Gary, but
okay,
listen,
that's when I came to the country.
Yes, my neighbor, my neighbor who I grew up with, his family was the first Jamaican family that came in my neighborhood that I grew up in, and you can ask him. He didn't experience that. Yeah, he had some people calling him names. I went to elementary school with this guy named Amania. He's from Nigeria. Yeah, we grew up together. We called him an African booty scratch and stuff like that. But for the most part, we accepted him. And to this day, we cool. It wasn't no violent beef. It was
I'm not talking about violence, brother.
Okay, I know, but you're making it.
No, I'm not making. I'm
Gary,
I'm talking about lived experience.
Hold on, Gary. You're making it seem like the black and look, my people came from the Bahamas. I'm fourth generation. You're making it seem like the Black Americans did not accept none of the Caribbean people. That's a lie.
No. Now you're getting extreme. I'm talking the majority. I will never say
not the majority, though.
Brother, okay. I'm telling you, I immigrated here in the 70s. A lot of blacks from the islands, very few
you're not
from Africa.
From this country, man. You're from Canada. This ain't got nothing to do with
Shut up, goofy.
Yo, Chaotic, I ban my account from the chat and ban it.
All right. First of all, I'm trying to tell you, back in the 70s when a lot of blacks came here, the most abrasion they got was from not whites, not Indians. It was from blacks. The first time I was ever called, I didn't even know what nigger was when I came here. It was a black man called me a nigger. I didn't know what it was.
In Canada or in America?
In Canada.
All right, so stick to Canada.
Okay, my cousins that came to New York, the two boys, every week they had to fight some black guy. Because there was some Jamaican this.
Excuse me for 1 second, Gary. Must be the money. Hold on for a second. Thank you so much. I just got the thank you so much, Lisa. I got the Cash App. It says Merry Christmas to you. Hold on for a second, Lisa.
It is tap dancing.
Turned pro in 1989 when I signed that dotted line. It was strange.
Yo, why don't you send that money back?
So I called my mama and she said, "Baby, must be the money." Yeah. Thank you so much, Lisa. I got the Cash App. Also to SQ, I sent the refund back to you. And trust me, a friend of mine many years ago. Shut up! A friend of mine many years ago, shout out to Jabari, sent me $500 one day on accident. This nigga was calling me. I mean, I didn't even, listen, he was calling me, man. He was texting me. He said, "My God, that was an accident." I sent it back, of course. But yeah, things like that do happen. But you got your money back. What do you want, King Shinar? Why do you keep cutting me off, man?
I wanted to broach the topic.
But Gary was talking.
Gary is not.
Let Gary finish
Gary
what he
was
said.
talking about how his Jamaican cousins were getting bullied by Black American savages.
No, I have family all over America, and I'm trying to tell you that whites were more welcoming to them than blacks were.
It depends who you ask, Gary.
Sure, they were.
No, I'm
Gary. I promise you, it depends who you ask. It depends who you ask. That's anecdotal. You basing on your experience. I grew up in South Florida. This is a melting pot full of Caribbean and South and Central America. This is the melting pot of the Caribbean. This is where all the Caribbean people come. This is the gateway. So I know from my experience, Black Americans and Caribbean, they beef a little bit, but when it come down to it, they link, they cool. We're gonna tell jokes, we're gonna talk about each other and stuff like that. But Black Americans in South Florida always accepted the Caribbean people. For the most part.
I got a cash up. SG, excuse me, says Ayana P. Ayana P is who is Ayana P? She is the 651. Who's Ayana P?
I don't know Ayana P.
Ayana P. Oh, Ayanna Presley. Jesus Christ! Just passed a bill for the Haitians. Okay. Male Monkey says, "Can you have the members of the panel change the battery in their smoke alarm, please?" That's King Shenard.
That is not me. I know everything speaks on a woman.
Yeah, I don't know why people are so upset. It happened like a couple of days ago. I gotta go.
Be a man. Get on a chair because you're short and just change the battery, man.
I can't stand that.
Short? You're the one that's short. What are you talking about?
I never said I was tall, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, who's NIP?
Oh, I was just gonna say I can go down so more people can come up. I just really appreciate you guys letting me come up and just kind of just be real about stuff because it's so different than what I thought or said before, and I didn't want to keep, I can't be fake like that. I'm not gonna do that. So, but I'll go down, and then maybe if something else comes up that if anybody, if I.
No, you're good. You're good. Nobody's in the back. Okay,
it's a great topic though, CT.
It really is.
I can say if you want, but otherwise I can go down.
Thank you so much, Blue Jay. So 651. Should the United States government, in his ghetto point of view, should the United States government pay taxes to Black Americans of slave descent?
I wouldn't get it, but they are, always told. I was always told that they were supposed to get it. They said they was gonna get it. They're supposed to get it. I mean, I'm not gonna go deep into it, but if the government said, "Hey, we're gonna give you 40 acres and a mule," and they didn't get it, it could have actually set families up for generation to generation till now they won't be struggling. So because they didn't get the 40 acres and mules, a lot of that took 10, 15, 30, 40 years trying to catch up. Can you imagine owning land and not paying mortgage for 30 years? Think about that. Or rent? Think about that.
But
if I didn't pay, if I don't pay mortgage,
something, brother, because
hold on.
A lot of Americans don't even know. The government never gave no 40 acres and a mule. General Sherman said that. He wasn't the president. He couldn't make law.
Even if he wasn't the president, Gary,
so
even if he wasn't the president. Hold on.
That's what I mean,
don't you think, even though I know you mentioned that slavery was that's just a way of life, but wrong is wrong, right or wrong. Is slavery wrong or right?
No, slavery was business. There's no wrong or right in business.
I get that, but not all business is good. Hold on, Gary.
I'm tired of these long discussions.
Not all business is good business. Do you agree?
Of course, we agree.
Okay.
But hold on.
Okay,
let me stop you right there. Hold on. Let me just ask a question.
Gary, hold on. If I kidnap 13-year-old girls and put them in sex trafficking, I can say that's business. But does it make it right, Gary?
You're breaking the law.
Bro, you're not going to get to
You're breaking the law. How can it be business? Slavery was not against the law. Why are you trying to rewrite history? The law of the land was the law of the land. It's sorry, go ahead.
Give me a second real quick. It's a lot of super chats coming through. It's a lot of cash apps I got to read. Okay, no, wait a minute. I'm sorry. SQ or I'm sorry, I keep saying SQ. SG has sent over another Cash App. SG says thousands of Haitians can work in the USA because of the bill from Ayanna Presley. And Savage is Savage sent over a Cash App. He wants me to read a text that he sent. He says, "Tell them we should give everything in the country to blacks and Africans, and whites should sell themselves." I'm not saying this, guys. This is from Savage. "Into sex slavery, and everyone should kiss their feet and suck their dick." I bet this is what Savage wants me to write. This isn't me. I bet they would still saying that they are oppressed because our slavery was better than the slavery they got. He also says my book will be finished next year called "Begging Blacks Tell Linwood He Can Buy in All Normal Markets." Okay, Savage, please. It's a little bit inappropriate.
I don't know what that means.
Not all money is good money.
What did he say?
Exactly.
651. Okay, 651. His good point of view. I don't know if you're here for the earlier monologue, but America was a newly minted country, and they did work. The country did the work of the Lord by abolishing the importation of Africans in 1808, only 20 years after the ratification of the Constitution. Think about that for a minute, right? It's a new government that's heavily reliant on the institution of slavery, and these good white folks said, "Man, it is really immoral. We got to stop the importation. We got to admit that." All right. Then in 1865, the total abolishment. Now, most states gained statehood post-slavery. So, for example, Texas didn't become a state until 1845. Many of these land areas were under French rule, British rule, and Spanish rule. Would we lay claim that those governments are actually responsible to pay reparations instead of the United States government?
I have always said that England should be paying the Caribbeans. England should be paying, the French should be paying. I always said that.
But remember, the 13 original colonies were under English rule. So even in America. So let me read this super chat real quick.
Go ahead.
I got a super chat coming in. I want to give a big shout out to Up with BM says blacks had more back then than today, but their descendants sold their property when they died because they wanted the money instead of the land.
Let's talk. Let's have a real conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like none of y'all are just
hold on. He's got a point of view in 651. You guys agree with that? So is it plausible that
that's crazy?
The United States government is less culpable? Listen, I drove Risky to the bank, but he went up in there and did all that stuff. I was just a getaway driver.
Yo, let me
get chaotic.
So is it
the thing is chaotic? They knew it was immoral, right? When they took over the economy, they knew it was immoral. The issue is they continue it, and they continue making money. You know what I'm saying? They knew it was immoral, but greed got into it, and they continue getting paid. This is my thing. If they knew it was wrong, why they continue doing it?
Because let's be honest, had they immediately eliminated slavery, could you imagine the ramifications on the economy?
They did it in 1865. They did it in 1865. They did it in 1865.
651. What did you say, buddy?
They did it in 1865. They just cut it. Once the South lost the war.
Remember the advent of technology. What was it? The cotton gin, etc. They were scaling. You could argue that for since the inception of slavery till the abolishment. I'm sorry, the formation of the United States government up until the abolishment of it, they were scaling back anyway. So that
it was.
Period, you had a. Go ahead.
It was. But eventually, so if it wasn't no Civil War, when do you think slavery would actually end it? If it wasn't when do you think the South would eventually get rid of the slavery? I would say it would be like 1900.
Hold on, give me a second. Francisco with the $5 super chat. Imagine ignoring what is happening. Hey, Arthur, I saw you in the back, man. Come back, man. I just want to get more people in the back there on camera. Francisco with the $5 super chat. Imagine ignoring what is happening in America today. Looking to the past while the great replacement is happening right before everyone's eyes. Good point. And Blue Jay with the super chat. Hold on for a second, guys. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line, it was strange. Most things changed for the better and the worse. So I called my mama and she said, baby, must be the money. Yeah. Must be the money. Thank you so much. Blue Jay says, this is a raw but necessary discussion, and I'm grateful for UCT and Risky, even though Hamp made me ugly cry on a live, laugh out loud. Okay, there we go. Guys, go ahead.
All right, so let me just get the mic real quick.
Go ahead.
You guys will talk. I agree. Black Americans should receive reparations, but y'all are not talking about the reparations that were paid to former slave owners in America. The British paid them. So let's talk about that. I think I heard Gary say something about someone named Sherman introduced the 40 acres and a mule, but why did Lincoln, who was the president at the time, created a bill to pay former slave owners $3,000?
King Shenard. America was a land grab. The French, the Spanish, the British, they reigned over territory here. The 13 original colonies were under the British for hundreds of years. If there's going to be reparations paid out, is it plausible to believe that the reparations should be paid out from the English or from the French?
I'm saying yes, the American government paid reparations to former slave owners after 1865.
Hey man, you know what? You're just stupid for this.
Some people got paid.
I mean, come on. Am I speaking another language with this dude? Am I speaking another language with you?
That's like paying a thief.
Am I speaking another language? Okay, hold on for a second. Let me get this straight, man. Am I speaking another language? Am I speaking some Martian language?
Yeah.
Sir, the French occupied territory here.
Well, what does this have to do with reparations? What does that have to do? Like, you're speaking another language. Sir, you're not speaking to the top.
The United States government Shenard, was founded in 1776. The Constitution was ratified in 1789. 20 years after the ratification of the Constitution, for the billionth goddamn time, I've said it on this channel, the United States government ended the importation of Africans. But prior to the founding,
they had their own internal
they
had like breeding factories
prior to the founding of America. The British colonies were under British rule, sir. So isn't it plausible to assume that the Black Americans should be asking the British or the French for reparations instead of the United States government?
No.
Okay. Now we're talking.
There were slave owners in America that were British that did receive reparations from the British after they abolished their slave trade. And that was only after the Haitian Revolution. But at the same time, they absorbed into the whole white identity. But like I said, yeah, and the American government paid reparations to former slave owners. The British did the same thing. The French also did the same thing to Haiti through a mulatto president.
Let's get you up out of here. What's up, Jerice?
Yeah, this guy's an idiot, man.
Let's get him up out of here. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. Go ahead, Jerice. Are you there? Are you there, Jerice?
Yeah, man. What's going on?
What's going on? Are you of slave descent, or are you what are you, sir? Respectfully.
I would imagine, since I'm black, I guess you could classify me as ADOS or FBA or whatever these kids call themselves nowadays. I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah. Should the United States government pay reparations, or should the French, the British, and the Spanish pay reparations? Because they were the longest slave holders in what is now known as North America, or United States of America, at least.
I'm on the group of these niggas need to go back to Africa and get reparations from over there, from their forebears who sold them over to quote unquote white people. Because that's really all it is, CT. It's just a bunch of lazy blacks.
Let me ask you a question. So when you comment in the chat saying the things you're saying now, are you talking about us on the panel that are having a conversation based on the topic? When you talking that shit in the chat, or who are you talking to?
Risky, I'm talking about in general.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to curse. My bad.
No, you good. It's just don't take it personal, Risky. Jesus.
No. I'm just being direct. You know what I'm saying? Because I see people in the chat like, why are they talking about X, Y, and Z? Because that's the topic. So, Dries, I just want to make sure you talking to us and we making logical. We having a logical conversation, or you just talking about black people in general?
I'm just talking about in general what this whole conversation is stemming from, how it came from the New York
tap dance. You're tap dancing. That's what you're doing.
I guess so. I guess I got on my tap dancing shoes.
Hey, don't get it twisted. You know, everybody on this panel, probably all the black people on the panel, probably doing damn good in life. Yeah. We're just saying that, you know, looking at CT, looking at might be risky. I don't know about King Shanard. It seemed like and Ghetto Point. It seemed like Gary. It seemed like the Negroes on this panel are doing pretty good. We're not saying we deserve it. I won't get shit. But sorry about that.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, reparations. Hey, my ancestors were slaves, man.
We were kings, man. We were kings.
Right. So I'm just saying, for the most part, I think the Negroes in America, the descendants of slavery, they, you know.
Yeah. Well, the reason I was asking those 651 to that point, because I see the comments, right, Jerry? So how many of us are doing well? Right, I seen the point you're making about STEM and things of that nature. What's percentage of us are actually in the middle class?
Percentage of black people or black men?
Do it.
If I had to put a realistic number
in major cities, DC.
Wait, guys, give me a second.
My bad.
Give me a second.
Go ahead, my bad. You know, this is a good conversation. Things getting cookies.
Is it plausible to assume that because Africa was, particularly the West Coast, never really had a formalized nation state? So, I mean, meaning like, you know, courts, jurisdiction, you know, how we at least identify a government, right?
They did, though.
Shenard, give me a second.
That's a fair argument.
Give me a second. Okay, that's fine. But give me a second. Is it plausible to assume that the tribalism that took place in West Africa was not on the same scale as a France, a actual nation state backed by an army, backed by courts, backed by policies, etc.? So to assume responsibility in the Africans, it's like assuming responsibility.
France was a monarchy. A lot of West African kingdoms were also monarchies. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Did they have courts? Did they have systems of policy?
Yes.
I don't think they had that, but I did think they had that.
And when you say dumb shit like, they lived in mud huts,
Shenard, I don't mind you being up here, Shenard, and I don't mind the discourse, but stop cutting me off, man. Please stop.
CT, I got jumped over.
That's cool. You said what? Get a point of view?
I had got jumped over. I was supposed to go. Like, can I?
Oh yeah, he was.
Hey, Shenard, it is my belief, in my opinion, that broken tribal groups are not a nation state. I believe that. I don't believe. Did they have? Did these ancient supposed empires have courts? Did they have systems of jurisprudence? Did they have? I mean, I look at a government. A government is backed by a military.
France before the French Revolution, did they have courts?
And why is this dude talking over me? A government is backed by banks. A government is backed by universities. A government is backed by the people. So what I'm saying is that do we consider these tribal groups a nation state? That's all I'm asking. Yes or no, King Shanard?
No, I don't even think, go ahead and run your mouth. Go ahead.
Were they a nation state? Yes or no?
Go ahead and run your mouth. What is a nation state?
I mean, chaotic. To be fair, we can say that
democracy, or is it?
Hold on, King. Hold on.
Is it a republic? What is a nation state?
We can look at a country right now that's Afghanistan. They were trying to make it a nation, but it's so many tribes in that country that they couldn't all come together. They kept fighting. Some countries.
Let's answer.
Okay. Bro, this is a low-level discussion.
King Shanard. Okay. How about this, King Shanard? Let's do this. I'll see you in the back, Jihad. Let's do this real quick. In my opinion, a nation state is a state that is backed by the people, right? So that means that this village right here,
democracy.
Okay. This village right here,
or republic.
This village right here operates under the same laws and beliefs as this village, right? Did West Africa have that? So if there was a law, 50 different villages followed these same laws and tenets and ideas. Was West Africa like that? Parts of West Africa. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, there were plenty of different kingdoms in West Africa that operated in that fashion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. So you're saying that it was a nation state. So since you're saying that it was a nation state, that means that whatever nation sold those Africans into slavery are culpable, correct? Yes.
That yeah, they had a hand in it.
Thank you.
Okay. So what's your point?
But could it be fair that could it be a fair statement? Y'all say that blame the Africans for selling in slavery. Could it be that they were bullied in selling them, trying to protect their tribe? Hold on, trying to protect their tribe, or you just think they just blankly just volunteered and sold their people off?
Well, when you say their people,
like their tribe.
They
sold.
Give me a second. It must be the money.
I'm tired of this tap dance. Why you keep cutting people off?
You're tired? Whoa. Wait a minute. So let me get this straight. Hold on. Let me get this straight real quick.
You should wait for a second.
Let me get this straight. So a person wearing a triple fat goose coat with holes in his gloves, charging his phone at the library, waiting for his bus to come. A little weasel like you want me to wait because paying customers are paying, sir. That's what you're asking me, sir? Okay. A little weasel, little scumbag like you? I'm not doing it, sir. If somebody sends over super chats, I'm going to read the super chats, you little bastard. Bob with the $20 super chat. $20 kept King Shadar protection. Sir with the $20 says another dub for Shadar and CT. I got you in my crosshairs. And Bob says CT is doing neurosurgery, and King Shadar is a telemarketer who keeps calling CT's phone that he can't turn off. Go ahead, King Shadar, man. Let's go. Let's talk, man. Go ahead.
No, Ghetto had something to say. He was supposed to say something. The guy with the hat.
Yeah, let Ghetto speak. I forgot my point anyway. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, peace. First of all, peace to the chat. What's good, CT? Hey, what's going on, everybody? You know,
give me 1 second, bro. Savage is sending over cash apps. He wants me to read this super chat.
Can I read it? Can I read it?
It's on my screen. It's a cash app. All our money needs to go to Africa for reparations for the cobalt mines for the for the slaver whites and the blacks enjoy today. Jesus Christ,
don't sit tired of that clown, man.
Don't sit tired of that clown. Go ahead, Ghetto point of view, please. Please go ahead, sir.
All right. Well, first of all, salute once again. Secondly, I always try to come with a little something for everybody to put their eyes on when they can. For those that still get into the classical thing of reading, reading is fundamental. As someone say, Carter G. Woodson's Free Negro Owners of Slaves in the United States in the 1830s. Definitely recommend that book by Carter G. Woodson. And I know we want to say, Carter G. Woodson's not a reliable source of information now. That's cool. We can play this game. It's so comical at this point how we try to play every single person that has shares my complexion, that shares CT's complexion, was a slave and has slave ancestry. So please let me stop. Y'all didn't even go to me have a turn today. That's interesting. Okay.
Bro, you an Albo, aren't you? You ain't black, right?
What are you talking about?
Didn't you say you was an Albo?
King Shanard, how you doing today, sir?
His Ghetto point.
Doing well, and I hope your family's good.
His Ghetto point of view, no offense, but just get to the point though. No offense. I mean, come on.
Yeah, so you skip over me, CT. Now you rushing me?
I'm just saying. Come on. Like,
okay. Listen, man. My point is very clear. Y'all know what my point is. Just read Carter G. Woodson's book, and we can keep going with the lies. I guess y'all not tired of lying to the kids. I guess that's what it is. I mean, I know CT gets paid to lie to the kids, but I'm not sure what the rest of y'all excuse is.
Jesus, go ahead.
What's the lie? His Ghetto
that's a what? Yeah, I want to hear.
Telling me so. Carter G. Woodson is inaccurate in his tracking of people that share my reflection being slave owners in the 1800s?
Who said he was inaccurate?
No, I'm asking.
No.
Because if everybody has Negro slave ancestry, then this can't exist. It can't be both.
What was the percentage of black slave owners on what was the percentage? Because I hear that a lot.
Hold on for a second.
Black people.
What are you trying to say here?
Yeah, I'm confused.
100% of us do not have slave ancestry. That's not.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
And I said that in my earlier.
100% of us get reparations.
What percentage?
No.
Sorry. What percentage does not? You said.
What percentage? I didn't put a percentage on it. Y'all the ones that keep saying 100% of us have a slave ancestry.
No, I never said. That's how we got everybody. Yeah. No,
it's us, Jihad. So you saying you know more than Carter G. Woodson, brother? Please just tell me yes or no. Carter G. Woodson, yes or no? Let's just start there. Let's just baseline. Do you know more than Carter G. Woodson? Yes or no? You were there and you chronicled what these slave owners were doing in the 1800s. Yes.
Ghetto intellect is a Native American.
Oh, come on, let's stop. Let's just have a civilized conversation. You were there chronicling in the 1800s, yes? See, they want to play games.
I'm gonna say, his ghetto point of view. No offense, you know I rock with you.
I know.
What are you talking about? What are you trying to get at here?
100% of us are not owed reparation. That's not possible.
Okay.
So for 100% of us to go around arguing that we deserve this money, it just doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Most of us have ancestry that is far more complex than we want to deal with.
Yes.
Many of us have slave owners in our ancestry, and we don't want to deal with that because we like to play victim.
Okay.
And the victim narrative. I'm sorry, guys.
No. Somebody almost cut you off. Keep talking, sir. Go ahead.
The victim narrative is causing us too many problems in our community at this point.
Okay.
Between the kids going crazy, between these Dr. Umars and these pastors of these churches constantly crying victims. We got to stop, and we got to start teaching the truth at this point.
Now get off. Let me ask you a question, sir.
Super Boule, put your cape on.
I'm gonna drop everybody.
Throw your horns up. I got
Hold on, drop everybody real quick. I gotta ask you a question real quick. Give me a second, guys.
Yes, sir.
Now you said that the majority of people ain't from slave descent. I agree with that. And you consider yourself an American Indian, right?
It's not a consider, sir. I know my genealogy.
Okay. You get a knock on your door. We're giving out reparations, and your census. You claim you're black, right?
No, I don't claim I'm black on the census. I put Native American, sir, because that's what my genealogy is.
So now let's assume, you're in New York or any other state that passes a reparations bill. They want to give you $100,000. You gonna talk about that Native American shit? Then keep it real.
The Native Americans are gonna get more than $100,000.
No, I'm talking about black people. I'm talking about Negro.
I don't know what a black person is. A black person will never get any money in this country. Black people are not legally entitled to anything under any law statute. So when would that come?
For a second, guys, if you're wondering why I have this big knot on my forehead, I hit my head earlier today. So if I happen to pass out, please call the police. Or call brother. Okay, so what I'm saying is, sir, is that assuming that people assume that you're black, are you going to take that $100,000?
I mean, I would say this like Chief Warhol, shout to her, has said this. If the American government is stupid enough to play like we're black and give us checks twice, I'm not going to say, no, don't give money out.
Okay, I was just making sure, man. Let me read the super chat real quick. I was about to because I'll swear up and down.
We all saw the post. Biden is now asking on government paperwork, do you actually have slave ancestry? So as that continues to fester out to more school paperwork, more job paperwork, and less people actually qualify, there's going to be more and more people with their feelings hurt in this country. But it'll be okay.
Did you get Native American reparations?
TV with the $5 super chat. Queen Shannara, stop crying.
Did you get all that? Free land?
Hold on.
Because you're Native American, right? Didn't you get reparations?
Did I get Native?
You get a check.
Yeah, you got an ID card.
You've been on this show before.
Free calls tuition.
You want me to answer the question?
Go ahead, bro.
Anybody who's been on the show before has heard the story of how I attained the information about my genealogy. Like it was a lot of amazing stuff passed to me, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh, hold on. Get a point of view question, my brother. God damn, bro. So you saying they come knock on your door, you taking that check? Yes.
If they stupid enough to say we black, why should I stop them?
So I'm asking you a question. If they come knocking you on the door with a $100,000 check, you taking it?
If they're silly enough to say, "Hey, black man, here you go," what am I going to say?
No, you gotta say
$100,000.
You have to say you're black in order to get the check. Are you taking it?
I don't say, but then I wouldn't qualify because I already am classified as a Native American, so then they wouldn't come to my door.
Okay.
They come into your door. How you a Native American with a star on, sir? How you not Native American? You got a star on, sir?
What are you talking about?
What you mean? The Hebrews, sir, are the Native Americans. How you got a star on, but you African?
There's a set of Native Americans.
You talk about the Igbo? You talk about the Igbo?
There are a set of Native Americans that are Hebrews, but they
All
don't.
of the
Native Americans don't encompass all the Hebrews. You know that, right?
Have you read James Adair's work, sir?
Wait. So are you saying that?
Have you read James Adair's work?
No.
Okay, you should read James Adair's work. He was an attorney. Let me hold on, brother.
Let me ask you, did you read the Bible front to back and memorize it?
Did I read the Bible front to back? Do you know Native Americans in this country?
No. See, here's the problem. You asked me a question, I answered it directly. Your issue is you don't answer directly, and then you go on these monologues / diatribes.
You didn't answer my question directly.
So I said no, I didn't read it. Did you read the Bible front to back and memorize it?
Which version? There's thousands.
The King James. Make it easy.
Which one?
Any version.
Whole book. The whole book.
Any version.
He said the whole book.
James, the old King James.
Any version.
No, the whole book. He said the whole book of the Bible. King James version.
I asked him which version, sir. Like you got to be specific.
Any version to make it easy.
With
for
the
you.
Apocrypha, without the Apocrypha, which one? Which one?
With the Apocrypha.
I'm very versed in the one with the Apocrypha. If you want to go back and forth, I'd love to.
Okay, so here's the key, right? I don't need whoever you reference, right? Because I use those 80 books to understand who's what, right? So you can't paint me in the corner talking about the Native Americans.
I'm trying to paint you in the corner, brother.
And then here's the issue about what you said about Hebrew, right? Because the Hebrews come from Abraham, right? So it's not just Native Americans or blacks or whomever. The Arabs, right, are Hebrew too. So you use that word.
How the Arabs Hebrew?
Because Abraham's a Hebrew, right?
Stop it.
So if you have Ishmael, right, then who comes from Ishmael? All right. So you use the word Hebrew. Maybe that's not what you meant. Maybe you meant to say Israelites when you were talking about the star.
No, I meant those that actually descend from.
I don't think you know who you talking to. Maybe that's what just happened.
I don't
think you know who you talking to. I think that's what just
happened. I'm talking to somebody who wears the fringes and stuff, but plays games about Africa, Schmafrica.
Let the man read his super chat. Easy.
Has idolatry, but swears he don't practice idolatry.
Hold on for a second, guys.
I know who I'm talking to very well.
Juan with the $2 super chat. Humans are a fucking complicated species, though. That's out the mouth of Juan. Also with the super chat, Tom Likas with the only 3% of slave owners in the United States were black. Jihad, what say you, sir? Should the United States government pay reparations, or is the onus, I believe the word is onus, is the onus on the French, the British, and the Spanish because they were slaveholders?
It would be, I would have to go with the latter statement. Everybody involved. I mean, and if we're going to keep it, I guess, completely objective, it would kind of go back to Africa as well. But everybody with the involvement of human trafficking and that profited off it should
the Negro families too, Jihad?
Say
Carter G. Woodson chronicled. The Negro families that Carter G. Woodson chronicled.
Yeah, they was involved. Yeah.
Let me answer that real quick. You see a big fallacy that a lot of people talk about. Not really a fallacy, but yes, black people own slaves, but they don't realize the context behind it. They were buying their family members.
That's not true, sir. That's not true.
I got you.
Sir, there's this thing called like records. We got to stop just talking about feelings and like.
I know, that's what I'm talking about.
Hold on for a second.
Carter G. Woodson wrote. It's all records. It's not just people's family members.
Jihad has been patiently waiting. Give him a second here. Hold on, I want to hear him out. Go ahead, Jihad, please.
Yeah, and as far as reparations, I feel like the travesty what's happened is it might not ever happen because it's like been pushed along so long that it's just going to continue to conflate the whole issue. now, we're confused on who really is descendants of these people. But as far as the fundamental action of paying that back, that should have been done. And as long as America somewhat doesn't pay its responsibilities, that it's always going to have that over its head, and it's never going to be able to live down that legacy that it never really did right the people that it should have. So
let me read these super chats real quick. Let me see. Up with BM with the $5 super chat. Go to any town in America that was founded by blacks after slavery with no bombing story and see the downfall after all their descendants left a mess. Come on, man. Tom Likett says all African Americans have slave owners in their ancestry, since the average African Americans have 25% European or are a 25% admixture, which I believe is false. Jihad,
that's right. It's probably higher than 25%.
I don't believe that.
Calvin,
you want to say something?
Start doing genealogy.
Yeah, I want to say something.
Stop going about feeling and look at shit. Like, can we just get to that point in life where we grown adults actually learn our genealogy?
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, to follow up what Mr. Ghetto point of view said, I agree with some of his points, and I disagree. I disagree that it's victim mentality to demand or ask for reparation. I disagree with that. However, I do agree with him that 100% of black people or people we consider black today are not ADOS or FBA, whatever the case may be. As a result, I think reparations should not be in a form of necessary payouts to specific individuals, but in targeted programs that address the black people as a whole, to put them in a state that they would have been if they were actually given reparation back in the day. So that means not anyone getting a direct payout because, like you said, we don't know whose genealogy is what. We have people that have 25% white in their blood or mixed blood. So from that vantage point, it should be programs that address the race as a whole and not specific individual. That's the only way I could see reparation making sense. And two, it shouldn't be an individual state thing. I don't see California and New York going in at one point at individually and not the whole United States, because it's just impacting small community and not the whole community as a whole. So that's
Ja, it just came back to my mind. Do you believe that the Africans are responsible too?
Yeah, and like the biggest fallacy about that is Africans won't sell in their own people; they were selling different tribes, competing tribes. So the whole thing is conflated, because African American, we are an amalgamation of all those dozens and different tribes, but like technically we didn't exist like in this form back then. Like, we're a combination of all that. So that's, technically in a way, they would probably be I don't know how that would work, because they're probably not even, a lot of those tribes are like not even existent / might have transformed into like a country or something completely different. But I don't know how that would work.
Oh, okay. Particle,
what's up? Ask the panel a question.
Go ahead. Yep.
Say they gave reparations, because they always say fast money comes with slow problems. And then they say, okay, you've all been given reparations. Now we want you to pay the tax for the infrastructure that we built that you can live in this country.
I say there will be no need for reparations.
Because
the
just
future,
think of it.
You guys don't know.
You got like black people just sat around and did nothing for this country. Like the way y'all sound.
Your kids are going to stand.
No.
Your kids are going to stand on the ground. That's going to be built
to the extreme.
Y'all take it to the extreme.
You can't go to the extreme that they did nothing.
I'm not taking it to the extreme. We're sitting on a singularity right now. You have no idea the future that they're going to build for your kids, and they're going to live in that. And that is the reparations, that they're living there in that dream world that were promised.
I don't know what you said, bro.
I hear what you're saying, but it's still old.
Sir, some people don't want to live in a singularity where we're
how is it old? How can somebody own something?
No, but it won't be like that. That's the point. It won't be
the
way
bro.
you think.
No. Let me ask Jihad a question here. Jihad, what do people that have suffered 300 years ago, where none of us were born, none of us knew nothing that they've been through, how can we be compensated for something that didn't actually happen to you?
I'll give you an explanation. There was a beach in California that was taken from some a black family, and like almost 50 to 100 years later, it was given back to its rightful owners. That same concept of the loss and the money owed to descendants of us, that same concept, I'm using that to apply to how that would be owed to me today.
Okay, that's first of all, which land did your foreparents own that you can lay claim to?
I'm not
it?
talking about land. I'm talking about
No, but that was the example that you gave.
Okay,
you gave the example of somebody owning land and getting back their land and their money. I'm saying, listen to me carefully. What did they do to you, your direct family, that they owe you anything that happened to somebody 200 years ago?
And this is exactly why we need to know genealogy. Because when people ask questions that's as an excellent question like Mr. Gary asked, you could then pull out the book and say, well, let me explain to you, Mr. Grant, exactly what happened to my family and trace it back from then to now. And if we can't do that, we don't deserve nothing, because we don't even care enough to know what our family actually went through. We just like to be victims.
Ghetto question. Would that even answer? Would get Mr. Grant accept that as an answer? I wonder.
Because that's
Mr. Grant personally doesn't have to accept that as an answer.
No. I can speak for myself. I accept that. Court of law. Hold on there, Ghetto. I accept that answer because what he just said. I can give you documentation. This is what happened to me. So you have to compensate me for what happened to me.
I'll answer it. Reparations is owed, but I'm not saying me personally. I'm saying it's owed in general to all the descendants of the slaves. So how about that?
Okay, and I would disagree with you 100% because there is no record. Let me finish. In the history of man, that any slaves ever got anything back from the slave owners. There's history of the slave owners losing their slaves and getting back their money because slavery was business. So you cannot take what was business back in the day and apply today's rules, because in today's rules, that
justifying reparations to slave owners, but not the people that had to spend their whole life working for somebody else and never got a cent. That's so hypocritical.
Who never, sir, brother Jihad, can I ask you a question?
They got room, board, and food.
Can I ask one question?
Well, you just justified it to the slave owners, but not to somebody who had to work their whole life.
Can I just ask one question?
Well, before you ask, I just want to clarify this real quick.
Yes, sir, Ham. Yes, sir, Ham. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify this real quick. So what Gary is saying, Jihad, does make sense. If you think about eminent domain, right? The government will take your house, but they'll pay you for it, right? Because you can't stop them from taking your house to build a road or whatever the case is, but they'll still compensate you. So think about if slaves were property, technically in business, what he's saying, them getting paid for that once it ended does make sense. Go ahead, get on my fault.
No, you're absolutely right, because the banks were creating bonds for these people. These were literally stocks. These were people's investments. And when people's investments didn't go right, some people got recompensated. A lot of people didn't get compensated. A lot of people that look like us did not get compensated for their slaves, particularly when Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation and a bunch of people lost their slaves overnight. A bunch of people did not get all their money back. But that's a whole different conversation, because we don't want to deal with the fact that a bunch of us should get money back from the slaves we lost.
Pay those slave owners reparations.
We deal with the fact that some of us is old slave money
will collapse because the banks ran the whole industry. At the end of the day, they made their money through the slave trade.
Slaves, the banks were insuring and bonding the slaves that the business people were buying.
A thief who stole something and didn't even work for it. Money.
Kitchener, can I ask you a question? You brought this up, and I'm unaware of this. What banks benefited off the slave trade?
All the major banks that you see, including the smaller banks that they own.
If I can ask you how, for people who don't know, if I can ask you, how did they benefit, and which banks? Can you just name one or two, and how did they benefit?
They provided loans. They provided, other companies provided insurance.
Can you name a bank?
If you find a poor white during those times that wanted to own slaves, he can get a loan from the bank. The bank will back the loan is backed by an actual human being. That poor white could then use that slave to make money for him. Probably pay off that loan within a year.
That's an idiot. Which poor white can afford a slave? Are you an idiot? Poor whites were slaves.
They get loans from the banks.
Okay.
And then they pay those banks back plus interest.
Okay.
And when slavery was abolished, the government had to pay reparations to those owners so that the economy wouldn't collapse.
Okay. So can you?
And those same banks also lent loans to other whites.
Hold on for a second.
They all benefited from it.
King Shanard, I'm not saying that you are wrong. Is there a link or something that you put in the chat?
I'm sharing a link in the back right now.
Okay, because I'm unaware of that, but okay, all right.
I mean, it's called the what is it?
Wait a minute. Tom Likens with the $5 super chat. By the time African Americans get their reparations, most of them will be mulattoes and octoroons in the future.
I disagree.
Hey, Ghetto, send me that book you said.
Say FBA, he's a Nasheedalite. If blacks get reparations, go Michael Jordan about to get more rich. Blacks love Jordans. Oh my God.
I disagree when Jahaz says that you cannot be able to track whose ancestry comes from this land. The census has been recorded since way back when, right? It's easy to track.
When was the census recorded?
As far as like who should be compensated, I think a majority of black people that are poor.
Okay. So Shanard, you bought
living in poverty in the South.
Shanard, you brought this up. Shanard, you brought this up about the banks, right? So Barclays, HSBC, Lloyd's Banking Group, and
those are foreign banks,
right? So they have historical links to slavery. Okay,
yeah, through other countries. But as far as like
Bank of America and Chase,
Bank of America, Wells Fargo, all including all the smaller banks that they control.
Okay, so Gary, you don't agree with that, Gary? What Shanard is saying?
He's a mental case.
Yo, Gary is just a Gary. I don't know. Gary, I've said it before. You are a Yoda level type.
I would never listen to a dude that can't put a 9-volt battery in a smoke alarm, because that means your mind is lazy. You're not even irritated by that.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's something wrong with you. I know you're not, because you're one of these mental cases. See, from 1986, when they started letting mental people have children, this is the result. Okay, first of all, reparations was never given to anybody that's been enslaved in history. What makes you think that people that are living in a first world country with more benefits than 90% of the people around the world is going to get more money? When half of these people Black Americans, what did they do?
You understand as a whole that pretty much they're fucked up as a whole. Through systemic policies. So we should pay people for self-inflicted people like even after 1865.
You shoot yourself in the foot. I should give you money.
New form of slavery was sharecropping. If you get arrested for a crime, even to this day, you're considered a slave. And how many? Like, you got to understand the history of this country. I don't believe slavery.
I probably know the history of your country better than you.
I do not.
Because unlike you, I read. I went to school and sort of learned about your history, because the difference between you people that are born in America and born here, most of us from other places, we have to learn about your history before we can even come here.
Well said, Gary.
Gary, where are you from?
I was born in Jamaica. I live in Canada.
Okay, so what does this have to do with you?
Exactly. Joe Biden $2 super chat says someone has a single mama smoke detector. King. I
can change this shit right now.
Nobody said exactly.
Cases.
Keep deflecting. I probably left it on for a reason. But keep deflecting.
Or at least mute.
Fucking clown. Worried about someone else's house. Worry about your own house, man.
My house is fine. I'm retired. I don't have any worries.
You're retired?
You don't have to worry about me.
Live off of a pension?
Oh yeah. CT, I shared a grunge article.
I live off my hard work.
The American banks.
All right. Where do you live, Gary?
None of your business.
You have any
What's
kids?
wrong with you?
You have any children?
Listen to these people. You want to know my personal life? You want to know my personal life? My personal life is I'm better off than you.
Trust me, you're not. You're not. Trust me.
Damn.
You have never been responsible your whole life. You don't have a legacy. You're almost 60 years old, sitting up here talking about American issues when you live in Canada. I don't know why you're so obsessed with
you are.
American
It's not an American issue. It's a people issue. Because only people that are lazy and don't want to work or put in any effort.
Are you working right now?
I've been retired for 17 years. I don't have to work. Unlike you, I let my money work for me.
I think you live off the government in Canada.
You can think whatever you want.
I really do
your
think
thoughts are nothing to me. Your thoughts. Do you know why your thoughts mean
nothing? Do you have a pension? Do you have a pension?
You can't change a 9-volt battery.
A lot of these tap dancers, they come up on here, and I don't want to mention names, but
you can't mention any names. You don't know anybody.
That's one name. They talk about this, that, whatever, but they're living off of the government's dime. I think Blacks is getting money from his service from the military. Chaotic doesn't have a job. I think he's been out of the workforce for almost 10 years. I think he said he's been on YouTube for like almost 10 years. That means
so YouTube is not a job.
That means he left the work.
Hold on.
By the time he was 30.
Hold on. I'm asking you a real question here. Is YouTube a job?
So now I'm gonna
No, shut up. Either answer the question or get out. Is YouTube a job?
Envious, bro.
No, hell no, YouTube is not a job. Hell no.
Okay, so now, Risky, do you believe me when I told you that they had mental people having children and they produce things like King Shenard? Because if you think that YouTube is not a job, what these guys, the effort that they got to put in. See, you wouldn't know because you never ever put any money towards these brothers that work hard.
The panels make the show, not chaotic. The panels make the show.
Hold on for a second, guys. Gary, give me a second. Give me a second, Gary. Give me a second. Give me a second. Go ahead, King Shenard. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. Go ahead. Then we gotta get back to the topic. You ready? Go ahead, sir.
So like I came up here to broach the topic. I just kind of find it like funny how y'all are not talking about the reparations that were paid to slave owners. You know, the British the British didn't even finish paying off their slave owners until 2015.
Can I ask you a question?
You know how they did that? They raised their taxes. I'm talking. You gave me 2 minutes.
It's not show. I can cut you off.
And people gave credit for me.
Sir, you said something. I would like to broach it. Do you consider Alex Jones unemployed?
Alex Jones, isn't that Bree Bart clown or something like that?
Do you consider Joe Rogan unemployed? Do you consider news reporters unemployed because they do the same thing that content creators are doing, right? Do you consider that unemployment?
Yeah. I mean, you're not making that kind of money though. At the end of the day, you're not. I mean, I think they pay taxes. I don't think you pay taxes. I mean, yeah, YouTube takes out taxes from your super chats, but I don't think you pay your share of it from the cash apps and the super chat. You know, no, they take out a percentage. YouTube, I believe, right? So, do you pay taxes?
I'm gonna get back to the panel.
You asked me a question though.
I'm gonna get back to the panel.
Why you deflecting? Why you running?
All right, I'm gonna get back to the panel because I'm not doing this today.
Not a real American.
That's fine, sir. But I'm gonna.
You're a leech.
I'm gonna get back to the panel.
You're a leech.
I gotta say this, sir. You really have to get over your jealousy. And
you pay taxes on those cash apps. Answer that. Yes or no? Because I know they send you. I don't know.
Brother. Listen to me, man.
You know you're committing a crime if you don't pay your taxes.
Brother. Listen. You could have sought whoever you want. It's your freedoms to talk, right? But bro, as a person who has worked
gaming the system right now,
as a person who has worked with the mentally ill, the mentally challenged,
blah. No one believes that bullshit.
You could whatever you want to believe, sir. But what I can tell you,
leave the workforce. When did you leave the workforce,
sir?
Answer the question. When did you leave?
My journey through the economy.
When did you leave the workforce?
Okay, King, I'm gonna mute you if you overtalk me, and I got to get back to the panel. My journey through the workforce, my economical journey, is none of your concern. The information that I divulge is my doing and my doing alone. I am participating in the economy, sir. I am a content creator. Be quiet. I'm gonna mute you. I can do whatever I want to do, sir. I am participating in this free market society. So whether I'm on YouTube talking about politics or race, or shut up, because you can do your own show on CT Reacts. But if I'm the host over here, be respectful. I am participating in this free market. So whether I'm a content creator on YouTube, or whether I'm in some corporate boardroom, or whether I'm in a warehouse, it's none of your concern.
Do you pay taxes?
Yes
or no?
Okay. I'm trying to be nice because it's the Christmas season, sir. But you're going to make me act like a Grinch and cuss you the fuck out. I am participating, sir, in the economy, the same as everybody else that calls in. I'm not going to you can do what you want to do, but a little coward, little weasel like yourself, who's never stood a post, how dare you talk about Black Suitify, who served in 3 tours? I'm not going to sit up here and continuously allow a little coward, little weasel, little punk like you to do that, sir. So how dare you talk about, he living on a pension? He has every right to live on a pension. This America, it's America. Okay, go ahead, sir. You can talk. Go ahead. I'm bringing everybody back up. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I just, I kind of find it, just weird, like just hypocritical when you call someone poor, or when you say that they're, or just try to like create an image of something.
I call people poor. Who did I call poor other than you?
Yeah, but you call me poor because I don't
That's
donate
because
to you.
You're constant trolling. So I generally don't call people poor at all because we're in America and nobody really is poor in America. But I call you that because you constantly troll me, and I do it as an insult. I don't necessarily think you're poor. I just think that really you're just a little scumbag, little weasel who trolls because you're jealous.
And no. I think the same way about you, though.
That's fine.
You're jealous of successful Black people.
I'm jealous of successful Black people.
Yes.
I talk highly about successful Black people all the time.
You hate on them all the time. You create these streams all the time.
Who do I hate on? Who do I hate on?
Who did you hate on the other day? Wasn't it who? Let me. Why you're
wine at the gym? Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta plug in my laptop.
To the librarian that is in the library with King Shenard, you have to understand that it's the holiday season. You'll get a lot of people that are houseless. Need to charge their phones, waiting for their bus. You'll get a lot of them waiting in the library. So just bear with King Shenard. Let me bring up the panel. This dude is not about to take over the goddamn show. Forget this dude.
Well, the screen is frozen for me for a second, but
come on, man. You got to hurry up, man.
It's giving me that spinning wheel.
Come on, man. Come on, dude.
No, bring them back. I can't even. It's kind of even you're frozen on my screen.
Well, the library connection is not as good, sir, because everybody's using it.
Yeah, do libraries have smoke detectors?
Yeah, they do have smoke detectors, sir. It's a fire hazard if they don't have smoke detectors.
That beep.
Yeah, you probably listen, man. Yeah, it's possible.
You're just a hater, man.
I'm hating on you.
Yes,
I'm hating on you. Who am I hating on?
You're jealous.
Freaking fire alarm.
You're a hater. You think that just because someone doesn't send you anything, I don't owe you a dime.
Used to work at the shelter for battered women and for
thank you so much, DEF,
for the 4 pounds. That's the shelter. 100%. That's the shelter. That's shelter vibes. It's very disturbing, man. Like, why are we hating on each other like this? What is wrong?
How is it hating? Like, when did men become so soft like goddamn tissue paper that you disagree with somebody you hating on them?
No, not you, Mr. Gary. I'm talking about why is he counting everybody's pockets?
Yo,
Like,
you probably may have
are
to.
you paying your taxes? Like, he's literally trying to get
I'm still
CT
getting the whole
indicted
spinning wheel
on his
thing.
own show.
Ghetto, don't pay Shenard any mind. He's a mental patient.
It'll take a while. That's why I hate.
You know what I mean? Come on, you don't listen to people like that. Come on, when you see one of these retards throw a snack pack against the wall,
Gary, but it's crazy because he a brother at the end of the day, and it's like,
no, he ain't my brother. He could be your brother. He ain't my brother. He ain't my brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We don't got no retards. We put them in the mental institution. They don't get to talk on the internet.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gary. I respect it. Yes, sir.
Let Black Thoughts talk. Go ahead, Black Thought.
I find it amazing, right? We're supposed to cry about white people, but the most dangerous person on this panel, day in and day out, having pure disdain for black men is King Shannon. And I'm supposed to sit up and concern myself with a white boogeyman when a guy like King Shannon will most likely be the person to hurt me before any white person. That's amazing. I really came up here because
teach, brother.
Like, how dare you talk about blacks who defy living off the government? Like, you have no clue, dude. That dude works jobs you will never be able to get close to. Like, you're a moron. And I see you hate on everyone that has something going on. Gary told you he's retired. Oh, you living off a pension. So what? If the man worked his 50 years, what is wrong with him living on a pension? The government actually takes money out of his check for that.
But sir, you have to understand how life works for him to understand that, sir. He don't understand Roth IRAs. I can't imagine he got a retirement plan. So what you talking right now, sir, is far above this man's pay grade. But please drop some gems.
I mean, every day, this guy just comes up and hate, which I think, right? He has a love affair with the blacks, meaning me, and blacks who defy, because every day, every stream, he brings us up. At every stream he comes to, he manages to slip in Black Thoughts and blacks who defy. A little weird for a grown man to keep mentioning two grown men, but who am I to point that out?
This might be risky. Says his gut up on the view. My bad for yelling. Could have conducted myself in the dialogue better between us. My apologies. Yeah, because the question I have for King Shanard is, King Shanard,
bro, what you mean? Come on, man. We can talk any day, man.
All right, can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear
me? Yesterday I was talking about Jeffrey Epstein. You didn't show up. You little coward, little maggot, weasel, little motherfucker. Why are you here, man?
Yeah, because I was working.
Why don't you ever come up here when I'm talking about
nothing about?
Why don't you ever show up when I'm talking about
the stream? What was the title of the stream?
Hey, listen, you little maggot. I was talking about Jeffrey Epstein yesterday. You weren't nowhere to be found, sir. Where were you at yesterday, you little weasel?
No, but what was the title of the stream? I didn't even tune in.
He surely wasn't changing the battery in that damn the fire thing.
Go ahead, guys.
As somebody who literally has his fire department and FSD safety licenses from the fire department, state of New York, I'm telling you, those are those shelter alarms. Like, I worked around those alarms for a long time, and I had to take fire safety tests. I had to take air pressure tests to work in the shelters out here. Those alarms got a particular.
My alarm literally says battery low. That's a smart alarm, clown.
Hey, Ghetto, can I ask you a question?
You're right. You got it. That's a smart alarm. Yes.
All right. So we got Angel here. Do you view yourself closer in, I guess, culturally?
But why are you deflecting,
Angel, than you do somebody from Africa, like CT, or maybe even myself, because I'm an African American?
I don't know what you mean by that there, Jahad.
Ghetto is a Native American, so I'm trying to see if he views himself more similar to you than us.
What Angel's nationality is. What's your nationality, Angel? That's an excellent point.
Well, don't really necessarily know, but all I know is I'm part of the Pima tribe. Have been since the age of when I was born, pretty much, and officially was an enrolled member at the adult age of 18.
Those are more like Western Plains Indians, though, right?
If you want to say that, but here in Arizona,
That's the West Coast.
it's not necessarily Western culture, even though it is mostly desert. But we ain't like Texas.
No, I don't mean desert Texas culture. I mean, but like they would classify that as Western Plains Indians, right?
I wouldn't know because I don't really go amongst my history. I just focus on myself and make my own history. I don't give a damn about.
You got to understand, there's different cultures. They're like Western Plains Indians, which they would say
there's nigger culture.
Understood. So Jahal, there's different
nigger culture.
Got you. Right. So there's different things. There's Plains Indians, which came later, like they were part of the Mongols and that later invasion. And you have the Eastern Woodlands Indians, which were here since like time immemorial.
Yo, I just want to say,
but that would make
blacks can get a job and still collect that pension, but he chooses not to work.
I'm sorry.
That's
say that
my
one more
point.
time, bro. I'm sorry. Say that one more time, Jahal. I didn't hear you, good brother.
I was saying, but that's still because he's in America. That would make you more related to him than us.
Well, when you talk about culture is like your ways, your
well, yeah, I'm talking about culture, ethnicity, all that would make you more closer to them than us.
How?
Because we from Africa. You from America.
Can you prove you're from Africa? Do you have your genealogy done, or are you just saying that?
No, I got genealogy done. I'm like,
and your genealogy. How many of your grandparents were from Africa, and what tribes did they say?
I don't know about no tribes, but I'm saying I did a genealogy test.
You did your DNA, or you did your genealogy?
DNA test. My bad.
Okay, you did your DNA. That's not your genealogy, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you did your DNA, that's excellent. I'm happy for you.
African, yeah. I'm not.
Do you know that they haven't even added the Native American DNA registries to a bunch of those companies yet? The 23andMe, the Ancestry.com. So once they do that, in the very short future, those tests are going to completely realign.
Yo, Angel, do you think ghetto point of view? Do you think of him as a Native American
on your tree, brother? Because I'm a person I'm a big doer of genealogy, man. Like, so I hope you're ready for new information on your tree. If you gave them your DNA,
I'll say this,
you got to get your mind blown, brother.
Ghetto, I'll say this: I actually got 2 grandparents that did have Native American ancestry, but they were mixed. They won't.
What do you mean by mixed?
I got photos of them.
What do you mean by mixed?
I mean, I'm saying they were mixed with Angel. They were not all the way black.
Yo, Angel, is ghetto a Native American?
There's been entirely too much mixing of the.
Is there something you want to say, King Shenard? You're not saying anything, man.
Hold on, can y'all hear me? Yeah, I'm lagging like crazy.
Cause CT has.
Yeah, do you see ghetto point of view? Is he a Native American to you?
If he's registered as his own type of tribe, then we'll say sure. But I'd let people do so with what they see. Like you see, for me, if he wants to think he's Native, then that's fine. Just like how people want to think of me, that's fine. But if you want to play with me,
fuck out of here. You Angel. Keep it 100.
You get the fuck on out of here, nigger Shenard.
You know damn well that's not no Native American.
Time there, but if he's Native there, then that's fine. Like I have my own tribal ID there, for God's sakes, nigger Shenard. You need to get the fuck on out of here. Is there anything else you want to freaking say? It's
So you call him a Native American? You think he's a? That's crazy, man. Why don't you ask him if he has his ID card?
Word there, man.
Why you call me the N-word, bro?
It's nothing but a word there, Doc. That's because it's nothing. That's hilarious, American Black Holocaust.
Yeah, ask him if he has his ID.
That's hilarious. Ugh. Excuse me.
CT, I want you to notice something, right? Hey, CT, come back real quick. I want you to notice something. King Shannon been attacking black men the entire time.
This is sad, man. This is sad.
He gets called nigger a few times by some supposed Native American, and he had nothing to say. Not one single attack. But as soon as it comes to black men, oh, you ain't working. Oh, you this. Oh, you that. You did. You got that problem. You doing this. And I love how he speaks he speaks in totality. Like everything that he says, he believes in. He doesn't know anyone from a hole in the wall. He got a story for me, a story for blacks, a story for you, a story for all the black men on the panel. But as soon as someone non-blacks come and say something to him, all of a sudden he's silent.
Yep. Or just like every time I do a show and I'm talking about somebody who's non-black, he never gets the title. He didn't see the title of the show. But go ahead.
CT, I keep telling you, these are the type of guys that if it ever came down to it, they have to be killed first. They will set you up.
You got to be careful. But okay.
I've been saying it, CT, and you know it's true. If it ever came down to it, these type of guys are the enemy.
Calvin. Angel said the N-word about 57,000 times. What do you say about that? I mean, you do give your opinions about me and what I say about things, but what do you think about Angel, him saying the N-word?
I don't.
He says the ER. He's
I don't agree with it, but I guess it's something that happens on your platform. A lot of that type of language occurs here.
Okay.
It ain't nothing but a word at the end of it, Calvin Coolidge. And of course, some black supremacist is going to give me, history of how offensive the N-word is. If you think that the N-word isn't just a word there, then explain to me how cracker is just a word. Explain to me how retard is just a word. And some of the commonly names that black folks call white folks or non-colored folks there, for God's sakes. Because you still hear black supremacists calling white people crackers. I've got people call me retard numerous times. But explain to me how those are just words, niggers.
To your point, Angel, you're correct. Words should not be slung in either direction. So if they're going to sling at you, I guess you have every right to sling back at them. I should say I disagree with everyone using that type of language.
Man.
But to I guess return to the topic at hand.
Thank you. Let's get to something intellectual.
Yeah, so just to address some concerns or put forth, which has to do with the genealogy, I go back to my initial point, which is it should not be granted to any specific individual based on having one. I think that's going to be a difficult task. We shouldn't let the enemy of the perfection be the enemy of the good, meaning this is not going to be perfect whatever we come up with, it is going to be the best that kind of address the situation. And I go back to the Black community. It should be targeted programs that address the Black community at whole, and of course that unfortunately will address people who are not specifically ADOS, because they would be perceived Black. But anything that we do should be focused on repairing the Black community and putting them back into the state they would have been had they received the reparation back then. Meaning someone should do a forensic analysis of the Black community and look how these specific assets, 40 acres and a mule, would have.
Sorry for the interruption, Calvin. I'm just reading Portia. I thank you for that comment where she says LMAO Angel shut it all down, and then LMAO again. Well, it's because we need to burn this circus down because this world is full of clowns. They're all stupid and they're proud. They put in smiles up their mouth. I don't want to hang with bozos. I don't want to be around you. Everyone who knows me, my feet don't fit in clown shoes. And these what all these ignorant people are like are nothing but a fucking punch ass nigger clown.
Can you carry on with the conversation you started with? It was interesting. Can you just carry on?
Yeah, let's continue. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, so what I was saying, there should be a forensic analysis of the Black community that looks at what if reparation was given back at that point in time, and do a forecast. How would it look today? That should be the benchmark for which we shoot to addressing the Black community, meaning reparations should be no more than how that would look had they received the 4 acres and mule, and reformation should be no less. It should not be any individual payout to any individual person, because of the same issue that we have with who's really Black, what is your percentage of Black, or whatever the case may be. It has to be in programs that address the Black community and restoring the community to the state that they would have been. So as I've heard so far, I have not heard there has been acknowledgement of fault, and there was an offer of reparation. And to any opposition to any questions put forth, I have not heard anything that absolves or offset that acknowledgement of debt.
I like that you brought that up, because when I'm listening to the ADOS or FBA groups, I'm hearing more about individual payments, but these are the same people that their entire foundation is about the Black people, but there's no foundational works that, you know, will spearhead a movement of helping the community, building things back up, you know, even going back into the Reconstruction era. There's none of that. And I've always felt like in the state, the mindset that most Blacks are in right now, individual payments will help the community at large. How? So, you know, I agree with you. It should be more focused on how does it help the community itself. And if you think, hey, you know, even though I was born here, hey, I'm not, you know, quote unquote FBA or whatever, but what about for your people? How does that help your people? For everyone getting individual payments. That's all I'm saying. You know, it should be something geared towards the community rather than just solely individual payments.
Hold on for a second. J-Hub with the $5 super chat. I'm glad that the N-word can be used as a coping mechanism by Angel to deal with his slow, autistic, welfare recipient, low self-esteem. Angel, this super chat is towards you, sir. Go ahead.
Coming from the guy that fell for my trap yesterday, because when I they were called you out for timing me out last week and all that, I pretty much set you up to have you send more money to CT there, because I just want to prove that the timing out that you guys do is nothing, and you're just wasting your own goddamn money on me. That ain't even necessarily going to me; it's going to CT. But hey, if you want to waste your money on timing people out, then hey, I guess it's worth it to you there. That really ain't gonna do crap there. I'm trying to watch my language there, but sorry for my use of the N-word. And they're but at the same time, they're J-Hub, continue wasting your money. I you just saw me eat a grilled cheese I got from a local QT gas station, and I was sipping on a Dr. Pepper too. I got something to eat there that is more worth than timing some nigger out.
Thank you so much, Angel. Mayo, what say you, sir, about this whole reparations topic?
As far as the programs go, don't they already exist?
Okay. What programs
preferential hiring, preferential treatment in federal contracts, specific programs targeted in neighborhoods.
That's definitely cap. Not
no.
I'm sorry.
But it's not, sir. It's not. These programs exist today.
Go ahead, Mayo.
Well, but a lot of those programs are a farce, right? Here's the thing. That's for people of color. Would you like to know what umbrella, like who's under the umbrella of people of color?
Hold on for a second, guys. Give me a second. Must be the money. Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro. So I called my mom and she said, baby, must be the money. Atticus with the 20 pounds. Thank you so much, Atticus. Salute to you. The white man may have taken your land, but I'm taking your bandwidth. Hear the crowd, the reservation to Canta. Okay. Bob with $2 super chat says sex robots would sue for SA if Angel bought.
Well, that's funny there.
Hold on, Black Thoughts was about to cook, man.
Hold on for a second. Mayo, before Black Thoughts get in, Mayo, you bring up some good points. So you're saying that preferential hiring practices, obviously welfare. I mean, all these types of. I went to a very liberal arts college, and there was so many programs for blacks. Are you saying that is the payment? That's the payment right there.
No, I'm just saying that these programs they supposedly want, a lot of them already exist.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it literally called the African American Employment Program.
Okay.
To the Department of Commerce.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not just minority. That's not all people of color. That's specifically to one minority group.
Okay. Go ahead.
What's it called?
Okay.
African American.
So, I mean, if that actually exists, that's good, right? But let's get to the crux of this. A lot of it is all done with sleight of hand, and a lot of it is done nefarious, right? All these programs for people of color, most of it, if there are any black people that get in on it, it's mostly black women. I mean, now, of course, some are going to make the argument, because black men are not, because they're not applying for these programs. But what Calvin is talking about, and I hate to have to agree with Calvin, but I have to, and I'm no proponent for reparations. Honestly, I think the whole conversation is fucking retarded because it's all a farce and it's never going to happen. So black people will fare better individually doing what they need to for themselves than crying over reparations. But since we're having a conversation, all those so the welfare program, it's been known that ain't done nothing but been harmful to black people. And I'd like to hear one person tell me that it hasn't been.
Well, it's been harmful to all people who fall into the trap.
Not more so than black people.
That, but it's still, but again, right? I'm gonna tell you, I know for a fact they don't tell all people your man has to leave the home. Right? So again, nefarious.
I have a question.
I'm just stating the facts. I'm not talking about what I feel. I'm talking about what is.
No, Black Thoughts, you're correct. The Moynihan report, shows this.
I actually wanted to bring up the Moynihan report, y'all. This is excellent. Capone. Let's go.
So I hear where I don't know the guy's name to extremists, but I see where he's going. Trust me, I'm a guy that really believes that while a lot of blacks are using all this energy on the reparation question, we're not building again, as if we just don't know how to build. And I get a little bit tired of that. You're spearheading a movement that doesn't focus on real components. Number one, the black family, a lot of accountability. We don't touch on the key things that should be like, imagine giving people a bunch of money, but the problems that persist is not fixed. The trauma that's going on that we don't go ahead.
Go ahead. No, finish.
Look, so let me be honest, right? And this is my dirty little secret. If they gave reparations and I got a chunk of it, mine would go into investing in everything blacks are going to waste their money on, and then I'll get richer later, to be honest. Because I know how it goes.
You know, and sometimes we don't want to speak like this because then you get called the coon, but I'm too old to care about that.
Yo, listen, man. I'm not going down with the ship. That's the thing, right? All that, I don't want to be called the coon. All that shit is a bunch of morons going down with the ship. That's all it is. I'm not going down with the ship. I know what's going on. I know what goes on. I know what's going to happen if they give out reparations. Why do I got to pretend like I don't know? And why wouldn't I want to benefit? It's going to happen anyway.
GB with the $5 super chat. I think should be for the black reparations should be for the black marriages. Will help rebuild the family. Okay. Innate with the $5 super chat. Reparations will skyrocket black on black murder and robbery. Guys, I'm gonna end the show in 13 minutes unless somebody extends it in the Cash App. My extension rate is I gotta do it because it's the holiday season. $350. I'll do another 3 hours for $350. Yep, you goddamn right, guys. It's capitalism. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say there's no amount of money in the world that can repair broken families, marriages, i.e. all of that. It's really about looking in the mirror. You got to call out the shit first. Well,
education, bro. Education.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like you guys don't want to say the truth. And
you don't think with like public initiatives geared toward families getting back together that would help?
No.
Explain. I would love to have the conversation.
I will. You look at churches. The amount of black women that go to I'm just saying, even if you had the public initiative, it's more of a mental thing. It's more educational.
How did that mental
before I continue, I think it's better for you to say, what do you mean by public initiative and how so? Before I say what I want to say. Go ahead.
So the $10 super chat says, I noticed how nobody on the panel said they would send the check back to the government. Oh, please. You hand out reparations. I'm going to convince the government that I'm of slave descent. I'm downtrodden. You goddamn right. The big time with the $5 super chat said, agree. Reparations will only cause blacks to flaunt more wealth, which will increase the black on black crime in the community. That's a stereotype. But go ahead, guys.
And they're in mental destitution, but go ahead, bro.
No, absolutely. So if there were public programs which encouraged marriage, which encouraged having a marriage before the woman carries, which encouraged keeping the family together, which gave tax incentives for keeping the marriage together, and really bolstered that, you don't think that would help change the mentality of how people feel toward that thing?
No, because the things that a lot of blacks in America are geared towards is the culture, meaning what represents the
culture get established.
I'm gonna explain. Rap, the things we see in our neighborhoods. It's almost like a badge of honor. I'm telling you the truth, bro.
Right, and what I'm saying is, if there was an actual initiative to change that culture, which would then affect the music and the art, you don't think that
would affect the music the way they got these niggas in the clutch?
1,000%.
Oh my God!
Why would it not? This explains to me why it would not.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
If we want different at some point, don't we have to try different? Don't we have to do different? If we gonna keep saying, the definition of insanity is to keep running the same race and expecting to go somewhere else.
Okay, so here's a question though.
We got to try something different. If we want something different at some point, we can't just say it won't work.
You want some initiative to change the culture, right?
No, what I'm asking is...
Hold on. Let me finish. You talking about some initiative to change the culture, right? All them dead bodies ain't enough initiative to change the culture?
I'm just saying, bro. Saying.
That's not enough initiative? The boys that can't read? That's not enough initiative.
I agree with everything you're saying.
Right?
What I'm asking
what you're saying is you're waiting. Hold on. No. What you're saying is you're waiting for, as usual,
white man.
To place a program to help you. No,
but there are programs that literally incentivize the opposite, aren't there not right now? But welfare, we literally just said a few minutes ago that welfare incentivizes people removing the man from the house. So how will we say that a program that incentivized the opposite wouldn't make the opposite effect? But we'll say we understand and recognize what welfare and the Green New Deal, not the Green New, but what LBJ did with the New Deal and how all of that welfare literally crippled our community. But we will say that on the flip side, a program to support the community wouldn't work. How can we say both of those at the same time?
I can tell you how, because in the black community, we've been preaching about a broken family for the longest, dude. Nobody cares.
So what I'm asking is, what are we going to create that's a catalyst in the opposite direction?
And that's what I'm asking.
And why are we saying that even trying a catalyst in the opposite direction wouldn't work if we're also saying a government catalyst in that direction did work?
So what would this program look like?
That's all the intricacies of this program. You're just making a blanket statement. I respect. Listen, I respect.
That wasn't your contention, brother. Now you're just saying that. Come on, man.
You're not breaking down what it would be targeting in terms of
I literally just did. I said specifically having tax incentives to incentivize marriage before you carry, having tax incentives to incentivize people having a household, buying a home, like settling down. Like if we literally had those things in society and people know that the programs were incentivizing in that direction as opposed to in the other direction, you're telling me people would literally just go away from free money and free programs just to continue to do what they want to do?
Dude, we have that already. We have that already. What are you?
They have that.
There are tax incentives for people who are married.
They have that.
How many people are educated on that?
Here's the reason why black people don't acknowledge those programs, because it doesn't say for you crybaby ass Negroes. That's why they don't acknowledge it. But they have it out there.
Doesn't say that either, though, brother. But there's tons of us on that. I mean, I don't understand.
But maybe I missed what you said, but is one of those initiatives to get rid of welfare?
I did say that, yes, sir.
Okay, then because that's one of the main things that we should just get rid of.
Right, and I said if we acknowledge that LBJ and the welfare worked in that direction, how could we say a government program in the other direction, which de-incentivized those behaviors, wouldn't work at all?
It's a start, but I'm just.
But we got to start somewhere, don't we?
It's a start, but just don't think it's gonna turn around tomorrow, bro. That's all I'm saying.
It didn't get where we at now tomorrow, brother.
But here's the thing: while it's a start, at the rate where we're going, from what I'm seeing, it won't catch up to really reversing, bro. I really think black people are out of destruction right now, and it's only getting worse.
You think incentivizing people to do the opposite?
I think this is what I think. You're one of the guys that I would sit down, have a beer with, and talk like this with, because I respect you. You have a mind that thinks, and I say this: focus on you and yours. Most of these niggas are out of here, bro. That's the truth. We don't want to admit it, bro. I'd rather deal with niggas that are like-minded like me, bro. Most of you niggas is gone, bro. There's no hope. I'm sorry.
Hold on. I'm sorry, GF. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just really, I try to suppress this so much because I have the revolutionary spirit, but fuck it, bro. I'm literally working in this field every day. I see the degeneracy that's going on, and they're sitting here complaining about reparations. Really? I see the dead bodies before everybody else do, bro, every day, and their children. Your future is dead. So what future we're talking about? Your future is damn near gone.
Give me a second, GA. Salute to everybody in the chat. That's the wrong one. Salute to everybody in the chat. Guys, as you all know, I typically do 4-hour shows. I haven't done a 4-hour show in a long time. I've been going 8, 9, sometimes 10 hours. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I love live streaming. I love doing content. I love all of you guys. I get a thrill out of the discourse and conversations. But if anybody is not doing content creation, you don't understand the stress that it has on your body. I really want to end the live stream right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Gway may say that this is begging, but guys, I provide a level of entertainment, edutainment, content, etc. Guys, hit the goddamn Cash App for the extension. It's the Christmas season. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Gway, I don't know. Is this begging? Is this begging? Every day you guys are here and people are listening to me, etc. This is a great conversation, guys. Hit the goddamn Cash App. I'm not asking. I'm just telling you to do it for the extension. I'll stay. I did say 3 hours. I'll do 3 hours for $350. I ain't gonna lie to you. But hit the Cash App. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. No bullshit. No bullshit. Duwale says it's not begging. Okay. Juan says more panhandling. Mayo Bucky with the 50. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed the dotted line, it was strange. Most things changed for the better and the worse. So I called my mama and she said, baby, must be the money. Yeah. Must be the money. It's got to be because I got people want to be my friend. Must be the money. Talk to him. Guys, Mail Monkey says, great subject, great conversation. Let's keep it going. Yeah, let's keep it going, guys. What? Thrifty says, I'll cash that when I get my reparations. You need to be at a job if you need to worry about a damn reparations. J-Dub says CT has to recoup that 500. Guys, go ahead. Go ahead with the conversation. Sorry about that. Go ahead, guys. Thank you so much, Mail. Go ahead, guys.
All I'm saying is this. Look, I'm not the leader that's going to lead the quote unquote revolution. When I was younger in college, I'm reading books. No, listen, I get it. You want to care about your people so much.
Hold on for a second. Oh, damn. Tarus, man, must be the money. Well, all right. Yeah. Ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed the dotted line. Bob with the extension. Okay. Tarus, man, that's what's up. Thank you so much, Tarus and Bob. Must be the money. Yeah. And also thanks Savage too for the extension as well. Thank you so much, Savage. Yeah.
Hello.
Ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line. All right, go ahead, G. Thank you so much, everybody, for the super chats, cash ups. Name Slip back with a $10 super chat says, I make $250,000 a year. Will my taxes now go up to others who cannot buy a Benz and Benzes and Jordans? Where do they think the money is coming from? No Congress will ever approve that. Wake up, folks. Salute to you, man. Okay, there we go. Go ahead, guys. All right, well, come on, keep the extensions going.
Shout out to everybody,
man.
dropping dimes for CT, man.
Yeah, man.
Good brother right there. But look, all I'm saying is, I do my part, and I feel, comfortable with knowing I do my part in the community. I'm not looking to, save adults, yo. And whatever kid does gravitate, no pun intended, towards me and listening to the gems I'm giving them, I'm doing my part. But I'm in the mindset of I don't got that much time on this planet. So I'm going to keep, putting myself around people like this on the panel. We can have debates. I don't got to go to sleep and hear and think that you guys hate me. You may not like what I say, but, we can have positive conversations. But for the latter part of it, in this so-called Black community, it's so backwards. I don't care who's to be blamed. I understand what's going on. And if you want to be the one to Dr. King it up, go ahead. But I know what we're dealing with from a mental standpoint, from an actual reality, not some la-la land of where we could be one day and I have a dream. Keep waiting. But I got kids to raise. I got more to see in life, man. And y'all wasting y'all time on this reparation question sometimes. It's a great conversation. It is. But nobody's talking about really building anything. So we're talking about reparations, but no one's talking about plans to build. That's all I'm saying.
Yo,
they act like money will change people. It doesn't.
No, it's not. It's education. Like that's the part that for some reason everyone ignores. Education. That's the only way people are going to do better. Now, let me tell you about this incentives Black people want. Let's look at King Randall, right?
Hey, real quick. Hey, you guys look good up on the screen, man. All y'all boys, man. Y'all look good.
He said.
Okay.
He said.
Real quick, hold on for 1 second, guys. I'm not gonna say your name, but JW, thank you so much for the PayPal. Says for the extension from his ghetto point of view. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's look at King Randall, right? He said out his own mouth, they keep destroying his school. You know who's doing it? Black people. Why? He's trying to help all the single mothers, right? They want all this help for single mothers. Here's someone helping single mothers, and they destroy it. Now, the theory on why they destroy it, I can tell you, because most Negroes only want something that come from the hand of a Democrat. They don't want to accept nothing from other black people. They don't want to accept nothing from no Republican side. They would only accept, they only want things that come from the hand of a Democrat. So what incentives, if King Randall can't incentivize by helping out all these single mothers that the community say they want, what incentives are going to help? I mean, I'm finished. I need somebody to help me.
And salute to King Randall, because what he's doing is amazing, and it shows that what Umar is doing is bull crap. And
Real quick,
it 1,000% shows that.
Talk about it.
Real quick, Tarus, what say you, sir? Should the United States government pay reparations, or should the onus or responsibility be on the French or the Spanish or the British, who were America's first colonizers?
Morally, it should be Americans, because I don't start, when it comes to reparations, I don't start history at 1619. I started at 1776. And the reason why is because the Declaration of Independence stated what? All men were created equal, except who? So I don't start at 1619. I start when we decided to become a country, right? Because I'm American. You know me, CT. Everybody in this panel know, regardless of how we disagree, we all love this country. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So morally, I can make the argument. Here's the thing. Two things are true. We can argue correctly for reparations while still advocating, like Black Thought says, like reparations isn't going to solve all the problems, right? However, it can help. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to solve all the problems, but it's going to help. And when we're talking about reparations, we got to remember, like, the only way this is ever going to pass is, one, it has to come from a place of a business opportunity, not obligation, right? So what I mean by that is, let's say a hypothetical reparations bill pass. It has to be, okay, in order to get to be eligible for this reparations check, you need to spend this money on housing, and or you need to spend it on an education or business. And let's say for the black people who already have a home, then that could turn into an actual check. But you get what I mean? It's something, it's coming from an opportunity, something we can opt into, something where the only way it works is if we show up and have our own skin in the game, right? That's the only way it's going to work.
Tarus, I should have. Okay, and thank you for that. Isn't it? You're a smart guy. The government. I'm sorry. The slavery had existed since the 1500s in America, right? Under the French rule, British rule, Spanish rule, right? Yep. So it was a major part of the economy. Is it plausible to assume that, listen, all men are created equal with the Constitution, but in reality, if you end slavery, you're going to pretty much destabilize the economy of what are now the United States? Do you see the? I mean, it's like a. It's like a.
CT. Yeah, here's my response to that.
Go ahead, sir.
Again, if you want to try to bring it back to the colonial era and be like, well, everybody was doing it, fine. But then you have to explain why England ended slavery before America did. You got to explain why other countries ended slavery before America did. Colonizing countries or the European countries.
Well, it could be argued that England did. Well, let's talk about it real quick. It could be argued that England did because England spread its influence all over the globe. So ending, one front, or what I mean on the front of economy, they still were in other places. They had colonial lands. They had Jamaica, they had Nigeria, they had Ghana, they had some parts of India, if I'm not mistaken. They had a large portion of the planet, so they still had. And they could afford to. I beg your pardon.
America, after we were founded, didn't we buy like the Louisiana Purchase from the French and other land territory that belonged to the British?
But I get that, but
we expanded as well. We were
but were we on the same level as the British though? I mean, it was literally said the sun never sets on the British Empire at one point. Right. So is it I'm sorry, go ahead.
My bad, sir.
No, I was gonna say, so is it possible to assume that America couldn't really afford to do it, whereas Britain could afford to end it?
Right. So on that aspect, I will be honest with you. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay.
That's probably more for historians. The thing that makes the reparation for me argument again is the reason why I support it is because remember our ancestors' labor. The American government used our labor to fund the genocide against the Native Americans.
I didn't know that.
Well, no, I mean, that's how do you think? Remember, slavery, that's big economics, right?
Yeah.
We produced a lot of goods to sell to then fund for the same U.S. Army that I served for, that I love, to push the Indians out west. How else did they have the money to fund that? They didn't come out of thin air, right? You know what I mean? And so the Native Americans got a version of reparations. Hell, they got whole territories, right? Now we could say now we can make the argument that they're drunk,
not all,
that it's tore up. I know you was gonna say that, man. We can make that argument, but the fact is, they did get it.
Some, not all.
Some got it. Now
only the recognized tribes. There's hundreds of tribes that have yet to be legally recognized, right. And those tribes still need their money, brother.
I would argue they should get that. You get what I mean? Like, I'm not arguing against that, but you would also agree with me that there's some tribes who did take those reparations and did do something positive with it.
100%.
Right. And so my thing is, when I've been hearing this argument, guys, I must be the only one who has a positive viewpoint of my fellow Black Americans, because I know the majority of Black Americans would do the right thing with reparations. Yeah, you're gonna find these clowns in isolated incidents who uses the on some of the dumbest crap imaginable. But if 55 to 60% of Black Americans do the right thing with reparations, that is literally an economic slam dunk for this country. Right? And for me,
it's not, sir.
When it works, if I believe that Black Americans would do the right thing.
If they do the right thing, or you say 60 to 70% will do the right thing. Because language matters.
I believe 55 to 60% would do the right thing. And if they do the right thing, that by itself will make the policy a success.
Would you say that the COVID funds caused inflation?
Yes.
Okay. How would reparations not do the same thing?
Because inflation's not permanent. It could come down. Like it's coming down. Right? It's not a permanent thing.
The rate is coming down, but the prices are still high.
But we find ways to give money to everybody. We find ways to give money to Ukraine. We find ways to give money to Israel. We found ways to give money to freaking Pakistan for gender studies. I'm sure we could find ways to put money in the pockets of American citizens.
Exactly. To rules.
What would be the effect on the economy?
What does that?
If you gave every hold on.
Yeah, let me.
If you gave African Americans all money to buy a house, what would happen to the price of housing?
The same thing that is going on right now. The prices would go up. But here's the problem: that even if we had the money, that's not going to change, because the problem with housing is that we don't have enough housing. There's not enough single family homes. There's not enough condos. There's not enough apartment complexes. So yes, the prices of the homes might go up, but they're already going up because of the lack of supply. So that's not really going to change anything, Mayo. And
no,
Mayo,
it's going to cause them to go further up.
If you know your
for
history,
everybody,
like I do,
for everybody.
Mayo, if you know your
So,
history,
Mayo,
like
are
I
you
do,
this upset about the corporate buyers buying up all the empty houses and running the prices through the roof? Or is this more just about black people getting houses, maybe?
No, I'm talking about the general effect a large dump of money into Americans' pockets would cost on the entire economy.
It's happening now.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Mayo, but there's so many different ways we put money into the pockets of other Americans that doesn't have an effect on the economy, or you don't see the effect. And what I'm saying, and then what I'm saying is this: you can't point to a time in American history where some of our most economic prosperous moments didn't come from government spending.
Facts.
Conservatives loves pointing out the glory days of the 50s and 60s. You know what conservatives never bring up? That tax rate of the 50s and 60s. What that freaking tax rate was looking like. Taxed out the ass, right? That corporate tax rate was up somewhere close to 90%. Right? Corporations were in charge of funding Social Security. That didn't come out of us employees' pocket. That never came out of our pocket. They came out of corporations' pocket in the 50s and 60s. And so that's what I'm saying, Mayo. You cannot look at a time in America where any of our economic booms wasn't due to government spending and government funding.
How is 90% tax rate?
Hold on for a second.
Spending.
You know, Big Day said most black men will spend their reparations on Cadillac Escalades. Black women will spend on 2 trips to the DR, Dominican Republic, for BBLs. Mayo, do you believe that?
I'm going to respond to this. You know what's funny? Because if black people did buy brand new Escalades, that would make the GDP go up, because that's how car dealerships add to the GDP. Brand new car sales, not new car sales. So that the little Big Day.
Dave Chappelle did an excellent skit on this, right?
Benefiting to the economy, like
I mean, and also to add to that, hey, look, man, I know this is a silly stereotype, but think about the travel industry, man. All those flights being booked to the DR. I mean, I don't know, man. It could add to the economy. Mayo, what do you think about that as a white guy?
CT played the Dave Chappelle skit.
I can't believe that people who say they were entrapped by a government program want another government program to free them.
Hey, hold up. Listen, you would be a fool not to accept any type of reparation. Let's just get this straight.
I'm not saying you wouldn't be.
Mayo Monkey, where is all of this animosity for Vladimir Zelensky's reparations that he gets every week, man?
To who, sir?
To Vladimir Zelensky's reparations that he gets every week. Where is all this animosity for that? The man didn't even show up for the meetings no more. We making sure to send his reparations. Every Monday, 6 a.m., we sending out the checks.
Getting fucking reparations, dude.
Hold on, Mayo. Hold on.
What is the perceived loss of Ukraine on the United States, sir?
So he's getting money for a perceived loss, is what you're saying? Isn't that exactly what reparations do?
Actually, reparations are for an actual loss.
Right. So
well said. So you're saying you're better with money for a perceived loss than an actual loss? Is that what I'm asking?
Mayo, this super chat is for you. So the economy is going to crash because of African Americans get a check? Mayo?
No, I'm not saying that. But would it be good for the economy?
It would be absolutely good. Mayo, I'm going to run it through you why it would be absolutely
good. It would be good for your economy, yes. But would it be good for the whole economy overall?
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole.
Gary with the Canadian dollar says 49% of African Americans are on social assistance equals reparations. Is that number true?
No.
That seems like a lot, man. 50% of Black Americans are on some sort of social assistance or government assistance.
It's not. It's really not. No, it's not. But
so Mayo, the reason why it'll work, and I'm going to use just an example here in Ohio, right? CT knows this. The majority of home construction businesses are owned by white people, right? The majority of construction workers are white people or Hispanic people. So in theory, if I got a check, let's say for $500,000 that I had to use on housing, I don't have a choice but to go to a white business owner who hires white and Latino employees to build my house. Well, guess what? That $500K just went to a white-owned business. It just went to a bunch of white, Latino, and Black employees. Literally an all lives matter policy right there, Mayo. Because
because the price of lumber would skyrocket for everyone.
Mayo, we are only 13 to 15% of the population. So inherently, we have to spend our money with all Americans because there's just not enough of us to even keep it within the community. So of course it's going to benefit America, especially in an economy that's what, Mayo? Consumer spending. We're a service-based economy. So yeah, the money's going to go right back into the economy. It's supposed to.
And inflation's going to go through the roof again.
Yeah. And we've been dealing with inflation without reparations. How's that been going?
But
we've been dealing with inflation with Ukraine, with or without Ukraine.
Did we not have historic inflation because of the COVID program, sir? And that was what? Look at the spending on that per person. That was less than $1,000.
Right. It sucks that the inflation went up. But right now, and again, I don't want to assume anybody's economic status. I have an X5M and an M6, twin turbo V8s. What do I look like crying about rising gas prices? I don't need no freaking V8. You get what I mean? So we're talking about the policies that helped us get out of a pandemic. And so we're paying for it now on the back end due to higher groceries, higher gas prices. Yeah, it sucks, but let's stop acting like that's the end of the world.
Yeah, because, well, I don't know if he's going to respond to that. You going to respond, Mayo?
It is literally the end of some people's world, sir.
No, it's not. The majority of everybody in this country, by the way, is
that's cold. That's cold for something else, but I'm going to leave it alone.
All right. Are there not historic eviction rates now?
Yeah. There's also historic demand for housing, Mayo. You can't just keep harping on the negative without also acknowledging the positive. Yes, there's historic eviction. There's also a historic amount of people looking for housing that they can afford. It's just not available because we just don't have the units. Right? So
no.
A big private companies buy up the units in mass.
No, sir. You said the key word that they can afford.
That's a lot of people. We have a record amount of people.
You being disingenuous, bro.
No, I'm not, sir. No, I'm not.
So you're completely jumping over the fact that private companies have been allowed to come in and completely swoop up all of the free and open housing in every single state across this country.
Bro, 25%.
That has exponentially raised the price of housing in this country.
You mean private companies put money into the economy?
No, right. So they're not putting money into the economy. They're buying up. They're buying up.
Yeah, but what's the difference?
Family homes are owned by corporations. They're currently sitting empty right now.
Right. So they're not putting money into the economy at all, because for those houses to be actually putting money into the economy, they need families living in them who then contribute to the economies of their local communities. That's how houses put money into their economy. So not just by taking
you said earlier the economy changed because people bought houses.
The amount of housing available went down drastically. As a result, the amount of left available houses have went up exponentially, sir. That is supply and demand. You seem to be completely overlooking who is creating that faux or false demand in the market right now.
Plus other nations buying up land and leaving them undeveloped, man. It's a lot going on.
And that's the thing. When we're talking about housing, my brothers up there understand this. This is an American problem because every ethnicity right now, we looking for houses, but there's just not enough. Mayo, that's capitalism 101, bro. Somebody's restricting the supply when we already had a massive amount of demand before COVID.
Mayo, you open a door that has kind of nothing to do with reparations. This is a bigger issue at large for Americans in general. Not black, not white. It's a big deal. and we're gonna
I
feel the
know.
brunt of it.
But what's crazy, Mayo, what's crazy is that reparations would actually help solve that problem, because most Black Americans would either use that on the mortgage, use it to remodel their home, buy a new crib, and that's going to help so many business owners who, again, Mayo, look like you.
Savage would never get off the road. Savage would be on the road every day at that point.
I'm gonna hire Savage to do my electrical work, right?
Damn.
He's gonna benefit from it.
Go ahead.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Gary with the 5 Canadian says, J-Dub, my bro, I have no hate for anyone percent ever. On welfare, all persons not Hispanic white, 11.9%, 4.9% non-Hispanic black, 49%. I'm sorry, 49% black. Hispanics are what, 28%? The number's a little bit jumbled up here for a minute. But thank you so much, Gary, for the super chats. Savage, go ahead. Thank you for the extension too, man. Added to the extension. Go ahead, sir. United States of America. Should the United States of America pay reparations? And what do you think about Governor Hochul's reparations commission?
No, I don't think America should pay reparations.
The United States government shouldn't pay. What about France or Great Britain or Spain?
Like if blacks want to sue them for it, then they can make the attempt, but I don't think it will go anywhere.
Okay. Should they? What do you think?
I don't think so, but they can.
Okay.
Well, CT, if they had actual standing in the court for a loss.
Hold on a second. Savage just got here. Hold on. Go ahead, Savage.
All right, so the only thing I want to say about so the arguments that you guys are making about putting money into the economy are like, they're really bad. They're bad arguments.
Mm-hmm.
So most people don't want money going to Ukraine, but the money going to Ukraine isn't getting dumped back into our economy. So there is inflation, but the amount of inflation is not as high because it's in another country.
Mm-hmm.
If you dump that money into our country, there's going to be more inflation than you're seeing now with the money going other places. It'd be much worse than the inflation now. It'd be probably like 1.5 to 2 times worse if you took the same amount of money they sent over there and dumped that same amount of money here instead. The other problem that you're having when it comes to construction, I don't think you guys realize like how construction companies work. If you're doing a construction job, it's a good job if you make 3%. 3% is great. Like, that is awesome. Like, building houses and building stuff, like, people aren't
Hey guys, I gotta step out. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
People aren't making 50% profit on jobs. Construction isn't this super high profitable industry. It's not. So for people to say that it's really going to stimulate the economy, it's going to give people jobs or it's going to keep people working, but it's not going to be this giant boom that you're going to see because there's not enough people that are in the trades that want to work. There's not enough people that have learned the trades. You have a lot of people retiring, so you have a labor shortage.
Mm-hmm.
Like you guys have to, like, you guys can't think of this stuff so straightforward when it comes to these conclusions, because right now, if the government said that every single person has to get rid of their gas car and they're going to give us all money to buy electric cars are going to shoot up. There's not going to be enough. Like, just because the government does stuff, it doesn't mean that it's going to end up well into the economy. The economy is attached by multiple things. Like, you can't artificially enforce things like that and there not be a problem in the next industry or the next thing. And going back to the 1950 tax rate, even though the tax rates were super high, you can historically go back to anybody and look at any economist. They'll tell you that nobody was paying a 90% tax.
But nobody was paying in the low mid-20s either, Savage. You know this.
Yes.
You know this.
Yeah, sir. Agreed. But do you realize that do you realize that we pay a crazy amount of taxes? Like, do you actually realize that the amount of money that you pay in taxes is probably close to like 50 to 70% of your income?
Yeah, I do know that. And Savage, what I also know is it's still the lowest it's ever been. You see, Savage,
No, it's
here's
not.
the thing, man. Like, I just recently bought a house, and I was gonna go through the whole process. So you got builders like here, like Ryan Homes,
They
all
suck.
these different things. CT, Savage, your numbers were correct pre-COVID. Now with the construction, these construction companies are actually bringing in about between 8 to 10% profits on every home they build, because why? They're building on subdevelopments now, right? It's actually hard. If anybody's tried to buy a house recently, it's actually hard to try to build a home on a non subdevelopment than it is on a subdevelopment.
Sir,
right? And so,
sir, I'm in construction and I build houses.
They don't have to worry about the mortgage and construction loans and things like that because you got the money up front.
Bro, I'm in the industry. I'm in the industry.
Yeah, and I see you guys that are in the industry.
The reason that, yes, but I literally work for the biggest non-union company in Northeast Ohio that does houses. So what I'm telling you is when you go and do these developments, the reason that those people are making money is because that company is buying the land and then selling you the land. They're making money on the land that they're buying and selling and developing. They're not making money on the house. They're not making money on the house because you can't change the cost of labor and material. And the more houses you build, the more the labor and the material go up. So it's not
so
what
the
I
reason why they build on the subdevelopments is because they actually buy in bulk. It's actually easier to buy all that stuff in bulk and then spread it out. That's why it's actually, again, this is why construction companies prefer building on the subdevelopment instead of just, somebody's random ass plots of land and things like that. Right. The thing is that one of the reasons why we have such a labor shortage is you can say it's drug testing. You could say it's a bunch of things. You could say it's maybe again low wages, even though that's not necessarily the case. However, what's true is that if in a situation with reparations, a lot of these situations get nicked in the bud because a lot of construction loans, guys, they're based on loans. So a lot of the constructions are having to take out capital up front to cover this. But if we had reparations, and guess what? We paying up front.
Yeah, let's Savage rock it out. He literally just got to the panel. Let him rock it out for a minute.
Bro, that's not how it works. Ryan Homes, they buy property and they develop.
Now his mic went out. His camera went out.
That do custom homes that don't do subdivisions. Like you're barking up the wrong tree with someone that actually does this for a living. Like you don't know what you don't, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to inform me about how the politics of building houses, and you don't. Like you just don't understand. You don't even realize that when they buy these developments, the cities usually make them pay for all the infrastructure. Like there's a lot of money that goes into the cost of building. And a lot of this comes down to regulations. And when you live in a city where there's even less land, the cost of land is more expensive. Like,
sir, they literally get corporate subsidies, tax breaks to develop this. Like, hold up. Are you ignoring that? The infrastructure is literally a tax write-off. For God's sakes, look at the billionaire. You want a perfect example? Look at the NFL billionaires who asked the city for corporate tax cuts to build a freaking dome.
Again,
let's have it
again. It depends on the city and it depends on what you're building. Obviously, the city has an interest in giving the building tax breaks if they're building a hospital because it's going to help the community. But building 50 houses is not the same as building the Brown Stadium where people spend millions of dollars on a Friday night.
Tourist, hold on. Tourist, hang tight. Tourist, hang tight.
You're trying to tell me that a guy that builds himself a house and a guy that builds a 17-story building are the same, and they're not.
Sir,
and it depends.
The reason why it's similar is because it's an investment. Why? Because guess how the city is going to get the money back? Property taxes by the people who now live in those new homes. All the businesses and Starbucks and crap that people go to, because there's now more people in the area to contribute to the local GDP. That's why these construction companies get tax cuts. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, but stop trying to pretend as if the government doesn't also give corporations tax
I didn't
cuts
say that.
Yes, you did. You just tried to say that they're not getting this money for infrastructure and for things like that. That's absolutely false. Yes, they do.
I said a lot of the time they have to pay for the infrastructure is what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Most of the time they get tax cuts for them.
I'm not going to keep doing this because every time I say 3 words, you start talking over me, and you're not in fucking construction.
Unfortunately, you're saying a lot of wrong things. I mean, it's just like
you don't build houses.
When you just started about the reparations, you didn't even say reparations was bad. You just didn't think it's going to work that well. Like,
hold on for a second. Okay, hold on for a second. Let Savage go. Savage, you helped with the extension to Tarus.
He's so
Savage
Tarus,
but Savage, go ahead,
dude. The whole reason that reparations isn't a good idea, for one simple reason: if you're going to use the premise that America owes black people for their plight, and we're going to use risky statement that if you steal someone's house and then your kids live in it, they're guilty. Well, sir, you became citizens after it was made to where you became citizens, right? You got civil rights, right? You became full-fledged Americans. So you inherited the exact same plight that we did to the Indians. So if we're going to give you reparations, then you're going to have to pay reparations to the Indians. But the problem is, it's not about what's fair. It's about you guys want to feel good and get something. Like, there is no logical conclusion that anyone can do to make it to where you'll be happy. So that's why it's not going to work. Because you're going to say 5 million a person. The guy next to you is going to say 15 million a person. The guy down the street is going to say houses, education, college, build them a house, $1 million. Like, you can't, there's no way to please everybody. There's none.
Before Tarus responds,
I'm going to do anything because no one will be happy. I'm sorry. That's the defeatist attitude.
Real quick, Savage. I'm not saying this, but Juan said it. He said, "You build trailers." I don't necessarily. Go ahead, sir.
Yep. I've never seen a house.
So this is the problem. This is like a defeatist attitude. Like, no matter what's suggested, Savage is automatically going to be against it. Let's be very clear, because if we rewind the tape. Remember, in the hypothetical where reparations passed, he didn't say it wasn't going to work. He just doesn't think it's going to work as good as we claim it is. Think about that. It's not that it's not going to work. It's just not going to be as great as
I just don't think that 150 years later, black people need to get reparations. But then if I was to concede the point that I don't agree with it, just like I don't agree with gays, but they're here and they do stuff, we give you reparations, there's still going to be a problem. Like, there's never not a problem. You're trying to educate me on building houses, and you don't do it.
But you don't either. You're an electrician. You don't build houses either. So
what do you think I do?
Let's calm it down a little bit. First and foremost, when we're talking about the reparations thing, it's still going to benefit everyone. So even if you try to make a policy where it directly helps Black Americans, it's going to help. Sir, you just finished saying a few minutes ago that it will help, just not as great as we think it is. Now you don't think it's going to work at all?
Bro, how is it going to help if we give $5 million to 40 million people, all right? The amount of the devaluation of any person that's not getting reparations is going to go down so hard that it's not going to make up for all the things that are being bought, because the majority of the stuff that's bought in America isn't even from America. Like, you can't go to Walmart and buy stuff and that money not go to China. So it doesn't benefit
the money
me.
Still goes to our overall GDP. Through sales,
but sir,
tax,
the GDP doesn't mean anything. It doesn't
Yes, it
mean
does.
anything.
You conservatives tell me it's the economy, stupid. That's what y'all say all the time. It's the economy, stupid. Now the economy, now the GDP doesn't mean anything.
And if something was to be passed under reparation, it would not be 5 million, just realistically. But
yeah, I'm thinking like 500, 750K.
Exactly.
Max.
There you go.
Max.
There you go. Max.
Over how many million people?
Dude, please, Mayo. I want him to talk.
Honestly, based on DNA, I'm sorry, bro. Based on DNA, if you do it based on that, it might be 25 million people.
Facts.
It would be more than that.
No, it wouldn't.
Nah.
Yes, it would.
If you was to,
because not every Black American traces their ancestry to the slavery. There's some people that came here after that.
But how many white people mixed with blacks that have African DNA from slavery in their DNA as well?
Real quick, let me read the super chat. Juan with the $5 super chat says he doesn't build houses or is an electrician. He tells the illegal Mexicans they hired from Home Depot to do the work. Did they take the credit? No, that's not true. And there's not that many Mexicans in Northeast Ohio, by the way. Quick question, Terus, what did they do to old slaves back in the day?
You're talking about the ones that got like used and abused and no more. And
no, I mean like you're 60 years old, you're an old slave. What did they do to them?
I'm not sure. I
They
can
killed.
imagine they probably sent
Pop
them
goes the
out to
weasel.
right?
There you go. Yeah, that's documented.
They killed them. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
That's fucked.
No, but
Is this
I just
open?
wanted Savage said, what about the half white, half black? Well, they would fall under the umbrella of the 40 million blacks, dude. If we really want to go there, that's where they're listed as, under that. But real quick, Teruz, to speak on what you was talking about, I agree with most of the stuff you said. You was spot on. But I was talking about collectively speaking, right? Growing up here in America, I was always told one of the biggest problems is blacks weren't given 40 acres and a mule, i.e. reparations. Now, I'm not one of these people that says, hey, don't give, quote unquote, African Americans who are of the lineage of slaves here in America. I'm not one of those that say, hey, don't give them nothing. I don't believe in that. You know, hey, I think something should be done. You know, it's appalling to think nothing, just, oh, because you didn't physically go through that. But look, there's effects. There's effects from slavery economically and hardship that's happening today because of it. I'm not going to ignore it, but I will say this. I'm under the belief if reparations happen tomorrow, a lot of the problems in the black community would not be solved. I really believe that. I don't think we have the mindset to build collectively, not all of us, just collectively. I don't think so.
Hang tight, GA. A pimp named Slickback with the $10 super chat says the largest reparation payment in history was around $40 million. A $20 trillion payment is just not realistic. The government brings in about $3.5 trillion a year in taxes. It's not happening. Good point. Good point. Thank you so much for the super chat. GA, go ahead, sir.
That's all I was trying to say, Teruz, but you was making great points. And like you said, if we was to line it up, those who get reparations, it'll be far less than 40 million. I agree. Like me, myself, if it was just lineage based off the slaves from America, I wouldn't get it. My children wouldn't get it. You understand? But I just don't think it's going to fix a lot of the problems. Like the Tariq Nasheeds of the world are saying, guys like him are pushing reparations because he knows there's a certain sector in the community that's going to give money to him to keep dividing us.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm not a fan of Tariq at all. I think my personal belief, I think he's a grifter. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay.
My response to you is this. I agree that it's not going to change overnight, nor should it, because think about it, bro. We're going to get the check, right? We're still going to go through the process of getting the cash, getting the house, the blueprints done, buying the property, right? And then after that, you still got to go through the process of actually living day to day. For example, GA, I bet you agree with me when I say reparations ain't going to teach our community financial literacy.
Agreed.
There's going to be, unfortunate, and this is what I said, there's going to be knuckleheads. We know that in theory with a reparations check, there are going to be people, just like people who win the lottery, who are going to end up worse off. than what they were before. But we don't. But if I harp on the few who are going to screw it up, then it screws over the majority who aren't. You know what I mean?
I can agree with that, and that's where sometimes, you know, maybe it's the emotions that are a part of it. I do dismiss that, you know, segment of our community that would possibly, you know, that I know would do good, that would come together. I don't think it's the majority though, to Ruse. I think you're overselling that. I don't think it's the majority at all, but it's a good amount enough that, yeah, you know, if that was to happen with reparation, it should, because I do believe that there's a part of us that would come together. It's just, man,
so
I just look at the other side of it a lot, though.
GA, the reason why I say that is, unfortunately, you know, we don't know everybody in the world, right? So we just got to use our limited local experience. And in my experience, especially as somebody who's now bought my forever home, my generational wealth.
Congratulations.
Thank you. The mentality is different because, like, most black people are going to be like most Black Americans. All of a sudden, yo, get this knucklehead off my street. He's jacking up my property value. Right? A lot of the times we got to remember, GA, there's a lot of people who don't have that mentality because they don't have anything worth owning. Right? You get what I mean? But all of a sudden, when you actually got money in your pocket, when you actually got a house that's yours, when you actually get to stand up there and be like, yo, get off my property, your mentality does change. Now you want these clowns up out of your neighborhood. Why? Because it's going to bring the property value down. Right? That's going to affect refinances, HELOCs, all the cash out refinances, all that kind of stuff. That's going to affect, you know, tax levies, things like that. Right? So a lot of the times is our people just maybe need an opportunity. That's why I said it should come as an opportunity. Like, hey, we're not just going to give this to you. You need to opt in. And here's the criteria for it. That's my opinion.
I can see it from that point too, and I gotta be fair with my critique. I must admit that, but a lot of times it comes from a dark place of anger from what I've seen. So, you know, I'll try to mellow out and always understand both sides of the aisle on this argument. It's a sensitive argument, and I can admit that.
GA, quick question, and I'm not trolling. If the government, in particular, you're in Florida, correct?
Yeah.
If Florida said we're going to give reparations to ADOS, are you going to try to convince the state of Florida you're
damn right, man? What you mean? Damn right.
I know it.
Fuck what everybody else think. I want some of that money because I know what I could do with it. But if I don't have it, listen, if I don't have it, I'm the quote unquote tether, but guess what? I'm gonna still handle my business. I'm gonna keep giving back to the community, and I'm gonna stay positive because I'm an American first anyways. So it is what it is, you know.
I mean, CT, think about it like this. All of us up here, and I'm even gonna include Savage in this. All of us up here, at least we have the assumption that we're trying to do the right thing. We're trying to help. We're trying to be productive members of society. So imagine productive members of society getting a huge helping hand like that. What are those people going to do with that? That would completely overshadow a lot of any of the negative consequences.
What happens to most people that win the lottery?
Hold on, let me read the super chat. Paul says, when will it stop? Black people born 5 generations from now will get reparations. Reparations will cause runaway inflation as well. Mayo, you were bringing up the lottery, and then Savage. Go ahead, Mayo.
Yeah, I mean, what happens to people who win the lottery? Most of the time.
But you're assuming that the same is going to happen with reparations with blacks. So
it happens with most people who get quick money.
Okay. It's almost offensive that he's running a lottery.
Yeah, let's remember real quick, guys. This is not a lump sum. The only way you'll ever get
you never said that. You never said that, sir.
Okay.
How would you buy a house without a lump sum?
I should have been clear. I do not think there's going to be a lump sum because of the last super chat that was brought up about the trillions and everything. But we know that this policy is probably going to be spread for the people who do get the check. It's probably going to be spread between 10, 15 years. And then all of a sudden, that's not a problem anymore. And even with a housing stipulation check, that's got to be run through these private institutions anyway. And that money gets put in an escrow account and taken out over time anyway. So, Mayo, there's already so many different ways to mitigate the issues that you're talking about. It's not perfect. It's not going to mitigate
not.
everything, but it will mitigate most.
Let's Savage get in real quick.
Yo, hold on, Kale. Can I give some of my credits real quick? I have $40, right? I want you to get rid of Savage, and I want you to get rid of Mayo Monkey.
Savage and Mayo Monkey extended the show. What the hell are you talking
about? I have
about?
$40 credit. I want to use it on Savage and Mayo Monkey.
No, that's not how.
Well, bring another 10, and you can push one of us off.
Because I know you're not going to carry it. You're not going to roll over those credits.
Change your 9-volt and then come back.
Yeah, y'all, that he could get me off, but don't get rid of Savage and Mayo because we gotta have a broader spectrum of this discussion, bro.
Like, no, greedy.
But don't kick off GA either.
Wait a minute, Shinar. Savage needs to
tap dancer. I have a $40 credit. I said get rid of Savage and Mayo, but you won't do it.
Making an exception and ignore him.
Forget it. Because if you were smart, you wouldn't know that Savage would have spent more money to get himself back, and possibly. That's how I know you're stupid. You're not even a capitalist.
This dude, you're the luckiest troll ever in the history of mankind. What other content creator would allow an individual to constantly troll, derail the show, insult the content creator? I mean, you're calling me stupid, tap dancer.
Man. Let's get that. I gotta ask this chaotic. Is he breaking bank, man? Is he dropping dimes, man? Tell me, bro.
Shadard,
don't use the credit. Don't use the credit.
I'm not trying to talk about.
Don't use the credit.
I'm not trying to talk about the destitute of society. King Shadard is somewhere with a triple fat goose coat on, padded down nappy hair with the hose and the gloves in some library, charging his phone, waiting for the bus, waiting for a room tonight. So and that's respectful. He's charging his phone up. The library is about to close at 5:00, and he's mad at the world. Why
you didn't get rid of him? Because you worship whites. That's why you didn't.
I worship whites. I said it wrong.
I get it. King should not get off on conflict.
I'm trying to use it on Mayo.
How can you use it on Mayo?
Who cares if he extended? That's for the show, not for him being on the panel.
King Shadard. Mayo.
You worship whites. That's why you want them still on this
panel. And he didn't have no words for the Native American calling him the N-word. I just find that.
I was lagging.
Not a one.
Nah.
You lacking.
Hold on. GA, aren't you Haitian? That's why I wanted them out, because I wanted to cook you real quick. Aren't you Haitian?
I don't know what that got to do with
why you want to cook your fellow Haitianite.
Well, what do you have to say about a mulatto, a Haitian mulatto president selling Haiti to the French? And putting him to death to compensate the
former. Can we let Savage talk? King Shadard, can we let Savage talk, please?
Because you have so much to say about American reparations. What do you have to say about that?
You're all over the place, dude. Can you just focus? Hey, let's go ahead, Savage, man.
Answer my question. Just real quick.
What is the question?
Are you Haitian? Number one.
I think we've spoken before. Yes, you know
you're Haitian. Okay, so what do you have to say about France using a mulatto president, Jean-Pierre Boyer, to bring Black Americans to Haiti?
Nobody cares.
With the slaves, and then using them to pay the former slave masters reparations. What do you have to say about that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't care.
You don't know because you hate yourself. That's why
I guess. But let's carry on though.
Why do you?
I actually remember him now. I remember this guy now.
No, you know who I am. Don't pretend.
Okay. Enough's enough. I'm not gonna let you do. I'm not gonna let you do the show. Shadard is becoming what he hates the most: a Klansman, white man. You become what you hate, guys. Real quick, shut up, Shadard. Colorado. Are you guys up to speed? What happened with the Supreme Court of Colorado with Donald Trump? Are you guys up to speed with the fact that every justice in the state of Colorado was nominated by a Democrat? Are you up to speed with that?
Yeah, come on. Okay. You know what time it is, man.
Would you? Oh, I got a super chat. $10 super chat from from Pimp named Slickback. $10 super chat. FYI, 65% of the country is white. You need a majority of country to support a bill. Edos can call people names, but if other people want reparations, they won't get it. Tariq lied to you people. Sorry.
Okay. That was one of my points with that whole ADOS FBA thing, but sorry, go ahead.
Now, I was going to say, so let me ask you this, guys. First of all, I guess they're
Haitian.
Shadard, stop. We're on Trump now. Trump has been taken off the 2024 ballot in Colorado. I believe that's about 10 or 11 electoral votes. All the justices in the Colorado State Supreme Court are Democrat. If you guys are not up to speed, I'm sorry, they were nominated by Democrats. Excuse me. Let me be careful with that. Most of them, most of the politicians who nominated the justices come from the Ivy Leagues. We know the Ivy Leagues are woke now, but nevertheless, is this a coup? I'm gonna go.
I'll respond. Can I start? Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
The states have every state has
Okay.
a right to keep.
Oh, stop.
I got a word on that. I'm trying to speak on it.
Stop. King Shenard.
Trying to speak on it,
bro. Listen. I don't want to cuss you out, man. You're gonna take me there, okay? I'm trying to be nice, man. I'm trying to be nice for the season, okay?
I'm trying to be nice as well.
I get that, but I'm trying to talk about Trump. I'm trying to talk about the fact that.
Yeah, every state has a right to keep a candidate off their ballots. And you know, Trump committed crimes. He's still facing charges. And I think more states are gonna follow.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. Trust me, I do. But the question is that do you believe that this is a coup?
No, of course not. Okay. No,
even though every justice has been nominated by a Democrat.
Has nothing to do with that. He incited a riot on the U.S. Capitol.
Has he been convicted?
He's facing a lot of charges, criminal charges. He's basically
he's not basically a felon.
How did you know I was about to say though?
Because you were about to say it, but then you
how did you know?
Then you paused because you know you can only be a felon upon conviction. So
because he's he's a felon in the works.
I don't know he's a felon, sir. He hasn't been convicted of any crime yet, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, couple things.
And you will see how it will play out. But go ahead and see.
Yeah, what's up? A couple things. So everybody on the Colorado Supreme Court was not nominated by Democratic governors. It's just that everybody who voted to take Trump off the ballot was nominated by Democrats, right? So the Chief Justice was actually nominated by Republicans. So that's a distinction.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't matter in this instance. So this is part of the issue with being a conservative. So the states have the right to interpret the law through their Supreme Court, and the Constitution allows the states the control over their elections. Democrats and liberals have wanted to federalize elections for a long time, and conservatives always say, leave it up to the states. It's what we call federalism. Those of us who went to college, we know some people did it. So now that the states are doing what the states want to do, conservatives have an issue. Now, after the Republican Supreme Court justices,
cut you off right here. Let me cut you off right here, because everybody other than the Chief Justice is a Democrat.
Okay, that doesn't matter.
I want to clear that up real quick because to me, I incorrectly may have thought that you said that some of the justices were nominated by Republicans. That's not true. Everybody other than the chief, everybody's a Democrat.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm sorry, everybody's nominated by a Democrat. That's okay. I want to get that straight. Go ahead.
That's fair. Then that means 2 Democrats voted with Trump because it was actually a 4-3 decision. So the idea that all the Democrats voted for it, that's also not true. But let me just get to the point. When
they could have met in the room somewhere and said, "Hey guys, for us to make it seem like
it's possible."
They could have met, but okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. And good afternoon and Merry Christmas. And if we can still do Christmas. So when they ended Roe v. Wade.
Hey, do me a favor, man. Your mic is messing up. Just restart the StreamYard because I want to hear what you got to say. Okay.
Oh, hold on. What you want me to do?
Just come back. I'm gonna kick you out and then come back. Just restart. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's messing up. I don't know what's going on. Okay, King Shenard, you're saying that it's not a coup d'état. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, why do you believe it's a coup?
I believe that the Chief Justice. I believe that the justices in Colorado got together and said, you know what, we ain't about to have this crazy maniac become president. This is a blue state. why give him 10 electoral votes? And I believe that, hey, man, we could just disqualify him. That's what I believe that they did. I believe they met in a room somewhere, to be completely honest with you. And I believe they conspired to vote.
Well, it's like you said, chaotic. He's not even convicted of anything, but yet he's deemed to be ineligible.
Exactly.
As I told my Democratic so-called co-workers earlier, parties aside, this is a dangerous precedent that's going on right now. If nobody's like, if you call yourself an American,
guys are dangerous. You tap dancers are dangerous to this nation.
If you court doesn't actually have a dog in the fight.
Keisha, I'm dangerous to the nation with 200 people watching me. I'm dangerous, sir.
I remember somebody saying that this is like Batman and Joker between me and you. I think you are Joker and I'm Batman. No, actually not Joker. You're the Riddler. You're the Riddler and I'm Batman. Or I could be
GA, you look like you. I'm gonna bring you guys back up in a minute, but GA looks like a Mike Epps. You're a Mike Epps fan, right?
Yeah, love that.
Mike Epps did a stand up, and I think Mike Epps is a very good stand up comedian. He did a stand up, and he was talking about his cousin being a fake ass dope dealer, and said that he go to his cousin's house to buy like $10 worth of weed, and his cousin say, "Throw the bag on the ground. The feds watching me." And he said, "Ain't no fucking feds watching your ass." Keisha, there ain't nobody watching me, bro. I mean, I love the fact that you guys watch me, bro. But sir, I don't have a voice or a name to sway millions of people just yet. So I don't know how I'm dangerous to the country. I find that to be absurd. But yeah, I just want to ask that. Ain't no fucking feds watching you.
You got enough support to win.
You're supporting a criminal.
Depending on where you run, CT. Don't sell
That
yourself
is true,
short now.
Thank you so much.
I get what he's saying, though. A lot of these YouTubers swear the FBI is watching, and
ain't no fucking.
Dude, I just be hearing stuff like,
"Hey, CT." So real quick, GA. In general, I might agree. But here's the problem: when I look through the ruling, this only applies to the Republican primary. This doesn't apply to the actual general election ballot. So I'm looking at this going, okay, Trump got kicked off a Republican primary ballot in a blue state in an election where he's the undisputed Republican nominee anyway. Everybody else is running for second place, right? And so when I'm looking at this ruling, CT, it says it applies to the Republican primary that's coming up in March 5th. It does not apply to the general election in November.
Okay.
So,
Taru, I'm just saying the optics of it all.
There isn't going to be a Republican primary.
It's just what they're setting in motion.
Trump is the nominee.
Let Savage go real quick. Savage, go ahead real quick.
Go ahead.
There's also a caveat in the bill that it can only go into effect after he's convicted of a crime, and New York's civil. It's not criminal.
That's a lie.
Yeah, so even the civil suits that he got, it's not going to affect him on the ballot. He has to get convicted in Georgia for this stuff.
Why is it a lie, King Shinar? Go ahead, sir.
Because Savage said it. Y'all don't understand. Savage is a fool. He's an idiot.
Sir.
Savage, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Okay, you can name call all you want, but what facts do you have that will substantiate your claim, Shinar? That
just the fact that he's eating fried chicken. That's the only fact he has.
Okay,
a burrito.
Yo,
go ahead, King Shinar.
Because I know he's a fool.
Okay, so I you can call people names.
Let's focus on the fried chicken. How you know I mean? Why'd you assume I mean the fried chicken?
Here we go.
Because you sound fat.
So people that are fat eat fried chicken?
Yes. Of course they do.
King Shinar.
Oh, for real.
King Shinar.
Are most white Americans the biggest ones in this country?
80% of the
even if he said because you black, would that bother you, King?
Why are you so skinny, Savage?
Oh, this is crazy.
Because I don't overeat.
Why are you so skinny? Why you
I'm not poor like you.
Unhealthy.
I'm 6'2" and 216, bro. I'm quite healthy.
I'm 5'10" and almost more than 200 pounds.
Yeah, I know you're fat.
King Shinar,
bro,
can we just
Bro, you couldn't fight yourself out of a wet paper bag. Bro, you got a cleft lip. Your jaw doesn't even connect right.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Blacks. What do you think about the Colorado Supreme Court decision?
They're realizing very quickly that they shot themselves in the foot.
Okay.
It's antithetical to what they want to happen. You know, when this happened, people had a conniption at first, but then they slowly realized that it was in their favor, because I've heard a lot of analogies, and one of the best one was, here's a panel of white supremacists telling black people how to vote, telling them that they cannot vote. I mean, the irony is lost on these people when they made this decision. It's hilarious, man. They shot themselves in the foot, and it's only going to serve to help Trump at the end of the day. Whether you hate him or love him, that's what it's going to do. He thrives in this sort of climate. It doesn't matter anyway. I was just going to say, last thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anyway, because Colorado only holds, 9 electoral votes.
Yeah.
Like Mayo said last night, Colorado Republicans haven't won Colorado since Reagan. It doesn't matter. Okay, continue. What was your question?
That was my question to you. Because it's Colorado, is this really gonna amp things up? Because remember, Blacks, to be fair, Republicans also said that pushing abortion to the states was going to benefit them, and that's actually turned into 180. You get what I mean?
I understand, and I'm not saying that it did, but what I'm saying is they are doing this is tantamount to that abortion, to the abortion trope, because abortion did. Well, I won't say it fired. It did exactly what it was supposed to. The states are supposed to make that decision, not federal government. Just like the federal government isn't supposed to interfere with the voting. With elections. That's the separation of powers. So all I'm saying is that they have served to bolster the right, the people who they are trying to quell. They're trying to squash them, and they're not doing a very good job of it. They are subverting their efforts. Every time they talk about Trump, he gets stronger. It's ridiculous. These people haven't realized it yet. Nonstop. That's all they have done. The news cycle has done nothing but try and belittle and berate Trump, and it's done nothing but bolster his star. Hey, do you realize during the January 6th debacle, when nobody was talking about Trump at first, Trump wasn't receiving any the numbers that he's receiving now. He wasn't rising the way he is now. But then as soon as they turned the corner and made it all about Trump, 24-hour Trump, his star has been rising. It's crazy. And they tried this to no avail in Georgia, in New Hampshire, in what was the other state?
It's trash.
Yeah, Black, you want to restart your mic?
I'm about to get off of here anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, Black, you still there?
No, he has.
I'm still here, but I'll listen.
You gotta restart your mic. Yeah. Real quick, Alfonso, or replace white supremacy with justice. Go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute. Replace white supremacy with justice. You're on mute. Okay. Juan, what say you, man?
Day, listen, you guys support criminals. You guys are hypocrites.
No, that's you. How am I now, CT?
You guys are
it's still choppy. Yeah, just restart it for me, buddy.
Okay, I'll do it. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, King Shinar, and then let's get Juan in. Go ahead, King Shinar.
I find it funny how you made a stream about Tiffany Henry, but you will never make a stream about Trump.
I've made several streams about Trump. I made a stream
about his criminal history.
I made criminal history. What are you talking about? What is his criminal history, sir?
You never made a stream about it. Stop lying, man.
I just made it, sir.
Why did you take down all your videos?
Sir, I have an ongoing.
Because you made it all about black.
Are you gonna let me talk or not? I have an ongoing
misinformation
discrepancy
and
with YouTube, and I have to do some correction with videos from the past. So, yeah.
Correction. What are you talking about?
Are you consulting me or something, sir? What are you talking about?
Help you out, man.
You can't help me out, man. You can't even help yourself. You're in a library somewhere waiting on the bus, man.
Hold up, he's Haitian, but I remember he was calling you a tether before. That's crazy.
What's up, Ron?
Listen, I'll say it again.
Can y'all explain
my
to me what a tether
Nigerian,
is?
my mother is half Haitian, half Geechee from Florida. I have no European ancestry at all. Zero European.
How is it now, CT?
It sounds better.
And I'm 100% African.
If you're a black immigrant from another country, you're a tether, basically. That's
let me
my mother is half Haitian, half Geechee from Florida.
Let me respond to King.
My father's from Nigeria.
Let me respond to Blacks to Defy about President.
Hey, can Juan speak now, please?
Linwood, real quick. Let Juan speak. Juan, do you believe that the United States government should pay reparations? And also with this topic, what say you about Colorado's state Supreme Court? Which one, whatever one you want to. Well, probably you're better off tackling the state Supreme Court because you're an attorney or studying law. But go ahead, or have studied law. Go ahead.
Well, regarding reparations, real quick, the answer is no. My mother's a beautiful black woman out of Arkansas. My father's Puerto Rican, so I get the best of both worlds. And the answer is no. This isn't the 1850s. This isn't the 1850s where if I would have learned how to read, I would have been shot.
So you shouldn't speak on stuff that ain't got nothing to do with you.
Hey, Shenard, can we allow
Shenard, can you shut the fuck up?
Why don't you shut up, tap dancer?
Can we allow King Shenard? Juan has always been respectful. He's never cut people off. Can you allow him to speak, sir? If you want to cut me off, fine.
You're Puerto Rican. How you gonna tell someone?
King Shenard.
Hey, Juan, I'm black Puerto Rican too. Shout out to you, bro.
King Shenard, if you want to cut people off, you want to cut me off, that's fine. But Juan is always respectful. Let's listen to Juan. Go ahead, Juan.
Well, again, I would have been killed. Well, I would have been in the same boat pre-1898 when the U.S. took over Puerto Rico, because there were black people that were slaves in Puerto Rico as well, working in the sugarcane fields. But in either case,
y'all wanted the U.S. to take over Puerto Rico, just like the DR wanted them to take over the Dominican Republic, because y'all wanted to be tap dancers. Yeah, got what y'all wanted to have.
How much you kick King off for the rest of the day?
The point that I'm making is that I would have been shot for learning how to read 150 years ago. And now I have the opportunity to obtain 2 bachelor's degrees at college and a law degree, a jurisprudence degree. And so because of that, I have the ability to gain skill sets that I didn't have before. Now it's my responsibility to monetize them. I can't lay on the bed and cry and whinge and moan that it's always insert group but person here's fault. I have the skill sets. It's my job to do with what I'm supposed to do with those particular skill sets. That's a me issue at this point. If this were 1890, my answer would probably be different. If this were 1890, I would probably say, yeah, give me my 40 acres and a mule. But what I was given was opportunity. And so because I'm given opportunity, it's my job to take that ball and run with it as far as I possibly can.
Puerto Rico is an unincorporated territory. All right. Do you know what an unincorporated territory is?
He's an
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bro, you know that Puerto Ricans are a mixture between indigenous tribes, Black Americans, and Europeans? Like,
absolutely.
Bro,
and Puerto Ricans were declared.
Him being Haitian, he should know that.
They're not
black. If you are white,
they are not black.
If you are white in the chat and on the panel, please.
It's a roof. Are you black?
Word.
You look like a European.
King Shenard, I am black and Puerto Rican, bro. I'm
okay. So you're in the same bucket as him. You ain't black.
King Shenard, can we, for the love of God,
you're not
black. Guys, you can't, bro.
Why people have to say
you can't answer him, man. It only serves to embolden him. He will never shut up if you keep answering him.
You are mixed. You're not black.
You can't answer him, guys. You just have to keep going.
You're probably more white than you are black. You're not mixed. You're not.
So Juan, what do you think about Juan? What do you think about?
Thank you.
Ron, what do you think about the Supreme Court in Colorado's decision? What do you think about that?
That decision is scary. I'll just put it like that. That decision is extremely scary. It's extremely horrifying. And the reason why is because they didn't rule based on an independent and adequate state ground, which if they would have ruled that way, if they would have ruled based on the Colorado Constitution as well as the U.S. Constitution, Trump's appeal would have been dead out of the water, because the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court doesn't answer that. They ruled that he was ineligible based on the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, specifically Section 3. And that particular section of the Constitution, what that was designed for...
Shut up. It's in the Constitution.
Yes, it's Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Every state has a right to remove anyone that they want to remove off the ballot based off of certain qualifications. He's just
Hold on for a second. Now, Juan has studied law. Do you honestly want to go? Do you want to have a
everybody?
conversation?
And you have been a teacher. You've been a probation officer. Everybody's everything on this internet.
I have been. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you guys rock it out for 2 or 3 minutes. I'll bring the panel back up. Go ahead, King Shenard.
You guys are just hypocrites, man. I can't stand hypocrites.
Let's discuss the topic, sir. You said that that this is legal, right? So why is it legal, King Shenard?
It is legal. They literally they cited what he said during the Jan 6 incident. He literally incited a riot. What president in history, right, incited a riot where people are going into the U.S. Capitol, taking pictures, vandalizing, stealing stuff off of people's desks? When has that ever happened in the history of this country?
Juan.
And you fools are sitting up here trying to defend this.
It happened twice in history, actually.
Up here that's not even black. I don't even consider Puerto Ricans American. You guys are in unincorporated territory. There's nothing. I don't even think y'all can even vote in elections.
Yeah, we actually can. Puerto Ricans.
You're a colony, basically.
Puerto Ricans have been declared.
Be a colony. You don't even want to even fight and have your own nation.
Puerto Ricans have been declared U.S. citizens since 1917, sir.
You may be a citizen, but listen. You can't vote.
Yes, we can, sir.
I think I don't know. I forgot the laws. I mean, you guys don't have a system of government that can actually impact the U.S. government. You don't have any representatives from Puerto Rico.
I have to ask you a serious question.
I may be able to vote, but
you know what I mean. I have to ask you a serious question. Are you retarded? Are you retarded?
Are you stupid?
Like, what is wrong with you?
Don't use the word retarded.
That's getting annoying, man. Like, I'm done with this. Okay, I'll bring you back in a couple of minutes, man. I know my head is hurting. I got a headache. We got about 4 hours to go.
I just want to inform KS and the panel real quick. Puerto Ricans are American citizens. They use the U.S. dollar. We fight in the militaries. There's a whole military base in Puerto Rico.
Senators or representatives.
Okay, that's true. That is true.
Puerto Ricans can vote, just not on mainland Puerto Rico. But let's say they got residents in Florida, all of a sudden
it's a U.S. territory, which they cannot vote during a presidential election. The only way a Puerto Rican can vote is if they on the mainland of the United States.
Just said that.
To clear that all up, if you can hear me.
Yeah, and that's what I'm telling KS. I just said that. They're U.S. dollars, American citizens, U.S. passports, U.S. bases, right? The only way and the only reason they can't vote is because, yes, they're a territory, not a state. But any Puerto Ricans, because they're U.S. citizens, the moment they move anywhere to mainland U.S., guess what? They can vote.
We can vote, yes.
Why you got a Puerto Rican?
Wait, Juan, I don't want you to lose your train of thought. You was touching something very pivotal. And I think, again, it's not going to really do Trump a disservice. He's still going to get the nomination. But I'm just saying it's setting a dangerous precedent. And you was touching on that.
Well, I'll get into that in a moment. What I will comment real quick is if Chaotic Truth could send me a clip from this particular portion of the panel, because my mother's always told me, Juan, you're going to find out
an American flag, bro.
I have an American flag. I have the American flag behind me, buddy. It's right there. I have both.
Which is literally the same colors as the
Actually, you have a
U.S. flag.
You have a Puerto Rican flag. Okay,
I have both.
okay. Let me say this right
But
quick before I come up here.
what I was saying is what I was saying real quick.
Are U.S.
Let the man finish. Damn.
Yes, we know that. We've got that already. Jesus Christ.
What I was saying real quick is I wish my mom could hear this portion of the conversation, because I've always pulled I'm black, but I'm also Puerto Rican. And I remember when I married my ex-wife, who was a Mexican national, and my mom was, I'm sad because you got to remember your mom was black. And I said, well, you hooked up with a Puerto Rican. Sorry. And she said, well, you're going to realize that you're black. People are going to only accept you as black. And now here on this panel's evidence, Exhibit A, that I'm not black enough for the black people, apparently.
Yeah.
But getting back to the question that you guys asked, it's scary. What Colorado did is extremely scary. It's reminiscent of what Venezuela did last week with Machado, who's also a candidate in the opposing party to Maduro. The reason why is because there isn't really anything in the Constitution that says that you can't run for public office if you have charges pending. The Supreme Court of Colorado used the 14th Amendment, specifically Section 3, and that was a Civil War amendment that basically said that if you were an insurrectionist against the United States, you couldn't be a senator, you couldn't be a House of Representatives member, you couldn't hold public office in your state. But it does not mention, it's extremely silent when it comes to what can you do as the president. In fact, if you're a convicted felon, you can actually run for president of the United States. A lot of people don't know that. That's one point. But the other thing is if they did this to Trump, and everybody's politics and whether or not he was an insurrectionist, all of that, put that aside. All of those questions haven't been answered yet. But when you look at it from a 30,000-foot view, a bird's eye view, if they did that to Trump, well, guess what? Chaotic truth, if he decides he wants to run for Senate in Ohio, they can do literally the exact same thing to him. If I wanted to run for House member representing District 32 in the state of Texas, where I reside, they can do literally the exact same thing to me. And guess what? If you have a valid point that you want to make as a politician, you have a valid agenda that you want to get across, and they see you as a threat, guess what? They're going to do literally the exact same to you as well. That is scary.
That's why I said parties on the line as an American. You should really pay attention to this as a threat to our country as a whole. But
Right. So Ron, real quick, we got to remember that this ruling, and I had pointed out before, this ruling only applies to Colorado state primary. It doesn't apply to federal elections.
Hold on for a second.
You're absolutely right. However, real quick, you're absolutely right. But real quick, it applies only to Colorado. But here's the thing, and this is what people don't see. Other Democratic leaders in other states and other courts that are in primarily blue states will take literally the game plan from Colorado, copy paste, and apply it to their state. And there are 11 other states where Trump is up for being removed from the ballot. Not just Colorado. Colorado was the first state that removed him, but there are 11 other states where this is an agenda. Believe it or not, including here in Texas. It won't happen here, but the fact that it is on the agenda in 11 other states in itself is just as scary.
Calvin, why is it a lie? You said it was a lie. Why is it a lie?
I said the last part he said. The last part he said was that anything that you could do, CT, the government can take you off the ballot. That's not the case. He's being taken off the ballot for specific reasons. You may disagree with the reasons. You may say that it hasn't run the legal course, but just to make it seem like the government can just, or any state can just take you off the ballot for any reason is not the situation. He's
not even being charged with being an insurrectionist.
But he is. Isn't he going to court right now facing federal charges?
Right now for that. He's facing federal and state RICO charges. None of the charges in the roughly 400 counts of indictments that he has deals with violating the Insurrection Act. None.
Exactly. Correct. I think you might be
Calvin,
correct.
you're being disingenuous. You know essentially what type of tactics this is. It is basically doing anything to remove a potential threat that could possibly win away from our dude. Like, why are you? What's up?
No. You have to. The law is if you commit an insurrection, you cannot be on the ballot. That is the realm.
But has he been?
And has he committed an insurrection?
That's the point.
No, he was never convicted of insurrection, bro.
He's not charged with insurrection.
Exactly.
Charges in
Here's my
Atlanta,
point.
guys.
Yeah.
Remember, the
Yeah.
charges
Guys,
in Atlanta is dealing with the January 6th incident.
Guys,
Remember when he
Calvin
asked
is
Georgia
the
to
only one
find
up there.
11,800
That has
votes?
nothing to do with
That's
January 6th.
Guys,
That has
Calvin,
nothing. Georgia has nothing to do with January 6th.
guys,
Yes, it
Calvin is
does,
the
'cause
only
it's one
one
of the
who
things
has
he was
imposed.
trying with the fake ballots, the fake electors. You don't remember that? Come on, Mayo.
It had nothing to do with January 6th.
Calvin.
Yeah.
The only one with an imposing view. I would like to hear more. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I agree that it has not run its course in terms of finding him guilty. My thing is, people are making it seem like he did not do anything. He's the only president that has done the things in terms of January 6th, having his people stop an election. So to act like he hasn't done anything to warrant this type of energy that's coming to him, I think is very disingenuous on everyone's part.
Savage. And then
Well, unfortunately, the 14th Amendment, you have to be charged with insurrection, and you have to be convicted of insurrection. He's not been charged with it. So to use the 14th Amendment against him to get him off the ballot is unconstitutional because the Constitution needs certain parameters, and he didn't meet them. On top of that, you're going to make the argument, Calvin, that nothing has ever happened like this before, but it just so happens that there were Democratic protesters that took over the House and they took over the chambers 2 times during this whole thing, and they weren't charged with insurrection. One happened this year. One happened the year of
2018.
They happened in 2015. They happened in 2021.
What happened in 2021?
The Democrats took over. They took over the House on May. I think it was May 8th. It was like 8 months before January 6th. They did it. They didn't get charged. The guys that caught the church on fire, they weren't given insurrection. The guy that pulled the fire alarm to stop the vote, the guy that pulled the fire alarm that stopped the vote,
That doesn't fall under insurrection.
Bro,
that doesn't pulling up fire alarm does not fall under insurrection.
No, because the people that for January 6th were charged with stopping the House. They were charged with the crime of stopping the House and obstructing the vote. That guy stopped the vote by pulling the fire alarm. He can get charged with that. So quit being disingenuous. You're trying to bend the Constitution to make it fit your narrative for them to do this, but it's okay. I understand. Just remember this, because majority of the states, especially the swing states, are Republican ran. So remember this when we start kicking your guys off the ballots, and you guys can't win an election off the swing states.
Well, you have to have justifiable cause.
They clearly don't if he didn't meet the constitutional.
No, that is what is being litigated.
No,
well, again, the Constitution is silent as to whether the president can. The Constitution is silent as to what.
Everybody needs to remember. There is an election or a trial pending in D.C. Remember, the trial is set for March 4th. That is dealing specifically with Trump in the election case. So anybody trying to claim that he's not being under
the election case has nothing to do with insurrection.
Yes, it is. The
no,
trial
it doesn't.
in DC
No, it
set
doesn't.
for March 4th is. I'm looking at the Wall Street
Georgia
Journal
State
right
case.
now, guys. I'm looking
That's
at
a
the Wall
Georgia
Street
State
Journal right
case
now.
for interfering with an election.
You
That's
can't.
the proceedings for the former president election interference charges. That is the charges in D.C. for the trial coming up in March 4th, Mayo.
Sir,
I'm not making this up. This is direct from the
does
evidence.
the 14th Amendment not say insurrection, sir?
I'm arguing right now. The only thing I'm clearing up is people saying that he's not being under investigation for the insurrection. That's false.
He's not.
Sir, he's not being charged with insurrection.
So what's the trial pending in March 4th then, guys? Please tell me. What trial is pending in March 4th in DC?
Sir, you're conflating a charge to meet a actual law that states that if you're an insurrectionist and get charged with insurrection, you can't hold office.
So
He
again,
could
I'm
have
not
caught the
conflating
building on fire
anything. I'm
and
simply
got
telling you
arson.
guys
That's
the
not
facts say.
insurrection, sir.
All I'm saying is that the facts say Trump is under investigation and is going to trial for the insurrection. That is an absolute fact.
No, he is
Whether you
not.
want to
Can we
No, he
really
is
give
not.
reparations to people that can't read English?
Oh my God, bro. Okay.
Black Suda 5 with the $2 super chat says, "Can we please allow the lawyer to speak?" Before Juan speaks, Jay Rillo, you've been patiently waiting. What say you, sir?
Well, first off, this is all BS as far as the charges against Trump. Article 3 in the 14th Amendment has only been used twice. Once was 1873, the other time was 1878. The whole purpose of that was because of the former Confederate members who wanted to hold office after the war. That's the whole reason why they even put it as an amendment into the Constitution. Also, Trump was not considered an officer of the Constitution. I read a Reuters article about this earlier today. Because of that, he is protected because he made those statements while he was still technically a president of the United States. And also, he's protected under the First Amendment. And at no point during his speech before J6 happens does he explicitly say to incite violence against the Capitol building. So he should be protected under the First Amendment. Okay. A little quick side tangent. And please don't drop me, CT, because the whole reason I came up here was because of this. Kishnar needs to shut the fuck up because he doesn't know what he's talking about, for one. All right. Puerto Ricans have been citizens now for over a century in this country. We've been American citizens now for long enough. He disrespects people like my father who served this country loyally to protect the freedoms that he has to be able to say the shit that he does. Kishnar needs to go fuck himself. He needs to go do more reading because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Now back to the topic at hand. Another thing is this. What's dangerous about what Colorado did is that Trump has never actually been charged with insurrection, okay? And he's not even been convicted of anything, all right? Keep in mind, states like Michigan and states like Wisconsin are still waiting to see what happens, whether or not he gets charged, okay? Because those states are interpreting that part of the Constitution, that article in the Constitution as until he is actually charged, then they will move forward with trying to remove him from the primary ballot for the GOP. That's the spirit of the law. That's how they're actually following it. Colorado's trying to do some other kind of crazy shit with trying to take him off the ballot before the fact. This is really dangerous because the precedent it's going to set is that a state at will can misinterpret a part of the Constitution and unilaterally decide to prevent a candidate, a very popular candidate, mind you, from being able to run for president. It doesn't make any sense. It's really dangerous. The precedent is going to set, if it passes, I doubt the Supreme Court is going to let it pass anyways, because it's 6-3 in favor of Trump if it does go to the Supreme Court, which likely it will. There's also another thing I read in the article is that the likelihood is that before they ratify it in the Colorado law is that they're going to wait until January 4th. So basically a couple of weeks from now. So that way Trump has the chance to appeal it. And then likely it's going to end up being the trial is likely going to end up happening, or it's likely going to be heard in court by June of next year. So everything's really close to the chest right now. Chances are this is going to come down to the wire. And if Trump beats it, and I think he will, this is only going to supercharge him. This is going to have him blow past everybody. Even though Nikki Haley is surging in the polls right now, she's at 29% in the polls. It's not going to matter. He's going to blow past them, okay? And then he's going to end up crushing Biden come November 4th of next year. I mute the mic.
So Jay, wouldn't you admit though, because this is in Colorado, because this only affects the Republican primary, right? Doesn't affect the actual general election ballot, that Trump's going to win the GOP primary anyway, with or without Colorado.
Okay, yes, but Colorado is a microcosm of what can happen. This is like the first domino. This is the first domino. This is the first domino to fall. Okay, this is going to end up having a cascade effect, because what can end up happening is this: if let's say for example, okay, this gets ratified, okay, and then it has to go to the Supreme Court, and by some chance Trump loses in the Supreme Court. Okay, the precedent this sets for other blue and battleground states is that Trump will no longer be in the primary, which that means that come November, the Republican vote is going to end up being split, and it's going to get split astronomically, because the Republicans who are MAGA Republicans who truly want to see him win are not going to want to go with who's already on the primary ballot. They're going to end up writing him in, or Trump's going to end up having to go as an independent, which means it's going to end up almost assuredly causing a a Democrat victory.
No, I agree with that. Like splitting the vote, trying to screw
Yes.
that up. I agree. I want to say I agree with that aspect. Oh, go ahead.
Francisco with the $5 super chat. The March 4th trial is for election interference. It is not hard to look it up. Now, real quick, guys, to everybody in the back, respectfully, Jay came on the panel. This is a panel full of Puerto Ricans now. Be careful, Shenard. You might.
I ain't no Puerto Rican. Shut up, bro. Don't put me into that.
So Jay, the reason why I say that is because everything you just said is the same thing Juan said, and it's absolutely correct. But here's the detail that I don't know if you guys are acknowledging here. This only applies if he gets convicted. So all of this is mute if he doesn't get actually convicted of sedition or insurrection. Then this
but he wasn't charged. He wasn't charged with insurrection. That's the first point. But number two, he was removed off the ballot, not with a condition precedent, as they call it, not pending a conviction or whatever. He wasn't the equivalent of being put on administrative leave pending a criminal investigation. He was kicked off the ballot, period. End of story.
Again,
and election interference isn't.
You guys had mentioned earlier that it was pending a conviction. And then all I'm saying is it's a Republican primary in one single state that's not even a red state. So it still doesn't apply to the general ballot.
But that's the part that keeps being missed. Again, this is what's going to happen. As I mentioned earlier, there are 11 other states that are looking to do literally the exact same thing. And you're absolutely right. It's Colorado. They're their own separate sovereign, right? But other states, specifically, as another gentleman had mentioned, your battleground states and your other blue states, for the most part, they'll basically take the playbook from Colorado. It's literally copy paste, and they'll apply it to their states. And Trump will get knocked off of the ballot potentially in those states. And the moment that happens, he won't have enough delegates to win the Republican nomination. And the moment that happens, I'm people like myself, people like you, people like Chaotic Truth, we will have been denied our right to vote for whoever we wanted to vote for. Because also in Colorado, in Colorado as well, as part of that ruling, as part of that order, the people that count the votes are not even allowed to count the write-in votes for Trump.
Yo, Juan, can I ask
well,
you
yeah, because but that's still just the primary.
Hold on,
that doesn't apply to the
yeah, but the problem is though, if it spills out outside of the primary though, this is going to have ramifications to the general election. This is going to have ramifications. It's going to. There's no way you can avoid that.
He's not going to carry
Colorado. If we stick with that perspective, there's 11 states.
He's not going to carry the state of Colorado.
Other states that have this, guys. That also includes red states, because I think Florida might be one. I'm not sure.
Texas is
Florida is a red state. So when we're talking about election interference, does that logic only apply to blue states, or does that apply to red states as well?
For the record, election interference is not insurrection, though. That's
not election interference.
Just from the comment of keeping people off the ballot, you had correctly said, and I agree with that. That would be considered election interference. You're trying to keep somebody from having the people be able to vote for them.
States have done that
for
years.
Do you think this can spill over into a bigger problem coming into the general elections? That's the bigger picture I'm looking at. That's the dangerous precedent, regardless of party, that I'm talking about. It's opening Pandora's box, bro.
Yo, GA, did you get some sort of
here's the thing, even if he's formally charged with insurrection, okay, he still has to be convicted of insurrection. There still has to be a legal process to go through. You can be charged with anything, right? At that point, being charged is just a
he literally said, in other words,
no, he didn't. He didn't say anything about trying to overthrow the election during that speech. He said nothing about that. He said nothing about overthrowing the government. He said nothing about inciting violence. He said nothing involving that at all. It doesn't even matter if he did. He was the president. He is not an officer of the law at that point. He was president. It doesn't apply to him. It doesn't apply to him. You didn't even bother fucking reading any research before you came on here to talk about it, you stupid motherfucker. Go fix your teeth.
Clowns.
Twat.
I got perfect teeth, bro.
I'm looking at the Constitution.
So I wanna ask Juan a question. I wanna ask Juan a question real quick. Juan, where's the American flag at?
Come on.
Where's your American flag at?
It's in front of me.
No, that's the Puerto Rican flag, bro. Why did you?
No, that flag is behind me.
Okay, where's the American flag at? Show it.
It's in front of me.
Where is it at? Is it on the floor or where is it at?
No, it's give me a second.
No. Why are you trying to put it up now? Why are you trying to put? Look at it. We saw the flag in your
See,
hand.
and you know what? And see,
You're trying to
you know
hang
what the problem
flag.
is? And see, this is what's This is actually what's dangerous. Are
Oh,
the Americans, are the
why don't
so-called
you
Americans
hang
like
it
King
up?
Shenard?
Why don't
Those
you
are the
hang
ones
up
that are
the
actually
flag?
dangerous. Because people like him are the ones that
Why
actually cause
didn't you
division
hang up
amongst the
the
rest of us
flag,
when we
bro?
actually unify
Nah,
behind a
it's you
point.
motherfuckers.
King Shenard
It's
is the kind of
you.
person who causes division amongst people who actually want to unify behind something they believe in. King
Why
Shenard
was
is
the
the kind
flag
of
on the
American
floor, bro?
that causes dissension within our ranks.
Why was
He's exactly that kind of
the
person.
American flag on the floor?
It's not on the floor. It was on my bed.
Hey Jay, you ain't lying about that. I deal with a lot of them over here in South Florida, man. And it's you just listen to them, and it's like, how can y'all take them serious, man? Just let them spew on.
And King Shenard, I may be fat, but I took my ass to the gym. I literally walked out the fucking gym early to cook your bitch ass. All right. And when I'm done cooking, I'm gonna walk back in there and finish my workout for my stream.
Eat some
Because you ain't shit. You ain't shit, King Shenard.
You're gonna
a
cancel
bitch,
out that little
and you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Go
too
suck a
big,
dick,
man. You too big. What you gonna do? You get into
Don't lose your cool, man.
I thought
Somebody
we was
gotta
having a
get this
productive
guy out of
conversation
here,
with
man.
This election thing, man.
All right, NC, what's up, man? NC, you were
Yeah,
saying
man,
like,
it's good, man. So I looked up the Constitution.
NC, you gotta start your stream yard. Jesus Christ, you gotta restart. Linwood, go ahead, man. You gotta restart your NC. You gotta restart your stream yard. Linwood, go ahead, man.
Where's Linwood?
He's up here. Alfonso. Okay, go ahead, guys. He ain't talking. Go ahead. Okay,
It's the bigger picture at large that I would hope, most people are paying attention to. It's we're really opening a door to something I don't think we understand the ramifications of it, and that's all I was trying to say. It's the bigger picture. I know Colorado's not going to hurt Trump, dude.
I agree, GA. I just think the issue is that while we're talking about this, the reality is like my state of Ohio is full of Republicans, and I know what the Republicans are going to do. They're going to try to pass a state legislative policy that says nobody could get kicked off a ballot, and that's going to be the end of that. You get what I mean,
bro? States have done this for years.
You got to blame the Dems for that.
It's not a partisan issue, man. Any state can refuse anyone they want on the ballot based off of whatever state in the law. Criminal convictions. What's so funny? It's the truth. They've done this for years.
Because you know all about the law.
It's easy. Listen, if you were to try to campaign for president of the U.S., you can easily be denied because one, you don't even have a job. You don't pay taxes in this country. You don't contribute even to this economy. You gamble on options, bro.
Anything, King Shenard?
You give money. You give your money back to people like me.
Hold on, King Shenard. You literally talk cash money shit about options every time you come up on this panel. You always talk about SPY. How are you talking? How are you talking about somebody else gambling on options when that's literally all you bring up every time you talk about SPY?
Yes, because I sell contracts to people like Chaotic, so they can leave their money.
But you're also gambling, so you're doing the same shit.
Writing contracts is not.
But you over here trying to throw stones out your glass house.
I'm a small level market maker, if you want to put it like that. I don't gamble. Gambling is for fools.
You're not
Chaotic.
You're not a market maker. You're lying.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You a hater, bro.
I'm hating on you.
Yes,
a nigga hiding behind an avatar. I'm hating on you.
You a hater. But listen, my point is, all right. So not everyone can run for president. Can we get that correct? Not everyone can run for.
I thought under the Constitution, if you were 35 and a U.S. citizen, you can run, right?
But I'm saying, but even if you are that, not everyone can do that.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, every state has their own laws. I mean, we're not like, what are you guys going off of?
Literally the 14th
Seriously,
Amendment.
What is the point of this whole discussion?
Article 3.
We're regardless of what end you fall on, we're literally using the precedent that the Colorado Supreme Court just ruled on. That's what we're using, King Shenard.
You said what?
There's
Yeah, no.
this conversation.
They ruled on. I know they ruled on that for. They had a reason to rule on that. You guys are pretending like what I'm saying is stupid. I get what you guys are trying to do right now. I get it. I'm looking at fools right now. I'm
Yeah,
really
that statement
talking
is
to fool.
stupid, but
Only
Yo,
the fool will try to
it's
make
not
others
real.
look like a fool. I get what you guys are doing.
Bro, you were doing a great job all on your own.
So I want to
CT,
say, man, I didn't know you
King
employed court
Shenard,
gestures for the panel, man. I
You
didn't
guys
know
are
that.
supporting a criminal.
King
Y'all
Shenard,
know
you're over here
Trump is a
talking about the
criminal.
law. King Shenard, you're over here talking about the law, and you didn't even know the Puerto Ricans can vote. Also pay taxes.
That's not even
On the island,
actually
they also
true.
pay taxes, and it wasn't until last year the
Name
Supreme
me
Court
a
ruled.
Puerto Rican
Guess what?
state.
They also got Social Security benefits until last year when the Supreme Court de-ratified it.
Name me a Puerto Rican state.
Guys, real quick. My fault, Jay. Francisco with the $5 super chat says King Shenard looked up Eugene V. Debs. He got 1 million votes, serving 10 years in federal prison. Please zip it, King Shenard. King Shenard, I gotta get rid of you, man. I mean, I'm getting a goddamn headache. I'll ban Shenard until Sunday just for $20 to the Cash App, man. King Shenard, any last words? Because somebody's gonna get you the hell up out of here. Any last words? King Shenard. King Shenard, any last words, bro? Okay, all right. Yeah, $20. No, it's not even $100. It's $20 to the Cash App, and I'll ban him until Sunday because he ain't gonna pay it. So he's a little weasel, little bum. Go ahead, Linwood.
Well, this thing with Colorado, I don't take it seriously because it's just gonna be. He's not going to carry that state anyway in the Electoral College, so it's not really going to matter. But I will say this for the record. He has not been convicted yet of the charges. He is consistently been doing is trying to delay it and trying to push the dates back. He's been attempting to do that. Now, as far as him being the front runner and everything like that, yes, he is. And with Blacks Who Defy, he made it come. Trump gets stronger. No, Trump gets stronger with his base. He can't grow any further out besides his base.
Well,
and yeah, he may be able to
look up Eugene V. Debs. He got 1 million votes. Oh, I already read that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, guys.
My connection.
I mean, he could.
Check your Cash App, CT.
He could.
And read it.
It's going to come.
It's not just with his base. You got
credit. $40 credit.
Hold on for a second. Savage, please don't make me read this, man. I'm gonna read it. Savage sent over a nice Cash App. Jesus Christ, Savage. This is from what Savage says. This is a $20 Cash App for King Shenard. He charges $40 to suck dick with a fucked up lip. Jesus Christ, Miss Walker. Golly. King Shenard, any last words? Any last words, King Shenard?
Hey man, don't ban them till Sunday. At least give them Friday. You know what I mean? Friday.
All he has to do is pay $20 to come back. But other than that, I can't do it. I can't do it. My head is.
So, I mean, more than likely he's going to be the nominee by default. Even he has not participated in the debates, and Nikki Haley stands a better chance of being the nominee than him. But I think this is a phase that they want the angry white man to be at the top because he shows quote unquote strength. The biggest issue that they're having is when he does return back, if he does, he's going to propose an intervention, a non-interventionist foreign policy, in which if he does get back in the Oval Office, he's going to ruin those relationships and let Putin take the Donbass region of Ukraine. He's going to allow Israel to basically genocide an entire people because he's not going to intervene in it. So that's really what they're mostly afraid of is like, get this motherfucker out of here. Because that's what he's going to do. He's going to ruin foreign relations. He's praised dictators. He's praised Kim Jong-un. He's praised Vladimir Putin. He's praised Owerto.
Repeatedly.
And so, Should he be the president? No, because like I said, I could see more riots taking place in the streets. I mean, I got sick of that shit from 4 years, and I'm like, no, I don't want this. I don't want this guy in the office. We've seen where this has gone, you know. And yes, he said to some people, "Hey, why don't we just use the nukes?" You don't use the nukes unless you're in a war. So it comes down. He doesn't really have a clue about governing. He doesn't really want to govern. He want to get his name in the paper.
You reaching hard, my man.
Well, that's actually what he's doing.
Facts.
That's what he wants to do: is get his name in the paper and say that the whole Republican thing now is just own the libs.
Putin doesn't need Trump's help to take the Donbass. It's going to happen regardless.
But
you're not keeping up with geopolitics if you think that.
You keep up with geopolitics too, so even you know that Putin absolutely needs Trump to destabilize NATO.
Sir, no, he doesn't.
No,
he doesn't. No, he doesn't, sir. No, he doesn't. You know why? Because the war already proved that the collective West and the United States does not have the same manufacturing power that the Eastern countries do. That's what happens. That's what happens. Listen, the sanctions showed you. Listen, they were taken away from SWIFT. It didn't work. We stopped buying Russian oil. It didn't work. We blew up both pipelines. It didn't work.
Facts.
None of this. Right. And guess what? Russia went from the 12th overall world economy to 8th in less than a year. They jumped 4 spots to now being a top 10 world economy.
That's because
now
they're
selling
commodity they can sell to the rest of the world now is oil, and because oil
prices
went up, of course their money's going to go up. Unfortunately,
that's not true, sir.
That is true. Because you got to remember, when this thing popped off, NATO was close to destabilizing. Germany wanted to bounce. A lot of these other countries that, remember, Trump was right about this, right? Wasn't one of the big things is NATO needs to pay their fair share? Trump was absolutely right about that.
He did say that. He did say that.
Oh, hold on, Jay.
Go ahead.
NATO was very divided until Vladimir Putin tried to take advantage of that division and invade Ukraine. And then NATO, we rallied the troops. Unfortunately, you got to admit that NATO rallied together. Now, Jay, we got two new NATO members, Finland and Sweden. So even if you're going to try to take this or say that Vladimir Putin doesn't need this, he's still losing because his agenda isn't working. It's failing. Ukraine might have a hard time beating Russia, but right now Ukraine has successfully defended themselves against a Russian invasion. Even if you take the side of Vladimir Putin, Putin has not successfully invaded Ukraine.
Sir,
that is
Russia.
Correct.
Sir, you're watching Soviet doctrine beat NATO doctrine right now. You are literally in real time seeing that old Soviet doctrine is winning against NATO. All those troops were NATO trained. They sent 40,000 NATO trained troops in the Donbass, and they're all dead. They're either dead or they're extremely wounded. They can't. The reason why Russia's economy is still able to live is because they can export oil, natural gas, steel. They can export uranium, and they can export grain. They're still one of the largest grain producers in the world. Most people don't even realize that.
So Jay, the oil production has gone up. The problem is when they going down. Their population, Jay, is going down because now they don't have the numbers. Remember, Russia was already dealing with a population crisis due to alcoholism.
The whole world is dealing with a population crisis, sir.
Jay,
yes,
the average Russian lifespan for a male was like 67 years old. And now because of the war and them actually drafting people to go in the invasion, they're losing a lot of young people that could work in the labor force and creating babies because now they can't sustain their population either.
Can't do a damn thing.
Do you realize that when they invaded Ukraine, that 8 million Ukrainians went into Russia? So therefore, Russia's population went up by 8 million.
Right.
Do you realize that Russian-speaking Ukrainians went into Russia and added that population? And when Russia takes half of Ukraine, they're going to get at least 10 million more people to add to their population. This is only going to serve the boom.
There were hundreds of thousands of Russians who fled Russia. They're living in Georgia. They're living in Poland. They're living in Finland. Why? Because they not want to get drafted. Think about how many Russian soldiers got captured by Ukraine and surrendered out the gate. Remember, the Russian troops were sabotaging their own equipment, so they don't have to fight.
So, Rules, you actually believe...
And say you have to remember, Ukraine is a pure defensive force. They do not have a big military. So what does it say about the supposedly second largest power behind Russia that can't even beat a defensive Ukrainian military using U.S. hand-me-downs?
Do you mean the same country that's literally being supported by 30 other countries that is on life support? The same countries that has been sent, that we alone have sent over $120 billion to, that's not even including the rest of Europe?
Imagine that.
Are you serious?
Mercenaries
That's a
themselves.
very good investment. We're spending money in Ukraine to push the Russian invasion, which they have not succeeded, and we have not had one American troop dead. That's
So
money.
do you follow the war day to day? Do you follow the updates day to day?
Yes, unfortunately,
right?
man, I do.
Okay, so if you know, if that's the case, then Avdiivka has been surrounded. Marinka just fell. Kupiansk is about to fall. Do you realize that they're about to march to Kramatorsk? Once they reach Kramatorsk, that's a city that's right outside of the Dnieper River. Once they take that city, right, and they take the Dnieper, Ukraine is dead. All of Ukraine's economy goes through two places: the Dnieper River and Odessa by the Black Sea. Once they lose the Dnieper, it's on the road to Odessa. Then the war is over.
The biggest problem that hold on, Peruz, real quick.
How am I supposed
to
Peruz,
give me 1 second.
Blew up Russian ships despite
Let's
not having
Savage get in real quick.
Peruz,
guys.
real quick.
Let's Savage get in. Come on, Savage. He's been patiently waiting.
Russia's already taken the land bridge. Like, they've already taken the land bridge. Like, they're not losing. And they also drafted a lot of their draftees were just criminals they let out of prison to send to war. So there was a population that was dying that they don't even really care about. So
the Russians?
Yes, the Russians sent a bunch of criminals from their prisons to the front lines to fight the Ukrainians. So
they fought with the Wagner group.
Yes, so Russia's not losing the war. They're not losing.
Yes, they are. They're not successfully, and they have not successfully invaded Ukraine. How long is this? How long?
Hold on, Savage. Can I just Tarun, give me 1 second,
Tarun. It's going to
Tarun.
be over in 3 weeks. You said
Because I really want Savage to continue, but
you said
Tarun,
this war was going to be over last Christmas.
because you're not listen. The initiative for Russia was not taking over the entire Ukraine. They got what they wanted, and what they're doing what they're doing right now is maintaining that. They're in a defensive position. Ukraine has
right now. The Ukrainian military is on the doorsteps of Crimea.
No, they're decimated. They have conscripts. They have been decimated for many months now.
Russian shit.
Tarus, I'm not gonna lie, you're lost on this, brother. Tarus, I'm being honest with you. You're lost on this.
Do you have Telegram? Tarus, do you have Telegram?
Do
you have Telegram?
The Ukraine military has been decimated. They have conscripts.
Do I get on Telegram?
They have conscripts that they have forced to fight right now. They're done, bro. Ukraine is done, bro.
If you have Telegram, you would see there are literally press gangs.
Russia was trying to invade Ukraine. Have they successfully invaded Ukraine? Yes or no?
Yes, they got the land they wanted. Yes.
No, they didn't.
They didn't want the entire Ukraine. That's the misconception that's going on with Americans.
Means they destroyed successfully all of Ukraine and took it. Remember, the initial invasion.
They weren't trying to destroy. Go ahead.
Yes, they were. They was trying
to.
No,
their initiative was not to get the entire Ukraine, brother. Bro, that was not it.
Come on, GA.
Wait, hold on, real quick. You honestly think Russia wants to dominate the entire Ukraine nation, like the land-wise?
Yes, and you want to know why?
And then you're lost. You don't know what you're talking about.
The reason why is because Putin has already told the world multiple times in the last few months he wants that old Soviet territory back. He's comparing himself to Peter the Great, the old imperialistic Russia ideology, bro. He doesn't want just Ukraine. He wants
and
all
his people love him for
wants all of it.
And Russians love him for it, by the way.
Dude, if you pay attention to their fortified positions, you'll understand what the initiative is land-wise.
Do not get military strategy confused with big-time ideology. Don't notice either. Agenda is. How you fight on the ground is not a dictative of what you're trying to do in the big picture.
Let's see,
right?
Tarus,
you really believe the Ukrainians have a chance? I'm really lost by this.
Here's the thing, though.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you guys. I have a question. If the case is that the Ukrainians are actually winning right now, okay, and the Russians on the defensive, right, and they're backpedaling, and that they're taking more casualties than the Ukrainians are, right? Then why do we keep on seeing videos of press gangs going into clubs, restaurants, and other establishments in Kiev itself to force men into service. There are literally press gangs right now going into Al-Qaeda and forcing men to sign up. They are forcing Ukrainian boys and men to fight. Did you know they've now started recruiting women? Did you know that? There are women on the front lines as we speak.
Jay, for the same reason why I can find plenty of videos of Russian military getting their ass keep this thing going long enough to round the clock.
If we just look based on video evidence on Twitter, like, come on, bro.
Of Ukrainians with their own YouTube channels spinning a narrative. The Ukrainian military is nearly at 500,000 dead estimated, bro.
That completely negates what I just said. Isn't that true, Jay?
I'll give you a site if you want to look at the numbers, the actuality.
Can you repeat that? That negates that. At the end of the day, Vladimir Putin in Russia wants to invade and occupy Ukraine. They have not.
They've already invaded.
Done that.
They've invaded and they've captured the lands that they wanted.
Wait a second. If they haven't successfully invaded Ukraine, then tell me, how do they have 4 oblasts of Ukraine right now occupied if they haven't successfully invaded it? They have occupied these same oblasts now for over a year and a half if they haven't successfully invaded. Yes, the most fortified, but this is the most fortified part of Ukraine right now that they're in. They've had 8 years to fortify this location.
Right, but Jay,
they had 60,000 troops that had 8 years of experience in NATO training, and they're dead now.
Jay,
why do you think this great so-called Ukrainian counteroffensive did not work, and we just shrugged that under the rug?
So hold on. Jay, GA, you guys were paying attention when the war first started off. One of the big things, military strategy wise, not talking to like diplomacy or anything, just strictly military wise. One of the things that Russia screwed up was that, remember, that whole eastern side of Ukraine, including Crimea, they were too spread thin. Right, and remember when they tried to take over.
They were too spread thin.
Remember, guys, they tried to take over Kyiv using Cold War tactics in 2023.
Kiev.
The reason why Kyiv, I'm sorry if I could.
Right, and they got picked off. The Russian troops got picked up from behind. They did that.
Right. The reason why it's not successful is because after Vladimir Putin successfully took Crimea in 2014, I believe, the U.S. military has been training Ukraine on the same tactics that we learned in Afghanistan and Iraq, guerrilla warfare tactics, defensive strategies. That's why they got their butts kicked, because remember, they was rolling in all those tanks, right, Jay? Russia tried to roll in all those tanks. How do you use the tanks if you're trying to occupy? If you're trying to destroy, Russia would have won, but you're trying to occupy. So that's a different military strategy, and that's why they're not winning.
Real quick, J-Hub with the $5 super chat. You all are supposed to be brainstorming on how you all are going to cut my check, and you all are arguing over Russia and Ukraine. And the wealthy broke man with the $5 super chat says, if Russia is losing, how come the UKR needs 450,000 new recruits? Ukraine needs 450,000 new recruits. This guy doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Won't let people talk. CNN. Guys, let Savage get in real quick. He's had his hand up. Go ahead, Savage.
You also have to realize that Russia is moving slow through Ukraine because they're not destroying everything as they go through. They haven't been trying to target civilians, and they haven't been trying to just do destruction for no reason. They've been calculated. They've been calculated by going through and taking the land bridge. That's what they've been doing this entire time. If Russia really wanted Ukraine, they could have blown Ukraine off of the map and just drove in. They don't need to drag this out. They don't.
Yeah, Savage, I respectfully disagree, and here's why. They rolled all of those tanks. Jay will even Jay's really up on this like I am. They rolled all those tanks right there from south of the border. Remember, the Russian border and the capital of Ukraine is right there. Right there. They was already having logistical problems before they even crossing the border.
No, that's half the country away, sir. Kiev's in the middle of the country. Kiev's in the middle of the country. Ukraine is the size of Texas. Do you understand how big Texas is?
Russia, literally, Ukraine is right underneath Russia. Right? They had, remember, Jay, before the invasion actually launched, they had all those troops built up on the border. So they were already staged and ready to go.
Hey, right? Tarun, you was ex-military.
Military strategy. If you're trying to occupy, then of course you don't want to freaking blow up everything. But that was the point from the jump, because in today's warfare, J, GA, and CT will tell you, or should know this. In today's warfare, it's about occupying, not destroying, because if you occupy something, you got to pay for everything. The cleanup, the buildings, all the reconstruction, you have to pay for that. So guess what? Russia has hypersonic missiles. They can't use it. Why? Because you cannot occupy something that's wiped off the face of the map. And so because
that's you answered your own question though.
Russia already used Kinzhals. Russia's already used, in fact, Russia just had a missile offensive a couple days ago that were all Kinzhals.
Right, but remember, those things they're not even accurate. Unfortunately, they haven't been, Jay, unfortunately, they haven't been hitting the target. They haven't been hitting the targets they want.
Taruz, I gotta say this. The reason they even went after Kyiv, because when you're trying to get rid of a government, which is what they wanted to do, was replace the Zelensky government, you're gonna go after the capital. It didn't work. But listen.
So, if you go after the capital, doesn't that mean
that doesn't mean their initiative
all of Ukraine?
Taruz, it doesn't mean
capital.
Taruz, listen. They got greedy. I admit they were spread too thin, but listen, they got what they wanted eventually. That's why they have fortified positions of the lands that they wanted, which was Russian anyways. First of all, which was Russian anyways. Those are majority.
That's not true. They haven't got what they wanted. Just like Ukraine needs hundreds of thousands of troops, Russia right now is begging or trying to force.
Bro, you really are getting
hundreds of
thousands. You're getting misinformation.
They just raised the age requirement to bring people in.
Ukraine don't even have cemeteries left, bro. Ukraine doesn't even have. Do you know how many? Listen, they have conscripts now.
If that's true, GA, then why is Russia still fighting? It should be over.
They're not fighting. They're in a defensive position. They're just protecting the land they already seized.
No, they're not.
Yes.
Bro. Right now, they got pushed back. And
I do want to clarify. Russia is actually on the offensive now, but that's the point. They're retaking the territory.
Ukraine ended the counteroffensive, and now Russia's trying to push forward. I agree with that.
No, but Russia is retaking the territory that they lost in Ukraine's offensive last October. That's the point. They're retaking those territories.
Right now.
Exactly, and they're retaking. Go ahead, Juan.
May I comment real quick before I get out of here? Because I have to get back to work. Actually, there was a comment that was posted a moment ago at the bottom. It was regarding states' rights, and they're saying it's funny how we're arguing over something that's involving states' rights. I think this is regarding the Trump situation, him being kicked off of the ballot in Colorado, and they're half right. So you have states' rights. The states can deem who is going to be on their ballots, but when it comes to insurrection, for the person that posted that comment, and the Insurrection Act is a federal issue, and so if you kick somebody off of the ballot because of a federal issue, then at that particular point, that's where, and Trump's attorneys were right, this is where the U.S. Supreme Court in this particular case would get involved. So there is an issue of states' rights, but because they kicked Trump off citing the Insurrection Act, at that particular point, they threw Colorado, in effect, threw their states' rights argument right out of the window yesterday. All right, you guys stay safe, stay blessed.
Juan, before you go, can you drop your email in the back, bro? I want to link up with you. Can you drop your email in the back?
Well, I'm on Rumble. I'm under Hablo Pacheco, so you can comment there, and then I'll go ahead and trade my email there as well. That's not a problem.
Do you have a YouTube channel, by the way?
No, I do not do YouTube at all.
You said Hablo Pacheco. Okay, bro. I'm gonna get up with you. All right.
All right. Thank you. Stay safe. Stay blessed.
By the way, that whole tangent was my fault. I brought up the thing with Putin not needing Trump to take the rest of the Donbass.
We got passionate about geopolitics.
Yeah, I know.
Like, it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, I will tell you this though, so that way we can get a segue. We can do a reverse segue back on track. Is that when Trump beats these BS claims, and when Trump does take office, you will see this. That war for sure will be over, because Trump's going to turn off the funds pipeline. He said so himself. Day one, he's going to cut off all the funding that's going to go to Ukraine. That war is going to be over, and that funding needs to come back to us. Honestly, we've sent way more than enough. Go ahead, GA. Go ahead, bro.
Close the border too, Jay. He said he was going to lock Hillary Clinton up.
Yeah, but you know what? It makes
already.
But it makes all the sense. So it makes all the sense. He actually did repeal Obamacare.
No, he didn't. Obamacare is still going strong.
No, I didn't mean to segue into that whole Ukraine thing, but I think it's important for us to know where our money is going is to a losing cause. That's all.
Yes. What? Who says it's a losing? I think it's a difference of opinion whether it's a losing cause. I have a question for Jay. Jay said that if Trump came into office, he's going to close off funding for the war for Ukraine, which would ultimately make Russia, I guess, the winner in this exchange, right?
Even though they're winning already, yes. But honestly, Trump doesn't even. Trump doesn't even need to do it. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Finish your point. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my point is, because one of y'all talking points is, Biden makes us look weak on the national stage. If we were to concede this war to Russia, that would make us look weak on the national stage. NATO, everybody.
Absolutely.
The war served us no benefit to begin with. Because the entire point of the war was not to make us strong. It was to try and drain Russia. It was trying to weaken Russia, and that's backfired catastrophically. Because it's only made Russia stronger. It's driven them. Yeah, and this is fact, by the way, because Russia's GDP has increased. Their world GDP rank has increased. They now have closer ties with China. They sell more oil.
Ukraine wasn't eligible to join NATO, and he invaded anyway. Remember, that was the whole thing, Jay. Ukraine, he was trying to act paranoid about Ukraine joining NATO. NATO and Biden specifically told Putin over and over again, Ukraine is not eligible to join NATO.
They were entertaining the idea, Tarus.
Anyway.
Tarus, there was entertaining the idea. That was enough of a threat, dude. Honestly. We played with fire and started this proxy war.
A sovereign state can choose what alliance they want to join and what alliance they don't. Ukraine is not owned by anybody but Ukraine. So you're basically saying Ukraine doesn't have a right.
We poked the bear. And go ahead.
No, see, this same argument. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was just saying, go ahead, Jay. I'm just saying we poked the bear. We did that.
This same issue happened in 2008.
That his fears wasn't real. We didn't.
This same issue happened in 2008. This same issue happened in 2008. Okay, when NATO decided to go to Georgia and try to give them membership, we're in talks with them to give them membership. And what ended up happening? Russia ended up invading Georgia and then created South Ossetia, all right, to have a client state within Georgia to prevent them from even being able to join NATO. That's the part of the reason why that they've invaded Ukraine today, was to do the same exact thing.
Nobody pushed back. Russia got that off, and guess what? To the victor goes the spoils. But that doesn't mean that has to happen every single time. Now, let's be clear, Jay. Even though Russia did that, you would also admit that because Georgia's a sovereign country, they have the right to pursue a diplomacy with whoever they want. Ukraine, as a sovereign state, has a right to go and try to pursue EU membership. They have a right to try to pursue NATO membership, right?
Yes, they do. You're right. And I'm gonna put it to you like this then, okay? And then after that, I'm gonna yield the mic to Savage because he's been holding his hand up. Just like you said that point, Ukraine's a sovereign nation, right? Well, I'm gonna put you this way, and I'm sure you've heard this argument beforehand, okay? Mexico is a sovereign nation. Mexico is even eligible to join the BRICS, and they've been in talks with the BRICS countries to join the BRICS. So guess what? If Mexico joins the BRICS and then says to Russia and China, you know what? Because we now have a economic alliance, you know what? We want to do joint military operations. In fact, we'll even allow you to put military bases, Russia and China, in Juarez, right on the border. In fact, we can even let you put it in Baja, Mexico, right on the border with California. What would America do?
You already know. We about to bang.
Exactly. Exactly.
Reminiscence of
the
Bay of
same
Pigs.
thing happened in Cuba in the 60s, right?
Bay of Pigs.
Why
doesn't Russia have this?
Okay,
go ahead.
But if you can connect those dots, if you can make that connection that we'd be ready to go to war over that, how can you sit there in the same time and say, well, okay, well, Russia has no business invading Ukraine?
No, I'm saying they can. I'm just saying they can invade. I don't agree with their reasons for invading. I'm just saying they did it. Just like I gave you. Remember, they did it in Georgia, and to the victors go the spoil because nobody pushed back on them, right? In 2008 when they did that. But guess what? Just because nobody pushed back on them in 2008 doesn't mean we don't have to push back on them in 2021, 2022, 2023. And you got to remember, Putin's whole thing is, well, we don't want NATO on our border. I'm sorry, where's Lithuania located? NATO has been on Russian borders for decades. And by the way, Vladimir Putin and all his fear, no matter if you try to defend Vladimir Putin, you have to admit the fact that now Finland, which shares, how long is that border again? About 1,200 kilometers long. So Putin action has actually screwed himself because now he has 2 NATO countries on his border. Correct?
And Ukraine still would have been the juggernaut of the rest of those countries you mentioned.
But remember, GA, he's trying to say he doesn't want Ukraine in NATO because he doesn't want NATO on his borders. That was already true.
Well, we gotta let Savage speak, man.
Now he has another NATO member on his borders.
We gotta let Savage speak, man. We've been filibustering. Savage been holding his hand up. It's about to get tired. Go ahead, Savage.
Truce. What you're failing to remember is that after the Soviet Union fell, there were treaties that were written, and Russia agreed to it, and the EU and America agreed to it, that the UN would not move east towards Russia. The UN keeps pushing farther and farther east. Also, there was a lot of corruption that was going on in Ukraine. There's also by the UN coming into Ukraine because they were trained military operations and stuff in Ukraine. It also blocked them from the Black Sea. So financially, the UN was screwing them. There was corruption on their border, and the UN was breaking their treaty. All these things at one time, any country that has the ability to is going to go in and stop it. It didn't happen under Trump because Russia wasn't sure about Trump. But as soon as Biden became president, Russia's already been through an Obama presidency. They already know about Biden.
Soviet Union, correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, that happened in the early 90s. And then
91. 91 when
right.
the Soviet Union collapsed. Yes.
So Savage, you should also point out to the fact that Russia was about to join NATO as well. Isn't that correct, Jay?
They asked for NATO membership. Putin asked. No? Yes, Putin wanted to join NATO, but they never allowed him to. Putin requested NATO membership.
The president before Putin. Remember, Putin won the election because Russia's economy after the collapse, they were starting to rebound, and that's how Putin got into office, because the other president, the economy was collapsing, and so Putin ran against that guy and won. The president prior to Putin wanted to join NATO. Right, so all of this crap, Savage, that you mentioned, you failed to mention the fact that it went south the moment Putin became.
It was Putin. President. It was under the Putin presidency that Russia wanted to join NATO.
But Taruz, you just ignored what Savage said. A lot of the treaties you literally just ignored what he said.
He was supposed to be doing some of the stuff in the Caucasus Mountains as well, but he was, and we kept on letting it slide, right? And so we could go tit for tat about what treaties were being followed or not. But remember, one treaty is that we signed was Ukraine. Remember, guys, Ukraine was not supposed to have nuclear weapons based on who defends them, the Americans. So if Russia invades Ukraine, part of the policy was we defend Ukraine because they're not supposed to have nuclear weapons in their country. Correct or not?
Correct. But you know what else everyone seems to forget? Everyone seems to forget not 1 inch east, the agreement that they made when they broke up the Warsaw Pact. Why should Russia decide to listen to anything that the West says? In fact, at the beginning of this war, at the beginning of this war, there was a ceasefire. The whole reason why Russia even pulled out of Kiev was because the Minsk II Accords were revisited at the beginning of the negotiations of this war. And Boris Johnson, that idiot, went to Ukraine and said, if you sign these accords and you reaffirm them, we are going to no longer give you weapons or funding. It was an idiotic move. People seem to forget that every single time that NATO and the collective West make an agreement with another power, usually an Eastern power, they end up reneging on the deal. This war would have been over back in March of 2022.
Jay, the reason why I disagree with that is because, once again,
you can look it up.
Jay, at the specific time, everybody assured Putin that Ukraine was not eligible to be part of NATO. That was his whole beef. That was the main beef. And he still invaded. So it's like if I tell you, hey, bro, I'm not, hold up, Jay. If I tell you I'm not going to rob your house, I promise you. And then all the neighbors around you that you know also tell you, bro, Tyrus is not gonna rob your house, and then you decide to preemptively come up and try to rob my house, what do you think that says? Right? If I keep telling you it's not gonna happen,
America
but then you turn
gave
around and be
40
like,
acres and
okay,
a
well,
mule.
yeah, I believe you, but I'm gonna invade anyway. That's a problem, Jay.
So America gave slaves 40 acres and a mule then, because they said they were going to do it. So that means they did it, right?
What?
America told America
into this conversation.
America told the slaves that they were going to give 40 acres and a mule to them. So
Well,
because America,
you know what's crazy,
because
that was actually
America
going to
said
happen
it,
until Homeboy got assassinated. That was
because
SF50 was
Sir,
actually going to happen until
Sir.
Homeboy got assassinated.
based on your logic, though, they told him that they weren't possible to join the UN. So that means that the 40 acres and the mule was given to the freed slaves because America says they're going to do stuff and they do it, right?
You are making no sense whatsoever, Savage.
He's trying to make a comparison.
Right, the comparison is horrible, and I don't mean morally. I'm just talking about it. Just doesn't make any sense.
No, because America told him that they weren't going to let them join the UN, but they had UN forces over there doing stuff,
NATO.
and they kept NATO, and they kept moving. They kept moving over and doing stuff and doing all sorts of stuff. But they said they weren't going to do anything else, but they kept doing it. They said 1 inch, and they moved like miles and miles and miles. So I guess by that logic, then there is no need for reparations, because when America said they were going to give 40 acres and the mule, that they must have done it, and people just forgot.
Actually, once again, that doesn't make any sense, because even in your very flawed logic, the 40 acres and a mule was going to happen until Abraham Lincoln got assassinated, and then that's when everything went to crap. Which, by the way, comparison wise, that actually makes more sense, because Ukraine wasn't eligible for NATO for NATO admittance, but then Putin decided to run up in there anyway. Well, guess what? Now Ukraine probably will get NATO membership if they get out.
No, they won't, sir. No, they can't. This war has assured that they can't. You have to meet certain military, certain economic, and certain human rights benchmarks in order to be accepted into NATO. This has to happen. They're not even eligible for EU. They're not even eligible for EU membership, let alone NATO membership.
So then you also admit that Putin was lying when Putin was lying when he said that, because you just said the same thing that every EU and NATO members told Putin. They're not eligible for NATO membership.
But they were going to try and give it to them anyways. They were funding them. They were giving them weapons and training, weapons, funding, and training even before this war started. They were already doing that.
Hey, do you know how many weapons and equipment we sell and train with other countries who aren't part of NATO? It's just called allies, bro. You don't have to be part
easily,
of a military
easily, sir. We give $1.3 billion. We give $1.3 billion. We give $1.3 billion to Egypt every year, and they were going to produce rockets for Russia.
NATO, are they? Egypt's not part of NATO, are they?
No, they're not. They're not part of NATO, and we still fund them and still give them weapons and give them training. And they were going to fund Russia. They were going to produce 40,000 rockets for Russia, and that came out in the documents this past spring.
Hey, whatever job you got, let's say you're the boss, right? I can try to apply for your job. That doesn't mean you're going to hire me, correct? Correct? So what you're trying to say is that NATO, Ukraine tried to apply for NATO. Automatically, that means they was going to get
Sure.
But that's not what happened.
I'm going to need you to go show me your 40 acres and a mule, sir. Because America keeps their promises. The West always tells the truth.
The biggest reason why.
I don't even know how to respond to
listen,
you.
Listen. Georgia wouldn't have been applicable for NATO membership either, but Russia wanted to be preemptive and preventing it from even occurring, the same way they have with Ukraine, because they needed to invade Ukraine because under Article 4, no country can. Article 4 of NATO means an attack on one is an attack on all, but Article 4 cannot be enacted retroactively. So
I agree, and
Russia knew,
and you agree because Ukraine's not part of NATO, no Article 4.
Russia knew they had to enter Ukraine while the getting was still good, because they knew that was going to happen. They knew that Ukraine was already being courted for NATO membership, because EU membership was already going to be the segue into going to NATO membership. Okay, what's going to? Here's another thing too. Russia has no need for all of Ukraine. Do you understand how many Nazis are in Ukraine? By the way, Do you understand that when Putin said denazify Ukraine, that wasn't a lie, by the way? Do you understand? And CT back me up on this, bro. And CT back me up on this. Did I not show you a video of a Ukrainian school where there were kids who were throwing up the Nazi salute and saying "Sieg Heil"? Did I not produce that video on this very channel? Okay? That country is Nazi infested, by the way. Okay,
Jay, what about the human rights violations against the dominant Russian-speaking Ukrainians?
Exactly. When they not only that, but there was a report that came out in Hindustan Times at the beginning of the war that when Mariupol was falling, they were using Ukrainians. The Azov battalion was as human shields against Russian forces, against the Chechens when they were invading Mariupol and taking over the city.
And
here's
at
the
the
thing.
end of the day, that's still Ukraine trying to protect themselves from whatever. Because Jay, you would admit, because you keep saying preemptive, because you know that there wasn't actually a real evidence reason for Russia invading. So they had to use, well, we need to do it before it maybe happens, right? Jay, the fact that now Finland shares how long of a border with Russia? Jay, was Putin successful in what he was trying to accomplish or not?
Finland, yes, because Finland's a paper tiger. Finland don't got shit. Finland has gone to war with Russia.
Planned for Finland and Sweden to join NATO, to be part of NATO.
No, of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. It was an unnecessary byproduct. But Finland can't. Finland is a paper tiger. Finland has gone to war with. Finland has gone to war with Russia twice and lost territory both times.
Jay, does Finland join NATO if Putin doesn't invade Ukraine?
Likely, yes.
No, they don't.
Yes, because if NATO was willing to court Ukraine and Georgia,
Finland voted,
go ahead.
They don't want NATO. Remember, prior to the invasion, the Finnish people didn't want to be part of NATO. The only reason they're part of NATO now is the same thing with Sweden, because they saw the aggression of Russia. That's out of their own mouths, bro. That's out of their own mouths.
You know what? Switzerland. You know what? Switzerland has always been neutral now for over 100 years in nearly every single war. But even now, Switzerland decided to take a side at the beginning of this war and seize $300 billion in Russian assets. That was going to be part of Putin's war chest.
Doesn't that tell you that maybe Russia
they only did that because of pressure from the collective West. That's the only reason why they did that. And they screwed themselves over in the process.
A notoriously neutral country that holds money from literally everyone, even was like, damn, man, we got to freeze these assets from the Russians. That should tell you something.
Truce. Question.
Yeah.
So, China invades America, all right? And I want to protect myself. So I specifically start grabbing black children to use as a meat shield for these bullets that the Chinese are sending. Is that good or bad? Because I'm defending myself.
That's bad.
Would that make me a racist?
First off, I'm about to make your own flawed hypothetical for you. What you should have said was, if that's happening, does that give Mexico a right to defend America or not defend America? That's how your hypothetical would have worked, but you didn't go there. You can't
remake my example. I just need you to answer the example. My comparison.
I'm not going to answer it because it's trash and I don't have to.
Okay, well, the Nazis decided to use the Russians as meat shields. So that was the comparison. Mexico isn't in America. So I don't know about you, but the Russians are in Ukraine.
Should I ignore the fact that Russia was aligned with the Nazis in World War II right up until they got backstabbed? What about the?
That's not true, sir. That was a non-aggression pact. That was a non-aggression pact, sir. They were not aligned. Russia did not join the Axis. Russia did not join the Axis.
They weren't aligned. As a matter of fact,
okay,
they were aligned with the Russians. Remember, they jointly invaded Poland, one from the west, one from the east, and they was all good and fine until what happened? Hitler decided he wanted to try to pull a fast one and invade.
The whole purpose of them joining, the whole purpose of Operation Barbarossa was because Hitler knew that Stalin was going to stab him in the back and invade the rest of Poland.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
That's the reason why Operation Barbarossa even occurred.
They were aligned with the Nazis. It doesn't matter what
they weren't aligned. A non-aggression pact is an alignment. A non-aggression pact is just that.
Guys, you're really getting into the minutia. The point of it is you try to defend the Nazis grabbing Russians as meat shields and said it was okay because it was defense. So I used the exact same comparison, and then you tried to make it into something else. Now, can we get
what
back?
I'm saying is you're going for these tit for tats, and if we go for the tit for tat, then I could point out a tit for tat. We're talking about the big geopolitical reasons for why this current event is happening. It's not because of the Azov battalion. It's
There's
not because of
multiple
the human
reasons.
meat. It's not
Okay,
because
but
of
guess what? The Azov battalion is. Go ahead.
Russia is doing human rights violations, and we didn't go to war over that either.
But sir,
Walter Rules, as an American and you're a veteran, bro, I just have one question. Do you think we still should fund this war, man?
Yeah.
Oh
wow.
God.
Jesus.
So
let's
get back to this conversation about.
No, I appreciate your answer. Sorry, Savage. I appreciate your answer, but damn.
So let's get back to this topic of reparations and writing these checks. So if you had to pick one or the other, reparations or to keep funding Ukraine, which one would you pick?
Before you answer that question, Pimp named Slickback with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Both the U.S. and Russia have intentions based on their intentions are based on imperialism. If you have a problem with how the U.S. operates, do yourself a favor and leave. It's that simple. There are no rights or wrongs. Go ahead, Savage.
So if you had to pick funding Russia or the Russian-Ukraine fight or reparations, what one would you pick?
I pick Ukraine.
Okay. Chirillo?
Any other questions?
Neither.
It's one or the other. Gun to your head. You don't get to pick. You can't be Switzerland here.
Then reparations.
GA?
Repeated question. I just want to make sure I heard you right.
If you had to fund reparations or the Ukraine war, which one would you pick? Gun to your head. Got to have one.
Shit. Reparations. I'm not funding a losing war.
Calvin, you.
No, I reject. I don't want to answer that question.
Okay.
Damn, Savage. Shit.
Well, you didn't ask me, Savage.
I'm about to, but I was just waiting for Calvin to go back on mute till he go back to his bussy. But Calvin,
oh man, come on.
Enjoy yourself. CT, reparations or the Ukraine war?
Well, all right. Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro, of course I'm taking reparations. What? I'm funding reparations. What? Come on. I want that Skrilla. Go ahead.
It's funny because this country is so great. We act like we actually have to pick and choose. The reality is that everybody on this panel knows we can do both.
We can't.
Because we got plenty of money. Because America, we got plenty of money for whatever reason, to give to people overseas, whether you agree with it or not. And we also got money to take care of our own people. We just don't feel like it.
I would like to ask Calvin why he could not answer the question. Go ahead, Calvin. And Savage, that was a little inappropriate.
Yeah, no, I agree with Taro. So it's not an either or. You can do both. I reject. Like, you have to pick and choose between those two options.
And HB2N, that is the point, because I answered Savage's little trap question directly. I would fund Ukraine, but I also know in real time, it's not either or. You can do both. We have done both. We've passed infrastructure bills and given economic aid overseas. We can do both. We have done both. We will continue to do both.
If that's the case,
I wish our government was just as effective as taking care of Americans as we are people overseas. I just wish we had that same energy.
Tarus, if that's the case, then you should be pro tribute. Then we should be extracting tribute from every country and every territory on earth that we either have given military funding, economic funding, or military protection to. We should be extracting tribute from all of these territories and countries on earth.
Yeah, bro.
We should be abundant. We shouldn't have a bit of debt right now.
You call America for protection? Hey, man, we're gonna send you the invoice. I agree.
And you know who's pro tribute, and you know who's pro American tribute. You know who wants to get all these tributes back to the United States? You know who wants to do that?
I'm sure you're gonna
Donald J. motherfucking Trump. That's who wants to do it.
So
that's exactly who wants to do it.
And he wants to do it, but bottom line, when
Too
he
bad
had
the Republican Congress won't let him.
when he had the keys the first term,
Hold
he
on,
didn't do
Linwood
any of that.
Savage. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so Truce, you can't fund everything. Like if you wanted to make,
you can fund a lot of things. You could fund
Yeah,
a lot of things.
sir,
Stop this all or nothing attitude. Savage, real quick. Stop this all or nothing attitude. Just because you can't fix everything doesn't mean we shouldn't try. I'm
Well,
so
sir.
sick of this attitude that just
Well,
because
sir,
it's not
that's
going to
what
be
you expect
perfect
from a suspected
doesn't mean
white
we shouldn't do it
supremacist.
at all. I hate that.
Well,
Wait,
that's to be suspected by.
Wait,
what? Wait a minute. Who are you talking about?
Well, this all or nothing sort of thing, or the behavior that Savage has, that's expected from a suspected white supremacist, because white supremacists
Savage
believe
is a
in a
suspected
zero-sum game.
No,
Yes, he's a suspected white supremacist.
it's not. Listen, if we owed $2 trillion, then you could say we could fund everything. But we're currently at like $34 trillion. So, like, at some point, you're gonna have to make cuts. Like, at some point. And the fact that you have people trying to get college forgiven, you're trying to get reparations, you're trying to fund 2 wars. Like, at some point, you gotta pick something.
Really? Because it seems like you guys keep saying for years and years now, at some point, and yet here we are. Here we are.
You know, I
At
really
some
can't
point,
wait.
America's going to collapse. Well, I'm sure
You know
in
what?
200 years you might be right.
I really can't wait until China makes its move on Taiwan, and then we end up getting the shit rocked out of us, and Russia decides to pour weapons and pour funding into China to defend them. I really can't wait, because then the U.S. gets to learn the lesson that we need to learn, and I really do believe we need to learn a lesson: is we need to stop overextending ourselves with these bullshit proxy wars that don't serve us. And they don't serve our country. Listen, I'm all for. Here's the thing. I'm all for doing proxy wars. I'm all for. I listen. Let me finish my point, bro. I'll let you finish yours. I'm all for proxy wars, sir. I'm all for it. But you know what, though? If we're gonna have proxy wars, then we need to get something out of it. That's the deal of it. Okay, we are mired in debt. We are mired. We're the greatest country in the world and mired in debt. But we can't even get anything out of it. People talk all this bad on imperialism. I'm pro-imperialism. We need to make greater America now. If we're going to put money and blood into these countries, then they need to become territories of our country. They need to become states. We need to annex these territories now if we're going to do it then. We need to get something worth out of it. All right?
Real quick. Portia in the chat says, thank you so much, Portia, says, Savage has done the work of paying his reparations to blacks by giving a black woman a beautiful light-skinned child with good hair to Linwood. Linwood has inserted his penis in more. Savage has inserted his penis in more black women than you, sir. Talking to you, Linwood. You want to brush this, Linwood? A little bit inappropriate, but Linwood, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
But is that true? The mother of your child is black, Savage?
Yeah,
that's not a general thing.
So
she's sexually trashed. She's sexually trashed.
So my stepson is half Jamaican, half white, and then my oldest son is half white, half black.
No, it's good to have a background. That's very interesting. Didn't know that. So
sexually trashed.
Jay, you would agree that, in my opinion, China's best opportunity to invade Taiwan was when Russia invaded Ukraine, because everything was all over the place. Here's why I don't think China's going to invade, and here's why it would be dumb. Guys, can we stop acting like America does anything by ourselves? That's why we have NATO. And by the way, in Southeast Asia, who's our allies? Oh, that's right. South Korea, Japan, Australia.
Dude, the disparity
we don't even need
all countries that would help Taiwan if they ever got invaded by China. It would just be us.
So
we don't even need.
If you're looking
we don't even need NATO in there.
Jay, real quick, if you look at the funding we're sending over to Ukraine, the disparity in terms of what Europe nations are sending versus us, we are doing it by ourselves, and I'm tired of it. If we're gonna have proxy wars, like Jay said, we got to get something out of it. I mean, Jesus. There's no way you can root for this.
First off, I agree with Jay about being reimbursed. I agree with Jay about being reimbursed. But GA, I want you to also understand ratio or like perception here, because at the end of the day, our GDP for military spending is going to look a lot different for a country GDP for spending when they don't make as much as we do GDP. So if you got a country, for example, that's got $500 billion, yes, GA, their 2% GDP to military is not going to look the same as 2% military for a country that makes $9 trillion. You understand that, right? That's
Well,
gonna
first
be
off,
different.
you're missing the point.
Military aspect, bro. Like,
You're also missing the point that they don't need to have NATO in the Pacific. They have SEATO. They have the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization that they've already developed. They also have the Quad. So when that happens, they're going to have multiple countries that are going to be involved. They have two separate alliances just for China alone.
Right. So, but guess what? You just admitted that America doesn't do anything by itself. We got allies. So it's not going to be China.
Most of our allies are NATO.
It's not.
Yeah,
right,
but most of our allies don't even
we're
do shit.
carrying the load. Admit it. We're carrying the load, man. We're carrying the load.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
wait a
admit
minute.
that.
Correct or not? It's not going to be China versus Taiwan.
Wait a
It's going to
minute.
be
Everybody's
China
talking one
versus
time. I do
Taiwan,
have a
the
question.
U.S., South Korea, Japan, Australia, the
I have a
Philippines.
question
Sir,
for everyone.
South Korea ain't going to do shit. South Korea can't do anything anyways because the moment that they move troops out off the border, off
Wait a
the
minute. I
30th
have a
parallel,
question for everybody on
North
the
Korea
panel.
will come pouring over. Go ahead,
You
go
know
ahead,
what?
Limbo.
Just because of what you said to Roos, I really do hope China invades Taiwan. Maybe we will learn a lesson.
I don't want to see. I
It's
don't
going
want
to
to
be
see
very
unnecessary deaths.
interesting.
I don't hope anything
We are
happens. I
stretching
don't want to see
ourselves to the
unnecessary
point of
deaths.
no return, bro. And you're a
I have a
military vet,
question.
and I respect that. But you gotta see, dude. We carry the
Hold
load
on real
all
quick.
the time. What do you mean?
GA, real
I don't
quick.
care how
Me
big
being
our
a
budget is.
military
We
vet does
carry
not
the
make
load,
me
and the
right in
people
everything
feels
I
it
say.
worse. Oh, we feel it. The people, us, the Americans, we feel it worse.
So I guess you disagree with the tax cut that came under Trump that added like trillions to the debt for the tax to the richest. Tax cut to the richest.
Right. Yeah. That's the thing. That 2017 tax cut that still hasn't been paid off. By the way, that actually added more debt to the GDP. And yes, surprise, surprise, we haven't collapsed. Odd. So anyway, we have to remember, first off, GA, let me be very clear, and especially JCT, yes, I am a military vet. That does not make me right in everything. I am a grunt. I was an 88 Mike. I was doing convoy security in Iraq. That does not make me an expert in submarines or all this other crap. You get what I mean? So there's going to be situations I just don't know about, right? I'm not right about everything. So I just wanted to say that. The other thing, GA, you have to remember that we don't do anything by ourselves, and because of that soft power and those international diplomacy, those are big reasons why countries like China, they say a lot of tough talk, but they don't actually do anything. Remember, China is also dealing right now with an active border dispute with India. Right? So India and China right now are actively fighting skirmishes, and that's in West China. South Korea is right there in, what's that, northeastern China? Look at a map. That's nowhere near Taiwan. So South Korea can easily invade from the northeast. You're talking about us defending Taiwan. By the way, GA, that would make D-Day in World War II look like a training exercise.
I agree.
Do you understand how much military equipment and assets it would take for China to invade Taiwan, an island? And why does China want to invade Taiwan? They want the semiconductor stuff. They want all of those assets. Well, guess what? You don't get any of that if you blow the island up. So what does China have to do?
Isn't it funny how
China has to occupy, which guess what, GA? That means China has to spend all their military resources trying to invade an island without blowing it up.
Tarus, I can't say for sure that China will invade Taiwan, but wouldn't it be such a thing if that was to happen, to see the move we would have to do? You know what we would have to do. And
I know what we would have to do. That's why I don't want it to happen, GA, because I'm not one of those guys who
this
who
the
bang on
bullshit
the
I'm
war
talking
drum.
about
I don't
right
like
here.
that crap, man.
This is what I'm talking
It's very
about.
plausible, though, Tarus. You
always
gotta admit, it's very,
war.
very plausible. It's very plausible, man.
Let's let Linwood speak,
China
man.
will-
Let's let Linwood speak, man. He's been trying to talk. He hasn't had a chance to get anything in, man. Or is he dropped? Okay.
He has
Go ahead,
plenty of
Savage.
time to has plenty of time to get some love making with his man while he does some reach arounds. But Truce, unfortunately, what you need to realize is America doesn't produce enough. We don't have a bunch of industry in America. A lot of our industry comes from China. So like all the products that are poisoned and have chemicals in it that are coming from China are affecting the population. On top of that, we're a service economy. So if we keep spending money and then we get shut off from the East with production, we are screwed. There's no we're passing laws to not drill oil. Exports is like when an economy collapses, the only way you can rebuild it is through actual hard goods. And we don't have hard goods right now. We just don't.
So real quick, Savage, I really need you to update your information because as of right now, America is drilling oil at a record pace. That
We're
is an
not.
absolute, undeniable fact. Right now,
Yes,
we
they are.
drilling the most oil we have ever had, Savage. You're shaking your head no, which means you refuse to acknowledge reality.
Well, that's a Republican for you. They don't like facts. Republicans
they don't like facts because the facts are we're drilling the most oil we ever have. So you're wrong on that. Here's the other part.
Just like
you just mentioned why China won't. Because if China invades Taiwan, then that's right. Who's their number one and number two trade partner? America and the EU. What do you think that's going to do to their economy if they invade one of our allies? Because just like we need China because we don't produce goods, they need our money because they don't have a middle class.
So that's exactly why they're developing BRICS.
Right. Both of us need each other. That's why they haven't invaded.
Because we more so than China. We more so than China.
Would take a lot of hits, Savage. We would take a big hurting. China would hurt a lot more in that scenario, and you know that.
But see, you know what's interesting about all this? All this war stuff is based on stealing somebody else's resources. Ain't that ironic?
Sir, that's all war.
Stealing somebody else's stuff. I mean, it's not right. It's not correct.
But sir, that's human nature. That's war.
That's not human nature.
That's war. Yes, it is.
That's how white people.
War is human nature.
Wait a minute. That's how white
war is all about
racism, white supremacy.
What the fuck are you talking, bro?
That's
literally war. What are you fucking talking about, bro? Human nature war has been embedded into human psyche since the dawn of humanity, since the dawn of civilization.
Zerillo.
That's what you would do.
Wait a minute. Linwood, are you saying that no other group of people on the planet have ever gone to war other than whites?
White people go to war to steal things.
Okay.
That's what they've always done.
So hold on.
That's what they always done. That's their history.
Linwood.
That's their history.
Linwood. And are you saying that I'm talking about East Indians, Arabs, Africans
They went to war with each other after the colonialists left.
So there were never any ancient wars in ancient. Because I've seen the hieroglyphs.
Chaotic.
I thought you were smart, bro. Linwood, it's me and you talking. Nobody else. It's just me and you talking.
But please, I mean, cut the ancient crap out. We're talking about right here, right now.
Linwood, I'm asking you, do my eyes not deceive me, or I clearly have seen the hieroglyphs, and they clearly.
I mean, well, Clayton Bigsby couldn't see, but he thought he was white. Okay.
Hey, DJ,
the Babylonians didn't go to war. The Assyrians didn't go to war.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about right here, right now.
Okay, all right.
Okay, hold on. Let's use an example, though. Let's use an example. Because no. Let's use an example then. Okay, you're talking about right here, right now. So he means the modern era. Okay, so he means the modern era. Did the Japanese Empire not take over half of Southeast Asia, right, during the World War II? Did the Chinese during the Cold War not invade and conquer Tibet?
I guess.
Sudan right now. Right now, they've been going back and forth.
Let me be. That's what the white supremacists do best. They like to pivot. So, and they.
Hey man, listen. Let me talk. Linwood, take it easy. Linwood, Jay Rillo was speaking about the Japanese. Are you saying that the Japanese were warlike because of their contact with the British?
I don't know. That's symmetrics. I'm dealing with reality.
What?
I'm dealing with reality. I'm not here to deal with BS. What I'm here to deal with right now is What this gentleman said, that's human nature. No, that's not humane. That's what the white supremacists have taught us to believe, that that's just human nature. That's what something that he would do. He would go out there and rob and steal from people because that's all he knows how to do. It's in his DNA. So that's not in mine. Because, as I've heard, black people have a million years of DNA in us, from what I've heard.
No, you should have said that. No, Savage, don't.
Yeah,
no,
I know we go back and forth.
I know what you're about to say, Savage.
No,
don't even. That's it. I know what you're about to.
Bro, this is insane.
Is it ironic, however, that we have? You're correct. We do have money for wars, but can't feed the poor. We don't really. I mean, let's be blunt. The white minorities don't care about this country. They just get suckers like us to go out there and continue to vote for the same two parties that basically sold their soul to the devil. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump is going to save the day after he has a heart attack for eating too many French fries.
Linwood, you're still voting for Biden.
Hey, look, bro. You got no business calling that kettle black, bro. Let's chill out on those insults, all right?
And you're still gonna vote for a party which is Democratic, so stop it, man.
I mean, well, let me keep it real. I'd rather.
Linwood, hold on for a second. Let me ask you a question. Linwood, let me ask you a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Given the opportunity, if Republicans, conservatives were gathered up and there was a rope hanging and you had the opportunity to kick the chair or the soapbox from underneath my feet or Candace Owens' feet or, Jesse Lee Peterson, any other black conservative, would you do it? Would you kick the soapbox from under our feet and let us hang?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay.
Because killing you is not correct.
Okay.
That's the point. Counter racism is not about getting retribution for racism. Okay. It is about getting compensation for being subjected to racism.
Okay.
That's the big difference.
Okay.
Now, what I would like to have conservatives do is be ineffective in putting their policies through, because we've seen how that mess has played out. We've seen tax cuts given to the wealthy. We went from 35% to just 21%. And that's not even paid for yet, but they cry about deficits. Even Nikki Haley herself, if you haven't paid attention to the Republican debates, has said the Republicans under President Trump ran up the deficit higher than the Democrats did. She said that out of her own mouth. So you want to talk about deficits?
Why did you talk about the man kids, bro?
Savage,
that's too far,
you're going to ruin my chances of being on Spotify, sir. But anyway,
he's throwing up the Roman salute. Oh shit!
Wait a minute, hold on. As far as the kids comment, I'll withdraw the statement.
Let's Calvin, go ahead. Calvin, go ahead, please. Go ahead, Calvin. For the love of God, go ahead.
Yeah. Piggyback on we had to say in terms of Trump. I know people talking foreign policy when Vivek was saying Christine, Nikki didn't know much about foreign policy, was actually talking about me. But Mr. Trump, in terms of what's going on in Colorado, I understand that people are saying that he has not. The issues have not gone through the courts as of yet, but I find it striking or noteworthy that all of the judges that has presided over this as it escalated through the appellate courts, they all cited that they acknowledged that he did commit insurrection against the United States. So, but being that it's May, let it go. Come 2024, when this case runs through the federal courts and through the Georgia courts, it's going to all come into play. We're going to have I forgot his name, testifying against Trump. And if you guys want to put Donald Trump up during this time where all these details are going to be coming out in terms of what he did in the White House, because we have everyone flipping on him. We have Sidney Powell turning against him. We have all his lawyers turning against him. If that's who y'all want to do in 2024 as you're trying to elect him as president, then I'm with it.
All right. Hold on for 1 second. 3 hours ago, you guys extended the show If another extension is sent over, I got enough juice for another hour. Pause. But yo, let me show you something, Calvin, real quick. Oh, what's up, Jay?
I was gonna say I gotta go. I gotta prep. I gotta get cleaned up, and I gotta prep for my show at 7. So I'm gonna roll out now. Thanks a lot for having me on CT. I'll throw you a little something anyways in the cash app once I get off. Just if you don't mind giving me a shout out though, pretty please.
Absolutely. No, you can do it yourself. Go ahead.
Oh, I appreciate it, guys. I'm actually talking about this very same topic about Donald J. Trump. We're going to be covering multiple articles, and multiple videos, not only in regards to Donald Trump, but the comments he made in regards to immigrants. They're trying to link him to Mein Kampf and a Nazi because he said a quote from Mein Kampf. We'll be talking about that over on my channel, Jay's Hot Topics. The show is called Juicy Jay's Hot Topics. By all means, guys, 7 o'clock is the start time. Coming over, we're going to talk about all that and more. CT, thanks a lot, bro. I'll see you.
Thank you, man. Guys, please go over to Jay Rillo's channel at 7 o'clock. Calvin, let me show you something real quick, because I was trying to talk about this earlier, but we got too deep into geopolitics. Let me show you something. You still there?
I am.
All right. Well, we have some news on the vice presidential front, because Vice President Kamala Harris, she was on MSNBC yesterday, and she's known for doing this every now and then. It's another word salad. Watch this.
Every election cycle, we talk about this is the most election of our lifetime. Lawrence, this one is. I have been fortunate and blessed to, during the course of being vice president, have many situations where it becomes clear to me that there are, people of every age and gender, by the way, who see something about being the first that lets them know they don't need to be limited by other people's limited understanding of who can do what. And I think that's important. And it relates to all people.
I read the transcript. I still don't get it. I don't know the context, but none of it makes sense.
It's the most election.
Yeah. She meant to say most. I think she meant to say most historic election.
Well,
of our lifetime.
This is what she should be doing. She should be right in the middle of this. Yeah. She was given this assignment early on. And if she had defined herself early, people would be saying she should be the president and the nominee. She should be right in the middle of the record surge and saying there, I'm going to solve this problem. And then all of a sudden people go, what has Kamala Harris done? Well, she was given an assignment to stop the border surge. And in the end, she worked on it every day and made some real progress. Instead, she said, I'm not really into that. I'm going to make a few Zoom calls. Yeah. And we provided an idea of
has such a incredible resume, and that's why these moments are a little.
Real quick, Calvin, we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Kamala, this is a light topic, but Kamala Harris, she does a lot of word salads. I've seen at least 50 videos, and I can pull them up right now if you want me to. She does a lot of word salads. Do you think that she is suffering from some sort of early stage of dementia? Maybe cognitive ability is declining, or is she just not good at her job? Because I mean, I know you're on the left, but you know she does word salads.
In that particular clip, that was she was fumbling a lot. As a person who struggles with public speaking, I have empathy with her. So the fact that she's at that level and she doesn't always give, I guess, great answers is problematic. But then again, I look at you guys and Sarah Palin. You guys had her up, and she was, if who's worse, Sarah Palin or
Sarah Palin was a complete idiot. To be honest with you, and I loved laughing at every time she spoke. The only thing about Sarah Palin was super hot. That was her only saving grace. But other than that, I thought Sarah Palin was a horrible VP selection, especially for the likes of McCain. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, man. I was real young in 2008 when they were running for office, but I definitely can see the idiocy in her. She didn't know geography. She didn't know a lot about policy.
No, chaotic. She had foreign policy because she can look
see
on the
Russia
edge and see Russia.
Russia from my house. I'm like, this bitch is stupid.
Yeah, but in terms of Miss Kamala, I think she just needs to get in polish herself.
Yeah.
She needs to go through that DeSantis program where they work on her presentation, answer questions and things of that nature. I don't think she's dumb. She's a lawyer. I think she just needs to work on answering tough questions.
Who's hotter, Sarah Palin or Kamala? Keep it real.
Oh gosh.
Keep it real. Keep it real.
I'm not participating in those type of questions.
Okay. I mean, honestly, I would think so. Kamala's mixed, right? So she's a mix between Asian, Indian, and Black. She probably was super hot when she was younger, but her Indian genetics kicked in, so that's probably why she's aged a little faster. Sarah Palin was super hot back in the day. She was just really dumb. I got to give it to Sarah Palin. I think Sarah Palin was hotter.
Glenn Rice would know.
Yeah, she was hotter. Yeah, super hot. Yeah. Dumb and hot. What do you guys say about Kamala Harris's word salad? Then I'm gonna close out with another topic real quick. Go ahead, guys.
If that's the standard, like I get it. Look, people say dumb stuff or maybe fumble over their words, but she does it all the time.
Yeah, let's be
right. And I'm like, well, damn, man. Like one of us could be vice president if we're going to be speaking like that. Regardless if it's Democrat or Republican, you want the best of the best to be up there.
True.
At least be able to get up in front of the camera, stand 10 toes down, and speak coherently.
Yeah,
that's like,
real quick, and this is Portia wanted me to cover this one. I don't know if you guys are up to speed with this U.S. postal worker going viral. Is anybody up to speed with this one?
No, I don't know this one.
Illegal. I don't know if the guy was illegal or not, but the Hispanic guy wanted her to speak Spanish. I guess I haven't seen the video yet, but Portia, shout out to Portia. Give me a second. Let me play.
Can you please make sure? I'm gonna go get him. Yeah, I want to talk to you about the treatment you gave the person here. You can go right there. That was discriminatory. So you said you spoke Spanish. Her telling me stupid is not discriminatory. That's not rude. But you called her.
CT, turn that up.
It's about as loud as it can get, unless I gotta find another one. Let me see. You guys can hear it?
No one discriminates.
Hold on, let me see if I can find another one real quick. Give me a second here. Hey, mute up real quick. Mute up real quick, Black Thoughts. Okay, maybe. Okay, here we go. Maybe this is it right here. Here we go.
People is discriminatory.
Chaotic confrontation. Look at that.
Confrontation at a Little Havana post office. It happened over the weekend, and the victim caught on video. Police say a U.S. postal worker has been charged with robbery after being arrested for the encounter on Saturday.
NBC6's Chris Hush is in Little Havana. Chris, the victim says that he was injured. Tell us more exactly how that happened.
Right, so that victim's name is Miguel Bravo. He tells me that on Saturday he came here to this post office. He was waiting in line when he heard one of the workers here make racist and derogatory remarks against another customer. That's when he confronted this postal worker. He took out his phone and started recording.
We're going to file a formal complaint.
I don't care what you do, sir. I don't give a
Okay.
Now take that to the news. I don't care.
39-year-old Chantel Ford got her wish. You can see her smacking the phone from Bravo's hand after the heated encounter. Bravo then alleges that she took his phone to the back and tried to break it. Police were called and ultimately ended up arresting Ford for robbery by sudden snatching. That's the charge that she faces. Bravo claims he asked for a supervisor to complain about the comments she allegedly made to the previous customer, but kept him waiting for several minutes until she grabbed his cell phone, as you saw there. He's now wearing a brace on his hand because of an injury during the incident, according to the police report. And we did speak with him earlier today about what went down.
The postal worker said to her, English. I don't speak Spanish. If you don't speak English, out of here. And to come to the post office and have to send in a mail and be subjected to hate and discrimination. No one deserves that. And that could very well happen to my mother.
Chris, what's the status of that postal worker, and what is the Postal Service saying about this?
Well, so we did reach out today to the USPS. They deferred any comments, any questions to Miami police, who's not speaking at this time. It is unknown right now. Her employment status is unknown. Again, we did reach out to USPS, but they are not expecting to release any statement to us today. With that said, the suspect did bond out of jail. I went to her home today in Miami Gardens. However, no one came to the door.
Whose side are you guys on? You're in Miami, GA. Go ahead.
And I actually go there to that post office. I've seen her be, I don't know that woman, but I will say this. She wasn't necessarily wrong if there weren't any translator at the time. But as ghetto is, as ghetto does, you know, never articulate yourself properly. Then, you know, you got a lot of folks down here. They really think they're entitled to just speaking their language. And I used to be younger. I was told when I would speak Creole with a few friends, speak English, and I would get offended. But as I got older, I'm understanding the dynamics better. But she just could have done it better than that. She did too much. As ghetto is, as ghetto does. And once again, you're in Havana. You ain't going to win that battle. I'm telling you now. You're not going to win that. But
is she a cute BBW?
She...
Go ahead.
She all right, man. I don't discriminate. She all right.
Terus, who's in the wrong here, man? You know, we don't have that problem in Northeast Ohio. People speak English up here. But go ahead.
Big problem.
I think both parties can definitely be blamed, but ultimately that's definitely on her. Because at the end of the day, you're the professional. You're the federal employee.
Yeah.
Right? You're behind the counter. I understand that, you know, people whipping out their cell phones and stuff and could be problematic, but at the end of the day, you don't that's not how you conduct yourself at any job. Period.
Yeah. Calvin, what say you, man? Who's in the wrong here? Mammy or Speedy Gonzalez? I should have said that.
Yeah. Ditto to Terosa. I second. I agree that she was out of line. It's her job to service the people and maintain a level of decorum, which she did not do. It's very unfortunate. Black women, as it is, have a reputation of being, I guess, of being like rude and not having the best customer service. So, images and videos such as this that really doesn't bode well to our image overall. So that's what I have to say about that. But I have a question for you. Where are you getting your video selections from? This one came from Portia, right?
No, the first one did. And I don't know why I couldn't hear. I could hear it when I don't know what it is about StreamYard. It almost like it's muffling the sound, but I can hear it when it was sent to me via email. But
but why are you asking where am I getting and play that clip that Portia originally sent? At least we heard most of the audio, so we could at least see the video. Like
she's gonna send me hopefully she sends me another
but
clip.
They gang up. Honestly, they gang up. I'm sorry to say, I gotta be real. You know, I hate to support the sister because she was just like not conduct of becoming of a woman, but at the same time, I understand the frustrations. I've been there. A lot of them don't want to learn English, man. My mom had to learn it as a teenager. Like, what the hell? She didn't know how to speak. Learn the fucking language. I'm sorry. It's a big problem down here. And they really made it so where their politicians are either from Cuba, wherever. It's their own world. And it's like, am I in America? So, man, I hate to side with the sister, but I understand her frustrations.
Calvin, I'm sorry. And Calvin, I'm sorry. And who are you siding with again? And Calvin, you're saying it's both of them in the wrong, right, Calvin?
Well, she's a professional at the end of the day. She should have conducted herself accordingly and not acted out of pocket, especially reaching for her phone or whatever. Like he said, I understand the aggravation that you're dealing with someone who does not speak, whatever. So if she's not, and if she can't maintain the decorum, then she shouldn't be in that position.
Calvin, do you believe that English should be the official language? You know, a lot of people don't know this, but we don't have an official language in America. However, do you believe that English should be the official language?
Yes, and if there's to be any type of amnesty in any regards, anyone that's coming in, they should be forced to learn the English language, so that they can communicate as an American citizen with everyone.
Should her assault charges? I mean, the robbery charge is gonna, get dropped anyway. But should she be charged with anything?
According to the law,
Nah.
whatever she.
Go ahead, Calvin.
No, he said. I was just saying, according to the law, let the law apply. If they determine her slap against his hand is considered some form of assault or whatever, I'm sure if she's a first-time offender, it's probably going to get downgraded.
Downgraded. Now, one more question, real quick. How many pounds do you think she weighs? How many pounds do you think she weighs?
I'm not doing that.
Come on, man. Come on, man. How many pounds she weighs? I'll give it 225. 225. Black Thoughts, what say you, man? Mammy or Speedy Gonzalez? Who was wrong in this situation?
Yeah, see, you got to chill sometimes, bro. Here's the thing, right? And I would like to denounce what Calvin said. Her actions make us overall look bad. I don't align myself with ABWs. Only the ones that stand under my protection. All the rest of them, whatever society offers them is what they asked for.
Yeah.
Now, in saying that, the mammy was wrong.
Oh.
And you know me. Hold on, CP. You know me. You know me and my feelings towards Speedy. I'm no friend of Speedy. I'm quick to tell Speedy he's the fuck up. But listen, the mammy could have said, look, I don't understand, so I can't help you. She, it is on her to be professional. I do agree with Calvin there. It is on her to be professional.
I agree.
So she could have said, look, I can't, I don't understand, so I may not be able to help you. Let me find someone. Or since the guy who was recording, Jesus Christ, since the guy who was recording seemed to be of Speedy's ethnicity, he should have stepped in to help instead of step in to antagonize, because it seems like he also antagonized. But yeah, right, and again, that's fine. But Mammy was in the wrong, and look, they have to protect their own, and that's why we have to stop seeing these people as allies and see them for what they are.
Okay, Portia just sent me an email. Let me play this one real quick, and then I'll get to Savage. Thank you so much, Black Thoughts. Okay, let's see. Okay, here goes one video.
A postal worker accused of attacking a customer who said that worker was really rude.
And
customer
get out my face.
Wanted to see a manager, and that things got physical. Local 10's Roy Ramos is live in Miami with the latest.
Well, Janice, that customer says that he saw an elderly woman being mistreated by a postal worker, so he asked to speak to a manager. Well, that employee never called the manager, but things did turn very heated, and then that employee is seen attacking that customer on video.
Why couldn't you do that before with that lady?
A slap from a U.S. postal worker made to a customer. A slap from a U.S. postal worker made toward customer Miguel Bravo, and all captured on his cell phone video.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, she's in the wrong. Okay.
The woman hit me with such a force.
Bravo said the assault happened at the U.S. Post Office off Northwest 27th Avenue near 4th Street after he started recording video when he noticed an elderly woman allegedly being mistreated and what he described as discriminated against because she didn't speak English.
Your treatment of these people is discriminatory. So we're going to... No, you're discriminating them.
All the time.
The woman says certified. She wants to sign certified mail. And the postal worker said, no, English.
I don't know if you guys peeped that, but he mimicked her mammyisms.
Say it to me in English.
The woman you're looking at is 39-year-old Chantel Ford. In the video, you can hear Bravo requesting Ford call a manager, but while she appears to disregard his request and continue to attend to other customers, Bravo waits for close to 10 minutes for someone to be called while continuing to record.
I don't care what you do, sir. I don't give a Now take that to the news. I don't care.
Bravo did to Local 10 News. As for Ford, she was arrested after Bravo said not only did she take his phone, but then tried to destroy it.
Then she ran into the back where I chased them, and they were trying to break my phone because of the video that was in it.
Bravo's message to the postal worker who he said attacked him and left him injured rather than just call her supervisor.
I'll see you in court.
Okay.
Ain't nothing wrong with that man's hand.
Yeah.
Right now at noon, a postal worker.
But he can sue the post office. The rules, you know what time it is.
Yeah, I know.
Let me speak to your manager.
Aren't they not allowed to have?
I'm gonna go get him for you.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about the treatment
You guys hear that?
in here.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, a little better.
Sorry. So you said you spoke Spanish,
Her telling me stupid is not discriminatory. That's not rude.
but you called her mother. You called her. Yes, I am recording you. We're in a public place. You know.
Have a good day, but you can wait for the supervisor.
I'm asking for your supervisor.
I'm gonna tell you to wait over there. They're gonna.
Can you make sure? Can you make sure that? Can you make sure you go get them, please?
Sir, come on.
Can you make sure you
I'm
get the
gonna
manager?
put everybody out if he don't move out my way, because I'm telling him to step to the side. And I called the supervisor before you already, sir.
You did? I didn't see you do that.
You see me in the back, right?
That was before.
Come on here.
Okay. I'm waiting.
He's antagonizing her, man.
Yeah. Okay, now that I'm watching the whole video,
Did y'all see how she actually backed up and was trying to be professional at first? Told him to go stand aside. And he just,
a lot of those folks are well protected, and I'm not just talking about the Spanish part, bro. Down here.
Y'all discriminate us all the time.
Who
Y'all come here and
discriminated
discriminate
you?
us all the time.
Who discriminated you? No one discriminated you.
Always.
No one discriminated. But what you did was racist.
Okay, I don't care what you say. You can go over there. And
You're a postal employee. You work for them.
Wait.
You're supposed to accommodate and service.
Tammy just expressed that he's tired of how they treat her.
Wow.
I love it.
Okay, to be fair, guys, right now she's clearly losing her patience, and we all know what happens when we lose our patience after repeatedly telling somebody the same damn thing over and over and over.
Yeah, he's antagonistic.
Yeah, let's just watch the whole.
Yeah, sorry, but I don't feel any sympathy when I see the victim Olympics fighting the victim Olympics.
Trump is a victim, right?
No, I'm waiting.
Your mom's a victim.
I'm waiting for them to come service me. Okay, I'm waiting.
But can you wait on the side while I take the customer?
No, I'm waiting for them right here. You shouldn't be helping anybody until you serve me.
That's the protocol for you to wait on this side for a supervisor.
Where is that protocol? I'm waiting for the supervisor to come and help me. Okay? We're going to file a formal complaint.
I don't care what you do, sir. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
2 fucks. Y'all take that to the news. I don't care.
We're going to take.
He's lucky she was on the job.
I called him for you already. You can wait right
Can you please make sure you're supposed to accommodate and serve?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
2 fucks. Now take that to the news. I don't care.
We're going to take it to the postal
I
inspector.
don't care.
This is unacceptable. Your behavior is
You don't have right to be
unacceptable.
over there.
You're very aggressive.
You harassing me now.
I'm not harassing you.
harassing me now.
I'm not. I'm asking for the supervisor.
And I told you I was going to get. We got the supervisor.
I'm
coming out.
waiting
Wait
for the
to side.
supervisor.
But can you wait to the side for the supervisor?
No, I'm waiting here.
Bro, you asked for a manager. Now back the hell up.
¿Tú fuiste testigo de la discriminación?
I definitely would have told him to leave, man. Just leave, bro.
She told him, and he didn't.
No, I mean a man would have to step up.
Yeah, now that I'm watching it, it's in its entirety.
Yeah, I'm changing my opinion.
Yeah, I'm changing my opinion. Yeah, he's in the wrong.
They feel entitled, man.
Yeah.
But when you ask for, exactly, because when you ask for a supervisor, you don't get a supervisor that second. I want a supervisor. Oh, everybody, we got to shut down. This this foreign fruitcake wants me to do what he wants me to do right now. That's not how that works.
Easy.
I listen. I in no way want to sit here and hear this malarkey, because we all know if that was a white dude behind that counter or a white woman, and that was a black woman being a dick, no one up here would have changed their opinion about the black woman.
Christ, Savage, just comment on this specific issue.
Okay, you guys, I can see you guys used to talk through the videos in school. Hold on for a second. Let's watch the rest of it. Let's watch all of it. Hold on for a second. Yeah, I see what Portia means. Yeah, you got to watch the whole video in its entirety. Yeah. He's obstructing the work that she has to do. He's probably annoying other customers. Yeah, he's in the wrong. Now I don't know whether she should have hit the phone out his hand, but okay, let's see.
So you called your supervisor?
Uh-oh.
Your plan is to leave me here waiting? We're going to document it. This is going to go to the postal inspector.
He is holding up the service. Portia, I got
Make
you.
a big equal opportunity complaint about this. Did you call your supervisor? Today ain't your day.
She on the phone playing Candy Crush.
You're going to get away with it. Saying all those racist comments against these people. And you thought no one spoke English. Big mistake.
You can't force anybody to speak English, buddy. It's America.
I heard it all.
Yeah, she's ghetto, but I don't know, man. He's annoying her. And you better get out my face.
I promise you after this, you ain't going to have a job.
Okay, when does he get up and... Yeah, he's annoying them. He's bothering them. Yeah. Let's see. Where does it go? I'm going to skip some of it real quick. So now we're 7 minutes in. He's continuing this badgering. Okay, when does the slap come? Let's see where the slap comes. Can I help you? See, yeah, he's in the way. Yeah, he's at the counter in front of her, and there's somebody behind him. She needs to do her work. Yeah. Okay, when is the slap coming? When is the slap coming? 3, 2, 1. Okay, is it coming? When's the slap coming? When is it coming? Come on, come on.
There in the window, you have to fill it out. But look, you have to put the address on the envelope. Yeah, but you got to fill the envelope out. Okay. So you got to fill it out. And the certified.
Good job. That's exactly what you got to be doing. Good job. Why couldn't you do that before with that lady?
There we go. There we go. Oh, that was funny. Okay, I'm gonna bring the guys back. Okay, there we go. There we go. Go
ACT, respectfully, I gotta apologize. I gotta apologize about my initial assessment. I didn't have it all in context. Even with her being unprofessional, he was all the way in the wrong.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you the police that showed up, me knowing what it is down there, was mostly Hispanic, and they chose his side. I'm sorry, but homeboy need to get his ass whooped. Now, that's that type of stuff I'll co-sign. Sorry.
Did the cops choose his side, or were they forced to? Because at the end of the day, if the dude's like, no, I want charges pressed.
No, listen. Number one, they're gonna be scared because of his obvious sexuality. Two, they're mostly Hispanic officers in Havana. I'm telling you now, they're gonna choose his side. There's a big racial issue down here that nobody talks about. So
it's called white Cubans being racist. But beyond that, I was going to say it's a federal building, and she's asking him, for all intents and purposes, she's giving him a directive. He doesn't have any jurisdiction, no right to do what he was doing in the postal office. However, he didn't break a law. He didn't break any law, and no, he doesn't. He has no. I don't mean filming. He has a right to film, etc. I'm saying he can't give commands to her. He doesn't have the right to give her commands. Is what I should have said. However, once she gave him a directive, she acknowledged what he said, etc. She had the right to kick him out of the federal office because it's a federal building. It's not county. It's not state, etc. Where she messed up is she broke the law because she feloniously assaulted him, and that's the problem. I can't side with her, unfortunately, because she assaulted him, and that's just the way it is. She assaulted him. His verbal accosting. He didn't assault her. He didn't verbally assault her. He didn't tell her what he was going to do to her, anything like that. It was just an annoyance, and he was a nuisance, absolutely. But there you go, being a mammy, putting your hands on somebody. That's insanity. You can't do that, man.
Blacks.
Yeah.
And how many lawyers do we know, guys, that will successfully argue harassment on behalf of that dude? Because Blacks, what you mentioned with the federal office, that's absolutely true. But what's also true is the man literally recorded himself harassing this employee. Yeah.
Harassment means, but that doesn't constitute harassment. Harassment would mean he's accosting her verbally, saying that he's going to do something to her person. He recorded himself asking for the manager. He may have been irate in the sense that he was being antagonizing, but he didn't harass her in the sense of the law. He wasn't saying, "Oh well, I'm going to do this to you. I'm going to put my hands on you. I'm going to come across this desk and come get you." All he was being was annoying.
He was being a public.
An annoyance is not harassment.
Look how long the video was until she even decided.
But I'm just saying it wasn't. That's not harassment, though.
Public disturbance. He's being a public.
Why don't we acknowledge
disturbing? He was disturbing.
Why don't we acknowledge what if blacks would defy? If I could get this.
Yes.
I appreciate it, bro. Why don't we acknowledge? First of all, I believe the young lady had a wedding ring on, so salute to her if that was a wedding ring. I show respect to black women who actually
that ain't got nothing to do with this, man.
Number one,
what the hell?
And that's fine. Let me finish, please.
Jesus Christ.
I'm going to acknowledge. Can you not interrupt me? So, like I said, I give her credit if she's a married black woman because I like to acknowledge her. Number one, and number two. Can you put down your effeminate nonsense for a second and let me speak?
No, you shut up. Or not?
I care. That's why I mentioned it.
Who cares?
I care.
It doesn't matter.
Whether or not you care.
Okay, guys. Can y'all stop arguing?
HB, let him talk. My God, let him talk.
And I'm just gonna read
homosexual black men.
So, real quick, you guys are I'm gonna read off the definition of harassment real quick.
No.
So I can't speak.
Verbal,
so I can't speak.
A reasonable person feels
wow, that's
too
humiliated or mentally distressed. That's the definition.
Okay. Portia, what's going on? Thank you so much.
Hey, CT, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. I'm making sure I don't sound like a robot like yesterday. So I know I sent that really early this morning, but I understand and I agree with the fact that she shouldn't have put her hands on him. However, what triggers me the most about this whole scenario is the audacity of this guy to record her for up to 10 minutes, antagonizing her for not knowing Spanish. We are in America. And then the way that GA described Little Havana, absolutely not. And me as a Texan, I take strong offense to it because that is how they are. That is how they are. They will not speak English none whatsoever. And I really have a shtick with Hispanics because they are the only group that come here and they refuse to learn our language. Asians learn even if it sounds choppy. The Arabs, Indians, Africans, everybody else will learn the language, but Hispanics feel like they do not have to. So I understand she shouldn't have put her hands on him. However, you're not finna come up to me at my job, and this is a federal position, to my job talking to me about how I'm talking to her when I said to her, I don't understand you.
Yeah.
Why are you mad?
Portia and prideful.
Can I chime in now?
Oh my God, guys, hold on for a second. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, Portia. Please finish. Please finish. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, it was just ultimately my goal or my purpose of sending that was to point out the hypocrisy of a lot of these illegals that come over here.
How do you know how do you know he was illegal?
I'm listen.
I know what you mean about illegals coming over here but
right. And so, hey, listen. Maybe he is, maybe he ain't. The thing is that you just don't know. You just don't know. Okay, especially again being in Texas. I'm telling you, like I'll be driving home from work and you'll just see them. Yeah. They'll be in vans. They'll hop out of cars on the freeway. They walk in. They in your neighborhood. They are everywhere. Literally everywhere, and they cannot speak English, and it is so annoying. And so to see that video, I'm getting all again triggered because I'm like, ain't no way you're about to come into my place of work and demand that I speak your language when you're in America and our language is English. Now, if you don't want to speak English, then you need to go back to the border and go home.
Now, Portia, I will admit, being in Northeast Ohio, we don't really have that problem necessarily, but I will admit, when I was in high school,
thank God,
and I went to a high school that was diverse. It was some Hispanics there, particularly people from the DR that were born here. 90% of the time, they were speaking Spanish, and I'm like, and even in the black kids were like, "Why the fuck are y'all speaking Spanish all the goddamn time during the lesson hour?" It bothered us, and it's like. And then some of them even had the accent. And I'm like, you were born here. Why do you have that accent? It's just the weirdest thing to me. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, we just got an email from our CEO last night. Yeah. And what we're implementing after Christmas break, our last day of school is Friday this week. But whenever we come back for second semester, we're implementing a new plan where, now mind you, y'all know I teach math. 2 math teachers are quitting, right? Yeah. But instead of them replacing those 2 math teachers, I already have 4 preps. Now I'm about to have maybe 4 more. Instead of replacing those 2 math teachers, they're hiring teachers from Mexico to come and speak Spanish and teach them in Spanish how to speak English and how to basically get comfortable being here in Texas and getting acclimated to the Texas environment, but all Spanish. They're going to have the whole deluxe of Mexican flags. Well, basically all of the flags from South America. I mean, that email was so detailed, breaking down how they're about to accommodate these kids instead of accommodating the kids that are already here. And so again, seeing that postal worker just be antagonizing the way in which she was, that guy, to be real, it ain't got nothing to do with you, sir. Did she say it to you? Okay, she didn't say it to you. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Mind your business.
That's
can I ask Portia something? I just want to ask Portia something. Real quick. We gotta at least admit this, right? Just because of the stereotypes that this capitulated to, she should have still she should have had a decorum that was professional because
exactly, and that's what I said in the comments. Shanique was. You knew she was gonna do it. Did you see those eyelashes? They were like cockroaches. We already knew. We knew what time. Did you see that? Did you see the weave? Did you see the tweet? We knew what time.
There's a lot of black men that have lost their lives over that reaction by the woman. But I will say this, especially because from being down here, I feel like, you know, we're outnumbered. So personally, yeah, it was illegal what she did, but I would have ride for her. That's just me. I know where this comes from. Ain't no brown and black coalition in America, especially down here. There
No,
are
not
no
great.
racist as hell.
CT, can I chime in?
But GA,
Yes.
Portia, isn't it
Yes.
also that after 10 minutes, you're going to lose your professionalism? Like, I think any of us are going to lose our professionalism.
The problem is this. The problem is this. I don't know this black woman's particular political affiliation, but black women, for the most part, not only do they vote for illegals to come into our country unhindered, if this gentleman was illegal, but they also vote to embolden and empower homosexuals who are now so brazen in their homosexuality that they can do whatever they want. This is what 90+% of black women have voted for the past 70 years. So it's hard to feel sorry for her, even though she was harassed. She was, well, not harassed. The man had become incredibly annoying to her. And I don't necessarily fault her for speaking out against his stupidity and him involving himself in something that had nothing to do with him. But of course, you can't physically assault somebody. It's illegal. But again, this is what black women, by and large, along with gay black men on the left, have voted for. That's what you voted for. So deal with it.
So much angles.
Just like the blacks in New York need to deal with it. Just like the blacks in Chicago need to deal with it. This is what you voted for. Shut up and deal with it.
So
Especially
guys,
South Florida.
Before we get into the big picture race with the black women stuff, just in this specific scenario, do you guys also agree that it's understandable for somebody to lose their shit after 10 minutes of being treated like that?
Right.
Not if your job is on the line. Not if your job is on the line, no. That woman probably has bills and expenses she has to pay for. If she was in the street, if they were just simply in the street and some guy jumps in and she decides to pop him, you know, it is what it is. But her job is on the line. No, you don't risk for.
Nate, and I want to say, Nate, I agree with you because I think she was in the wrong for hitting her, Nate, or hitting him, Nate. But what I'm saying is, throughout the video, it was 10 minutes of her trying to diffuse the situation. She was quiet.
And I give her credit.
She tried to back up, and this guy.
Why didn't she call a supervisor? Why didn't she call a supervisor to escort the fucking Fruit Loop off the premises? That is federal property. That is federal property. You don't want to lose your shit on federal property. She could have got a supervisor.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that too.
And escort the Fruit Loop off the premises. That's what she should have done.
I agree with that. And that was the point. So I want to say that I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, human nature says at some point people's patience is over thin, bro.
It doesn't matter.
Somebody's background is really loud.
Yeah, somebody sounds crazy.
Can I talk about the? I wanted to talk about the reparations thing real quick, if that's okay, CT.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Couple of things that I want every right-leaning man and woman in the chat to realize is the game of semantics that the Luciferian left plays with words. It's part of rules for radicals. You have to take control of the language. That's why men can be women and men can have babies now. So I want you to notice what Linwood did, okay? He conflated things that have no relation to each other. Slavery, which you could actually make an argument for reparations, and this innocuous, nonsensical thing called.
Now, what argument did I make?
This nonsensical. Can I speak, please?
Well,
this nonsensical thing called.
This
nonsensical thing called mistreatment.
So I'm asking you.
How? Answer me this. Answer me this. How do you get reparations for mis? How do you get? He won't let me speak.
Well,
gay black men on the left never let me speak.
Wait a minute.
Let me speak, please. Let me speak. Please let me speak.
What part of the discussion?
Please let me finish speaking. Let me finish speaking, then you can respond. like I was saying, you are conflating slavery with this thing called mistreatment. They are two completely different things. If you could get reparations for mistreatment, every single group of human beings on the face of the planet Earth could sue for reparations. Name a group of people that haven't been mistreated. Name one. You can't.
Actually,
So
every non-white person has been mistreated.
Oh, not, and let me address this nonsense that Linwood loves to perpetuate. Gay black men on the left love to bring about these allies, these imaginary allies they have.
Well,
They
actually,
constantly
I don't
use-
find it that allies.
They constantly use terms like non-white, so that Asians, Arabs, Latinos all get thrown into this non-white group of allies.
Wait a minute.
Let me tell you something, Linwood. Let me explain something to you. Asians, Arabs, Latinos don't give a damn about you.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
You cannot name one. You cannot name one national Asian, Latino, or any other group that gets up and talks about their black liberal allies, because they're too busy. They're too busy succeeding in America and in free market capitalism. They're not worried about a bunch of leftist nigger males and homosexuals being their allies. They don't care about any of that. They're too busy winning in our country. While gay black men talk about their allies, their non-white allies. None of those groups give a damn about you or any of us.
Hold on.
You are like all leftist black men, you are pathetic. You are pathetic. Every inch of you is pathetic.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's wonderful for the name calling, and that's great for the Trump rally. But let me explain something to you. The reason why I use the term non-white, because I learned that
you're gay. Because you're gay. All gay black men use that term.
Wait a minute, hold on.
I smoke. What's up, man? Salute.
Wait a minute. I learned the term from Neely Fuller Jr. That's when I started using the term after I read his book, The United Independent Compensatory Code System Concept.
What's part of your problem?
As well as Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's book, The ISIS Papers.
That's part of your problem, Linwood. Instead of going out and living life like a man does, you sit reading Marxist leftist books that pollute your mind.
I let you speak.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
But wait a minute.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That's great for
Go ahead. You didn't let me speak. Go ahead.
That is wonderful for the Trump rally. But this is Chaotic Truth Show. Take that to the Trump rally. Now, I used that term after reading those two books.
Congratulations.
It made sense to me to use those terms. I already know that non-white people collectively don't get along. And there is no allies between black and brown people. None.
That's all you all talk about are your allies.
Well, I don't talk about
every time you use the term non-white people, trying to get these groups of people, many of whom are wildly successful in this country, to be part of your pity party, grievance culture, victimhood university bullshit.
Well, I mean, you want to, like I said, sir, you want to take that to the Trump rally? Take it to the Trump rally.
Come on, hey, it was funny the first time. Come on.
I'm serious. If you want to take it to the Trump rally and get all riled,
he said it again. He said it again.
Take it to that. Take it to that.
I know. The Trump.
Believe it there. This is a conversation.
No, you don't tell me. The only person who can tell me what to say is CT. That's it. Well, you get on this. I've been coming here for 4 weeks. I've been coming here for 4 weeks. I've watched you tell people what they can say, what they can think, how they should act, what flags they should have in their house. You are a fucking derelict degenerate, Linwood. Okay. That's what you are. And instead of reading these Marxist books, go out and live life like a man.
Something about it.
Go out and live life like a man. Men go out into the world, Linwood. Men go out into the world. They win. They lose. If they're smart, they learn from their losses. They become more. They become more informed. They become better tacticians. They become better strategists at winning, instead of whining and complaining about races of men that don't like you.
Okay, what are you gonna do about it? Come do some.
My family's loving this. Please keep
Linwood,
going.
I don't want to fight
Do something about it. I mean,
Linwood, I have no interest in
don't think
fighting
that-
you, Linwood.
Listen,
I
sir,
don't.
stop talking tough and come off.
No. I'm not talking tough. I'm talking logic.
Come do something about it.
I haven't threatened you.
Let's come.
No. Talking tough is making threats. I haven't threatened you.
And I will beat your fuck out. I'll beat the fuck out.
Here we go, y'all.
Just like he was going to grape and beat up Gway.
So I'm saying,
Isn't it
that's true.
interesting?
That is true.
Isn't it interesting, gentlemen? Isn't it interesting how these black? Isn't it interesting how black leftist men? Isn't it interesting how black leftist men have all this love and adulation for black women? But every time they come up here, they attack and insult black women. Whether it's NRC 10, Linwood, they attack black women. That's what you all do. You don't care about black women. You're constantly attacking the ones that are actually decent.
Nigger bitches. You call black women.
I call nigger bitches. I don't call black women that. You're a liar.
You have.
I make distinctions. You effeminate homosexual. I make distinctions among women. There are decent women. There are trash females. There are decent women. There are trash females. You're the clown that thinks all women are the same and all women deserve respect.
My goodness, see,
that's what you are. Unless it's a black woman against the political right.
Hey Linwood, why are you so quick to go to war with another man, but you mad when nations do it?
I mean, well, this man threatened me. So I mean, like I said, if he
how did I threaten you?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
You're a liar.
You're a liar. And I'll give him my address. He can come and see me. Because that's how
I don't want your address.
I'm not afraid of these dudes.
Hey, Linwood, if I wanted your address, I would get it from the sex registry. The sex offender registry. I can get your address. Anyone could get your address off there.
Listen, do what you gonna do.
Boy, I'm not the one to get it popping with. Please don't do this.
You pussy. You pussy.
All right.
So, like I said, come see me, boy. Come see me.
No, sir. I don't want to see you. I don't want to come see you in any way, Linwood. In any conceivable way.
Shut your pussy ass up on the internet and quit.
Hold on a second, guys. Portia. Hold on a second, guys. Portia. Go ahead, Portia.
Someone's background noise is super loud.
Go ahead, Portia.
Okay, because I wanted to hear from blacks on this. However,
that is funky motherfucker.
I wanted.
Thank you, Linwood.
Goodness gracious. My again going back to
background now.
It's good now.
Okay.
Okay.
What are you doing here?
It wasn't about race for me so much so as it was about the fact that immigrants and I usually just say illegals. Now I understand everybody's not illegal, but I'm a Texan, so it's just kind of a part of my language. The fact that they have this expectation for Americans to bend to their beckon. I get the whole Shaniqua aspect, things like that, but I kind of took that out of it because the only thing that I'm thinking of is my everyday experiences as a Texan that deals with this. Even today, we had science fair. Half of the parents that were up there, you can't even talk to them about their kid, and then you can't get their kid to translate truthfully, right? And you know that they're not saying the right things because their parents are smiling when you're trying to tell them about their behavior or what have you, and they just don't know the language. Their kids do, but they don't. They just refuse to learn, but then they have this expectation, and then they go into a building, a federal building like this man did, and he interjects into a conversation that had nothing to do with him. But furthermore, what we did hear him say is he said that she did not understand what that woman was saying. And I think that's fair. She didn't understand her. I can't help you if I can't understand you. So that was my original purpose again. So, and I just wanted to hear Black's, his thoughts overall, now knowing my position.
Yes, the hyperbole coming from that immigrant was, insufferable. Absolutely. I don't agree that he should have ever interjected between the business of her, the federal agent, because that's what she is, a federal agent, and the person who wasn't able to speak or convey what they wanted in English. Yeah, he had no cause. And in terms of him consistently antagonizing her, I will admit, absolutely, people have their breaking point. That is the truth. However, yeah, her putting her hands on him is ridiculous. And I will attest that in Texas, in the United States of Texas, as I like to say, it is a huge problem out here. It's untold, and it isn't with immigrants; it's with illegal aliens. So I agree with you in that regard, Portia.
Oh, thank you. I love that. I love the United States of Texas thing. That's awesome. I think because there's a lot of Texas folks here in the chat. Shout out to Texas. It's such an issue here. It's literally unbelievable. And like whenever I go to other states, especially like a few weeks ago, I was in Ohio, and you don't see it. And I'm telling you, even whenever I went to college in Kentucky, I would go on this tirade because I saw white men and black men building houses and paving roads. And I was like, where are the Mexicans at? Why are they doing this? We don't get our hands dirty. Why are they, right, it's so different. But down here, they do it all. But not only do they do it all, like you can go, there is not any city that you can go to in Texas where you don't see a La Hacienda Mercado, a Fiesta, Carnival, and they're everywhere, and they will not speak English. Oh, sorry.
Well, can I address Tarus? And again, I won't attack you, Tarus. I've never seen, the 4 weeks I've been coming, I've never seen you attack somebody. So I'm not attacking you, sir, but I have to take issue with some of the things you said. Okay. You said that reparations would be a net positive. Let me prove to you that it wouldn't. Especially,
oh man, shut your four-eyed ass up, you faggot motherfucker.
Okay, calm down. Calm down. I wasn't even addressing you. I'm talking to Tarus. Tarus, you said it would be a net positive, and I think it would be a net negative. And let me tell you why. Black women go to college to prove that they don't need black men. Black women have been offered by some bank, I can't remember what bank it was, but like $10 billion for them being, Black Girl Magic participants. What do you think putting $500,000 to $5 million check in Black American women's hands would do to the dynamic of the Black male-female relationship and their ability to build nuclear families? College alone has Black women saying they don't need black men. What would $500,000 to $5 million do to that? It would completely end the ability for any black man to get with a Black American woman. And now there's fewer and fewer that are even interested in doing it. Number two, okay, reparations, in my personal opinion, and I respect you gentlemen's opinion, but it should be based on the ability to make a legitimate claim. I really haven't heard much talk about that. What is the legitimate claim for reparations? In my personal opinion, I'm for reparations for a Black American who can demonstrate an institution that took something from one of their the people in their lineage, or set a family that was on a particular economic course of success and derailed it by something that was done because of racism. You cannot sue white people for mistreatment or for slavery. Less than 15% of whites in the South own slaves. You know who did own slaves in the South? Our friends at the Israeli lobby. According to a book written by the Nation of Islam Research Center, The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. I have the first copy. I think there's 3. The books only quote Jewish and rabbinical scholars. There's none of the guys that Linwood reads their scholarship being quoted. It's only
none of the hacks that Linwood reads.
It's only Jewish. It's only Jewish and rabbinical scholars that are quoted in the book. They said that 75% of that community owned slaves in the South. So this
accurate. accurate.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is
Very
what
accurate. I don't disagree with that. I didn't.
This is what you would have to do if you want reparations, gentlemen. You shouldn't be asking it from the white guy that works at Tire Kingdom. I'm sorry. Go talk to the people who 75% of their legacy owned slaves. And those would be the group of people who vote 70+% Democrat along with you all. So
let me ask you.
Tell me how it's going to work to go ask them for reparations.
Do you think this is anti-Jewish rhetoric that you're spewing?
Yo,
Anti what?
Nate, you asked that.
I don't want to mess up his channel. That's why I talk like that.
Nate, you asked that to me, right?
Because
Tyrus, yes, I was asking
Jewish rhetoric. That's why that book was banned, and that's why Arsenio Hall was thrown off the air.
Oh my God! Because of a book? You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
I know
it wasn't a book that got Arsenio. He says a book got Arsenio Hall fired from his job.
Oh
my God!
Wait, GA, you really are Ice Smoke's twin brother, aren't you? That's crazy. Yo,
but Tyrus, do you have a response, sir?
Yeah,
y'all got different dreads. That's wild. That's wild.
The last part of your question, Nate, I have to admit that I don't know much about that Jewish dynamic, so I can't really speak to that. Unfortunately,
not a problem, sir. Not a problem.
For the first part, I disagree because maybe this is my positivity coming out, but the stats say the majority of Black Americans are not criminals. We're not doing all this.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, hold on, Nate. When you was
thank you once again, Jay Rilla, for the cash. I just got it. Thank you so much, man.
When you were specifically mentioning Black women, well, Black women are getting educated. They are making the correct decisions. Now we can argue about the motivation behind it, but we could change motivation. That's a correctable thing. At the end of the day, what we're seeing is that Black women, while they're still the most demeaned and discriminated demographic in this country, are still keeping up with their white and Latino women counterparts compared to us men who, Nate, I think you would agree is a real bigger issue because we are not going the right direction.
Not necessarily true, Tarus. That's a small percentage. The majority of Black adult single women are actually going through the highest eviction rate right now in America. So when Black people say that, it's like, dude, it's a small percentage of Black professional women.
Tyrus, let me respond real quick.
Nate, what's also true is that Black women are making more than they ever had in history. You see how we could counter? You see how we could counter?
No, Tyrus, I guarantee you, there's nothing you'll be able to counter to what I'm about to say.
Well, you haven't let me finish answering.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I just view the totality of Black Americans like the majority of Americans. We're going to do the right thing. And so when I look at the reparations, Nate, the criteria that you mentioned, I do think it should come from I said it before, it should come from a standpoint of opportunity, like a business deal, like a contract. Getting into the weeds about who's actually eligible based on DNA or history, that's going to be tough. But what's also true, Nate, is that it's also a lot more and more white Americans that are looking at the history and going, oh crap, there must be something that can be done. Because at the end of the day, Nate, you know this, no matter what the policy is, we will never get anything passed without white America's backing, correct?
It's a numbers game. But
It's a numbers game. We're only 14% of the population. So even if, in theory, every Black American, just like I tell people all the time, in theory, you can put every Black man and woman in a corporate office and every Black child in a private school, and it would still look like there's not enough of us because we're only 14% of the population. And so when you apply that to other issues dealing with maybe social policy, maybe more dealing with infrastructure policy like student loans, or even this topic such as reparations, it is a numbers game because no matter what, just like in the Civil War, we had to rely on who? White people to help free us. just like any other policy, we have to rely on other people to get these policies passed because we don't have the empowerment to do it on our own.
All right, Tyrus, I need you to hear me, bro. Please, I respect you, even though I know your perspective comes from the left. I've been doing this for over 20 years. I know when a guy, his political perspective is mostly mired in leftist ideology,
and that's a fact.
The problem,
and plus he's mulatto, so he has dual allegiances.
Okay, no problem. I got no problem with that. Tyrus, I need you to hear me. And this really obliterates anything that you've said, not to be disrespectful, sir.
Yeah.
Tyrus, 50% of Black American women have sexually transmitted incurable herpes. Incurable. Sexually, not the herpes you get from sitting on the toilet seat. The herpes you get through irresponsible sexual behavior. Tyrus, 50% of Black children are murdered in the womb by their mother. In the city of Houston, the explosion of syphilis is primarily among Black women. Black babies are being born with syphilis, Tyrus. This is a unmitigated disaster. Black women are not going through this because they're Black. They're going through this nightmare and dragging most of America down with them. And I'll prove that too, because they have a 70-year commitment to liberalism and feminism and the left, Tyrus. It has destroyed almost the entire race of Black women. There is no coincidence between the fact that Black American women are the least desirable, not because they're Black, because they're born with some inherent level of unattractiveness physically. They're at the bottom of the hierarchy of women because they're liberal. You think it's a coincidence that 90 to 96% of Black American women vote Democrat and they're the most undesirable women in the country? It's not a coincidence. It's the causation for it, sir.
Well, answer your question a little bit. Hold on. We gotta get everything in. Savage, hang tight real quick. Gway, what's up? You want to talk, Gway?
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Can at least one of them put on camera or something? Oh, there we go. Go ahead.
I was going to talk about the incident in the at the post office.
Yeah.
I think that the lady in the post office is wrong, because when you work in customer service, I used to be a manager at Walmart before I entered the healthcare field. When you work in customer service, you know, people say all kinds of things to you. That's what they talk to you about, the way that you carry yourself and the way you behave.
Gway, my apologies. Wait, can you excuse me for 1 second? It must be the money. Well, all right. Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line, it was strange. Most things changed for the better and the worse. So I called my mama and she said, baby, must be the money. Thank you so much, AM. I got your Cash App. Thank you so much. Actually, I will apply that to an extension. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, Gway.
She was wrong for doing what she did. If the guy was filming her or saying all that stuff to her, when he asked her to get a manager, she should have just got a manager. And that's it. She can either ask somebody else to take her place or just wait for the manager to come. But to hit him or take the phone, trying to destroy and all that stuff, I don't know if it's true. She's wrong. If the role were reversed and the Latino guy was white, it was Black, and the person behind the counter was white, we'd be talking a totally different. Tarus will be making excuses. Linwood will be making excuses. And who else was up here that will be making excuses?
You just named multiple people who said she was wrong.
We'll be making excuses for why it was okay. She could do whatever she wanted to do, and that the white guy had no business slapping her or hitting her or anything like that. It's wrong. Yeah. When people are wrong, you say they're wrong regardless of skin color. That's the problem. So it gives people like her or women like her or Black women like her the incentive to behave the way she behaving, which represent Black women across the board. Because let's be honest, if we don't speak or say anything, they identify us as Black until we speak. So it's not a full representation of any type of Black person out there. You don't lose your anger because somebody's recalling you for 10 minutes. That's nonsense talk. You know,
Linwood.
Wait. I wanted to tell CT. Hey, CT. Okay. That's why I sent you that video, and because to what Gway said, I feel like it's more than just an American thing. It's a global thing. Globally, people look at Black women a certain way, and it's it's unfortunate, but I kind of feel like it does stem from what's happened here in America, unfortunately.
CT, what if that? Well,
oh no, I got a super chat to read. I got a super chat to read. Give me 1 second, guys. Transparency and Merit with the $5 super chat. One doesn't negotiate with oppression that flee it. Many mixed folks become woke or pro-Black as a way of overcompensating. Guys, real quick, it is the Christmas season, and one of my favorite movies is Home Alone. But I do have a question. With Peter McAllister, Kevin's father, was he a mob boss? How did they afford that big ass home and a flight to Paris with 15 people? Was he in the mafia? Was he a mob boss?
No, that was CT. That was clearly a multi-generational home because they had everybody in there. Yeah. You know what I mean? They was actually using it like a multi-generational home. To be,
I thought he was like a doctor. I thought he was a doctor. Wasn't he a doctor?
They never. I believe so. CT, I have a favor I want to ask you, CT. I'm being called a liar in the chat. I have the proof about the herpes.
What kind of video?
It's a minute.
No, I can't, because YouTube is cracking down on any type of medical conversation dealing with anything dealing with.
But to be fair, though,
it's the actual. Let me tell you what the video is.
Wait, Big Nate, hold on. What? I got one question for you, Big Nate. What does herpes have to do with reparations, though?
No.
Respectfully.
No problem. It doesn't have anything to do with it. What it has to do with, first of all,
what are we talking about here? What are we talking about?
Now let me answer your question.
It was rhetorical. Hold on, wait. To HB, just real quick, to HB's point, when you were speaking about an international thing, the stigma that a lot of Black women carry, I wanted to tell you, HB, that I agree with some of Little Big Nate's point of views, because the Black woman carries the Black vote in the household. And a lot of you guys voted for a lot of these extremist things, man.
Yeah, but that's when they in the video, though.
If I could just respond to the people that say I'm lying, go to YouTube and put in 50% of Black women have herpes. You will see Associated Press reports reporting on it, which is what I was trying to show CT. It is an Associated Press report. 50% of the ABW has.
Brother, I cannot talk about medical. We can't have medical conversations online. I get it, man.
I want to tell people how to see it for themselves. Because you don't want it on your thing.
I keep getting dinged for medical topics. I don't want to do it.
No problem.
I
got no problem with that. This is your channel, bro.
Okay.
This is your channel. I got no problem. When people say I'm lying, no, I'm not. You can look it up yourself.
We believe you. We believe
Associated Press. Thank you.
Okay, let's
my question to Black men, especially Black men on the left. When will you decide to address the completely self-destructive proclivities of this group of women? They are destroying themselves. And whether we want to admit it or not, in San Francisco, where a Black Democrat woman runs the city, London Breed, I believe her name is, 35% of now the business districts are vacant. 35%. In the city of Chicago, used to be run by a Black Democrat woman. 30% of the business districts are now vacant. All you Black leftists and liberals who love programs, your tax base is being completely eroded by your business class running from your cities. And if you want to look at the most disastrous cities in America, they are run by Democrats first, Black Democrats second, and Black female Democrats third. All of your jobs. Go ahead.
No, I think if they thought, you know, towards the future, if they thought like that, none of the issues would be happening. And I think it's just kind of it's kind of what it's the conclusion of those kind of thoughts. You're gonna have that. That's what's gonna happen to the cities and stuff. So, I mean, one goes with the other.
But isn't it weird that the most violent homicide and crime-ridden cities are run by the girls who have this magic associated with them? New Orleans is run by a Black Democrat woman. St. Louis is run by a Black Democrat woman. Atlanta was run by a Black Democrat woman. DC is run by a Black Democrat woman. San Francisco, a Black Democrat. Everywhere. This is not an attack on Black women.
Let's have us get in real quick. Let's have us get in. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes down to the guy recording in a federal building, especially a post office lobby, Homeland Security and DHS put out a memo stating that you're able to videotape your First Amendment right in the public area. 2, was he being a dick? Yes, he was. He absolutely was. Was she being a dick? Yes, she was. She didn't want to call a manager. She had an attitude about herself. You are just seeing two people that were both acting entitled, being entitled to each other. That's all that was going on. But the issue of it is, regardless, up here in Ohio, we have like Circle K's have everything in Spanish, English and Spanish. Like that's all. Like they do that here in Ohio, and we don't have a crazy amount of illegals here. But I disagree with the immigrants that are illegal that are entitled. But at the same time, I'm totally against her being entitled too. And she's working. Like she shouldn't have hit the dude. She should have called the manager, or if she felt that what he was doing was wrong, she could have called the cops and let the cops come. Yeah. But she didn't. And it was just two people that were both feeling that they were a protected minority and entitled and could act however they wanted, going at each other. And that's what ended up happening. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have ever dealt with this, but I know for a fact of doing customer service in my day and being a white man and being talked to all sorts of crazy because I was a white man. I could do nothing about it. I could fly off the handle. So this is what's gonna, like, when we keep making excuses for people and we keep catering to everyone's little feelings and needs, you're just gonna have more and more and more and more of this. We need to ship all of the illegals out of the country. Just get them out of here. And Portia, I am so heartbroken that you were in Ohio and you didn't think to hit me up and say hello. We could have got coffee. I could have taken you to this really great place that is super gay and super liberal that CT loves to go to, called Starbucks. And I could have bought you something really fruity. And when I say fruity, I really mean coffee with some like whipped cream that's like caramelized and swirled and has a little heart in it with crumbles on top because, you know, CT's super, super gay. And I am so glad that we actually got Linwood off of the panel for now, because having to listen to that 10 million man white march that man's carrying in him come out is just abominable.
Could I say something real quick?
Well, Savage, I'm sorry, Savage, I did say it on the panel a few times. However, I will be there. I'll be back in Ohio next week, but I'm going to be like in Columbus, Ohio. I forget the county. but I will let you know. So you can get me a coffee with a heart because CT is gay. Go ahead.
Yes.
If I
Real
could
quick,
say, I'm sorry.
speaking of Texas, Portia, the Governor Abbott signed a law into effect yesterday about illegals. You up to speed?
Yes, we actually had our meeting.
Portia?
I think she's
I
in
think
the.
she
I think
went
she's
out.
in the sticks. Yeah, she's in the sticks.
Hey, CT, I'm about to
Can
bounce,
y'all
but I
still
just
hear me?
Thank you
sorry.
so much, PA.
I just wanted to tell y'all.
Let me
shout
come
out.
back.
No,
Okay.
stay. I respect everybody. Tarul, shout out to you too. And Gway and Portia. There's
Hey.
nothing like conservative views and pretty faces. I'm gonna holla at y'all.
CKJ says Savage is going to invite Portia to Zanzibar's for some soul food. CKJ, which one is the best one? The one in Shaker Square is the best one, I think. The one downtown is trash. I shouldn't have said that. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, Savage.
I
No, but
I did want to say with Savage, I appreciate you, Savage. I know a lot of people say you're a white supremacist, but when asked the question, would you rather support reparations or the war in Ukraine, you said reparations. So anybody saying that you're a white supremacist, I think that proves it right there.
If I could say something real quick, I'm being accused in the chat of hating black women. The people that hate black women are the people that don't talk about these things, because it's gonna. Please let me finish. There's gonna come a time when should we say something when 75% of them are going through this stuff, or maybe 95% of them. And in response to the gentleman that asked me about the relationship between the H word and reparations, the relationship is the more money you give them, the less they think they'll need to be under proper men's direction and instruction. The money makes them independent. The welfare makes them independent. And their independence, any woman that is not under the direction of a proper man is going to destroy herself.
Wait. So why do you want to control a woman that doesn't want to be controlled?
No, I don't want to control a woman that doesn't want to be controlled. What I want to do is let young women know before they adopt liberalism and feminism as their way of life, the best bet is to get on this road that'll lead to nuclear family, a marriage, and children, not single motherhood and disease.
Have you ever heard there was a poet, his name was Juicy J. He said, "Don't save them, they don't want to be saved." Have you ever heard that?
Where your statements can't bring about the fact I did not say I wanted to save anybody. I'm the guy that said I hate the nightmare whore. I like black women. I'm not trying to save anybody.
I believe black women, the majority of black women are in that category.
Sir, 50% of them have the H.
Come on, we gotta stop talking about that. We gotta stop talking about that.
I'm not saying the word. I said the word H. They have the H. HIV is absolutely exploding among them.
Economically speaking, the majority of black women
God,
are doing their thing.
you can't do anything with women who are suffering from these disorders. This is insanity. It's insanity. Because when should proper black men say something? When it's 75%?
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now? Is it still bad?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. I just checking. Sorry, Nate. Sorry, just want to check.
Oh, no problem, man.
Real quick, I got
to
real quick, HB. Give me 1 second. This is way off the topic. Sarus, you know who Officer Tatum is, right?
Who?
Officer Tatum.
Officer Tatum?
He's a conservative content creator.
No.
Portia, you know Officer Tatum, right? Portia, you there?
Yes. I know Brandon. Yes.
Did that nigga run a 4.59 40 in college, man? I looked at. I looked at his. I mean, maybe because he's a big guy now. Did he?
Absolutely.
Probably.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. He was cold when he was in college. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. He's just a
probably,
bigger guy now.
probably.
I'm like, damn, he ran a 4.5. That's pretty fast.
Yeah, no, he's night and day from what he used to look like. He's gained a lot of weight. I think it's happy weight from like his marriage, but he was an absolute beast in football. He really was. I mean, and he's from Stop Six. My dad's from Stop Six, and so our parents are really good friends. However, Brandon was a big deal, you know, growing up. Like he was a huge name out here. Like everybody was projecting for him to go to the NFL and everything. Like he had a lot of stardom before he got on his political kick. So yeah, he was really good.
Portia, CT. I'm looking at the picture right now of this guy. Guys, old linemen crack under 5-second 40s. So why
4.59? Yeah, I mean, I get it. Oh, lineman can do a 4.7, 4.8, but
I can see him busting that. Just by looking at the photos, I can see him busting that out.
Okay. I'm not knocking it. I was pretty impressed.
Yeah, CT. If you pull up pictures of him when he was at Arizona, if you pull up the photos of him as a younger guy, you could probably surmise that he pulled that off. Maybe.
CT, do you mind if I bring up Ukraine? I don't want to derail.
No,
where
go
you
ahead.
want to
Yeah. Go ahead.
I want to take issue with Tarus on Ukraine too. I know I'm paying way too much attention to you, Tarus, but a couple of things about Ukraine that I didn't hear spoken on. Vladimir Putin is probably one of the most incredible world leaders we have in the world today. Now, you talk about him invading Ukraine. Do you know that in October of 2020, NATO and Ukraine began the process of becoming part of NATO? Now, I'm sure most of you know that NATO's rule is you attack one NATO country, you attack them all. So NATO has ballistic missile defense systems, all right? If Ukraine became part of NATO, those ballistic missile defense systems would be moved right on the western border of Russia. Let me ask you this, Tarus. Would you feel comfortable living in your house if 100 members of some foreign military had RPGs aimed at your house? Would you feel comfortable living in that house, Tarus?
No.
So why should Russia be comfortable with NATO? All NATO wants to do is promote globalism, homosexuality, transvestitism, and pedoism. That's all they want to do throughout the world. Russia is not doing that. Russia is now under Vladimir Putin. I'm not saying he's some moral leader or anything. He's the leader of his nation. They constantly reelect the man overwhelmingly every Russian election. Okay. He's not a dictator. They elect him sometimes by like 70, 80%. He's turned his country into a nation state that now pays people. He's helped take them from communism to a nation that is based on Christian orthodoxy, and they pay their citizens to get married and have children because they want a flourishing society. That's what they want. So I don't have a problem. Go ahead.
Hey, Big Nate, you just because that's the one thing I keep trying to figure out. Why are we funding Ukraine? I think you just answered my question right there. That's it. There we go. That's the answer.
Actually, it was the crypto scam. I forget the name of it. The crypto scam that was going on in Ukraine. Much of the money was being funneled back to Democrat Party politicians and their campaigns.
Hold on. Hey, go ahead, Savage. Go ahead, Savage.
I don't get to answer that.
but another thing, like, even though I didn't want to talk about Russia, but another thing that Russia did that I actually think is quite good is Putin banned adoption to America. There's certain Western countries that he won't allow any orphans in Russia to be adopted to, and he cited child abuse is the reason that he's not allowing certain children to go to certain countries of the West. He said that there's a lot of pedos and a lot of child trafficking that's going on, so he's outlawing that. And going back to the reparations talk, this is really what it comes down to. I have no problem with reparations, and I have a big problem with giving money to other countries. So giving other countries money and using that as an excuse, like most people don't want the money to go to other countries, and we can't really stop that. But at some point, we have to have an agreement. We have to make an agreement, and once we get to this agreement, we have to let shit go. And like, it doesn't seem that that's ever going to happen. It just doesn't seem that way. And unfortunately, it's really hard. It's really hard to even talk about reparations because you have a lot of white folks. Like, if you're gonna have to figure very specific parameters when it comes to these checks, because you have white folks that do have slave DNA in them, and then in my case, I have 2 mixed kids, so my kids would more likely have slave ancestors on their black side of their family. So if you're going to give money,
what's wrong with that? What's wrong if they're eligible?
I don't have a problem with that.
It's nuanced.
But
nuanced.
Savage,
the point that I'm
if
trying
the
to
check
make,
got cut today, yes or no? Are you sending that check to the government, or are you cashing that in your bank account? Just answer that.
Well, Savage has a black ancestor.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
If your kids are eligible, are you sending the check back to the government, or are you putting the check in the bank account? Yes or no? What do you?
Can I finish my statement? Can I finish my statement before I answer your question?
You're just going around in circles. What are you going to do if the
I'm not going around in circles.
Savage, Savage is not. He's showing how nuanced this topic really is. It's not a do you get a check or not? You're talking about lineage. You're talking about lineage.
Savage also agreed that that reparations would work, just not as good as we think. He already admitted that it would work.
But that's not the point. He's saying who would get it.
The point is why you should or shouldn't be. If reparations would work, that's a pretty tough thing to argue against.
Can Savage talk?
No, it's. I'm trying to argue. I'm trying to argue against it, and you're cutting me off.
Keep asking me questions.
I didn't ask you a question.
Wait.
You know what I mean? Nate,
I never said the word to
question. I forgot what it was.
It's okay. It's okay.
I tell you, real quick, just to piggyback on something I said earlier about the Russia thing. Russia went in to Ukraine to be Eastern Ukraine to be a buffer against Western Ukraine and NATO being able to put their ballistic missile systems on their western border. Also, let's not forget, because Uganda and I believe 2 other African countries have resisted the West's demand for them to adopt homosexual, transvestite, and pedophile education for their society.
I think it's Ghana.
Vladimir Putin forgave billions of dollars in debt from Uganda and 2 other African countries. Completely wrote it off. Billions of dollars in debt because they stood against the West's insistence on poisoning their societies with this filth. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's Uganda, Kenya, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Ghana, but I couldn't
3 countries. Yes,
ma'am. About that. But besides that, America put sanction on Uganda. So the Ugandan president said that if that's the only way that they can help, then they rather starve. So because of that, I think that's what made China and Russia are trying to help those African countries that are not open to having homosexuality just open. But even countries that have homosexuality approved in those countries, it's not going to work. Let me be honest with you. It's not. Yeah. Like, people don't just
shout out to Vladimir Putin
with blue hair, pink hair. I mean, like, nipple out in the street parading, all that stuff. You'll die. Like, they don't even play with that. Because how is that? My thing to them is, okay, so how is homosexual supposed to help the economy in Africa? That's not going to do anything for us. All they're going to be doing
there ain't no policies that they're going on right now where millions of people want to move to Africa. There's a reason no one's moving to those countries and everyone's coming to the West.
And that's fine. We don't need you to bring your homosexuality there.
Well, then stop begging for
care.
Western money if you don't
It's
need
not
it. Then stop
begging.
begging
These West,
the
the Western countries are also in these African
Every time
countries
there's a famine,
collecting
you
the
call
natural
America.
resources.
Every time there's a war, you call America. Every
Stop
time you
it.
need
Hey,
some more
Gway,
food
hey,
packages,
Gway,
you call
Gway,
America.
Gway.
Knock it
I
off.
think
You might be ignorant to geopolitics and illiterate to geopolitics, but we know exactly what's going on.
America until they
We
beat
know
our government.
exactly
Just
what's
like
going on.
America
America is not
forget
just
that
sitting in these countries
we love
and
being
then
number
just
one until
letting
it's
them
time
sit
to do
there and
number
have the
one
warship
kind of
there and
shit.
everything. They're siphoning off the natural resources of these
Okay,
countries.
then tell
Knock it off.
those countries in Africa to
Knock
stop
it off.
calling
There's treaties
America
in
for
place,
help.
you moron. There's
If that's
treaties in place.
true,
It can't just
if
be
what
broken.
you're saying is true,
But because you're
why
ignorant, you live in the West.
They should
You
accept
don't understand
homosexuality for
anything. So
aid.
that's why your mammy ass sit
but in
there
America,
and
you
always
guys
is
just
mad
let
and
people
angry
know
and want to push
So why
liberalism
is the
and all of that
African
stuff.
nations
Be a man,
contacting us?
stand up,
Go
and have some
contact
backbone.
Russia.
Wait, Taru. So you're
You would
support
rather stand
you
with
support.
Nazi than
Yeah,
to
yeah. I was about to say, yeah, great. That's what I was about to say. Taru's what he wants to. Taru's wants to. He wants America to help white nations, but not black ones. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's why I say a lot of these
and then mention homosexuality.
We are not stupid. Just because
yeah, we got it. We got it.
You want to be gay, go ahead and be gay. That's not something that's prevalent in our community, so it don't need to be there.
No, great. I know.
In a bunch because of that. I don't understand why, but it's not going to happen. And if we're gonna have to die, that's what's gonna happen.
If the countries felt that strongly about it, then they should stop asking the West for aid.
They are not asking the West for aid.
Yes,
you
they
moron.
are.
They are saying because
asking the West for
you don't
aid.
even understand why people are leaving Africa and coming here. They're doing it because their natural resources are being siphoned off the continent. You idiots.
Taru, you're making a filthy argument right now, Taru. You're making a filthy argument. You're making a filthy argument.
You're very stupid. You're super stupid. For you to even sit there and say that is ignorant as hell.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
African leaders call America asking for aid. You're trying to argue.
Tarus, you're saying if you're not gay. You're saying if you're not gay, you shouldn't get help from America. You're sick.
I didn't
You're
say
sick.
anything about gay. You
Yes,
guys
you
are
are.
the ones.
No. That's what they're pushing. No,
Barack Obama made.
You're missing
getting aid contingent
You're missing
upon
the point.
Homosexuality.
I'm supposed to be answering the question from Ukraine.
Obama made.
You guys got me talking about Uganda and homosexuality.
No, it was Obama that made getting aid contingent upon accepting homosexuality. That was Obama that did that.
Jesus Christ. So I got to answer Ukraine, and then somehow I need to be an expert on homosexuality in Uganda as well.
I brought up that, all I brought up was that Vladimir was doing great things for these African countries because they were resisting the West's insistence on accepting it.
That's why South Africa put an arrest warrant
and
on
you
them,
got
right?
mad because you say, because we don't allow homosexuals on the continent, so we shouldn't be asking for money. So you would rather give money to Nazis than for
the LGBT community all over the world. I hope they get equal rights even in Uganda. And I don't
well,
care
keep them in your house.
Okay, all right.
We know because at the end of the day,
yeah, we know. We know.
Human beings just like me.
Tarus, we got it.
Tarus, what's your opinion? What's your opinion of LGBTQ rights now turning into handing gay porn books to children in elementary school?
People like you
he
guys
doesn't mind.
That's your gay rights.
All ethnicities.
Those are your gay rights now, sir.
The majority of people everywhere are good people. Y'all just hate
I told you he has a dual allegiance.
They are literally putting gay porn books in the hands of children.
If it's so doom and gloom, get off the internet, go in the bunker.
They're putting gay porn books in children's hands.
So bad.
Wait. Let me answer a question for Gway. You asked earlier. Hold on. Hey, we got you. You're for gays. You're for gays. We got you. Hey, Gway, you asked earlier how could gays in Africa help the economy? I think it could help the tire industry, because they'll be
those necklaces that they put on the folks in.
It would never work, to be honest. I live in that country. I lived in Africa for over 17 years until I came to the US. It would never work, you know. And for the rules to sit there and say that because we refuse to accept homosexual on the continent, so that means we should start begging. Anybody that know anything about geopolitics, they know that. Can you be quiet?
No, I can't.
Anybody that knows anything about geopolitics and knows about the West,
these are the guys that love black women.
You know that there's a lot of resources that are being taken off these continents. So don't sit there and act like you don't have no sense, or you bring that.
I'm sorry you hate people, Gway. I'm not like you. Thank God.
Well, you keep all the homosexual in your house. How about that?
Do you hate pedophiles? Tarus, do you hate pedophiles?
Tarus said he will. Wow.
Do you hate pedophiles?
I will. Wow.
You always want to use emotional tactics to try to get people to agree with your point. Just because I disagree that homosexuals should be on the continent of Africa doesn't mean I hate them as a human being. So you're not going to use that on me. It was not going to work.
Geopolitics. That's how I'm answering, and yet you keep going.
You know nothing about geopolitics, because if you didn't know anything about geopolitics,
that's how the question got posed, Gway, from a geopolitical perspective. If you pay attention, you'd understand that Nate posed that question from a geopolitical perspective. That's
I
how
don't said that. I said, how is homosexual going to help the economy in Africa?
Maybe the people in those African countries saw what the acceptance of brazen homosexuality is done to America, where they're putting gay porn books in the hands of elementary school students.
Let me tell you something. The Ugandan president, to tell you the truth, the Ugandan president didn't even know how homosexual work, because that's not something that is part of the continent, like largely.
Why
are you gay? In an interview, he said, when they told me what they do to each other, the lady from BBC, she asked him, you know, and then she asked him, she said, do you hate them? And then he said yes. He said, because they just told me what to do to each other, the men. And he said that is disgusting. So he didn't even know until they explained to him. That's not prevalent. That is on the continent. Why is that economic? Well, Africa is already poor. Most of these countries, they are poor. How is that economic wise going to help the economy? You know why they want homosexual over there? Because the population in Africa is growing. We have more population of young men and young adults in Africa than anywhere else on every continent. So they want to decrease that population by taking homosexuals over there so that they can turn the men into feminine men. No,
the reason why,
hey, Tarus, most African men don't even most African men don't even eat coochie. They don't even eat coochie.
The reason why, Gway, is because what you're saying isn't happening. You see, Uganda does feel like that, and America is still providing aid. There's other countries in Africa that feel that way about homosexuals, and yet America is still providing aid.
Wait a minute.
Well, all right.
Jada Pinkett Smith is in the chat with a $20 super chat. Says, "Come on, Gway, act like a lady. Sit down for a while. It's only 20 minutes, Gway. I'll bring you back."
Hey, ask Jada where Dale is at. Is he okay? I heard he had like a seizure and he's in a coma right now. Is he okay?
Easy.
Wait, I know you're on time.
Hold on. We got to let everybody talk. LA Thorne, the Martian. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Chaotic, thank you for letting me out on the platform. This is my 2 cents on the reparations shebang. It's not going to work economically because for a variety of reasons. One, we are currently over $34 trillion in debt from all the various wars and everything that we wanted to try and fund, in addition to the over $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. All debts are paid by the debtor or the creditor. we owe money to other nations, including the majority of those debts are owed to by China. So even if we were to pay every single eligible Black American, whether they are, partial Black, whether they have, full-blooded Black, it doesn't matter. The amount of inflation we would incur would be worse than what Argentina is currently dealing with, which is over 140%. And historically in Argentina, they've dealt with over 3,000% because they continued to print more money than they had in circulation. They weren't wise with diversifying their economy. So my question to you is, if you want that check, are you comfortable with paying astronomical prices for everything that you are trying to buy?
We're doing that now. We're doing that now under Biden. We're doing that now.
I'm talking about working now. I'm talking about paying instead of saying for a thing of ramen that's $1.25. Imagine paying $40 for it or more.
I mean,
in response to what L.A. Thorne is saying,
I can't even take this seriously, man. That's such an exaggeration.
I'm talking about the
it's not.
Wait, thank you so much for the Cash App. I just got the Cash App. Thank you so much for the money. Well, all right. Thank you so much. Go ahead, guys.
Actually, to piggyback on what L.A. Thorne said, your good leftist liberal governor, Tarus, in California, Governor Newsom just admitted that they're in a $68 billion hole in California. Now, how exactly was California, not even a slave state, supposed to pay $5 million each to Black people in California?
Before you answer that question, Tarus, a pimp named Slickback with a $10 super chat. Wait, so America cares about ethics for aid now? Savage just said that Ukraine has neo-Nazis, and Tarus said he didn't care. So why should they stop it with Uganda and the gays?
Fun fact, guys, America did not stop aid to Uganda. Fun fact, guys, America did not stop aid to any African countries.
That's not the point. Why do you support neo-Nazis? That's not the point.
The whole point is this. You guys are trying to say what could happen, and I'm responding based on what's actually happened. You see, you guys are trying to fear.
Why do you support neo-Nazis? Answer that question.
Because of gays.
Why you support neo-Nazis? Why you support neo-Nazis?
Time with the $5 super chat.
For the same reason I support the United States of America, despite
Tarus. LaShawn with the $5 super chat. How does LGBT help Africa? Why is Tarus?
I told you that. I told you the tire business.
CT, they keep asking me questions. You gotta let me answer them. HB, the same reason why I don't give a damn about that is the same reason why I support America despite neo-Nazis living in this country. Should I be anti-American?
We can cuss today. We can cuss today.
It's not rapid fire cursing, obviously coherent.
Oh, okay. What up, nigga? Though, hey, what's happening? What's happening?
Neo-Nazis here. Should I disown America?
That's not the point.
That is the point.
That
is the direct correlation.
It's a nation of neo-Nazis. That's the culture over there.
It's not.
There's a difference
Ukraine is not a nation of neo-Nazis. Just like America is not a nation of neo-Nazis. Like,
obviously.
I'll be honest. I understand. I understand why
sound crazy as hell.
I understand why Tarus does this, because Tarus votes for a party whose inception in 1829 was based on their being against the growing emancipation movement, the white Democrats.
Tarus, so you mix Tarus. You white and blacks, Tarus?
What?
Are you white and black?
Yeah, I'm white, black, Puerto Rican. I'm just a melting pot, bro.
Yeah, he's
okay. So that's probably what your problem is. Yeah, that's the problem.
If you go Democrat,
a lot of the mixed people, they be having problems because they're torn. It's like playing tug of war.
Hey, tough guy. I say they have dual allegiances. That's what it is.
It's like you can't trust people like that because
you can't.
Yeah, either you gotta be. What side are you on, my nigga? Like,
you
want to be white or what are you? What are you,
I'm on
nigga?
the American side. What are
He
you
said he say he on America's side, but wants to fund the war in Ukraine. That's not
Oh yeah, he
American,
tripping,
buddy.
nigga.
That's
Hey,
still
so you telling me
Republican.
that billions? You
Like
telling me
what?
all those billions they gave to Ukraine, we shouldn't have got that? The niggas
Let
shouldn't
him
have got
read the
that? Is that what
super
you're
No.
saying?
chat.
You're not gonna jump for trying
Can I
to
read the?
No,
Can I
nigga, I
read
can do what the
the?
fuck I want to
Ukraine,
do,
bro.
nigga. You know who you talking
Y'all
to?
lame as hell.
Can I read the?
Stop.
Thank you so much, Savage. Chief Weho with the £5 says Tarus is unwell. Please get him out of here for 5 minutes. He is reducing the quality of the conversation. Thank you. Okay, I'll bring you back in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Savage, go ahead.
Honestly,
Let that nigga go.
I feel bad for Tarus, man, because you could tell he's got some inner turmoil. Go ahead, Savage. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, let Savage talk.
So what I was trying to get to is that it's really going to be hard with the nuance of this, because you're going to have whites that have black slave ancestry, and you're going to have blacks that are white as well. So even if you say every black American in United States, which is 40 million, got reparations, the people that are fighting for reparations are the same people that say that if your dad's not black, you're not black. So how would that even work out? Because if you're going by genes or you're going by a slave ancestor, then there's a lot of white folks that are going to have slave ancestors. And then if you're going to, let's say we include them, all right, you're going to have the white man pay taxes to the government to then get reparations from the white man to pay himself, or you're going to have black folks that work, that pay taxes, that are going to pay themselves for being enslaved. Like,
yeah,
there's so much nuance to this idea.
No, because Savage, for me as a full-blooded black man, I don't feel comfortable with somebody like Tarus getting reparations, and I feel like a lot of black folks would feel the same way. Like, I just don't.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want reparations at all, because if somebody like Tarus is gonna get it, it's not really justifying or making anything what was wrong.
I think just dark skinned like niggas like me, you, CT, like niggas, real niggas should get it.
No,
light
not even
niggas,
CT.
they should get half. Light skinned niggas should get half.
CT's Nigerian though. He shouldn't get a dime. CT shouldn't get a dime.
Okay, well, CT, you don't get nothing, nigga. I'm sorry, nigga.
Okay, I guys, I'm about to get up out of here.
Okay.
Nah, go.
Nigga, somebody just gave you a cash app. You can't go nowhere.
That was yes. I'm about to get Savage. Go ahead, sir.
So, like, the issue's gonna be if you go by, the only way you can prove it is through lineage. So, if you're gonna say in order to get reparations, you have to show lineage that your family had slaves in it, you're not going to be able to exclude white people that have slaves in it, and you're not going to be able to exclude Tarus. So, like,
and that
at the end of the day, it's gonna be complicated. And then the people that are fighting for the reparations, if it has to be that you have, like, you're gonna have to, like, a large majority of blacks in America have DNA from whites. So what percentage of black do you have to, like, there's so many stipulations that's going to happen that people are going to feel cheated, and you're going to pay all this money, and the problem's still not going to be solved because people.
But Savage, you good though, man. You paying reparations. You take care of black people, don't you? You take care.
Yeah, Savage. You would see. I would feel more comfortable with Savage getting reparations than Tarus. That's
what's up, Portia?
That's what's messed up. He actually raising black kids.
Exactly.
He's raising up there black. That's why the whole reparation. I really do think it's like a red herring. It's something that's just kind of put out there to confuse people. Well, not a red herring, but it's more like a cycle pump where it kind of leads you into something demonic, because in reality, because there's no real answer to it.
There's been reparations movements since the 18th century. What are you talking about?
Right, but it's 2023 now. If it was gonna happen, it should have happened right after slavery ended. And unfortunately, Lincoln got popped in the head, so that's where it died right there. You can't do it. You can't. I mean, it is what it is. It's hard to.
So when other groups do it
Regardless,
later,
if some. No, it's not about other groups. It's about black folks. I don't care about other groups.
it's
This
about
is about
legal.
black
No,
folks.
it's about legal. It's about legal precedent, right? So if other groups have gotten it later,
No. It's about black people. It's about black people in America.
America.
It's about descendants of slaves in America.
Hello. Thank you.
There's no legal
So,
precedent in America.
If
for
there's
it.
legal precedent, Savage, please.
You don't have
There's no legal precedent.
Is there a law on the book?
These are
saying that
savages.
it knows?
Don't hear me
Is there a
speak.
law on the
You
book
got
saying
you got that. You got damn right. You got damn right.
Let me read the super chat. The saxophone with the $5 super chat says reparations should be paid in fried chicken and white women. Oh my God. Black Knight with the $2 super chat. You hoe by lineage, not slogans. Okay. I don't know. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend the white women because they give you diabetes. Fried chicken's fine, but let me continue. So
I think for me, the biggest issue is like I see like a lot of these debates online in terms of like the whole FBA, the whole ADOS movement, and like you go on, you see it on Twitter, you see it on YouTube, and there's this like almost arrogance as if like something is demanded. And my simple question is, how are you going to enforce it? If you go to the United States government and they say no, like they've said 3 different times in history, they said it no in the 1870s, they said no in the early 1900s, and they said no again in the 1940s. So when they say no again, what are you going to do? You're not going to do anything about it. You're going to sit back down and do nothing. So that's why there's no legal precedence.
Hold on, Dick. Okay.
Hey, your mic sounds crazy. Hey,
my mic?
smart. No, not yours. The other guy, the smart sounding guy. Your mic sounds crazy.
Yeah, NCR. Yeah, you.
Yeah, NCR. Yeah. Your mic sounds crazy right now.
Yeah, so I mean,
Go
for
ahead.
me, I think it's just a pie in the sky type of thing. Like, if we haven't even given like free healthcare or free college to everybody, you really think that the United States government is going to go out and give $14 trillion? Like, are you serious? How the hell are they supposed to afford that?
Give black folks some casinos, man.
That is a lot better.
Much better.
Go ahead,
Better.
Go ahead, NCR, please. Go ahead, sir.
So a couple things. Let me give the other side, if I may.
Can one or two people get on camera? This, by the way, but go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, just because this is how politics works, just because you don't get something in the past doesn't mean you stop, right? So they wanted to overturn Roe v. Wade in 1977. They wanted to overturn it in 1987. They wanted to overturn it in 2007. They overturned it in 2022, right? So that's how politics works. One. When I say precedent, I don't mean other groups in other countries. I mean in the United States. Do you all know that we're paying reparations to people in Guam as we speak? And it was signed under the Trump administration? Oh, I bet you didn't know that. So the United States already has precedent.
Can you clarify that?
I'm almost done.
Hold on.
I'm almost
Can you
done.
clarify?
Why are you you're a savage? You're a savage. Be quiet.
Well,
Don't you
because
hear
I've
me?
heard
Smart
like
person
other
speaking.
arguments about reparation payments.
So there's precedents for reparations from Japan, internment, from Guam survivors, etc. So it would not be new. That's how politics works.
In Japan, they had a sovereign nation to advocate to sue the United States.
1 second.
Yeah,
the third thing
that is a good point.
The way law works in reparation, because it's in the law, you don't have to be the injured party to receive it. So if your daddy worked in a factory in the 70s and died of asbestos, you could sue on behalf of your daddy's estate and get the money.
That's true.
So you don't actually have to have suffered the injury. I thought conservatives were the smart ones. Y'all don't know this?
Hey, NCR, you sound like a real smart guy. What
He's
do
a
you know? Oh, okay. He's a smarty guy. Do you know exactly who enslaved your ancestors?
No, that's why you're suing the government.
Okay. So wait, how do you even know they were enslaved? How do you even know they were enslaved though?
Let me answer the question. So I heard Savage speak, right? If you read Sandy Darity's From Here to Eternity and other books, it's not willy-nilly.
Oh my God, that fucking communist.
Hold on. Sandy Darity, the guy that owns a bunch of properties, who's a capitalist, is a communist. Y'all got to stop throwing words around. Let me just finish my point. So you have to be able to trace your ancestors back on the 1870 census and 1860 census. You have to identify it as African American for generations. It's just not willy-nilly. There's actually qualifications. So if you're interested, you could read about it, but I know this panel, except CT.
No. NCR. You know, wait. You know you can do that. You don't have to read some fancy book. You can do that yourself.
No, I'm talking about the qualifications for it.
I've actually read
Right. You can literally go down your own lineage and find out if you are a descendant of slaves. You can do that yourself. You don't need some fancy business owner to tell you that.
No, that's
you
not
can do
what
it
I
yourself.
said. That's not what I said. What I said was, when people were like, who would get it? I said, when you read the people who do reparations work, they lay out who is eligible. It's not like, wait. Why would you be advocating for something that you're not even sure if you would qualify for? I just told you that's the qualification.
No, I'm asking you though. Do you know who enslaved your family though? Your ancestors?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah. You actually qualify then. That was the first question.
Things I don't qualify for.
Can I ask him a question?
No. But this is just about slavery. I hate when people try to muddy it up with transgenders and women getting abortions. This is just about slavery, because it wasn't injustice. It wasn't injustice. But I hate when people speak on it and they weren't even enslaved. They didn't even come from those descendants. Like, what does your opinion matter?
No, I completely get where he's coming from, and I will actually push back on that as well too, because you're saying, where does the opinion matter? In order to pay for these reparations, you're gonna have to get taxes in order to fund it. Like the money, unless you're gonna directly go and find.
Man, shut the fuck up about that, man. They come up with all these billions of dollars for everything else. Shut up.
Can I
That's
finish
printing. That's devaluing the money.
You can start cursing people out, because I didn't disrespect you. So
I don't give a shit. Shut up.
All right. So okay, yeah. Hold on. And this is what you're gonna tell. You're gonna tell me. So let's say they put this on the ballot right now to go and vote for it. Yeah, fuck y'all. Fuck these. No matter what, like you're saying right now, and I'm the one going to vote for it.
Billions of dollars, you idiot. Shut up.
Okay. All right. NCR 10. The only question I wanted to ask you was about the reparations you said for other groups. So in terms of the Native Americans, the reparations that they got in terms of land, the way how they got it initially, they were moved from different portions of the land to different reservations. The land that they were put on initially wasn't, even if they found any profit on it, the U.S. government moved them to less profitable land. The land that they're on right now is basically worthless. There's no oil on the land. There's barely any resources there. The people are basically living in poverty. In terms of the Japanese Americans who got reparations, those were direct people who directly were impacted by it. And the only reason the U.S. did it was because they needed to form relations with Japan. So what I'm saying back to it again is, if you are going to demand something, you have to have something behind it. You have to have a gun pointed at the government's head saying, if you're going to give us this, you better give us this, or we're not going to give you what you want. So in order to have a precedent, you have to have something enforcing it. Yeah, that's my thing from the beginning.
No, I definitely agree.
No, but don't say that we got to get the money from somewhere.
Hey, CT, can you check the back chat?
No. But tough guy. He's right.
Just dropping a link.
We're gonna need people like Linwood to be a martyr. He's gonna have to be a martyr for this movement to actually work.
Well, we can kill off Linwood. I ain't tripping.
When listening to NCR 10,
Linwood, he's a great sacrifice. That'd be perfect.
I just want to see if you got the link, and I'll drop down.
Cheeseburger eating ass nigga. He can definitely be a martyr too.
You gotta remember, NCR 10 is a fan of Ketanji Brown Jackson. That tells you all you need to know about him. He really is. He's a fan of her.
CT, you got that link?
Is that the lady that don't know what a woman is? Yeah,
yes, sir. He celebrates our first black female justice, but she doesn't know what a woman is, and she's pro-pedophile. So, of course, NCR 10 loves her.
Go ahead, Savage.
She's bugged out.
Go ahead, Savage.
So unfortunately, for being such a smart guy, he started off his number one premise with a very bad point. the reason that they were trying to overturn Roe versus Wade because it was bad law, and even the Supreme Court ruled in their writings after the fact that it was bad law and probably wouldn't be upheld in the future because it was a bad law and it wasn't in the Constitution. The second thing of it is when it comes down to the money situation, yes, they can find a way to come up with billions of dollars. You're right. But again, if you give 40 million people $5 million, that's trillions of dollars. That's a lot of money. So
wait, in
it's
the bank
not just
accounts, it's going in housing. I mean, it's going.
Wait, Savage. Where'd you come up with the 5 million from, though? Because I always thought it was closer to like 800.
No, I mean, honestly, Savage, it would be like we would be neck and neck with white people now. Now we would be
5 million is what they said in California.
We would be
Oh,
owning.
okay.
Well, that's what the commission said we were owed $5 million each.
Yeah, see, that just makes it sound ridiculous. I was thinking more closer to like 800K. 800K.
800K is still trillions. It's over 40 million people, like he was saying.
There's very few families and white people and families that are renters or have apartments. Most of the people in white people's families, they own a home.
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true. That's not true.
Give me 1 second. Jordan, thank you so much for all the super chats, man. Please go ahead, sir.
That's actually very true.
Jordan, go ahead, sir.
Especially here in San Diego. It's nothing but white people and Mexicans.
What I was going to say is that the reason why white people have more wealth per se as far as home values is because, like I said, there's less crime in those areas. You have places like Chicago and you have places like Baltimore where I'm more comfortable being deployed with body armor walking around than the normal freaking city. But
also, just so folks know, the reason
just drives down the property values, as a lot of people may or may not know.
To piggyback on what that gentleman
reparations is that the reason why Japan and Israel and the Jews got money was because Israel took Germany to court and won.
Yeah.
Japan did the same thing with the United States and won.
That's what we need to do. But I mean, what? How many?
You need a country.
What kind of niggas are you gonna get together to do that?
You
Exactly.
need.
Let me
need a
read this super
political
chat,
goal.
please. Let me read this super chat. Innate with the $10 super chat says 97% of Americans never had slaves. Most Americans live check to check. Average household income is $80,000 per year, and you want to ask them for millions. The U.S. government doesn't have a surplus of its own kizash or cash. Go ahead, guys.
And
they
real
do
quick,
too. They just print money and print money and print money and print money. That's a damn.
Yeah,
if I could piggyback off what L.A. Thorne said real quick, the reason white people have more money than black people today is because white people have two things. They have real estate and they have life insurance. That's why white people have more money.
Okay, so touch on that real quick. Let's talk about that as a topic real quick. CT.
That's a good topic, yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about that as a topic. Like, don't go anywhere. Don't try to run from it. Stay right there. So white people do what?
White people have real estate that they own.
Okay, so they have real estate. So they have homes. That's what the fuck I was just saying, you dumbass. What the fuck did I just say?
Jobs to support
Not being gay.
Have you been drinking today or something?
No, nigga, it's just hey. No, I wanted this to be a half blackout day with this shit because at the end of the day, man, fuck that shit, man. Go hard, CT. What you sitting over there lollygagging with your Christmas hat, nigga? I understand you want to be in the Christmas spirit, nigga, but come on, man. Don't let them do this to you. Now we got some black people up on here. Like you said the other day, you was trying to come at me sideways. Right? Are we? What we doing? What we doing here? What side you on? You white today? You black today? What we doing?
I've been up here for 9 hours.
Nigga, what? What you mean? What?
Tough guy. I've been up here for 9 hours. I clearly have stated a billion times that the French, the British, and the United Kingdom should be held responsible, not the United States government. I do believe in reparations, but I think that we're blaming and we want reparations from the wrong government. That's I kept saying it over and over. I mean, but I'm 9 hours in, man. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, 9 hours in. Okay, I'll give you a little slack. But still, nigga, this is a half blackout day too. Man, fuck that. We adding blackout.
Samuel with the $5 super chat. Hey, CT, Starbucks is offering a limited time drink called Gender Fluid. I think you really like it. Oh, okay, Gender Fluid.
I'm taking personal offense to all these gay CT jokes, man.
No, it's because I go to Starbucks and Starbucks is liberal. I don't.
It's because he has good hygiene and he exercises and he runs. You know, when you're a black man and you dress nice, then they call you gay and shit. You know,
yeah,
when you brush your teeth and you brush your tongue, you know what I'm saying? Then you gay. You know what I'm saying? When you take care of your responsibilities as a black man, then you're gay and shit. You know, that's what the fuck they be saying. You know,
go ahead, Savage, please. Go ahead.
One, check your Cash App. Two, so like the reason I really hate these conversations is because people are just misinformed on simple facts when it comes down to like
what is this Cash App for?
History and things.
And thank you so much. I'm sorry, Savage. What is this Cash App for? And thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. What is the Cash App for?
Oh, it was just because you're getting a headache from all these guys laughing at each other.
Thank you. Look at that. Look at that. Go ahead, Savage, please. Go ahead.
But this is what people don't realize. When it goes down to the whole thing when it goes down to slavery, most people inherit their slaves. So a lot of the people that were in America in the colonies before America became America, they inherited them from British people because their fathers were British and they were given to them. If you go and look at the founding fathers, George Washington didn't make any money off farm made to the slaves, and he gave them freedom after his death. He said that he could not just make them free because they would be captured and put back in slavery. So people have to realize that there was really a hard way to get these people to be free because the system itself was not able to allow them to be free. So there were people trying to make that happen. The other thing it comes down to, you can't have white trailer trash and every white person owns a home. Like that, you can't have those both things in the same world. To say that giving every black person $5 million would put them on the exact same bar as white people, you must not really know white people. Like, unfortunately, the average income is like $50K a year. So, like, you can't have 62% of the population be white or 60% and the median income be $50,000. And you think that white folks are just out here balling. You also have to take, when it comes down to the purchasing power of the black community, if you're the 9th largest economy in the world, where's that money going to? What is that money being used for? Like, you can't be number 9 in the world and then at the same time saying that you're being impoverished. And it's an actual fact that I forget who did the study, but there was a study that showed that on average black people spend 25% more money annually on clothes than white people do. Like, there are just differences between people, and to keep just bringing everything back to white people are rich and racism doesn't actually solve any of the problem.
No, but y'all gonna keep on doing it. And this whole thing, Savage, I mean, you just proved your point. Proved my point, excuse me, through your Cash Apps, because you the one that's like extend the show. I'm not hating or nothing like that. We appreciate your givings. You feel me? But what I'm saying is, look at how generous you are. Look at what you are doing. This is what keeps the everything going. This is why CT loves white people. Why he be talking about how they be going to the space and they do all these great things, and that's why he be praising white people. But what I'm trying to say is we appreciate good people, period. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, man, we as black people, we have a lot of mental issues, and that it comes from all the things that start from the root. We have to talk about the root of something. You don't talk about the plant itself. You talk about the seeds that have been planted, the roots, the things that actually are the foundation of this country, and that is what we are talking about, Savage.
Well,
Sir.
actually, you're wrong, tough guy.
Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line, it was strange. Most things changed for the better and the worse. So I called my mama and she said, baby, must be the money. Yeah. Roz Girl sent a nice little not little, but a nice cash app. Thank you so much, Roz Girl. You're a day one friend. Great moderator. Thank you for that cash app. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all the cash apps and PayPal, super chats from all of you guys today and every day that I live stream. You guys are an incredible audience. Roz Girl sent over a cash app, said, Happy Kwanzaa. Savage, stop the white technology.
Okay. So
this white technology.
Let him know, Roz Girl. See?
Okay.
See?
Can I tell you why tough guy is wrong?
Guys. Before
no, nigga, you can't say nothing. Shut up, nigga.
Before you like Roz Girl's little clapback, ask her how much money I sent her on Saturday. So again, before it comes down.
Oh damn! Why you pull the white man move again? Man, stop doing that, Savage. Stop pushing your damn money around like you. Hey, we know you got some money, nigga. But what else you got, nigga? You got some substance. Talk about something real. What? Give me something I can feel, Savage.
Well,
say something I can agree with.
Can I give you something, tough guy?
No, nigga, shut up. I'm talking to Savage.
You said.
No, nigga, shut up. I'm talking to Savage.
You said,
nigga, shut up. I'm talking to Savage. Can you please answer my goddamn question?
Hold on, guys. I have to seriously ask Tough Guy a question. Tough Guy, have you ever worked?
No.
In corporate? I didn't get done talking. Have you ever worked in corporate America, somewhere where you have to work with other people?
Yes, of course.
Okay. You ever worked like in a board, like you had to go to meetings and stuff like
that?
Yes,
of course.
How do you I'm just
not
curious.
like how I'm talking to you. Yes, of course.
Okay, so
I'm not talking like this, nigga. Of course. Like I told you, hey, look, this is entertainment. Can I have fun? Fuck y'all, man.
Your seats, we got a meeting.
I'm just asking.
I'm having fun, nigga. We ain't in no damn board meeting.
I'm not saying
you and your damn Santa Claus hat. Shut up, nigga.
Go ahead.
Tough guy. Tough
guy.
Let me show you why you're wrong.
Let me show you why you're wrong.
Exactly. Let me show you why you're wrong. You said that Black people were suffering today from all these horrible things we have been through. Why weren't these pathologies evident in the people closest to the atrocities? The Black people that came out of slavery, they built several towns throughout the South and Southwest. Yep. These towns had trade with each other. The Black dollar circulated in the Black community.
What happened in Oklahoma?
From 3 to 5
what happened in Oklahoma?
From 3 to 5 years.
What happened in Oklahoma? What happened in Oklahoma?
Black people had an 80% marriage rate. Black people had an 80% marriage rate.
Oklahoma.
I'm from Florida.
Oh, you keep saying Oklahoma.
We're like the most racist state.
I'll tell you what happened in Tulsa. You want to know what happened in Tulsa?
Yeah, we all know.
You want to know what happened in Tulsa?
I'll tell you what happened in Tulsa.
I'll tell you what happened in Tulsa, buddy.
White Democrats burned down the town. That's who burned it down. White Democrats.
Savage.
But you don't know history.
You don't know history.
Hey, hold on for a second. Savage. You're doing the work of the Lord by having your kids go to white schools, sir. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. This is what they would have to go through if they went to inner city Cleveland public schools. And you know that. You went to inner city schools. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
They would have to deal with guys like Tough Guy and
crazy.
Hey man, I'm having fun, man. Y'all being weird, man.
Yeah.
For real
Hey,
though.
Tough guy.
Go ahead, man.
You know that CT is actually for reparations?
Yeah, he is. No, I know. I'm just fucking around, but yeah, I know.
Well, the whole reason behind it is we send all this foreign aid to other countries. Why don't we send some foreign aid here?
That's all.
That's what it boils down to.
I mean, look at Flint.
These people that talk
got
about
billions of dollars didn't do something here.
The blacks did, the Black Wall Street and all this other stuff. Well, yeah, exactly. Look at the reaction from the whites. Until the federal government had to get involved again, and say, hey, these people have rights just like everybody else. And if you violate those rights, we can take you to court. We can take you to jail. And then
Let's have
it
this
took
talk
still
after you,
50 years. It still took 50 years for people to be cool with each other. The 80s and the 90s was people kind of getting together and understanding that just because we look different doesn't mean that we completely think different. Everyone wants a home. Everyone wants security. Everyone wants a family for the most part. And that's what brings America together, is that American dream of all that.
That's true.
So
let's savage talk, man.
At the same time, though.
Real quick, Tarus with the $10 super chat. Savage is for reparations as well. He even admitted that it will work. Go ahead, Rock.
The real issue people have today now is we look at the news as if it's factual. We see these news stories as if they are actually real, when in turn, well, a lot of people do.
You gotta have some
Little
game,
Big Nate's
man.
Little Big
You
Nate's
don't
probably
just
one
take
of them.
anything for face value, man. You can't do that surface level. You gotta understand.
Of course, but
it's not about how you feel; it's
still,
about what's real. You know what I'm saying? Like your
make
feelings don't have nothing to do with reality.
The whole reality is there are roadblocks when it comes to how you look, and I've experienced it before.
I mean,
But
just think about it. If you're wearing a damn sweatsuit compared to an actual suit, you're gonna be looked at differently. So, nigga, if I'm black, it doesn't matter. The way that America is, the way that
I'm
you
not,
know
I'm
how
not
shit
talking
is. If
about
I'm
that,
walking
dude.
down the street,
I'm not
I might
talking about
walk
that.
across the
I'm
other
not
way.
talking about how you. I'm just talking about your skin tone. I'm talking
Exactly.
literally your fucking skin tone. Because I've actually had a lot of conversations with people, and they were conversations that they probably wouldn't have with any fucking body else, because they know I'm real. Okay. I've had conversations with white people, black people, all that shit. From my experience, nowadays it seems like Mexicans and blacks are a lot more racist than white people. White people really don't give a shit. As long as you're not stealing from them or hurting them, they don't give a hell. They're going to keep driving by down the road to their house and not worry about what race the checkout lady was at the deli. When we're worried about, oh my God, there's all white checkout people, or there's all black checkout people. It's just worry about your own life. And that's what everyone is failing to realize. Get on your grind. Do what you want to do, and you have to do it every day. It's not going to work out in 6 months. It's not going to work out in a year. It's going to take time to get where you want to be. There's no instant gratification in this world that is actually good.
Well, for those who have the courage to be honest, do you not think that this small group of people committing 52% of the violent crimes and 50% of the murders might have something to do with their preconceived notions?
Let me tell you about statistics.
I hate when
it's
you're
just
talking
as
about
good.
that.
Your statistics are just as good as CNN News, just as good as MSNBC, because there's plenty of news
Just enough
stories
white
out
boys
there
slaying people
and
out here
court
is
cases.
the same
Hold
as
on,
niggas.
there's plenty of news stories and actual court cases where police departments are putting down the wrong race on arrest records, and an arrest isn't a conviction. Okay.
White boys go into the school and shoot 50 kids. So I don't even know what the hell you
when I say
talking about.
52% of the violent crimes, 50% of the murders, those are convictions. Those are convictions.
Those are convictions.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me tell you, since I'm half white, let me tell you the difference between white murder and black murder, okay? Really quick. Blacks do the shit out in the street in front of the cameras. The whites is going to invite you on a fishing trip, and you're going to go as a missing person. Okay? That's the difference. And that's a fact.
Blackish Cracker, can you respond to
Look
this?
at how many missing people there are a year. And then you want to talk about 30,000 deaths in the black community?
Blackish Cracker. Black people are 14% of the American population, and there are almost 10,000 black homicides. White people or I think 62, 63%, there's a little over 5,000 white homicides. Thank you.
All right, guys, can I just
Okay,
ask
now
everyone a
compare.
question?
Now
Can I just ask everyone
compare.
a question though?
Now
'Cause, like, we're
compare.
kinda,
Hold
like,
on,
going
hold on.
off the
Now
topic.
compare the sexual cases versus the races. Now compare 1,000 sexual cases when it comes to blacks and 5,000 when it comes to whites.
Are you talking
so
about,
I really
like,
don't care that much.
Are you talking about rape?
stupid little gangsters shooting each other in the
Yeah, be careful what
hood
you guys talk
that would
about,
never
like,
pay taxes or
YouTube will
own
flag us.
anything?
Well, I don't want people murdered at all. But I'm a clown though, right? So okay, I got you. I got your blackish cracker.
Yeah, because when you look at stats, you got to look at all the stats. I didn't
Sir,
say you was a clown. The clown never
look
came
at
out of my
the
mouth.
stats, sir.
All
You
right,
know, we sit
Look
here,
at
we
them
sit here,
all.
running, we
all
sit
right,
here
look at
running
them
our
all.
mouths.
That's the topic. Like, what does that have to
Sir,
do with this topic?
you can't talk about all the stats. You sound ridiculous.
You're
Now-
talking about 50-50 murder, right?
Oh
Okay, 50-50 murder. Okay, I'm talking about 80-20 grape cases. 80-20. Now tell me why white people are graping so many people, and I'll tell you why black
I've
people
never
are
asked
killing
them
so
that.
many people.
You're half white. You tell me. Inform me. Enlighten me.
What is this topic even about? Like,
Thank you, Juan, for the $2.
I don't know. I don't know how
That's
he gets
exactly
to
why
it.
I'm half white. I'm completely
I'm
brown.
explaining why some people, including black people, have some preconceived notions about some black people. That's all I'm doing.
Have some
Based on
preconceived
the amount of
notions
time.
about some black people.
Super
Oh my
chat.
God.
Hey,
Do you
know
have
what?
anything of value
Guys,
to
let me
add?
read the- guys, let me read the super chat. Juan, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Juan says, arguing whose crimes are worse, laughing my ass off. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I think white people
crime is
crimes
crime.
are worse, buddy.
I'm looking at the amount of crime done by a particularly small group.
Hey,
and it's
man,
not-
why you talk
it's
like
not-
you got a
it's not
dildo
black
up
men
your
that do
ass?
the crime. It's a small subset of black men that do
Why
the crime.
do you care so much about people in Chicago, Illinois, St. Louis, and just to name a few, not doing anything with their lives and running around playing cowboys and Indians? I really don't get it.
Destroying our country. That's why.
What
They're
are
ruining.
you talking about?
They're
Be
ruining.
brave now. This is
San
killing the
Francisco.
country. How
San
many points do
Francisco.
they make the GDP drop, dog? How
San
many
This
points
nigga's
do
a
they make
bitch.
the
Hey, he
GDP
used to
drop?
get beat up. That
San
nigga used to get beat up in
Francisco.
high school, man. That's what happened, man. He's
What
a
are you
fruitcake,
talking
man.
about, dude?
Hey, man, I can tell what his problem is, man. This nigga's a pansy.
You're an
Just
idiot when
fucking
you say
faggot.
Oh my
That's what
God!
you are.
Listen to the gay guys. Just 30
You're
years ago,
ruining the country.
just 30 years ago, San Francisco was a major metropolitan tourist
No, I think
destination.
the white
It was
people
beautiful.
that are killing their
It
whole
was beautiful.
families, the
San
white people that are
Francisco
killing
is
their
a
whole families,
nightmare
the
now.
white people that
This
pay
nigga's
taxes
gay.
and buy houses
San
and pay more
Francisco is
taxes.
Francisco is a
now.
nightmare now.
It is.
Man, I
have
done been to San.
they-
Shut
they
up!
have
Shut up!
apps
Shut up!
that
Shut up!
show
Shut up!
you
Shut up!
where
Shut
the
up! I done
human
been.
feces
I done been
are.
to San Francisco.
What are y'all
I done
talking
been.
They
I
have
done been
apps
to every
in San
hood.
Francisco
I
that
could
are
walk.
covered in
I could
human
walk
feces.
in any street, any hood. It doesn't matter, man. You just need to be a man. That's what it is, man.
Oh my
A
God!
lot of shit. Shut up. And you don't even know.
Look
And
like
you
a
don't even know
victim.
what a lot of.
Because if
You
you
don't
look
even
like a
know
victim,
why
you're
people
gonna
be
be a
having
victim.
discrepancies in the streets.
So the app,
Because you don't even know
so
nothing
the
about
app
that life.
the app that shows San Francisco is covered in human feces. Is that a lie too? There's an app that shows you where all the human feces are. People are shitting on the street in San Francisco, and you all don't think it's a problem.
Okay, what does that have to do with this
No.
topic?
City, I gotta go.
We didn't
Thanks
say
for having
homeless.
me.
We didn't say homeless people wasn't a problem.
Yeah, like what are we talking about?
The city is covered in human feces on this app.
It's true, but that's a different topic. Like, what does that have to do with it?
No, it's all a part of the demise of your civilization.
You're a
That's
weirdo,
what
man.
it's
Shut
We're
up.
not talking about that. We're talking about reparations, though.
Yeah, this nigga
That's
talking
not-
about.
We've been all over the place on subjects, sir. I'm sorry.
No, you
But,
sound weird, man. You stop being gay, dude. Shut up.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask you a
Stop,
question, though?
stop being gay, dude. Shut up. That's all you got, buddy.
I think in
That's
terms
all
of
you
the-
got, buddy.
Are you related to KS? You must be.
All right.
Are
I
you
think-
related
I
to
think in terms-
chaos?
You must be.
You
In
must be.
Okay, in terms of
Keep
in
hitting.
terms of reparations,
Taught me that joke.
That's all you got, buddy. You have nothing of
That's all
value.
you got, buddy.
You got nothing of value to offer the
What are you, a
conversation.
game show host? Shut your bitch ass
You're
up.
comedy relief, like you are in real life. That's what you
Yeah,
are.
all right, nigga. You don't know me in real life. You better
Well, you
watch
gonna beat me
yourself,
up like
buddy.
Linwood is? You
No,
gonna
I ain't
beat me
gotta
up
touch
too?
you. See, that's the thing about you. You
Thank
don't know
God
about
you
it.
won't touch me. Most of you
That's the whole
Democrat black
thing.
men like touching men.
Yeah, man. That's right.
Yeah, man.
I gotta touch you, bro.
Oh, he's a Democrat?
Thank God. Thank God you won't beat me up.
How is
You guys
he
are so tough.
a
Like I said, I ain't
Democrat? That's like me critiquing Trump a little bit the other day, and I had people calling me a Democrat. Hold on. I had people. I'm just wondering how Tough Guy's a Democrat because I don't consider him a Democrat.
I would consider him Democrat because he has nothing to offer but nonsense and
He doesn't
stupid
seem like a
slogans,
Democrat, though.
like KS does. That's all he offers. Insults.
That's all they
That's
offer.
it. That's all he offers is insults.
Actually,
am I a Democrat
this
also?
is what you call entertainment, bro.
I'm not sure, Black. I'm not
Speak-
sure. You say
That's
sometimes
what
I've
you
heard
call
you say things
entertainment,
that
bro. So
don't
I
lead me to
can do
believe
the
that. Sometimes you do.
WWE with you too, bro. So you when you talk, you sound fucking ridiculous, nigga. So I'm gonna take it.
Why don't you intelligently
I'm gonna be the
challenge
Rock,
something I've
nigga, and
said?
you gonna see what I'm cooking, motherfucker. Shut your bitch
Prove
ass
what
up.
I've said is wrong. That's what you could do if you want to shut me up. Prove something I've said is wrong instead of making jokes and being a minstrel. That's what you are. You're a minstrel, Tough Guy.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
all black Democrat men. You're a minstrel.
I can
You
prove.
are a bitch boy, man. We could tell you got beat up in high school, man.
I got beat up all the time.
Yes,
By your
I
mother.
know, nigga.
Your mother beat my dick. Your mama beat my dick. Okay.
Hold on, you two Negroes. Calm down now. Calm down. Let Savage speak. Go ahead, Savage, sir.
Yeah, let somebody else speak. Jeez.
My apologies.
Yeah, because this nigga sounds stupid.
So CT,
Yeah.
you've lived in Cleveland, right?
Yes, sir.
You worked in a school, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
So in Cleveland, in the inner city, who do you think was more charitable? What group of people was more charitable when it came to charity?
You mean like in terms of color?
Correct. What
I mean, I hate to say it, without a doubt, it's the whites. I gotta say it, man.
Okay.
I mean, completely honest with you, yeah.
All right. How many school programs did you see in the school that were funded by the government, that were ran by whites, that were for whites?
Zero. There were no programs funded by the government that were for whites. No.
How many have you seen in Cleveland?
In Cleveland, for whites?
Yeah. How many
Zero.
How many white programs have you seen the government fund to help white kids in the inner city?
There's no such thing as funding. There's no such thing as a program for white kids.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. They parents.
What did you? What did you see?
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
What programs did you see in Cleveland?
I saw a lot of mentorship programs, a lot of like sports programs, a lot of like social services programs, a lot of nonprofits such as PEP that worked with all types of kids. I saw a lot of stuff, man. Yeah.
Okay, and how is that stuff funded?
That's funded through the government. Those seats, those students, the money that would have paid for those kids in their regular school is transferred over to that institution. Yeah, so it's government money.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the kids that were getting this government money were their parents middle class? Were they?
No, it was poor. A lot of them were poor.
Okay.
Poor.
Now, why were they getting that? Why were those programs funded, and why was the government funding those programs and not funding other poor kids programs?
I mean, it could be a host of reasons, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess the goal of some people, I guess the goal of the program it was for like an outreach to the urban community, which tends to be black. So it was just like a lot of these programs, yeah. Like the goal itself was to be an outreach for especially black youth.
And okay, CT. So let's go to the root of that. No, real quick.
Tough guy,
Bro,
hold on.
So
Tough guy, hold on for a minute.
So Fantasia's husband, he has a football program, right?
It's probably more than just a football. It's probably a mentorship program. Yeah.
How do you think that was funded? Do you think Fantasia is funding that, or do you think it's government funded?
It's definitely government funded. If we go to the source, probably government, grants. Definitely, they have a board of director of people who, they ask for donations. I'm pretty sure those donations probably come from local businesses, in the community or in the greater community that are probably white owned, or they can even be black owned to a degree. But I would guess that they get a lot of funding from the government and business.
So my question is, so what are these programs?
In my opinion, these programs are essentially a and I've always said this, to me, it's a form of reparation. It's a form of to be honest with you, I've always thought that. You know how I am about these social programs. I think they're useless, but to me, there's a form of reparations because we believe that this group of people have been downtrodden and exploited, and let's create something to cater to their development.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you telling me the programs?
Tough guy, wait a minute. Let me and Savage talk. Tough guy, please. Tough guy, please. Hang tight. Go ahead, Savage.
So again, while you were in Cleveland, did you hear any of the white kids that were poor in the same schools? Did you hear their parents suing to get equal funding?
No, because that's a waste of white skin. They fucked up in life. That's why, nigga.
Tough guy, stop.
They have
Tough
no
guy.
idea how to control themselves.
Let me talk, man. Tough guy, stop, dude. Generally speaking, let's use PEP as an example, right? You're familiar with PEP. You're not we know PEP is really for black kids, let's be completely honest, but these programs don't exclude whites. They have every opportunity to go into these programs, but generally speaking, if whites are in like a white kid is in a program, he is integrated inside of a program for blacks. If he's in that school district or that school, etc., they're not going to exclude the white kid, but there's no specific programs for the white child, like the European Male Mentorship Association. You don't see nothing like that. You don't see anything like we're going to help the white kids out soccer program. No, you don't see anything like that.
They have their parents.
Tough guy. Stop it, dude. Please stop. Go ahead, Savage.
Okay, so these black students have parents, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And the black population in America is the 9th largest economy, correct?
Yeah. If you're talking about buying power, yeah.
Yeah. So what do these things, knowing these things, what do these things say to you?
You would have to ask me this question again. I'm 9 hours in. So what are you asking me with this question in terms of the buying power being the 9th largest?
Okay, so if there are parents that are getting into these programs, all right?
Yeah.
And they're getting government funding for these kids, but these kids have parents, and these parents are part of the black community that has the 9th largest GDP of buying power in the country. In the world. What does that say about the parents?
It says a lot if you ask me. I mean, first of all, priorities are not. I mean, it's a matter of priorities. A matter of not being held accountable. I mean, what are you asking?
That was what I was asking you, because earlier I made the argument that we'd have to agree upon a line of a threshold of where we would cross this threshold, and then we'd have to let shit go. And those programs don't count for nothing. Those are owed. Mm-hmm. Reparations is owed. Like, at what point is going to be enough? Like, you had white folks fight in war to free slaves. You had white folks that were risking their lives to free slaves on the Underground Railroad. You had white people killed for the civil rights movement. You have white people that do charity. You have white people adopting black kids that are orphans or in the system. You've got white people going into the schools to help these kids. Like, at what point have we reached the threshold where we are not going to keep bringing this shit up? Like, when is it going to be enough?
Never
When
going
they
to
pay out, nigga. When they pay out.
Tough guy.
No, hold on. Can I piggyback?
No, man. See, now what you gonna let other people talk, nigga, before me?
Me and Savage are talking.
Okay.
Give us a second, tough guy. Give us a second. Give us a second.
All right.
No, Savage. No, because I gotta say it for some reason. I don't know why, but Black Americans, generally speaking, for what I've seen, are just never satisfied.
Boom.
Never satisfied. And like I said before, man, all the programs I've seen, all the, like you say, I mean, just this whole hatred for whites. I mean, the fact that whites even get up and go into these schools is astonishing to me. It's never going to change, man. At least I don't see it in my lifetime.
Wait, can I say something about those programs too?
Give me a second, sir. Go ahead, Savage.
Yeah. Oh, Savage.
Go ahead, Savage.
like literally, if I just want people to be honest, like, that's really what this comes down to. Because, like, half the time when it comes down to demonizing the government or people don't know the nuances of the things that actually happen, and then they don't really say, we just hate white people and want you to give us money. Like, that's really what it comes down to. Like,
That's not true though. We don't hate white, and we don't just want money. Things that
you weren't a slave. So if American government pays out money, all right, and then say there's negativity that happens to the economy, all right, and then you get on here to do a show, and a person, after they got reparation, tells you again that you can't speak because you're a butt-scratching African spear chucker and you're not black. How would that make you feel since you pay taxes?
Tough guy.
Yeah.
Okay, he's asking you a question. You ready?
No, CT, I asked you the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question, sir?
The question was, you weren't a slave, so you wouldn't get reparations, probably. Like, I don't think so, but probably not. But say there was some negative consequence to the economy. Not saying I think there would be, but let's say there was. And then you did a panel about some crazy story, and it was about a black woman or something, and you were talking about the topic, and a guy came up here and told you couldn't speak on it after they had just got the reparations check, and you couldn't say nothing about it because you're not American and you were never a slave. Your opinion doesn't matter about this black woman because you're an African booty scratcher spear chucker that eats mud pies. How would you feel on your platform getting told that after you paid taxes, you didn't get paid, and then this guy got up here and talked crazy to you?
I would be pissed off.
Okay.
I mean, anybody. Go ahead, Tough Guy. Go ahead, Tough Guy. You obviously don't. Go ahead, Tough Guy. You got the floor, man.
No, I'm just saying, talking to you. That was funny. But go
I
ahead.
add on to it too, because he's been talking a lot.
Yeah, go ahead, Tough Guy. You got the floor, man. Because obviously you just keep cutting us off. But go ahead, man. You got the floor, buddy.
Man, don't do that, CT, man.
No, I mean, go ahead, man. You obviously want to talk, man. Go ahead, man. You got the floor, man. Go ahead. You get the floor. You got to stop smoking weed, man.
Man, I'm just fucking with you, man.
You gotta stop. I can tell,
man.
It's that weed, like that weed laugh, man. You just, geez.
Man, you hate when I have fun.
Are we sure we want to give reparations?
You like a party pooper, dog. Like, you hate on me.
Are we sure we want to give reparations with the state most of Black Americans? And I mean, you give reparations to Black people when like almost 80% of our kids are born out of wedlock. You give reparations. You give
I think
reparations to
Savage gave
black
a good
people.
point, though.
You
Savage
give
gave a good point.
reparations
It's already-
to black people when high school graduates are reading at a 4th grade level. It's dangerous to put money in the hands of people that are so screwed up at this particular point in our history.
But I think
But
Savage.
go ahead.
I want to
think
hear
Savage
from
gave a good point,
I want to hear from Portia. Portia's coming up here. I want to hear from her. I want to hear that beautiful angel speak.
Before we hear from Portia, Jordan, you were going to say something about these social programs. Go ahead, sir.
Me?
Yeah, you said something about the social
okay, No, I just want to say, like, bouncing off of what Savage had said before, my parents actually benefited off of that. Like, in the 70s, they were growing up in New York. They were able to get programs that helped them get into the middle class and build upon that. These programs were plentiful. These programs, and they were even more than they are now. There were programs basically giving you free college, giving you assistance to go and get housing. There were so many programs going around.
Okay.
So that's why I think when Savage comes, and I understand where he's coming from, because even from, like, if you talk, when you have the conversation about, like, reparations, and this is the first panel I've ever been on where, like, there's been some level of general respect. Like, Tough Guy, like, the way how he's acting, like, has been, like, calm compared to, like, some of the way, like, the FBA people act, like, if you ever go on those panels. But, like, you get on those panels and, like, people will talk to you and they'll say, oh, you can't talk to me this way, or you can't speak on it. And I'm coming from the same way as Savage, and I'm black, and I'm an ADOS. I would get on those panels and I would say, hey, I'm paying taxes. I don't agree with this. Like, you cannot just scream over me and tell me that. And even too, like, coming as an ADOS person, they started saying that I'm not really black. I'm not this and that. I'm like, bro, my parents were my grandparents were literally slaves. My great grandparents were literally slaves.
Guys, give me a second. Guys, give me a second.
I really do just be fucking.
It's a lot of people in the back. You're gonna have to get on camera. I'm not gonna lie. I'm almost 10 hours in. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a little fatigued. I need you got to get on camera for the people in the back. Somebody got to get on. It's too many people that are off camera. It's weird looking at avatars all damn day. Portia, go ahead. There you go. Thank you.
Do I sound like a robot? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
We
Go
can
ahead.
hear you.
No,
She's
just
so
fine.
patient. She was nice and sweet. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Oh, thank you, Tough Guy. There's a couple of things I wanted to say to go back. I don't know if, let me look and see. Is Little Big Nate still here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he is. Okay, so I wanted to just say one thing. Like, I know that not calling you red pill or anything like that, but I know that a lot of those talking points are really important to address. And I do not wish to see Black men or men in general addressing the issues with feminism and how it's literally derailing and destroying this country. But I do also feel as though it's important to acknowledge the Black women that aren't those things. And so for me, it doesn't offend me, because the whole, if it don't apply, let it fly, I'm good. But there are some of us, like myself, I've never voted Democrat a day in my life. And I'm a staunch conservative. I'm a registered Republican. And I don't believe in a lot of the different things that the Democrats, well, majority are. I hate the left just as much as you do, Nate. However, I just think that it's important to also.
You went blank, Miss Portia.
That's why she was asking if she sounded like a robot. There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all, I live in the sticks and I'm headed home. I'm so sorry. But she's not the only one. And there are those of us out here that do, encourage and promote conservative values. So I just think that, please don't stop talking down on Black women and, bringing up the issues that they have, because constructive criticism is an incredible thing and it should be embraced by all. However, just don't forget to, acknowledge those of us, especially the women in CT's chat. I mean, because we are thebomb.com. Okay. So we are really great. And he has, like, to me, in my opinion, he has, like, the best women in his space on YouTube or in any of these spaces. The next thing, as far as reparations are concerned, I mean, if they given them, I take them.
You heard her. She said if they giving them, she taking them. While we take an intermission break because we can't hear her. She in the sticks.
Well, Miss Portia, let me respond to you real quick. I could not agree with you more. I've said several times to Linwood, who's accused me of hating black women. I said, I don't hate black women. I hate whores. I hate these women who say I got the right to kill my kids. I hate these women spreading the diseases. I've said several times on CT's channel, I make distinctions among women. There are decent women. There are women who are trying to avoid becoming part of the sisterhood and feminism. Women that are working on trying to develop their femininity. And there are women...
what is wrong with a woman wanting her own independence and freedom and not needing a man and living on government assistance, sir? That has not destroyed the black community, sir. And let me tell you something, sir, Big Nate. If I may just wild out for a minute.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. I ain't heard you in a minute. He funny.
He knocked my chair over. If you gave them niggas reparations, they'd buy McDonald's, Swisher Sweets, black motherfucking miles. They'd buy rims for their cars. Productive. The Democrats have deceived us all these years. Now, when I was a young little boy, I used to be a Democrat because I was told to be a Democrat. And I watched as my fledgling community fell apart right in front of me. KCT, you know what I'm talking about. The niggas, you know what the niggas need? You know what they need? They need a foot up their butt. Because I'm not going to cuss on the panel. They need someone to put that hammer down and force them to behave, to force them to have this cohesion, to recreate a real neighborhood. Now, Big Nate, there are some things that I think we would have a debate about because I am pro-choice, but I'm not with limitations, you know. But I think there are bigger issues in the black community that need to be addressed at hand, because blacks growing up in the black community in Chicago, black people vote Democrat but are Republican at core. They believe in family, they believe the nuclear family, they believe in God, they believe in church, state, and all that crap. They will vote Democrat and then come home and be conservative as fuck. And it was the most mind-boggling thing I've ever experienced as an adolescent when I was 13 and I didn't understand this. They are some of the most anti woke people when you get around them. Like, and I'm talking about old school blacks, but they would constantly vote for like the 3 strike laws, these laws that empower women, that pressured women into this baby mama, I don't need no man, shenane ass lifestyle, and it completely destroyed the neighborhood. Like, black people lost their ability to create a functional neighborhood. A functional neighborhood.
I agree.
Yeah, so if they gave the niggas money, they'd buy menthols. They'd buy 22-inch rims, motherfucking Cadillacs, big ass TVs. You see them on Black Friday.
That's what you would do with your money? I think the real issue is we keep talking in all these generalized terms.
Nigga, it's not generalized terms, you stupid idiot.
Yeah,
this
it is.
Fact. No, it's not. The majority of black people.
That's not like that in Texas, dude. I go to black neighborhoods all the time. Each house is $500,000 or more. I don't know what you're talking about.
Name me a neighborhood. I'll cam up right now. We can go on Google Maps and look at that neighborhood, nigga. You're gonna see some dumb nigga walking down the street with Jordans on, Air Force Ones.
No.
Sir, you're gonna see a Korean
They have a $500,000 house. They can't have Jordans neither.
Who made the house?
What are you talking about?
Who made the house, sir? Who made the materials in the house? Who made the nails, the wiring, the carpeting, the asbestos shit that they don't put in it anymore? Who made it, sir?
Well, there's probably a few black manufacturing companies, but I don't look at a company.
There's not,
dude,
sir.
You know what? There probably is. There probably is. There's probably black distribution companies. You don't know what you're talking about.
stupid idiot.
You are from the north.
You know what I'm talking about.
You people are stuck in the past.
Run by
You really are.
the
You
majority
northerners
of
are
it.
stuck in the
Okay,
past.
then where are they
You
buying
need
it
to come down to the south and see what
from, nigga?
real prosperity is.
Hair from?
Come down to the south where real prosperity is.
Oh, shout out red states, absolutely. Black Rick, I got to bounce. I got to bounce.
Even in Florida, even in the hoods in Florida, the hoods aren't trashy. There's not trash everywhere.
Give me the name of a hood, and I will cam up right now, and I'll go on Google Maps, sir. And I guarantee you, it'll look like trash.
Sherwood.
Dallas hoods are pretty shitty.
Well, what's that? No, say to you. Is this Florida, sir?
Yeah, Sherwood Forest. It's in Florida.
Sherwood Forest.
Isn't that like a nursery rhyme, or isn't that in a like
that's Robin Hood. That's Robin Hood's hideout.
Yeah.
Listen,
well, they have a lot of neighborhoods that are kind of named like that, and it's really weird. I just made this connection. There's there's Camelots and things like that, and these neighborhoods tend to be black. I just made that connection because there's a Camelot. There's a couple Camelots around San Antonio, and they're all black for the most part. Yeah,
Hey,
Camelot. It's just so weird.
Real quick. I'm about to bounce. I just want to say in closing, appreciate everybody up here.
You said
Miss Portia. Well, shout out Black Rick, but shout out to Miss Portia, Miss Nina. I don't know if Ras Girl's a conservative. If you are, a salute to you, beloved.
Thank you, Jordan, for
to all the conservative women, all the conservative Black women, I so greatly appreciate you. Salute Candace Owens. Salute Shamika Michelle on Jason Whitlock's, a brilliant conservative Black woman. I absolutely appreciate conservative Black women. But I say the things I say about what's going on with Black women, not out of hate for them. It's because I'm genuinely concerned before things get irreversibly ruined.
You don't think it's already there? Wait, you can't.
Well, I don't think we're going to solve anything.
Big Nate, don't you think we're already there, sir? We're in the second generation.
I'm gonna start it.
No, hey, salute to you, Jordan, for this super chat. I have a question.
Let me just say, I got your question.
I want to ask you a question real quick.
Yes, sir.
Assuming that you, let's use a hypothetical, right? You being you, Black, whatever. It's an alternate reality, right? Alternate history. Slavery existed. It's the year 1776. It's a new country. The products produced out of slavery, cotton, tobacco, coffee, rice, etc. Right? How would you have solved the issue of supply chain if you would have immediately ended slavery in 1776? You understand my question?
I do. It's a great question. I've never been posed with that kind of question. I would give, the West was still open to a large degree. I would give large swaths of land to the Black people that wanted to transition out of slavery into a more entrepreneurial state with their skills. They accused the folks, the academics in Florida of saying that, hey, slavery was great for Black people. No, they said that Black people came out of slavery with skills they could use to benefit them once they were freed, which is true. So offer land, the West was wide open, give them tremendous acres of land. Hey, work with us for these many years. We'll give you this much land, and give them the land. Give them the land.
But don't you? Okay, so I get what you're saying. Right?
Actually, they grew melons, and they.
Give me a second. I get what you're saying, but the supply chain, right? Cotton was one of the biggest
exports
out the plantation, and obviously, cotton is made. I mean, you can make a lot with cotton, right? How would you have maintained the supply chain to whatever companies were purchasing the cotton? etc., or even the tobacco, etc.? How would you have maintained that supply chain?
Well, you can't maintain it fully, but you would have to, I'm sorry.
I would offer tremendous financial incentives for those blacks who would stay on and do the work. Okay. I would exclude them from taxes. You know, taxes was a huge issue back then. I mean, it's why, you know, America was formed for the most part. I would exclude blacks from taxes for several decades. I would put so many incentives in place. Say, hey, look, and I would be honest with those former slaves. Look, we're in a quandary here. We're in some shit. And, you know, we're willing to do whatever we can do financially to make it worth your while. Work with us for this long, and we will absolutely make it worth your while. Now, you know, I just spent 310 years in chattel slavery. Am I going to necessarily believe you? You know, maybe not. But, you know, we blame white people for slavery, and it's so wrong. Your abolitionists were white conservatives and white Republicans. There was an entire class of white people fighting against slavery. So when you blame white people, not only are you wrong, you're disingenuous. It's just not fair.
Yep. And there were multiple towns where Democratic supporters overthrew black elected conservative.
That was Reconstruction.
Yeah, the entire South, it was white Democrats and black and white Republicans in the state legislatures. That's what it was.
Can we make a difference between indentured servants and slaves?
What the fuck does
there's a difference though?
About? The Irish were indentured servants.
I think I know what Rock is talking about. So Rock, it's 1776. How do you solve the supply chain situation if you're going to immediately release or immediately free slaves?
Well, I would definitely give them two options. Option number one is you can go back to Africa.
Where
in Africa? You interrupt me, whatever. You go back to Africa, and of course you would have some sort of wage paid to you for your time that you was a slave for how many ever years. And then option two would be far more incentivizing for them, like he was talking about land. Of course, these people still needed to create the supply chain.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question in terms of, you know, the actual supply chain. You know, these goods need to be produced and exported off.
I
was trying to get to that.
Oh, okay,
I was trying to get to that. It's so we still needed to create cotton and corn and whatever else we were growing at the time. You would give them land, and then you would give them government subsidies like we do with farmers right now. A lot of people don't know. A lot of farmers don't farm things on their land because they're paid by the government to not. They're paid by the government not to plant corn. They're paid by the government not to plant soybeans.
We're talking about modern farmers. We're talking about back in the 1700s.
So, no shit, Sherlock.
All right, well then why did you bring up modern farming?
You would incentivize them for every acre of produce or product that they harvested. You know, and you would pay a little bit more, let's say 10 or 15% more of what you was already paying the white plantation owner. And then you also give the white plantation owners options to keep them working also. They still have people that need to work. So
you still have
what, Black Rick? What, dude? Well, how is it I can sit here? How is it I can sit here and beat on you?
I don't understand.
I really don't understand it. Because you're all the way black. Is that why?
How about this? Hold on for a second, Rock and Black Rick. Savage, how would you have solved the supply chain situation from breaking down? You had immediately ended slavery.
I don't think you would have been. I don't think you would have been able to. Honestly, I think that if they would have, so when they went to ratify the Constitution, there was 2 or 3 colonies that would not sign the Proclamation of Independence or whatever it was to send to the king. So if the other continents or the other colonies
and forced it onto the ones that wouldn't start, only 1/3 of the population actually fought the British, for one. For two, you still have racist Southerners that are in control of these slaves. So, like, you can't really say that they're going to fare well, all right? If they would have freed the slaves, and you have to remember that back then, the way that you were able to plot out what an acre was based on how much land a man could work in one day.
Yeah.
So you couldn't free a bunch of people and also expect the economy to work the same way.
Yeah.
You guys also have to realize that the way that America didn't have really taxes. We didn't have an income tax and stuff until like World War I or World War II. So a lot of the money that America ran off of was tariffs and the way that stuff was traded and taxed with other countries. I'm not specific on exactly how that worked.
And export tax.
Yes, I understand that, but I don't know the specifics of how much that was or how that looked when you were trading.
And also,
to England,
companies paid taxes, individuals did not. That's how the system's supposed to be set up. You're not supposed to be taxed on your individual income.
Sorry, you're talking about
one that's supposed to be paying tax.
Chaotic, I have an answer for your question.
Okay, so
sorry to cut
again,
you off.
I don't know the specifics. I don't know the specifics of how the money actually, what percentage or how it was generated. So I don't think that you could give government subsidies to these slaves to fund them to farm. I don't know how that. I don't think that would work. And to be honest with you, I think that if they would have enforced ending slavery and then going to fight the British, I think the British might have ended up taking over. And if they would have stopped the rebellion, I don't think Great Britain would have started fighting slavery over in the Mediterranean and over there. I think the main reason that they ended slavery was because we fought them and they lost all their slaves over here.
Yeah.
And there were other things that were going on with slavery that made them change their view on it. Had they not lost control of the colonies, they probably wouldn't have felt the same way because they had already been enslaving people for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Like,
that makes sense.
So I don't really know if there's a really good way to do that. Like I just don't see how that would have been possible with, like I said, only one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused here because the Revolutionary War started in 1774 and slavery was abolished in 1865. By that point, the British Empire was on the downturn.
Well, that's what he was. But that's what he was saying. He was saying that it worked out. Go ahead.
So going back to what you said, Savage. So America wasn't still paying any type of. They weren't giving the British Empire any type of monetary compensation to not attack them at that point.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. By the 1800s, America had already asserted itself as the British Empire was a former shell of themselves. I mean, I'm sure they were still fighting, but like
Blackberg, let me read these super chats real quick before.
Okay.
A pimp named Slickback with the $5 super chat says also the majority of America's wealth was built in the industrial age through the post-World War II era. America wasn't that wealthy in the 1800s. A pimp named Slickback says industrialization was also more productive. The South was 50 to 60 years behind the North, and the economy was 30% the size of the North in the 1860s.
Exactly.
Y'all check the blue tape below the panel. Come on, donate to CT. He does us all a service by having these shows. Go ahead, Black Rick.
So I was just confused as to why you kept bringing up the British Empire at that time. I mean, they controlled most of India. They had parts of Africa.
Because we're talking about hypothetical history.
Okay, well, I don't like hypotheticals, nigga, because they're not. Listen, Chaotic. If you wanted to control the supply chain, after slavery, the first thing you would need to do is find all of the major slave plantations that are producing the most whatever material that they're creating for whatever company, and then you would have to give the slaves an ultimatum, like, "Hey, you're free. You can continue to work here, or we can give you a plot of land and you can do whatever with it. But if you're going to do whatever with it, we will provide the means and services such as uh, whatever trains to logistically move those products back and forth."
That's called sharecropping.
Well, sir, I know. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, if we're talking about this logistically and how you're going to get that produce from point A to point B to bring wealth into the economy, if I were the government, I would
That
say,
wasn't the question.
well, I'm sorry, CT, present the question again.
So, okay, I'll give an example, right? So, so slavery, right, was big. So the economy relied heavily on slavery, right? Let's say you were a textile manufacturer and you were heavily relying on the cotton that was produced on a plantation. So the buyer would be the plantation owner. I mean, the buyer would be the textile manufacturer, right? So he's buying from the plantation owner, right? And the plantation owner is relying on the slave. And guys, I'm 10 hours in, so if I'm not explaining this well, my apologies. So he's buying from the plantation owner, the textile manufacturer. He's relying on the cotton that's being picked or whatever. If you were to immediately end slavery in 1776, that means that textile manufacturer would have been immediately affected by the. So that's what I mean about the whole supply chain.
Yes, and I just answered that question.
And I believe that's the reason. In Black Rick, the reason why I'm asking this question is because I believe that is why it was not immediately. I believe that the founders legitimately wanted to end slavery, and what the proof of that is that the banning of the importation in 1809, which was 20 years after.
I agree.
Give me a second. So what I'm saying is that I believe that there was also an understanding that if we immediately end this system, we are on the verge of collapse, and we are just an infant country. We literally just started. So I believe that's the reason why I'm asking you. I believe asking this question puts you and people into a position where you're thinking like the founders. But that's just me. But go ahead, sir.
Well, I already answered that question because that's what they did. When they did abolish slavery, a lot of the slaves stayed there and worked for a stipend. They worked for a particular amount of money. And if it now, I'm going to segue here into like what I would do. So what I would do is the same thing. I would say, hey, you guys are free, but if you want to stay here and work, you're more than welcome to. We'll pay you your housing and board. But if you want to start your own farm and grow certain crops that we can make money into, we would prefer if you grew cotton. That's also would be incentivized, but I would incentivize heavily and pay more and offer more land for those black sharecroppers to grow, say, cotton to fuel that cotton industry. And I would sell them like, hey, if you buy a piece of land, I'll put it this way: if I let them go, and a group of these former slaves said, "Hey, I'm going to grow apple trees," okay, well, you're not going to get government subsidies. You're going to get less money than I'm going to give someone who's growing cotton. And they would say, well, what subsidies are you talking about? Well, because of logistics, if you have a farm that's growing cotton, I will build roads. I'll make sure those roads are paved. I will make sure you have electricity and amenities. I'll make sure your farm is protected. I'll build a police station. I will build up a community around your farm. So that makes it a hub to facilitate the transportation of this cotton into the economic trade that we need to do to move this merchandise. Whereas if someone was like, no, I just want to grow, like, I want to raise chickens, and they wouldn't get as much money. And that would incentivize more people to grow cotton because they're like, look, if I grow cotton, I'll get roads, I'll get protection, I'll get all of these other government subsidies. The government will come in and help me cultivate the land myself. Does that sort of answer your question?
Look, man. Any answer It's a good answer, man. I mean, it's a hypothetical situation here, and it does to a degree. It especially if you understand supply chain. It sounds hot, but I don't know if it would have worked. I don't know. I mean, it sounds hot. Blacks, who to five? What do you think, man? 1776, would you have been able to end slavery?
In 1776, no, you would not have been able to end
Save
slavery.
the supply chain.
We just can't. We just came out of a revolutionary war, which in for all intents and purposes is sort of is a world war of sorts. Lobbying France, you know, fighting against Prussians, fighting against the British. We owed so much money, not only to France at the time, but we also owed money to the farmers who gave of their crops, some willingly and unwillingly, land, allotments, etc., in order to fund an army. To raise an army is a monumental undertaking. There was no way. We still can't subsist without slavery. Hence the 13th Amendment. There was no freaking way, especially not around 1776. Now, 1865, you know, why do you think they were able to make the argument? Because they were already knees deep into the Industrial Revolution. They were connecting the country via rail. They were building huge factories in the North. The South didn't want to let go of their way of living. It had nothing to do with ease of cotton. They were already importing cotton. They were already importing silk and a lot of the things that they were claiming the North and the rest of the Union needed. That wasn't a thing. There were also banana republics that were happening in south of the border. When they had the banana boats that were traversing South America, that the Horn going around South America to get there, to get to Panama, etc. Hence their reasoning for and to get to California. Hence their reasoning for investing heavily in the rail. So there were a lot of things on the horizon in 1865. So that's why the argument was able to be made. But not in 1776. There was no way, man. The Union, I mean, it wasn't the Union, but the country would have collapsed.
Yeah.
And I mean, and a lot of people just have to accept that reality, man. That slavery was necessary. Slavery happened. I'm sorry. It did, man. And it's happened all over the world. But people don't like you to say that. They don't like you to say and juxtapose slavery in America with conquering and slave trade anywhere else, because they want to keep you and lock you into this rhetoric that they like to spew. It's insanity, man. It's insanity.
I think and you nailed it right on. You hit it right on the nail, or the nail on the head. I think a lot of people don't understand supply chain, and
no, they don't.
It's weird because just like people like, all right, so for example, like Linwood and other group and other people, they don't realize that, hey, look, if we did not offshore Apple and other American companies, we'll be paying $20,000 for a goddamn
for a phone. Yes,
people
we would be.
Go ahead, sir.
We'd be paying $20,000 for an Apple computer and $10,000 for a phone. I know $2,000 for a phone is ridiculous. However, it would be 10 times that right now. No, it is true. No, it's very true. Why do you think?
True.
It is true. Why isn't it true?
They're making 1,000% profit. Why are they a $1 trillion company? Like, seriously?
Why are they making 1,000% profit? They're making 1,000% profit because they can charge. They're not being charged anything to build these phones over there, and that's why. That ease.
So let them
wait. And that ease has been translated to us. I'm not saying that it's fair. I'm saying, but that is the reality.
It doesn't translate to us. What are you talking about?
What are you serious? Of course, listen, dude.
Yeah, I'm very
I know
serious.
it. I know that it only costs. I know that it only costs about $1.50 to make each phone in China, in mainland China. Okay, I'm not that irony is not lost on me. But I'm telling you, when we're talking about things that cost tens of
Let's say
millions,
it cost them $100. Let's say it cost them $100. $200. 10% of the price.
You gotta restart your restart your
Rock,
stream.
Rock. Then I would be buying. We're not talking about buying things at cost. We're talking about imputed value here as well.
Yeah.
People have to be paid for their patents. Do you think Apple only owns the patent on the Apple phone and the things that are in it? There are several different pieces of technology that go into Apple, and they have to pay royalties on that. I mean,
and this is why
same thing with comic books. Go ahead.
This is what I always say. A lot of Americans aren't really, and no offense to anybody, really well read on geopolitics and supply chain. And to a degree, I'm not even that well read. Do you realize that we need and I hate to say it, but I see Savage, please don't make a joke out of this. I see myself when I see those little 6-year-old kids in the Congo who are those artists and miners digging for the cobalt. But could you imagine if human rights groups really were effective in Congo? Your cell phones would skyrocket. Your cell phones would cost so much money. That's crazy when you sit back and think about it.
People think it's just corporate greed. It isn't. It's not that black and white. It is not. It costs money. People want to be paid for their intellectual property. You look, and even they're getting stiffed. Can you, like, for instance, comic books? I'm sorry.
I was gonna say what people don't understand is if Western countries put sanctions on Congo, saying you have to have a minimum wage, you have to have a train. These we can't do artisan miner. You know what an artisan miner is, right?
Yeah,
like,
I do. They're coming in there with chisels and brushes.
Yeah,
and digging holes 1,000 feet deep.
Yeah, you got to be a certain age. You got to pay. You got to pay. These miners have to be professional. Do a cell phone, because that's at the bottom of the supply chain for the making of a cell phone. That cobalt, right? These goddamn cell phones would cost $1,000. No, these cell phones would cost $10,000.
And that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm telling people, man. We can't pay everybody what they are owed, because if we did, it would never come to market. You would never. It's insanity. Why do you think it still is ridiculous and exorbitantly priced to get solar panels on your own?
Sam says, no, they wouldn't, CT. Yeah, they would. Do you realize one of those kids is making 50 cents, $1 a day? And maybe not even that. If they had to have a professional mining company go in there and do it, the price of, first of all, you have to pay the goddamn miner $15 to $20 an hour, if that. The price would just skyrocket, Sam, at all levels.
Mining operations are so expensive. Anyway.
Sam, no offense to you, Sam. I think you have to understand supply chain. No offense, bro. Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say, same thing with comic books. Comic books cost a certain amount of money. You know, it's a dying art, of course, right now. However, those people, you remember when there was a guy, I can't remember who wrote the Watchmen series. He donated all his royalties to Black Lives Matter. Remember that? We talked about that a few months ago. And do you understand what his royalty was? I mean, this guy was a millionaire 10 times over, and he didn't get there by just writing the story and then just bequeathing it to DC. No, he was getting paid in perpetuity, and now BLM gets paid in perpetuity from that royalty, and you have to pay that royalty, so all of those things get passed on to the consumer. So can you imagine, like you said, if we were to actually adhere to rules and actually allow them to legislate and place tariffs on and actually enforce laws on artisanal mining. Come on, man. You like you said, man, this cell phone would be around 10 grand.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh, real quick. In Eastern Congo, a couple, typically parents, sustaining a household of 6 members working full time in artisanal mining can earn around $202 per month. But with 4 dependents, they would need around 243 USD to cover the expenditures for the basic needs of a family. Think about that for a minute. Wait, go ahead real quick.
No, let Savage go. He was up here.
Oh yeah, Savage. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Oh wait, Bob with the $10 super chat. Henry Ford, when asked why he paid employees well, he said he should have paid employees enough to buy his cars. Walmart employees can barely live, and corporate profits are huge. Go ahead, Savage.
Yeah. So this is this is the issue. Back when we went off the gold standard, we had to move manufacturing to China because no one was going to be able to deal with competing against other industries because they were shelling out the economy of America and pushing manufacturing and industry out of America. So an American company isn't going to be able to pay. They're not going to be able to pay employees and compete. And
right.
Unfortunately, the issue that people don't understand is people don't understand how money works, and they don't understand how supply chains work, and they don't understand the costs that go into things. Like when you're getting a shipment of goods from China, it comes on a ship that takes 3 to 6 months to get here. So these companies are paying millions or thousands of dollars to a company to have the stuff shipped to them, and they don't get it for months. So like people just don't understand how things cost. That's why whenever we have the argument when it comes to minimum wage, you can never fix poverty with minimum wage because it doesn't matter. If you turn every dollar in your pocket to a $1,000 bill, you're still paying the same amount of money. It's like it's figurative.
Good point. Gway.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you because I just saw you just made like a thing about the coal mines in Congo.
What about
in the
it?
Congo? You said if those kids weren't working the way that they're working, that means we'll pay more for cell phones.
Oh hell yeah! Oh definitely, without a doubt.
So you think that's okay that they're working in the mines then? Because you want to pay
I don't think it's okay at all, to be completely honest with you. I think it's horrific. But to apply that with the whole thing with slavery in terms of chattel slavery in America, and we were talking about cutting off supply chains, if you immediately eliminate a level of exploitation, like for example, if in 1776 had the founders immediately said, we are eliminating slavery, what would have been America would have collapsed within 6 months, because you would not have had people producing the cotton. The textile manufacturer would not have been able to get the cotton. Thus, nobody was buying anything from the textile manufacturers, and thus nobody's buying. There's no movement of goods. So the same thing with these artisanal miners in Congo. If America said, you know what, Congo, what you're doing is fucked up, and we want you to stop immediately. Who's going to mine the cobalt? Cobalt comes from Congo. It's in pretty much all of our electronic devices, like cell phones, computers. If nobody's mining it, then how do we get these devices? You get what I'm saying? Like we don't.
Yeah, but why do they have to be kids though? That's what I don't understand.
That's the thing. If they're not kids, what adult in their right mind? Like for example, right? There's no minimum wage in Congo. They could say, hey,
no, that's not
right. But you hey, look, we give you $1 a day. What you gonna? Not even $1 a day. We give you a 50 cents a day. What are they gonna do about it if there's no minimum wage? But imagine if the Western state said, or the Western country said, Congo, you need to have a minimum wage. We're going to enforce this on you. Imagine if Congo had a minimum wage, and imagine if they said you have to have a professional miner in there. Now you're talking about having to pay somebody instead of 50 cents a day or $1 a day. Now you're talking about $15 a day, $16, $20 a day. Now you're talking about the price of the cobalt has to go up now because you got to pay the damn employee now. You have to pay this person. So
I still don't understand what wrong with paying them. I said I still don't understand what wrong with paying them though.
Because it's nothing wrong. It's nothing wrong with paying them, but if you have to have a professional miner, now you have to have the price of the cobalt increase, right?
Up. Yes,
it's gonna have to go up, right?
Yeah,
everything goes up from there. So the finished product, which is the phone, how much do you think the phone is going to cost if now you have to pay the miner to get the cobalt? What is that? My math is off here, but what 10,000 times more, 1,000 times more. So imagine if there was in China, right? If you know look, hey, China, you can't use any more Uyghurs, you can't use any more of the you can't exploit any more of the ethnic people. You got to pay these people a certain amount of money. The price of the finished phone is going to go up exponentially now because now you have to pay these people to make the damn phones. I'm telling you, man, things aren't that easy to stop in terms of you get what I'm saying about the supply chain now?
I understand that, but I still think is just because you want to walk around with like paying less for a cell phone or having luxurious things doesn't mean that kids in that sense, because a lot of the things people don't know, they don't even know the amount of kids that die in those cobalt mines.
No, I'm not. No, Gway, I think we're missing something.
Gway, I don't think that he is justifying it.
Yeah, I'm not
what
justifying.
What he's saying is that is the reality of the world. Now, could we all do with less? Absolutely. We sure could. We sure could do with less. But the reality here is he's just impressing upon people the realities of the world. You can't have what you have. Not one of us. You couldn't go get your nails done. You couldn't drive your vehicle. You couldn't create microchips. None of that without the artisanal miners. And that's just an example, but there are other examples as well. The Uyghurs being used as slave labor, etc. There are so many examples.
I just
again, give me a second, Gway. My apologies, Gway. Again, this is why I say Americans are not versed on geopolitics. China does not have a national minimum wage. They don't. A lot of people don't know that they don't. I could set up a factory, get a contract in China with Apple, and I can get some, I can go to the rural parts of China. Hey, do you want to work? And I'll just say, hey man, I give you $1 a day. What you gonna do? You are already living in squalor anyway. What you gonna do? And then I can work you and I can work you to death.
Eating recycled sewer oil.
I don't think the argument will be I don't think the how would I say, the fall will not be so much on you compared to if the leaders in Africa wasn't allowing this stuff to happen to kids. So you can only prevent something if you see value in the life of these children. So the amount of children, they don't have the proper equipment. I think it was I forgot his name in his chat. He said it. You don't have proper mining instrument. They're using their hands to do these things. They're dying because, to make other people's life easier while their life is horrific. So what I'm saying is, it's not the fault
nobody agrees
to this country. I think the government in these countries that allow people to enslave their own people because they want to stay rich and they want to stay in power.
That's right. That's what we're talking about. That's the whole reason.
We don't agree. But the reality is, it sure is nice being able to drive my tank around town all day. I'm just saying.
You would not feel, Black, you would not feel that way if it was your children that was working in those.
Gway, you're not hearing me.
Yeah, Gway. I know. Let me read these super chats first. One with the $5 super chats. MLB, NBA, NFL players wouldn't get those huge contracts without child exploitation. Oh, LeBron James Masters, Xi Jinping. Bob with the $10 super chat says corporate profits would drop, but employees will have more money. But corporations would still be okay. And if companies could pay less than minimum wage, they would. Gway, real quick, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Nobody is justifying child labor.
No.
What we're saying is that
they need to put the little nigglets to work. That's for sure, man.
Okay, Black Rick, let's be.
Niggas gonna do anything else but game.
Okay, Black Rick, stop. Wait, I think there's a miscommunication here. We are talking about supply chain. Unfortunately, Bob says, CT, 10 flights from my company pays my lifetime earnings. 10 flights, my lifetime earnings happens daily, and that's over a 30-year period. Companies have plenty of money. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but what I'm saying is this. We are applying a hypothetical situation. What if the founders immediately cut off slavery, the economy would have collapsed because the economy
Can you give an example of when that
Okay, so
actually
did-
happened?
did
You know the problem is, CT, you don't want to sit.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, right? Was these people? Did these people have families?
Just let them finish.
Gway, nobody is justifying slavery and nobody's justifying child labor. All I'm saying is, going back to the Congo, cobalt is at the bottom of the phone or our iPhone.
Yes.
Okay,
CT,
don't bring Black Rick up, okay? Because a lot of people don't understand this. It is at the bottom of the supply chain in terms of the actual creation of a phone. You need cobalt in these phones.
Right.
Cobalt comes from Congo. Congo's a very poor country, as you and I both know that.
Yes.
The only way, so people like me, Black Savage, we're not going to go to the Congo and mine over there unless you pay me. I'm not going to lie. You have to pay me $100 an hour. First of all, Congo's a war-torn country. It's generally unstable, etc. So you have to pay a person like myself or anybody who's educated, and I mean like pretty much a Westerner, you have to pay us $30, $40. So that ain't happening. Okay. So what they do is these kids are referred to as artisanal. Is it artisanal or artisanal blacks? Artisanal miners. These are untrained miners. They're not skilled, but they're able to get into certain areas in the mine, etc., because of their size. They work for pennies on the dollar every single day, right?
Yeah.
Cobalt is taken from the mining area, right? And then it's transported to, I would assume, a facility
It's taken to they bring it down off that mountain miles. It takes a mile up, mile down, and they take it to the local area, the little makeshift village. They sell it to the dealer. Sell it to the dealer. The dealer gets it, and then the dealer sells it for what it's really worth to the companies, who can then other dealers, bigger dealers, who can then sell it for what it's really worth after that. And
then
I'm telling you,
no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
And then from there it's refined, and when it's refined, that's a process, a labor-intensive process. After it's refined, then it's usable, and then when it's usable, they can put it in your microchips, your semiconductors, etc. All those things that go into
another poor person is putting all that together too. By the way,
exactly. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the change in your quality of life if that value, if that cost was imputed onto your pocketbook? Everybody, and listen. Everybody is altruistic when they're living good right now, okay? But if you had to change your quality of life, all of a sudden you had to sell your house because you can't afford nothing. It ain't just your cell phone, guys. Sorry to tell you, operating systems. Remember, everything that is run by the government is digitized. So they have to maintain that. So operating systems for your water, for your electricity, for your gas, it would be you think you feel the squeeze now. Imagine how you would feel it then, and then you would really live the way you were supposed to live in a shanty, in a one-room shack. Yeah.
So, Gway, in a nutshell, unfortunately, if you were to say, "Hey, we're gonna just stop what's going on in those mines," overnight, Gway, cell phones, computer chips, etc.
That's not true.
That's
not true.
A cell phone would cost $25,000.
No, it would not. You dumb idiot.
Black Rick, are you gonna put Black Rick? How much?
Sir, you don't know anything about the technology. There are other options that they can use other than cobalt.
Then why don't they use it?
Doesn't understand basic economics.
Why don't they use it?
Because it's cheaper to use cobalt, sir. Hey, hang on a second. Let me go downstairs.
What?
You know what?
What are you talking about?
It's cheaper to use cobalt.
Okay. Hang on. Isn't that the point we're making? What if we utilize gold? What if we utilize gold, which is 2,000? No. What if we utilize gold, which they do use?
Blacks. I got a super chat. Black Knight says there are retired company officers receiving $60 million retirement packages. There is more than enough money to improve everyone's lives. You guys don't get it, but that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead, guys.
CT, may I just say something? CT, you are comparing the cotton industry to the mega industry that is the cell phone.
Alex Mitchell says CT would have been a very fair and reasonable massa. He never minds explaining in intricate detail why you need to get your ass back to work. Savage, hang tight for a minute, Savage, because I think there's first of all, nobody.
CT, and you know what? And you know, if I were in front of you, CT, I'd smack that Santa Claus hat right off of you, sir.
I would love to finish talking, Black Ricks. It's my show. If you feel free to do your show, CT Rex. Again, I am not well versed in supply chain to the point where I could be a professor. I get that. But I understand supply chain. You guys are saying, well, they pay CEOs a $60 million compensation package. Yeah, that's one or two people. But imagine if thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of employees overnight, their salaries, well, they had to make 100, 200, 300 times more than what they're making. I'm telling you, it would not be possible to pay these CEOs that amount of money, and the company wouldn't be in profit. Let's be Black Rick. Would the company be in profit if you had to pay every goddamn Uyghur $50 an hour to work in one of those sweatshops making these goddamn phones?
Yes, if you didn't pay the board members and the CEO and the CTO and the CFOs the absorbent amount of money, if you didn't pay the executives the insane amount of money that they're making, then yes, they could pay that amount. CT, I want to go back to something that you said.
Oh, let's Savage talk. He's been patiently waiting.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
So if anyone's looked into the gold mining market, there's a company here in America that in order for them to start their next section of mining, it's like $3 billion just to be able to set it up. That has nothing to do with like their overhead cost of running the mine. That's just to set the equipment and get to go. What you're not realizing when it comes down to when you increase the cost of something, you're increasing that cost in every transaction. So it is a variable that's stacking. So
thank you, Savage.
If you're going to end up, it's sad that these kids are doing this. I understand. We're not justifying it. But what we're trying to get you to elaborate is what that looks like if you were to do what you're saying that you want to do. If they made it to where they had to do safe mines and have the equipment and all these things, you would have an absorbent amount of cost to get the mine properly safe, which would take months to get everything over there, to get set up. So you would also slow down production, which would increase the price of the material because there'd be a lack of the material. Then you're paying the workers more money. Then the person buying it has to sell it for more to the next guy because they need to make money. Then you're going to have to pay the people that are refining it are going to have to make more money. So like as you're going down this road, the price is compounding on how much it's costing. So
you're not going to be able to be in the digital realm that we're in right now and live anywhere near the way that we live currently. Like, your car has so many electrical components in it. Your $40,000-$50,000 car, you could go get a crappy Ford Tempo 2024. It's going to be like $200,000 because the amount of modules and electrical components that you have, because you have that variable that's being multiplied multiple times throughout the entire cost of the production of this thing.
Do you think
it's unrealistic for people to not say that this isn't going to change the way that the economy moves and works? It's unfortunate that it's like this, but that's just what it is at this moment.
I have a question for Savage. Savage, do you think that, based on your statement, do you think that is more so because companies are trying to appease investors to get more money year for year, so they have to show these investors who are putting money into the company that there is
anyone talking? Because I don't hear anybody.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. You niggas want to have a real conversation about this, about tech? Are you going to...
Black Rig. Okay, Black Rig.
All right, I'm done.
Okay, seriously, if what you are saying is true, why does Apple offshore to China?
For investors. They have to appease their investors. Every year, their investors want their company to make a certain amount of money to increase their investment. It's not because it's harder to mine the resources. It's not because the labor is any cheaper.
Have you ever been to Appalachia and seen a coal mine, sir?
Yes, I have, sir.
All right. And so then you know how labor intensive it is, even with the $1 million equipment that they have, okay? And that's just coal. And listen, and that is just coal. ADP, for instance, automatic data processing.
Sir, where is America pulling?
Hold on for a second, Black Rig.
I swear, like they just sound like, because we need to have a better life. Maybe living in a certain way wouldn't affect me because I already know what it is to live not having anything. But what I'm saying is, they just sound like because we don't want to cost for us to pay, so let's just use children to make our life better.
That's not what anybody is saying. No one is saying that. No one is saying that at all, Gway. What we're saying is, what we are saying is that everybody is a bleeding heart right now. But even you, who came from nothing, you thought you came from nothing. Imagine really coming from nothing when they start taxing that ass because they don't have the children.
We all came from nothing, sir.
Sure you did. Even coming from South Shore High School, sure. But the point that I'm making is, listen.
Did you not do that, please, sir?
Like what?
Listen. The point that I'm making is this:
the high school.
Everybody is altruistic until they're in it. It isn't the truth. I'm not telling you that I want children to mine for my phone. I'm just telling you the reality, and the people, the bleeding hearts, these liberals, these leftists, these Luciferian leftists, who get up here on the platforms and who get up here and bleed for these people, and yet do nothing themselves. They would not be willing. Listen, they would not be willing to give up their standard of living. They would not. They wouldn't understand it.
What a Republican?
They wouldn't understand why they needed to.
Sir, the left and the right are the same. They're not going to give up their position.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
When it comes to money, sir.
Absolutely not. They're not. No, they're not.
Bankrupt.
The only thing that they are aligned on,
white people.
The only thing that they're aligned on is the capitalism, but the leftists pretend like they don't like capitalism.
Aligned on capitalism.
Again, sir. So we agree there.
Go ahead, Savage.
Sir, I'm out of here.
Go ahead, Savage.
CT, this is a really. I'll show you a very simple example. Back when we were kids, all right. Back when we were kids. Do you remember the dollar menu at McDonald's?
I'm about to cry. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, CT, let me ask you something, CT, you bitch. Did you have money to buy
I miss those dollar double cheeseburgers.
Rick,
stop screaming, man.
Son of
So,
a bitch.
so CT. So when I went to New York City in 2012, 2011, do you know what New York City McDonald's did not have?
What's that?
$15 minimum wage.
They did not have a dollar.
Yeah,
They
$1
did not.
in New York.
Oh,
Probably
yeah.
went you probably went somewhere in Manhattan.
I really would love if Savage. Okay, Jesus Christ, Savage, can you talk, please, sir?
Here in Ohio, we had a dollar menu.
We did.
I went on vacation to New York.
When?
Every McDonald's in New York City did not have a dollar menu.
When,
Did you go to the outer boroughs? No, you didn't. Shut up.
In 2011, I went to New York City.
How old were you in 2011, sir?
Wait a minute, how did Keith Sharp get back? Wait a minute, he's.
I was like 19.
Okay, sir. CT brought it up when we were kids. Okay.
Let me make my fucking point before you
It's not
try
a
to
point.
nitpick every single sentence I try to say. Why is it that in Ohio we had a dollar menu, but when you went to New York City, there was not a dollar menu? Same time period, same company. Why was there not one in New York?
Who are you asking that? Because I already know
UCT.
why. Because the cost of living in New York was high as hell in the 90s. That's why people made more money. So that's why.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. So perfect example.
So CT, you are saying that there was never a dollar menu in New York City. CT, are you saying there was never a dollar menu in New York City?
I would highly
CT, are
doubt.
you saying that? I'm getting off this panel. Are you saying there was never a dollar menu in New York City?
Yes, I'm saying it. Yes.
All right. Fuck.
It's not even true.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
I still remember ordering off the dollar menu way back then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So CT.
You're probably talking
what is
about
the-
Times Square or something like that.
What is the minimum wage in Ohio right now?
I don't know. What is it?
It's like $9.
Okay.
Okay.
I only got back on air to say I hope all the bad things that could happen to a person happens to you, CT, for saying that bullshit.
Thank you.
I hope you stub your toe tonight, nigga, because that is I'm done. I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
Yo, but I have credit chaotic.
Did he
You
just
don't
download
have
on
credit. And why do you keep? Hey, don't bring him back, please. He's banned. Actually, Savage banned him earlier today. Please don't bring him back
So-
for the rest of the show.
So minimum wage here in Ohio is $9, 9 something. All right.
Okay.
Okay. 5 years ago, did you ever go to McDonald's?
I did.
How much was a meal at McDonald's 5 years ago in Cleveland?
On average, about $7, maybe $7, maybe.
How much are they hiring people at McDonald's right now in Cleveland?
I don't know. I could guess maybe minimum
$18
wage.
an hour.
No,
It's
in Cleveland.
$14 to $17 an hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Guess how much it is to go get a meal right now at McDonald's?
Go
I
ahead,
don't know.
Savage. Go ahead, Savage.
It's like $13, $14 for a meal.
Yep.
So
Again, basic economics.
it's very simple. Like it's very simple. Like you can't like anytime that you increase a rate of something, anytime in a chain, it just adds multiples. Do you realize that they have less people at the fast food restaurants now working? They have kiosks. They have restaurants that they literally the AI takes your order through the drive-through, and you're still paying $18 to go get a meal.
Yep. And I invested in the company that they. Anyway, listen. Yes, it's basic economics, man. What costs them more money will be passed on to you. I want everybody right now who thinks that they just are bleeding hearts. You know, let's everybody get off their phone right now. Get off YouTube. Get off YouTube. Get rid of Netflix. Get rid of Hulu. Get off, all your subscriptions. Don't go to the store. Walk everywhere. Bike everywhere. As a matter of fact, you can't bike because it costs money to make the carbon fiber chassis that your bike wheels are on, rubber, all that. So use your feet. Matter of fact, you can't wear shoes. Go barefoot. And then all the Shin and Timu shit that you buy, get rid of it too.
I think even too, like talking
all of
about
this.
like,
yeah.
Oh, you can finish. You can finish. I'll go on after you.
I'm just saying I understand all of that part, but I just, we agree to disagree. I
think it's just simple economics though.
I think these companies just say that stuff because they want to live such a lavish lifestyle more than you and I can ever afford. They don't want certain things out of the budget. They want to be able to send their kids to these private schools. They want to do all of that stuff. So they come up with excuses. Oh, if we did this, because if you're paying less for something and you're selling it 3, 4, 5 times more, just because somebody else's child or children are dying in those places, and then these companies come up.
I agree with you though. Wait, realistically speaking, right? I'm assuming you've never been to Congo. I've never been there.
No, I've never been to the Congo.
Would you take the place of one of those kids there and for $25 an hour and go mine the Kobo?
No.
Okay, would you do it for $50 an hour?
Well, that's a lot of money in Africa, so it depends on what I will be doing.
Okay, so $50 an hour, you would move to Kinshasa.
You're talking about US dollar, right?
I'm talking about US dollars, Kinshasa.
So that's a lot of money in the Congo. So, how often are they paying me that? Is it hourly or is it?
You're getting paid. Okay, how about this? Let's do it like this. You saying your minimum is $50 an hour, correct?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's still I can live very good in the
8 hours a day, right? 8 hours a day, right? 8 hours a day. Okay.
It's longer than that.
Imagine. Now, how many people do you think work in these cobalt mines on a daily basis in Congo?
It's a lot. I've seen them all.
You want to do the math? I'll do the math with you. Let's do the math. Let's do the math on this one, right?
Yeah, it's like thousands of people.
We're talking about 400. We're talking about $400 a day, right? Right. Yes. $400 a day. That's what you want, right? $400 a day.
But you say getting paid $50 an hour.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, how many people? Let's do the math. Work in.
Wait. How much do you weigh right now? 130.
Yeah, I weigh like 140, 145.
All right. Now lose 50 pounds too.
200,000 people.
I know I would lose a lot of weight being there. I know that part.
Guys, let me read this to you. Artisanal and small scale mining are estimated to employ an estimated 200,000 people in the DRC, which is the Democratic Republic of Congo, right? So let's imagine all 200,000 people were just making the $400 a day USD, right? So let's do the math on that. Do you know how much money that is per day to pay 200,000 people, Gway? $80 million.
Wow.
Hey,
$80 million a day.
Okay.
CT. Here's the other issue.
California returned raw sewage into drinking water. What's your thoughts on that, CT? I think it's good. I think that's a great idea, to be honest with you. Yeah, if they properly do it. How do the astronauts drink water? Then they use
and you see how have you ever seen an astronaut come back down from space? I don't want to do anything to
Our water right now is filtered from sewage right now, though.
Yeah, I know, and it's disgusting.
The water that you drink out of the tap, you realize that has like runoff from like factories and all types of stuff.
Yes,
that's what I said.
Let's get back. Okay.
It's disgusting.
Guys, hold on for a second. Let's Savage, give me a second. Now, Gway,
yeah,
$80 million a day. Now let's assume all these people are working on average 300 and let's say 50 days out the year. Gway, how much money is that just to pay the the miners?
I don't know how much is it.
$28 billion. That's just at the lower. That's just at the lower supply chain for the phone. You got to pay
most companies don't make that a year.
CT. The other thing that you have to add into this.
Go ahead.
So the thing that you have to add into this. So if all those people, so Gwei said she would work for $50 an hour because that's a lot of money in the Congo. Well, guess what happens when all of a sudden a lot of people have a lot of money in the Congo? What does that? What happens in
inflation?
Then everything starts to cost more because
Right.
there's more money and there's less goods.
You know,
so you're $50.
I'm not in a way. I'm not disagreeing with the point that you guys are making. For me, that's just my personal opinion, and maybe that's due to things that I've been through. I just can't get myself to process how any type of money will make me feel like it's okay to see those
I get it.
kids working and dying in the
saying
Congo
that.
like the way they are. So maybe
I'm not saying that's okay. I'm not saying it's okay. What I'm trying to say is we're explaining to you how this thing would work out. So even if we were even to be kind-hearted and pay these people $100 an hour and they only had to work 5 days a week.
Damn.
All right. Guess what? Let's say we give them a pension and we give them a 401k and the company's going to match and they're going to have 2 weeks of vacation and a week of sick days. All those costs get added into it, and then you're not realizing what's happening to the local economy because the local economy is not going to be the same. So the people that aren't working in the mine are going to be suffering more because now the people that are in the mine are making a bunch of money. Like it feels good, and it works out to be like we should do this good thing. But even with this good thing, it actually still hurts people. Like there's no way.
And you know what it smells like, Savage? You know what it smells like, Savage?
Either way, that somebody winning and somebody
Marxism.
losing, basically.
Wait, hold on, and to even add on to what Savage was just saying too. Like the people from the mine now, if they're making way more than everyone in the community, they're gonna start exploiting the other people. Because they're gonna say, "Hey, I'm making this amount of money. I'm gonna start a business. I'm gonna start hiring these people and pay them dirt to do this other
menial task."
It's just human nature. Like I don't understand what we're debating about.
We're debating bleeding hearts. Gwei, you know I love you. You know that me and you, you're one of my favorite
I think
people.
it's easy for Americans to say because they haven't lived through none of this stuff. So it's easy to come from that.
I'm not American. I'm not
Y'all
American.
are the one
Well,
enjoying.
I'm first generation.
Y'all the one benefiting the most. So
I'm
the
a first
people that
generation
are
American.
suffering are the Africans, kids who are in those mines. So of course it's easy to say that, and we can always look at it from the point of view which makes sense. But it's still
It isn't easy to say that.
So
Guys,
for Americans it's very easy because you're used to luxurious lifestyle. But
most
for the
Americans
kids are working in the mines and stuff. It's a horrible thing to see if you ever seen those pictures.
It is terrible. It's terrible. Nobody's saying it isn't, but I'm just saying that people will then need to be prepared.
Yeah. No, go
people
ahead.
will then need to be prepared to change their lifestyle. And I don't mean miss a meal here or there. I mean move. I mean live in the sticks. I mean be willing to forage, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to eating gray meat like they did in Venezuela and in Argentina and Colombia when they were breaking into zoos eating meats that you don't normally eat. I'm telling you, man, it'll be real dystopian, and people think that they can handle it and they don't know what that means at all.
And on that note, guys, I got to ask for last thoughts. Guys, thank you so much. This has been a long day. Henry, any last words, buddy?
Well, I just wanted to say that overall, like I've been listening in and out because I've been going throughout the day. I'll be back because this channel is actually really good. Back to your overall points about like reparations and everything. I think it's good to just have like these open conversation dialogues. Like it's hard to find places like this where you can just have open and honest conversations. Everything's really pretty much an echo chamber. So I liked it, and I'll be back again.
So much, sir. That was Henry on the ones and twos. I want to end off with the ladies tonight. Savage, any last words?
Yeah. All right. So a lot of the times when we end up trying to come up with solutions to things, there's a lot of information that we just don't have, or the nuance that we don't have. And if you were to take the salary plus the bonus of the CEO of Walmart and give it to all the employees, each employee would get $10. So like,
yep,
a lot of people that don't run a business and don't buy and sell stuff, or they don't understand what their product is and what their overhead is and how they end up going to be able to make a profit off their thing. They just don't understand how business works. So like, it's not your fault, but like, it's just not that easy. Like, you can't artificially inflate things and it work out on the other end in a utopia like people think it's going to be. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Savage. Black Suitify, thank you so much for coming through. Any last words, sir?
Yes, I'd like to say I absolutely love echo chambers. I'm not gonna lie. I love to be agreed. I love to be agreed with. Everybody who says that they don't, that's a bald-faced lie.
Thank you so much, Big Nate.
When we, yeah, absolutely, Big Nate. My last thing to say is, when we start talking about bleeding heartisms, we start delving into the Marxist and communist rhetoric. I'm telling you, that's where it leads. You have to be very, very careful, because you think everybody thinks they know what life would be like if everybody were just paid equally. It isn't what you think it is. There's always a hierarchy. And I would venture to believe that everybody likes the hierarchy the way it is versus what they think it could be. And that's it.
Thank you so much.
Well, I mean, I would say this to Black, or he left. I would say this to him, like, I'm not into the communism and all of that stuff, because I know what it looked like, because I came from that. And I know what living on a dictator regime look like. So I would never want any of that, all of that stuff. I just think maybe it's the woman thing with me. I'm not able to connect the children in those minds with the way of understanding. But I know that what you guys are saying is the truth. I just find it hard to connect the two. That's all. That's what I'm saying. So, but it's always good to have these conversations, CT.
Thank you so much. Well, let me ask you briefly, how would you solve the problem? So, real briefly, right? The iPhone needs cobalt. How would you get the cobalt out of Congo? How would you get it out of there?
Not me. What do you mean? Like how if there were companies?
If you were, hired on as a consultant for a company, and let's say Apple, and you say, it's wrong how we get our cobalt. I think that we should eliminate child labor. How would you what would you say to Apple?
No, I will talk to them about, maybe not using kids, maybe start at a certain age, because I know in Africa we grow up fast because of the life that we have there. So we have to be adult faster than most people will have to be. But also, I will also state that they should give equipment to them that can help them, and make sure that they are not exposed to a lot of the things that they're exposed to. I'm not saying that they can't do it. I'm just saying that there are better ways, maybe to do it and not using children. That's my biggest point, because there are kids in those mines that are like 4, 5, 6 years old that are in those mines because they're little, so they can crawl through certain tunnels to be able to get certain mines and stuff like that. A certain cobalt from certain areas. So, so just in case if they happen to get stuck or anything, I mean, it would be hard for any adults to go get them. That means they got to die in those mines and rot, you know. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, you know, these companies can do it. Also, I put most of the blame on the African government that are allowing these things to happen to African kids, you know. So, I mean, that would be what I would do.
Well, thank you so much, Gway. For
All
all this.
right, CC.
Thank you. Portia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm home now, so hopefully I don't sound like a robot.
Oh, you. It's kind of like robotic, but any last words? Thank you so much for being here today.
Oh shoot, it still sounds that way. Okay. Nothing much. Are you going live tomorrow?
I think. Oh, over here, yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. Yes, yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna send you an email because I want to do a CT Reacts tomorrow.
I think the channel is available tomorrow. I gotta look. I know it was under suspension, but I think it's available tomorrow. But yeah, I'll let you know.
Oh,
Just
CT Reacts isn't. Okay, I'll shoot you an email. You
Would you
yeah,
say,
just
Portia?
let me know.
Okay.
Oh gosh, I don't know why my mic is bad, but thank you, and it was an incredible show. And then hopefully I can go live on CT Reacts tomorrow. If not, I'll do Friday. So have a good night.
Have a good night. Thank you so much. I want to give a big shout out to Blue Jay, American Millennial, Mr. Speak on It, Black Thoughts, Jerice, Chris Creative, Portia again, Sir, Ignite TV, GB, Jay His Hub, Tom Likas, Dolomite is #1, Mayo Monkey, Particle. Thank you guys so much. Gary came through, man. The saxophone. Thank you guys so much. Juan was coming through today with the super chats. Flex Henry was coming. I don't know why I'm stuttering. Flex Henry was coming through with the super chats. Thank you so much, man. Jay Rillo, Ryan. Thank you guys so much, man. Francisco, Breezy. This Might Be Risky. He's live right now, guys. So go over to This Might Be Risky, by the way. Up with BM, Mayo Monkey again. Blue Jay again. Bob, what's up? Bob was coming through with the nice super chats. Who else? Joe Biden's DEF. Thank you so much for the super chats. Atticus came through with the euro. No, that's a pound. That's a pound, not euro. I'm tired now. GB, thank you so much. Innate, Tarus, man. Thank you so much, man, for coming through. Big Nizate, Mayo Monkey, Tarus again. A pimp named Slickback. CKJ came through with the super chats, man. Who else? I hope I'm not missing anybody. John with the super chats. Thank you so much. I missed that one. Hugs and a hurt feeling Band-Aid. Oh, I read that one. Earlier. Blacks came through, man. I really appreciate all these super chats, guys. The Wealthy Broke Man. Who else? IRS, Black Knight. Thank you guys so much. LaShawn with the super chat. Jada Pinkett Smith. She owes me an ass whooping, by the way. She said she's gonna whoop my ass. She texted me. She emailed me. I meant. Let me see. Who else with the super chats? Alex Mitchell with the super chat. Mr. Sexy with the super chats. Thank you so much, man. Black Knight. Thank you guys for all the Cash App super chats. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.